Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Whale Island. Surrounded by the sea, the residents of the island mostly depend on fishing for their livelihoods. In the quiet forest on the island, a teenager opened his eyes in a daze. Well, here it is. Allan looked at the surroundings blankly, with a puzzled expression on his face. By the way, I seem to fall asleep accidentally during class. Allan pinched his cheek. The pain made him realize that he was not dreaming. Did I slept and crossed into another world? Allan couldn't help having such an idea that sounded a little absurd. He is a senior in high school. In his spare time, he often reads some interesting online novels. The protagonist inside will basically travel to another world out of 10, and then start a new adventure. The way they crossed is also strange. Some were hit by a car while crossing the road and then crossed. Some were sucked into the toilet when going to the toilet and passed through. What's more, he was in his current situation. He just slept and then traveled to another world. The forest here also looks different from the impression, with a little illusory beauty in it. The surrounding trees are also taller and thicker, and the leaves are more green, as if a filter has been added, making him feel both illusory and real. Ding! The existence of the host is detected, and the God-level selection system has been activated. Current dungeon world, Hunter x Hunter. Hearing the sudden sound in his head, Allan was stunned. Unexpectedly, I not only traveled to the Hunter world, but also activated the golden finger. But this also made Allan breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the Hunter world is known as one of the 3 high-risk worlds in Japan. For a traverser like him, if there is no golden finger, no matter how lucky they are, there is a risk of hanging up. By the way, what kind of functions does this God-level selection system have? Just as Allan was puzzled, the voice of the system sounded again. 1. Survive in the Hunter world for 100 days. Reward, 10-fold increase in physical strength. 2. Survive 500 days in the Hunter world. Reward, NAN foundations 4 major lines. 3. Survive 1000 days in the Hunter world. Reward, NAN talent. NAN, the power system of the Hunter world. Only by becoming a NAN can you step into the mainstream stage of the world and see incredible things. Faced with the 3 options given by the system, Allan said, "No, I have a choice disorder. Please make a choice within 60 seconds. Once the time has passed, the reward will be invalid. There is still a time limit." Allan was startled. Right now, he must make his choice within 60 seconds. There are only 3 options. Judging from the rewards of 1, 2, and 3, there is no doubt that the third option has the best reward. But the first reward has the fastest effect and can immediately increase his physique as an ordinary person 10-fold. The second reward is to allow him to acquire the basic skills of NAN and become a junior NAN. But Allan knows very well that even if ordinary people like him get NAN, the upper limit is very limited. After all, if you want to become a first-rate NAN, you always rely on talent. As a traverser, you must have a broad vision and pattern. Therefore, after struggling for a while, Allan decisively made the choice he thought was the most advantageous. Ding! You have chosen the mission to survive 1000 days in the Hunter world. Reward, NAN talent. Talent description: the comprehension and application of minds reach the level of genius, and they can start NAN by themselves through the theoretical knowledge of mind, and master them in a short period of time. At the same time, they have the potential to become a top NAN. It's a great reward. Allan secretly delighted. Although this reward does not take effect immediately, it seems that he has not received anything. But in fact, he already has a very good talent, and now he has the talent to become a top NAN. Right now, Allan is not in a hurry to learn NAN. The most urgent thing is to figure out the detailed geographical location of oneself now. Allan decided to walk out of the forest and take a look. After all, if you want to know where this is, you must first meet the talents here. Half an hour later, Allan came to a lake. He was surprised to find that he reflected in the water had broken chestnut hair and handsome facial features. Not only has it crossed, but its appearance has also changed. Did I pass through someone? Allan thought about it for a while, but he didn't find any memory of anyone other than himself. For the change in his appearance, Allan didn't have much thoughts. What he cares more about now is to understand his current environment. Although this is Hunter's world, as far as he knows, Hunter's world is quite wide. The current living area of human beings is just a big slap in this world, so most places in this world are unknown to humans, and the Dark Continent is even more so. Thinking of this, Allan was shocked. Damn, isn't this the Dark Continent? Allan thought about it, and quickly ruled out this conjecture. Because on the way just now, apart from seeing some small animals, he didn't encounter any danger or saw some huge creatures. As far as he knew, the Dark Continent was a very dangerous place, and the creatures there seemed to be surprisingly large. Judging from this point, this place should not be the Dark Continent. It's something like an island in the human world. Allan looked around, and when he moved his gaze from the left, he landed on a vigorous and upright tree. What attracted Allan's eyes was naturally not how peculiar this tree was. It was a person sitting cross-legged on the root of the tree, to be precise, a boy a few years younger than him. The boy was sitting cross-legged on the root of the tree, wearing a green dress, a lotus leaf on his head, and 2 birds on the lotus leaf. He sat there motionless, holding a fishing rod in his hand, keeping his fishing posture, looking serious. Asterisk. Chapter 2. He protagonist. That person is gone. Allan rubbed his eyes, and after watching again and again, he confirmed that the boy fishing was gone. So, this is Whale Island. Allan whispered. In the original book, Gon's hometown is a place called Whale Island. Inferring from this, in all likelihood, this is Whale Island. Ding! It is detected that the host first encounters the hero of the plot. G. Freaks, please select one of the following. 1. Go forward and talk to Gon and become friends. Reward, Lucky Treasure Box X1. 2. Ignore the existence of Gon and leave Whale Island. Reward, 10 million rings. Ding! Please make a choice within the last 60 seconds. Allan said, it's not good, I'm entangled again. But the choice must be chosen. If you don't choose, there will be no reward. After a little entanglement, Allan chose the first option given by the system. Although the reward for the second option is as much as 10 million genie, it can be said to be a huge sum of money for a newcomer who has no money. But in the long run, Allan believes that the benefits of becoming friends with Gon will definitely be far higher than the 10 million nuns. You can't be fooled by the small profits in front of you. As a traverser familiar with the plot, you must have a broad vision of the overall situation and make the best choice for yourself. This is a qualified traverser. Moreover, according to the system, the first reward selected is a lucky chest. People have great curiosity and desire to explore the unknown. For the same reason, Allan is more looking forward to what kind of rewards the lucky treasure box can offer than 10 million nuns. If you are lucky, you might be able to open the One Piece big secret treasure. Thinking of this, he patted his face, cheered up, and walked in Gon's direction. And just when Allan came to Gon's tree and was about to raise his hand to say hello to Gon who was fishing from the tree. In the grass on the side, a creature that looked like a bear suddenly appeared rustling. Roar! The bear roared and rushed to Allan fiercely. Seeing that the situation was bad, Allan ran away. Are you kidding me? How can the traversers dangle their braids here? Allan's desire to survive at this time was quite strong. Stop, don't hurt him. At this moment, a clear and loud voice stopped the bear's riot. As if he had heard the order, the bear stopped attacking Allan. Allan naturally heard the sound, stopped running wildly, and looked back panting. It turned out that Gon had already jumped off the trunk after hearing the sound. At this time, he was calming the bear's restless mood with his hands. Simple, innocent, harmless, kind, simple, and friendly. This is Allan's first impression of Gon. After Gon sent the bear away, he looked at Allan stunnedly, and then took the initiative to ask, "Are you okay?" "Sorry, that bear is the guardian here. Because I suddenly saw strangers approaching it. Turf, that's why it did that kind of expulsion. But I've already told it that it won't attack you again." Allan breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head slightly, indicating that it was all right. As a traverser, he still has the courage he should have. It was just a false alarm to him just now. But if Gon hadn't appeared, he really might have encountered something unexpected. "By the way, I don't know who you are. I have never seen you on the island. Are you a tourist?" Gon asked several questions in a row, like a curious baby. After asking this sentence, Gon suddenly realized something, touching the back of his head and smirking. "Ah, sorry, because it's been too long since I saw someone my age, so I was a little excited." Allan nodded, expressing understanding. Whale Island is surrounded by the sea, and most of its residents live by going out to sea to fish, while aspiring young people have already gone to big cities to work hard. There are almost no boys as old as Gon on the island, so he understands Gon's joy when he sees his peers. "Just call me Allan. As you can see, I have come to this island for the first time, so I should be considered a tourist." It's just the kind of crossing, Allan thought to himself, with a faint smile that symbolized friendship. "Oh, it's a tourist, so where are you from?" "This." Allan was choked for a while, but he didn't expect that Gon was really a curious baby, and he asked so carefully. "Well, I'm from far away." Allan thought about it, and could only explain it vaguely. He didn't want to say that he came from the Earth, that would be too stupid, just as stupid as others said he came from the M78 Nebula. "From far away." Gon nodded thoughtfully, and asked curiously, "Then why did you come here? Did you come by boat? Why are you alone?" "Why? Want to travel to Whale Island." Allan sighed, feeling like he was defeated by Gon, and said helplessly, "I will tell you these questions slowly." Then he changed the conversation, "You asked me so much, as if you haven't told me yet. What's your name?" "Although I already know it," Allan said to himself. The biggest trouble when facing the characters in the original plot as a traverser is to deliberately pretend not to know each other, and then introduce yourself. But there is no other way. It would be too suspicious if you directly say that you know the other person. "You are Gon." "Ah, yes, I haven't told you your name yet." Gon grinned after touching the back of his head in hindsight, "My name is G. Freaks, just call me Gon. I'm an aboriginal on this island." Allan nodded and stretched out a hand of friendship, "Yeah. Gon, it's nice to meet you. Please advise." As soon as Gon grasped Allan's extended hand, he showed an innocent expression and said, "Me too, it's nice to meet you, Allan." At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind, "Ding! You have successfully met Gon and rewarded Lucky Treasure Box X1. I didn't expect Gon to treat me like a friend so soon. Really naive. However, it is precisely because of his innocence that even Kilawa, who was born in an assassination family, will be melted by his simplicity in the future." Allan sighed, then put his mind on the lucky treasure box rewarded by the system. At this moment, in his spiritual world, a golden treasure chest appeared. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Ding! You have obtained a lucky treasure box, open it. Turn it on. Allan looked forward to it. Ding! You opened a lucky treasure box and got a Traitanon, hand of luck. Allan was taken aback, and opened his mouth in surprise. I didn't expect that the things that came out of the treasure chest would actually be none of the trait type. However, he hasn't even mastered the basic skills of Nen. How can he use this Traitanon? After all, Nen's abilities need to be activated by reading. Does it take me to learn Nen before I can use this ability? Allan suddenly felt trapped by the system. But he changed his mind, maybe he can use this trait Nen without having to learn to read. Because, among the 6 faculties of Nian, only the unique quality system is the most special existence. It can be turned on by learning to read, or it can be born with it, or it can be awakened unexpectedly at a certain time. Even this ability can be passed on through genes or blood. What's more, people who grew up in some special environments also possess that special ability. And this special ability belongs to the trait Nen in the system power of the hunter world. People with this special ability can use it even if they don't know Nen. This reminded Allan of a person in the original, Nyan Osra. Nian is the daughter of Letnisra, the eldest of the Nisra family, and the daughter of the gangster family. Her ability is called Angel's Automatic Notes. This ability has the effect of divining the future, and it can divine what will happen to a certain person in the next month. The content of the divination will be informed by the Angel's Automatic Notes, which is the trait Nen, written as a prophetic poem. When divination makes an unknown prophecy, it is only necessary to avoid disasters according to the content of the divination, which can be said to be a very incredible ability. The disadvantage is that this predictive ability cannot fortune-telling for oneself, only for others. However, in any case, the trait Nen has a very magical ability. In fact, Nyan is not a Nen, but she is free to use the divination ability of the Angel's Automatic Notes. It can be inferred from this that this kind of traits are abilities that can be used even if they don't have the basis for mastery of mind. Therefore, Yuya believes that the trait that came out of the treasure chest is Nen, the hand of luck, and obviously can also be used. Sure enough, in the next moment, Yuya obtained the method and conditions for using this ability. Ability description: the hand of air luck, by touching the target to grab the opponent's air luck, thereby increasing one's own air luck. Chi luck can be accumulated. When Chi luck reaches a certain peak, one will enter a short invincible time and become invincible. The disadvantage of this ability is that when the ability is activated, there is a certain chance that the opponent's bad luck will be plundered. Once unlucky, he will become weak, even unable to activate Nen, or encounter some unlucky things. Therefore, this ability can be said to be a double-edged sword with pros and cons. However, when one's own luck is greater than bad luck, it can be offset, and vice versa. The ability's activation conditions must meet 5 points. Activation condition 1, you need to touch the opponent's body with your hands, and it takes 5 seconds to take effect. Launch condition 2, need to know the name or identity of the other party. Activation condition 3, only one hand can be used, either left hand or right hand can be used. Activation condition 4, when the ability is activated, it will enter the state of absolute. Activation condition 5, can only be used once a day, and each target can only be plundered once, and cannot be plundered repeatedly. After learning how to use this hand of luck, Allan sighed. Unexpectedly, there are quite a few conditions for activation, and it is also possible to rob the opponent's bad luck, which, to a certain extent, restrained his use of this ability. However, in general, this ability is quite good. Allan felt it for a while, and found that he hadn't changed much. However, he also understood that the hand of luck should be an intangible and intangible ability that cannot be seen or touched. However, it does exist. Moreover, it is effective for a long time and enjoys for life. As the saying goes, it's cool to open and hang for a while, and it's always cool to open it all the time. However, this link is also restricted, after all, it is too invincible but it will be banned. At this time, Gon's voice pulled him back to reality. Allan, I caught a fish, do you want to eat it? Okay. Allan rubbed his stomach, and he happened to be hungry too. Immediately, after Gon's busy schedule, Allan ate the fragrant grilled fish. Allan was eating while looking at Gon, it was a look at the prey. He was thinking, ready to find time to grab Gon's luck. After all, he still doesn't know what the ability of this trait system is, so he must use it as soon as possible to see how effective it is. The goal naturally fell on Gon. Allan, is there anything on my face? Gon was stared at him with a timid look. He just felt that Allan's eyes were about to eat himself, which made him chill for no reason. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Faced with the doubts cast by Gon, Allan realized that his expression was a little strange. Fortunately, Gon was not suspicious, otherwise he would not be able to explain. It seems that now is not the time to use abilities to grab Gon's luck, and can only be left to wait for an opportunity in the future. Allan thought. By the way, Allan, you haven't told me why are you here alone? Where are your parents? And, where do you live? Gon curiously asked. Allan had a headache, and as expected, Gon still had to ask his origins. At this moment, the God-level selection system appeared again. Ding! Please choose. 1. Tell the truth to Gon, and show your identity as a traveler. Reward, double the spiritual attribute. Note, the spiritual attribute of ordinary people is set to 10 points. 2. Tell Gon a lie, fabricate a fake identity. Reward, physique attribute increased twice. Note, the constitution attribute of normal human body is set to 10 points. 3. Jump up and knock Gon unconscious. Reward, tenfold increase in physical attributes and spiritual attributes. As a socialist successor, Allan really doesn't want to lie, especially the flowers of the motherland like Gon. But no way, it is impossible for him to reveal his identity as a traverser. Looking at these three options, Allan was quite speechless. 1 and 2 are normal, and the third option is purely to embarrass him. Want him to jump up and stun Gon? What an international joke! Although Gon hasn't grown up yet, according to the original setting, there is a proper small universe supernova. Both his physique and strength are far away from him, an ordinary traverser. Therefore, the third option is basically impossible and can be ignored. However, its rewards far exceed 1 and 2. Finally, Allan chose the second option. It is impossible to tell the truth. It is impossible to tell the truth in this life. You can only live by lying and rounding up all the time. Ding! You choose option 2, the physical strength is increased twice. In an instant, Allan felt that his body seemed to have drunk genetic fluid, and his physical fitness had improved a lot. Allan looked up to Gon and said, I'm sorry Gon, I lied to you just now, but I'm not here to travel. Well, I knew it a long time ago. Gon's words surprised Allan slightly. Gon sternly said, because Whale Island is not a tourist island, there is nothing to watch on the island, and usually no tourists come here to travel. Therefore, you can't be trusted to say that you are a tourist. Allan was dumb. It turned out that Gon was pretending to be confused, and he dared to think that he was just a naive kid. It seems that he is quite smart now. He smirked. Although embarrassed, since he chose to fabricate a false statement, he decided to continue to slap. Anyway, he could not reveal the fact that he was a traverser. Thinking of this, he started to bluff. It's true, Gon, I'm actually a nobleman. Noble? Gon looked puzzled. Yeah. Allan nodded and continued, nonsense, I come from a kingdom called Alabastan, and my father's name is Nefertari Cobra, who is the president and king of the kingdom of Alabastan. And my full name is Nefertari Allan. I have had no worries about food and clothing since I was a child, and I can easily get everything I want. But I think that life is too boring, because I don't have a true friend. So I told my king's father, the outside world is so big, I want to see it. It is conceivable that my king's father certainly disagrees, after all, I will inherit his throne in the future. Then I quarreled with the king's father and ran away from home in anger. After leaving Alabastan, I was left alone and spent all my money. Desperate, I just got on a boat and came to this island in a daze. Then, I wandered around the island and accidentally got lost in this forest. Then, I met you, gone. Allan finished speaking in one breath. His face was not red in heartbeat, his expression was extremely serious, and he even showed the slight sadness of missing his hometown and the kind of sullen expression of a child when he left home in anger. The innocent Gon was stunned by Allan's acting skills close to the Oscar actor. He exclaimed, "It's amazing. So Allan, you are a prince?" Shhh. Loki. Allan gestured, looking utterly serious. Gon immediately covered his mouth and whispered to Allan, "So your king father doesn't know you are here now?" "Yet." Allan nodded. "Then what are you going to do? Don't you always go back?" Gon worried. Hearing this, Allan shook his head, "I don't know. But there must be no going back for the time being." He sighed and said with a lonely expression, "Forget it, someone like me, just let me fend for myself." "Gon, it's nice to meet you. I think you are the last friend of my life. I hope you can remember my name. Nefiratali Allan." After finishing speaking, Allan waved his hand, pretending to say, "Goodbye, dear friend, I am leaving, and may you be lucky for your life." Just as Allan turned to leave, Gon shouted, "Wait a minute. Hey, there's a show." Allan secretly happily turned around, looked at Gon, and sighed, "Gon, what's the matter?" Gon was silent for a while before raising his head and said, "Actually, I am also a child abandoned by my parents. So, I can feel your pain." "Really?" "Yet." Gon nodded and said, "I haven't seen my mother since I was born. Also, my father left me when I was very young and threw me to Aunt Mito. Raised. It can be said that I have never felt the love of my parents since I was a child." Allan said with a look of sympathy, "Gon, you are more pitiful than me." Gon grinned and said, "It's okay, I'm used to it. So, you better don't give up, because I'm still with you." Allan lowered his head and said, "But, I have nowhere to go." Gon thought for a while, had an idea, and exclaimed, "Ah, since you have nowhere to go, then live in my house temporarily? How about?" Allan's heart was overjoyed, and it seemed that food and housing had already been settled, and Gon was really interesting as a friend. But he immediately appeared troubled and said, "Hey, is this all right? Will it disturb your family?" "Haha, it's okay. There are only 2 people in my house, Grandma and Aunt Mito. They love me very much. Just tell them that you are my friend and they will definitely let you live." Gon promised, patting his chest. "Okay, then I will thank you first." Allan stunned in his heart, but thanked him sincerely on his face. "Haha, it's okay, we are friends." Gon grinned. Seeing Gon's brilliant smile that day, I don't know why, Allan feels guilty of deceiving children. Of course, Allan also remembered Gon's favor in his heart. Asterisk. Chapter 5. After Gon packed his fishing rod and put out the fire of grilled fish with water, he looked up at the sky. Seeing that the sun was already sinking, he said to Allan, "It's getting late, let's go back. Anyway, we won't be able to catch the kingfisher today." Allan nodded and followed Gon. On the way, he asked intentionally or unintentionally, "Gon, what do you do for the kingfisher?" Gon said with piercing eyes, "Because I have made an agreement with Aunt Mito, I can only go to find gold if I catch a kingfish." "Gold? Jin is a hunter and my dad, so I'm going to find him." Gon explained. Allan nodded thoughtfully. In the original book, Gon's father looks like Jin. Freaks is a very powerful professional hunter. However, his character is a bit scumbag, leaving behind his young son, and looking for relics all over the world regardless of his care. He is quite loyal and responsible for his profession. Such a father is really unlikable. But Gon was a little too blind in pursuit of his father. The main story of the original is an adventure story launched by Gon in search of gold, which leads to the magical profession of hunter. Summarizing the theme in one sentence is a fairy tale adventure of a silly son all over the world looking for his father, also known as Where Did Dad Go Hunter version. He pretended not to know anything, smiled and said, "Oh, then, you are going to be a hunter too?" "Yeah." Gon nodded and then asked, "What about you, Allan? Do you want to go back to Alabastan to inherit your father's throne or stay here?" Allan was stunned. He didn't expect Gon to truly believe that he was the heir to the kingdom. Heart said, "If I were a prince, I would definitely go to inherit the throne." Unfortunately not. He then perfunctory Gon, "Let's talk about it then, I am very confused now." To be honest, he has no interest in becoming a hunter. The current state of mind is to rely on the system to take one step at a time like a salted fish. Gon still hoped that Allan could join him as a hunter, because then he would have company. But he didn't force Allan, because everyone has their own pursuits. A house appeared not far away and was almost in the village, but Allan frowned. If Gon tells others about the noble identity he has fabricated, he will definitely be exposed, and he will be a liar by then. After all, Gon would believe the nonsense that he was a nobleman, and others would never believe it. Thinking of this, Allan put a hand on Gon's shoulder and said, "Ahem, Gon, later, if someone asks about you and me, I hope you don't tell anyone other than you my true identity." Why? Gon wondered. Allan explained, "Because, I secretly ran out of the kingdom of Alabastan by myself. If someone knew that I was on Whale Island, I would definitely be captured by soldiers sent by my king's father. At that time, I will be forced to inherit the throne and be a puppet for a lifetime. You don't want to see me in such pain, right?" Gon is not a fool. He naturally realized the seriousness of it. He nodded heavily and said, "Yeah. I swear, even if my G-Freaks is dead, I won't tell the second person Allan's identity and whereabouts." Allan patted Gon on the shoulder, looking deeply moved. "Gon, thank you, you are really my best friend in this world, and maybe the only one." Gon said, "Allan, you are also the only friend I know on the island." Allan said, "It turns out that we have the same disease, no wonder we are so congenial." At this time, the God-level system appeared again. Ding! Please choose. 1. Become righteous brothers with Gon. Reward, Nan's basic skills 4 major lines. 2. Become a worship couple with Gon. Reward, Nan advanced application skills. Allan rolled his eyes, what international jokes he was making, and it's fine to get married, and even the marriage came out. Isn't this system funny? What a funny multiple choice question. Is it because there is a relationship between yourself and Gon outside the system? Allan suddenly felt deeply the evil taste from the system. Ding! Please make a choice within 60 seconds of the countdown. Over time, the reward is invalid. Allan chose an option without hesitation. He stared at Gon, affectionately. "No," he said sincerely, "Gon, since we are so congenial, why don't we come to get married?" "Marriage? What are you talking about?" Although Gon was naive, he knew what it meant to be married. Suddenly, Gon looked at Allan's eyes suspiciously. Allan said quickly, I'm sorry, I said that I slipped my lips. I was talking about the knot of justice." "Yes." Gon looked dumbfounded, he didn't read much, and he didn't know what it meant. Allan explained, "It's a righteous brother. I want to be brothers with Gon." "Oh, okay, I don't have any brothers either." Gon readily agreed. As an only child, and without the company of his parents since childhood, Gon's desire for friends and brothers is actually very strong. Right now, Allan's proposal made him very happy, and he would soon have a brother. Allan stretched out his tail finger and said to Gon, "Gon, come on, hang on the hook for 100 years without change." Gon also stretched out his tail fingers, and the two fingers hooked together, and they were separated by Allan lightning. After all, it was a symbolic ceremony. Allan said, "Gone, so we are brothers. I am a few years older than you, so I am the brother, and you are the younger brother. Yet, no problem. Gon doesn't care if he is a brother or a younger brother, he is happy as long as he has a brother." Allan said in his heart, "My stupid Odoudyo is really a careless optimist, the second element protagonist is so naive." At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Ding! You successfully became brothers with Gon. Obtain Nen basic skills. In an instant, a basic technique about Nen was injected into Allan's mind. Asterisk. Chapter 6. Feeling the memory of the basic skills of Nen's 4 major professions, Allan looked happy. In this way, he has mastered the basic skills of Nen, and what he has to do now is to open the panic on his body and release the life energy, that is, Qi from the aura nodes, which is regarded as stepping into Nen's door. Recovered, Allan said to Gon. "Gon, although we are married brothers now. But it is better not to make a casual statement about the marriage. On weekdays, we just use our names." Yet, Gon was also well behaved and nodded obediently. Not long after, under the leadership of Gon, Allan came to the village. A woman with short orange hair stood at the door looking at Gon who had returned, and smiled. "Gon, you're back, how about it? Did you catch a kingfisher today?" "No. But I won't give up," Gon said swornly to the woman. "Oh, yes, then you can work hard." The woman patted Gon's head, only to find Allan standing behind Gon. "Hey, who are you?" The woman was a little confused. Looking up and down at Allan with a pair of big amber eyes, wondering, when is there such a young and handsome boy on the island? Gon stood up and replied, "He is my friend, called Allan." He turned to Allan and said, "Allan, this is Aunt Mito, who brought me up." Allan looked at Mito with a fixed gaze, and said in his heart, "This woman is 3 points more beautiful than in the comics." The face said, "Hello, Mito sister, my name is Allan." "Hey!" Mito was taken aback, "You call my sister?" Gon scratched his head and asked inexplicably, "Yeah, Allan, how do you call Aunt Mito your sister? She is almost 30. You can be my mother." A blue vein appeared on Mito's forehead, and when he raised his hand, he tapped Gon's head and said to him with a murderous look. "Idiot Gon, you mean I am an old woman?" "I'm sorry, Aunt Mito." Gon clutched his swollen head, apologizing for what he said wrong. Allan, who witnessed this scene, was secretly surprised. This woman looked fair and beautiful, but she was really strong, and she seemed to have a temperament that was not easy to provoke. He seriously said to Gon, "Gon, this is your fault." Gon didn't know why. Allan ignored him, looked at Mito, smiled and said, "I think Aunt Mito is very young." Mito blushed inexplicably, and said, "Your child's mouth is so sweet." Allan stepped forward and asked, "Then Aunt Mito, do you mind if I call your sister?" Mito blushed and said, "No, don't mind. Every woman wants to be younger." Mito is 30 this year. It can be said that she has passed the age of a little girl. She is not too young. Now that someone can call her sister, she is still very happy. The point is that the person called her sister is also very young and handsome, and she is even more happy. Gon tugged at Mito's clothes and said, "Aunt Mito, Allan has nowhere to go right now, is it okay to live in our house for the time being?" "Nowhere to go?" Mito frowned and looked at Allan, "What's the matter?" Gon helped answer, "Allan quarreled with his parents, so he ran away from home in anger." When Mito heard it, he didn't think much, so he readily agreed and said, "Allan, then you can live here for now. But I hope you can contact your parents later, after all, your parents must be very anxious to find you now." Allan nodded and replied, "I don't want to go back recently, but I will tell them that I am fine now." Mito didn't want to worry too much, after all, this is Allan's family affair, and said, "You have a spectrum in your heart." In this way, Allan stayed in Gon's house temporarily, which was considered to have solved the food and accommodation problem. A few days later, in the forest of Whale Island, Allan found a place and started learning Nen. Nen is a kind of life energy, and learning how to freely manipulate this energy is also a condition for becoming a true Nen. Mindfulness can be trained by practicing. Anyone can learn it, but it requires a certain amount of talent to master it. At the same time, this kind of technical knowledge is only in the hands of a small number of people. Therefore, the number of Nen in this world is very rare. Fortunately, Allan has been rewarded by the system before and has successfully mastered the basic skills of the 4 major lines of chanting Zhang Ju Lian Fa. Now he only needs to turn on the aura nodes on his body to guide the life energy out. In just 10 minutes, Allan relied on the Nen talent previously obtained from the system to successfully open the aura nodes on his body and channel the blocked life energy out. The manifestation of life energy is a kind of aura, also known as Qi. The stronger the life energy, the stronger the Qi. Control this Qi and use it to attack or defend. Even if you have mastered the skills of reading, you will become a junior Nen. Allan felt his surging breath, and his face couldn't help showing joy. He can feel personally now that he is completely different from before. Now he has stepped into the realm of mind, and his whole body is full of power. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Although he successfully opened the aura nodes and let out the life energy, Allan knew that he was just a beginner and could only be regarded as a junior Nen. If you want to become a first-rate Nen, you still need to practice more. Fortunately, the basic skills of the 4 major professions have been deeply imprinted in his mind, and he only needs to be more proficient in using them. Coupled with his good talent, it is not impossible to become a first-rate Nen. Therefore, Allan practiced Nen every day. On this day, Allan went to the forest to practice again. He wore a black vest and colored shorts, walking along the forest path. This dress is of course Gon's, and it feels a bit small on him. Therefore, as soon as he arrived in the forest, he immediately took off his coat and hung it on a side tree. Of course Gon also followed, but he was going fishing, Allan was practicing, and the two of them had their own things to do. Gon had been fishing on the lake for a long time without catching any fish. Naturally, he did not see the rumored kingfish. He took a long breath, and rarely put down his fishing rod, and came to the woods to find Allan. He doesn't know what Allan is doing these few days, he only knows that Allan told him to exercise and strengthen his strength. Seeing Allan in a posture right now, stands in his horse, clenching his fists, looking ahead, motionless, I felt very puzzled. When he walked forward, he realized that although Allan didn't move much, he was sweating a lot, and he seemed to be working hard. And he also felt that the closer he got to Allan, the more he felt indescribable, like being oppressed, feeling out of breath. As if Allan had changed into a different person, the entire popularity field had increased a lot. If Gon knew how to read, he would be able to see that Allan was exuding an amazing aura. It's just that this aura is not the coercion of ordinary people, but the huge life energy, that is, Qi. This Qi is constantly being released from Allan's aura nodes, keeping his body in a state of continuous flow of Qi. This is one of the 4 basic skills of Nen, called Lian. Through the explosive aura, continuously improve and exercise mindfulness. Next, the skills of wrapped absolute fat are also used. All of this is the practice of mind. After a while, Allan stopped practicing. He had seen Gon come over long ago, but he had to concentrate on practicing, so he ignored him. Now I have time to ask him, Gon, why don't you go fishing? Gon sighed, I can't catch it again today. It's boring to be alone, so I came over to play with you. After speaking, he remembered what had happened, and asked curiously, by the way, what are you doing? Why do you sweat so much? I don't see you exercising. Allan didn't conceal anything, and said, I'm practicing chanting. Read. Gon was puzzled, not knowing what it was. Asked, what does the practice of mind have to do with your sweating? Allan said, I'm cultivating. Naturally, it's a waste of energy and energy. It's not normal to sweat. Gon asked unclearly, so what is reading? Allan thought for a while and said, it's a kind of magical energy in humans, called life energy. After learning it, you can become very strong. Oh, become very strong. Gon's eyes lit up and asked, can you teach me then? Allan was about to answer that it was okay, but the system that had been silent for the past few days appeared again. Ding! Please choose. 1. Teach the basics of Gonnan and successfully lead him to get started. Reward: Nan Advanced Application Skills Weekly, Hidden, Flow, Condensed, Round, Hard, Hard. 2. Reject Gon's request. Reward: The idea of doubling oneself. Almost without hesitation, Allan chose the first option. After all, Gon is his friend anyway. The most important thing is that he can acquire Nan's skills and talents, all related to Gon. Therefore, both emotions and reason should be taught to Gon. It's just that Allan originally planned to teach him later. After all, he knew that he was only learning how to read for a few days now, and he still couldn't reach the level of being a teacher. But since Gon took the initiative this time, he simply taught it to him now. In this way, not only can Gon be taught to read, but by the way, I can also get rewards from the system. Seeing Allan thinking there, Gon thought Allan was scrupulous, so he opened his mouth to relieve the embarrassment. Haha, it's okay. If it's not convenient, then I won't learn. Hearing what Gon said, Allan came to his senses and quickly explained, don't get me wrong, Gon, I'm not reluctant to teach you, but I'm just a fledgling and I haven't reached the level of being a teacher. If I teach you, I'm afraid it is half a bucket of water. But since you want to learn, I will teach you now. When Gon heard this, he immediately nodded his head, thinking that he had misunderstood Allan just now, and lowered his head in shame. Allan glanced at the sky, saw that it was still early, and said, then let's start now. Gon raised his head and asked, how do I do it? Allan said, let me tell you what mindfulness is first. If you understand, I will teach you how to master it. Gon nodded and listened. Allan started talking immediately. After all, Gon is still young, he has few things in contact, and he doesn't understand a lot of things. To explain to him what is mindfulness, what is life energy, and what is chi, it will take a little more time. After explaining the basic theory, Allan walked to a rock, turned his head and said to Gon, now let you see the power of reading. After speaking, he took a deep breath, raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. If Gon learns to read at this time, he can see a translucent breath gathering on Allan's fist, that is Allan's mind. But even if he couldn't see it, he could feel the difference in Allan at this moment. At this moment, Allan gave a low cry and banged his fist on the rock. Click! Under this seemingly inadvertent blow, the rock cracked and split into countless small stones on the spot. Gon, who witnessed this scene, had his eyes widened, and he smashed the rock with just one punch. Is this the power of mind? Asterisk. Chapter 8. So powerful. Allan himself was taken aback. Just now he was learning and selling now, but he didn't expect that after the infusion of mind, his fist would be so powerful. He thought that at most, he would only crack 2 or 3 cracks. It's good now, the power is far beyond expectation, it's amazing. However, he hadn't been in contact with Nian for a long time, and then he came back to his senses and realized that the blow just now had consumed a lot of his energy. With a long sigh, he turned his head and raised his chin to Gon, I see it, this is the power of reading. When he said this, he inevitably became a little proud. Gon saw him smash the rock with one punch. The power was really strong. There was a faint trace of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Allan. Allan said, it's easy to learn, but it won't happen overnight to become stronger. Gon vowed, I understand. But I still have to learn. Allan patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I must teach you." He raised his head and glanced at the sky. It turned out that the sun was already sinking in the west, so he had to stop. "I will stop here for today. I will teach you tomorrow." Although Gon was a little disappointed, he nodded obediently, and walked home with Allan. After a simple meal at home, the two went to the village to find Mito. Mito runs the only bar on Whale Island. Although the bar is not big, there are many guests. There are no other entertainment venues on the island, so this small bar can be used to pass the time and have fun. Most of the residents on the island and the fishermen who have returned from fishing in the sea visit. On weekdays, they gather in twos and threes to drink and chat. Mito is not only the proprietress, but also responsible for bartending, moving goods, and doing miscellaneous work. He is very busy alone. Fortunately, Gon would come to help her usually, which made her feel a little more relaxed, and gave her all the energy to Gon. After Allan came, he learned that Gon was helping out at the Mito bar. Thinking of living under the roof of others, he offered to help in Mito's bar, which was regarded as paying rent and food. Mito naturally agreed. After all, she and Gon couldn't be too busy alone. One more helper can greatly reduce the burden. And Allan is a few years older than Gon, and in terms of height alone, he is already 1.7 meters tall. He looks handsome, and is even more popular in entertainment venues like bars. When the female guests who came to the bar met Allan, they couldn't help but glistened, and they had to empty him twice when they ordered a drink. Allan thought that if she was beautiful, all these female guests were menopausal women, every young one. Moreover, the people on the islands are sturdy, and these female guests are very bold in every aspect, which makes him really unbearable. Allan had no choice but to apply to Mito to only do bartending and fruit-cutting work and moving goods at the bar, and the work of ordering and serving drinks was handed over to Gon. Mito agreed. Although the female guests were thirsty enough, they were not interested in little ghosts like Gon, who had no hair. Allan thought that if he stayed in this kind of place, he would not be able to stand it, so he secretly paid attention to it, and when Nan had almost practiced, he left Whale Island after he had the strength to protect himself. On the second day, Allan was shaken by Gon. "Allan, get up, you promised me today to teach me how to recite me." Later. Allan still wants to sleep. He went to Mito's bar to help last night after studying continuously for a few days. But Gon is different, his energy is very strong. Yesterday in the forest, I saw Allan smashed the rock with a fist, so I became very interested in reading this kind of thing. He repeatedly urged, "Don't go to bed, it's all 3 poles a day." Allan got up reluctantly. After washing and eating 2 pieces of bread, Gon took him to the forest. When he arrived at the place where he was practicing yesterday, Allan went straight ahead and said, "To learn to meditate, you must first open the occluded aura nodes on your body. There are 2 ways to open it. One is to open it naturally. Aura nodes slowly open from the body. But this kind of thing pays attention to talent, but even if the talent is good, it takes a certain amount of time to open. The other is to rely on external force to open, which is convenient, fast, and immediate. Which one do you want to learn?" Gon said without hesitation, "Well, of course the sooner the better. That's the second kind." "Right." Allan hopes that Gon can rely on himself to perceive life energy and naturally guide the chi out of the body like him, but since Gon chooses the second method, then he doesn't say much. "Okay, I will use my chi now. Into your body, help you forcibly open the aura nodes, and guide the chi out of your body." Gon nodded. Allan did not forget to remind, there is a certain risk in doing this. If the aura nodes fails to turn on, the chi that I penetrate into your body may hurt your body. You must be prepared, relax your body, and experience the chi in your body with your heart. Exist and try to control it. Gon looked serious when he heard the words, "I understand, come on." Allan immediately raised a hand and said to Gon, turn around, now I will punch chi through your back into your body. This is an technique called dot. Gon turned around obediently and turned his back to Allan. Allan lightly placed his raised right hand on Gon's back, and then used the fa technique to inject his own chi into Gon's body through the palm of his hand. In an instant, Gon only felt a violent air push from his back, causing his whole mouth to grow bigger involuntarily. In the next second, he was startled to realize that a huge amount of chi emerged from his body. Seeing this scene, Allan sighed and smiled. It worked. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Ding! You successfully introduced Gon into the field of thought and rewarded Nen for advanced application skills. Asterisk. Chapter 9. In an instant, Allan noticed that there was an technique related to it in his mind, very detailed. Nen's advanced application skills are actually derived from Nen's 4 basic skills: wrapping, perfection, training, and hair extension of application skills, also known as extended use skills or combination skills. These techniques are weak, round, condensed, absolute, hard, hidden, flow. For example, Zhou is one of the 4 major lines Zhang application technique. By using the winding technique of one's own mind to wrap it around the object in contact with the body, the original nature of the object is strengthened by the mind. Called weak. He immediately picked up a small rock with a small fist, used Zhou's technique to wrap a part of Nian around the small rock, and then threw a rock not far away vigorously. The stone was thrown by him in such a way, the speed was amazing, and the power was amazing. Click! The tall rock instantly burst into a half-meter-long crack from the center of the shot, which seemed to have been struck by lightning. Seeing this, Allan frowned slightly, and muttered, "It's not broken. It stands to reason that the rock was entangled in Nian, and it should have had the power to crush the rock with a fist before. Even if it is not enough, at least it can make the rock break in half, right? But it only opened a crack that was neither long nor short, and its power was really small." He thought about it, and quickly understood the reason. The stone was used by him to use the technique of Zhou to wrap part of the mind on it to increase its hardness and power, but in essence the stone is still a stone, and the hardness and strength have not changed. The reason why the power will increase is only because there is an extra layer of thought that he covers on the stone, which is qi. But once the stone was out of his body's control range, the qi entangled on it immediately broke off with him and began to dissipate. By the time it hits the rock, its power is already much smaller. If you directly pick up a rock and smash it with your own hands, the rock will definitely not be able to withstand it, and the whole will collapse. In order to verify his guess, Allan decisively picked up a small stone as big as before. This time he didn't do long-distance throws. He held his right hand tightly, exposed half of it, and came to another intact rock in the distance. Then he used the technique of Zhou to wrap the mind around the stone, and the whole piece was covered with thoughts and smashed on the rock. Boom! The rock couldn't withstand such a powerful blow, and it suddenly burst from it and turned into countless pieces. Allan sighed with satisfaction. This is the correct usage of Zhang's application technique. Zhou. Gon, who witnessed this scene, opened his mouth wide. He couldn't think that a rock could smash such a big rock into that. It was too powerful. Allan turned his head and saw Gon look like a country boy who had never seen the world before, and said with some pride, "Look, this is the magic of Nen. Learn well, you will be able to do what I am soon." Kind of degree. Really? Of course. When did I lie to you? You are my Hudaudu. Allan said with a smile. Gon nodded vigorously. He was just guiding his thoughts right now, and he was a layman in terms of technique. However, under Allan's guidance, he began to devote himself to the 4 basic skills of reading. Now his aura nodes has been fully opened, and he can freely control his qi. The only difference is his technical proficiency. After teaching Gon, Allan was not idle, and found an open space next to him to practice the advanced application skills of the 4 major lines. Although these skills have been completely imprinted in his mind, they still need to be practiced diligently to use them proficiently. Allan had planned to use these skills as early as possible, and when he was able to protect himself, he would leave Whale Island as soon as possible. This place is only suitable for cultivation or short-term residence. It is naturally impossible for him to live here forever. He now also understands why Jin wants to leave here. This is a remote island, life on the island is almost the same every day, without irritation at all. This is unbearable for people with a little bit of ambition. He also understood why Gon had to look for Jin. In fact, it is not just to find Jin, he must also want to see in the outside world. In this way, time passed, and a few months passed. During the day they went to the forest to practice, and at night they went to the Mito bar to help. Although their days were plain, they were very fulfilling, and they seemed to be unable to relax for a moment. Although Gon was a little stunned in terms of IQ, his talent in thinking is absolutely top-notch. In a few months, the basic skills of reading have been quite proficient. He walked up to a rock, used Lien to burst out an astonishing aura, and then used the technique of Fa to hit the rock with a punch. The rock burst open, showing the power of this punch. Allan nodded in satisfaction. Compared with a few months ago, Gon has changed drastically now and is considered a qualified nin. Of course, he is not bad. After several months of training, he has not only used the basic skills of the four major industries freely, but also has become quite proficient in the advanced application skills of the four major industries. Although there is still a gap between the top nin, but it is only a matter of time. The only thing I'm missing now is actual combat experience. Allan thought secretly. Ordinary practice can no longer improve his strength much. He understands that if he wants to continue to improve his strength, he can only leave Whale Island. But in the past few months, he has become accustomed to this simple life. It was really difficult to ask him to leave for a while. On this day, the two came to the forest to practice as usual. Like Allan's thoughts, Gon is no longer satisfied with ordinary practice. He said to Allan, "Allan, let's fight." Allan raised his brows and was about to answer, a system voice that hadn't appeared for a long time in his mind. Ding! Please choose. 1. Accept Gon's challenge and beat him. Reward, double the amount of thought. 2. Reject Gon's challenge and taunt him. Reward, double physique. The rewards of these two choices have their own advantages. The improvement of physical fitness is equal to the improvement of basic physical strength, reaction ability, and so on. And doubling the amount of thought means that his current amount of thought will be doubled, and his strength will also increase. It can also be used in battle with opponents to be more lasting. Allan chose one without hesitation, and readily agreed to Gon's challenge. The two immediately set an opposing posture, and they burst into an astonishing aura almost at the same time. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Allan raised his hand. Gon, you are younger than me, and you are my dear, stupid, Dowdu, brother, let you attack first. In terms of reading, Allan can be regarded as Gon's introductory teacher and leader. Gon knows this well. If he doesn't seize the opportunity, I'm afraid he won't even have a chance. Right now Allan took the initiative to let him take the initiative, and Gon was not polite. He immediately stepped on the ground, lifted his feet and rushed towards Allan, raised his fist and hit him head-on. Allan didn't dodge or evade, using the twisting technique to cover his whole body, swinging his right fist to meet him. The technique of wrapping can be used for effective defense in battle, and at the same time, it can also be used as an offensive method. The fists of the two collided, and an invisible energy shook away. Bang bang bang! Gon kept swinging his fists at Allan, and Allan blocked it all. The two fought for hundreds of punches. Gon's potential thoughts couldn't keep up with the high-speed consumption, and the speed slowed down unknowingly. A distraction, Allan kicked it heavily in the chest, flew upside down like a cannonball on the spot, and fell to the ground. Can you fight again? Yes, You can. Gon supported the ground with one hand and slowly climbed up. During this time, Allan did not take advantage of the situation to attack. It's not how noble he is, but it's totally unnecessary. Gon rubbed his chest. Fortunately, he used the twisting technique in the battle, and most of the damage was defended. Otherwise, that foot just now was enough for him to drink a pot. Allan hooked his finger at him, come again. Gon took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and burst into an amazing aura again. Although he is still young, he has a very strong temperament not to admit defeat. Boom! He trampled a shoe print on the grass under his feet, and Gon rushed towards Allan like a wild horse. Punch! 2 feet. 3 punches again. Bang bang bang! Gon fisted repeatedly and was blocked by Allan one by one, but he missed Allan once. Allan's reading skill itself is above Gon. Gon, a junior nin who can only be based on the 4 major lines, wants to beat him. It cannot be said that there is no chance at all, but the possibility is very small. Among the nin, the greater the difference in strength, the lower the chance of winning. This is not only reflected in the Battle of Nin, many things are the same. Allan is not in a hurry to defeat Gon, after all, the only person on this island who can practice sparring with him is Gon. Although Gon has only learned the 4 basic disciplines, he has good physical fitness, strong strength and strong willpower. To be honest, in terms of willpower and pure strength, Allan thinks he is not as good as Gon. After all, he is a traverser, not a native. His advantage lies in his familiarity with Gon's background, and his ability to use thoughts and technical proficiency more than 1 level higher than Gon. The two fought dozens of other moves, and Gon finally hit Allan with a punch. He was startled, really hit? An innocent and brilliant smile burst into his face. But then he was stunned to find that Allan was punched by him, and he smiled like a okay person, it hurts a bit. How could this be? Distracted, Gon was immediately hit hard, and Allan kicked him out with a whip kick. After a while, Gon got up from the ground, feeling a little embarrassed. Can you still fight? Allan asked, standing in the distance, with a relaxed expression around his hands. Whether it is the skill of reading or the intensity and potential aura of reading, he is much higher than Gon. So no matter how Gon plays, how he plays, how many times he plays, he doesn't have a problem. The point is, Gon has to be convinced. Obviously, Gon is not a person who is easily convinced. His own character is as stubborn as a cow, which seems to be inherited from his father Jin Freaks. Now, Gon is not only unconvinced, but also a little puzzled. When he asked Allan to teach him how to read a few months ago, he clearly remembered that Allan said that he himself hadn't studied for long. He flicked his fingers to calculate that the distance between the two of them should not be too far apart. But after the 2 brief encounters just now, Gon found out that he was not Allan's opponent at all, and this was puzzled. Am I too stupid? Not talented? Or is it not difficult enough to practice? Gon couldn't help but doubt himself. Allan saw him whispering there, not knowing what he was thinking, so he walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" Gon looked up and asked, "Allan, to be honest, how long have you been studying?" "Longer than you." Allan replied calmly on his face. Gon didn't notice his guilty tone, and asked, "How long is that?" 2 or 3 years. Allan made up the time casually, because he knew that Gon was a character who would never give up without asking. If you talk less time, it will definitely make him suspicious. Where did you learn it? Gon continued. Allan still wanted to have an answer, shrugged and said, "Of course it is the kingdom of Alabastan, my hometown." Gon scratched his head, remembering the identity Allan had mentioned to him. "Yes. You are a prince, you must be taught by a special teacher nin." "Yeah." Allan wanted to laugh, wondering if the system counts as his teacher. "That's why it's so powerful." Gon said. "Not too good," Allan replied humbly. It's better than me. Gon sighed. That's true. Allan didn't deny it, it was true. Although Gon has resolved a little doubt in his mind, Allan has learned 2 or 3 years more than himself. In terms of strength, he is naturally stronger than himself, and it is normal to lose to him. In terms of reading, I have to call him teacher. But he didn't know why, he just didn't want to concede defeat so easily, so he raised his head and said with great momentum, Allan, let's fight again. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Seeing that it was still early, Allan looked at Gon's imposing manner, and made an okay gesture, no problem. For him, playing against Gon is also a gain from actual combat experience. What's more, there are huge rewards from the system for winning Gon. But the key is that Gon must be able to admit defeat, so as to truly win him. At this time, Gon had already rushed up. Raising his hand was another punch full of momentum. Don't underestimate this fist. After mastering Nian, just this fist can kill an ordinary person at will, even a beast can't bear it. Do a little harder, and you can break the rock with one punch. Gon can now break the rock with a single punch. With such a heavy fist, Allan naturally did not dare to underestimate it. With breath wrapped in his hands, he stretched out his hand to block, and Gon immediately changed his offensive, kicking him in the chin with a high kick. Allan slid his head back quickly, and Gon kicked him with this kick almost rubbing his chin, but he was finally dodged in a dangerous way. Gon's high kick failed, his feet changed, and he slashed down, like a battle axe, to slash Allan's chest. With quick eyesight, Allan reached out and grabbed Gon's right ankle, and then took a step back, grabbing Gon's right ankle with the other hand. The blue veins of both arms rose, and he violently pulled back, actually pulling Gon's whole body directly, and tossing it far away severely. Gon was immediately thrown out like a cannonball, and he was about to fall heavily to the ground. He hurriedly mobilized his breath and was about to fall to the ground in mid-air. He slapped both palms to the ground and took advantage of his strength to make a volley. Turning over, barely landed safely. But when he landed, he still inevitably took a few steps back and forth to stabilize his body. 2 palm pits already appeared on the ground that he had slapped with both palms, which shows how hard he unloaded on the ground just now. Oh! Seeing this scene, Allan was a little surprised. It seemed that Gon's ability to react on the spot was faster than before. Gon took a few breaths, and when his strength calmed down, he rushed toward Allan again. Fists and feet came out and greeted. Allan blocked all of them, and a roundabout kick kicked Gon away. Gon supported the ground with one hand and slowly climbed up. Although embarrassed on his body, there was an expression of reluctance on his face. Allan knew that if he continued to beat Gon 10 times in a row, he would stand up again with tenacity and perseverance. Turning his eyes, he thought of a way, so he deliberately said, "Should I let you order?" Gon shook his head straight, with a serious expression, "Don't look down on me." Allan explained, "It's not that you look down on you, you should understand how many caddies you are. Now you have no chance of defeating me. I'm getting stronger." What? Gon's words couldn't help but stun him. Gon said, "I'm beaten by you once, and I will become stronger than before. I'm beaten 10 times by you, and I will become stronger. As long as I keep fighting with you, one day I can surpass you." Allan was stunned. Can this happen? Seeing Gon's serious expression on his face, he knew that Gon was not joking. This guy really thinks that he can beat himself if he keeps fighting. As everyone knows, he is slowly becoming stronger. Still a naive child after all. I just think I can make progress. Others just stand still. Well, it seems that he has to frustrate his spirit to wake up. Allan thought. Besides, today's training volume is enough. Thinking like this, he hooked his finger at Gon, "Then you come again." Gon rushed over immediately, the same moves, simple and rude, without any bells and whistles, but with enough power. The difference is that this time Gon's fist fell on Allan without any hindrance. Bang bang bang! Gon came back to his senses and had punched Allan 10 times in a row, almost to the flesh. The dull sound of the fist hitting the flesh made him startled. Seeing that Allan didn't make any counter-attack, he just stood up straight and let him hit. He was startled and cried, "Why don't you fight back?" Allan sneered at the corner of his mouth and said confidently, "You can't beat me even if I stand up and beat you. How is it possible?" Gon didn't believe it. "Then you come again," Allan said confidently. Gon himself consumed a lot of strength in the battle with him just now, and now at most there is less than 1/3. These remaining power hit him, and he was confident that he could still defend it. The reason why he didn't fight back and let Gon take the shot was to frustrate Gon's self-confidence, and to make it clear that he wanted to defeat himself. Gon was also half believing. He hesitated. Seeing that Allan was so confident, he hit a few more punches in a row. This time it's the same punch to the flesh. Every punch hit Allan's chest, making a dull sound, but it just couldn't knock Allan down. Gon felt the aura on Allan's body full, and he felt that his fists were blocked by this aura. After 10 more punches, Gon was also tired. Seeing that he couldn't beat Allan, he finally sighed, scratched his head in annoyance, and said, "I surrendered." Allan waited for this sentence, and smiled, "It's not easy to make you surrender." Gon was puzzled. "Allan, I hit you like that, did you really do something?" In his opinion, this was Allan deliberately letting himself attack in order to admit defeat. In other words, Allan was completely supporting the attack he hit on him. Allan said, "It's okay." "Really?" Gon was dubious. He didn't believe his fists would have no effect on Allan. Allan finally explained the secret, "Because I used the technique of Jian, and you only attacked me with the method of entangling, that would not be able to defeat me." Jian. Gon was taken aback. "What is Ken?" "That's one of the advanced applied skills of Nian, a combination of refining and twisting," Allan explained. "The technique of using more qi than usual to cover the body to strengthen one's own offensive and defensive power is called Jian. If you want to use Jian, you only need to keep your whole body in a state of training all the time, and at the same time use the technique of entangling to keep the qi around your body, so that you have entered the state of Jian. That is, the two basic skills can be used at the same time to form a combination technique." Gon heard it in the mist. Although he didn't understand, he felt very powerful. Huode raised his head and said, "Teacher, I want to learn." Gon opened his mouth. Based on the relationship between the two of them, Allan couldn't help but agree. He was happy when he arrived and said, "Okay, if you can knock me down in half a year, then I will teach you the advanced application skills of reading Jian. There are other techniques." When Gon heard this, he was happy and immediately agreed, "No problem, I will defeat you in half a year." Allan smiled and said, "I am doing this for your own good. You are not yet suitable for learning advanced applied skills. For now, it is the right way to practice the basic skills of the 4 major industries. Only when the basic skills are well practiced and the advanced skills are learned, can you easily control and use them freely." Gon nodded obediently. Although he was young, he knew that Allan said all this was for his own good. You can't do things well, you need to be down to earth and move forward step by step in order to grow. Allan looked at Gon and wanted to change himself. It's hard to have Gon's perseverance. The reason is simple, he has a system. Because there is a system that directly transfers the 4 basic lines of mind and advanced application skills directly to him, so that he has mastered these skills at once, so he does not need to master the basics of mind like Gon to practice advanced applied technology. At this time, the sound of the system sounded in due course. Ding! You have defeated Gon. Reward, double the amount of thought. In an instant, Allan squeezed his fist, and the strength he had spent in the fight with Gon just now came back and doubled. He smiled, "It's really hard to stay strong." Asterisk. Chapter 12. Time passed, and half a year passed. In the forest of Whale Island, Gon and Allan are fighting fiercely. Boom! At this moment, Gon was kicked off heavily by Allan. Gon got up from the ground embarrassedly, but his momentum remained unabated. Enough, Gon! Allan raised his hand to stop the contest. In the past 6 months, Gon has indeed grown a lot. But he is also growing rapidly. His talent is not worse than Gon, both of them have the potential to become top-notch, even top-notch nin. Therefore, as Gon progresses, Allan is constantly improving his own strength. In the past 6 months, he has completely used the skills of reading proficiently. Similarly, the amount of thought has skyrocketed. In terms of thinking alone, it is now more than 3 times that of Gon. Gon sighed, "I still can't beat you." Allan said, "Nevertheless, you are much stronger than half a year ago." This is true, and Gon also feels that he has a certain level of strength now. He is also quite proficient in the 4 basic skills of reading. Allan said, "Although you failed to knock me down as agreed, you now have the level to practice Nin's advanced application skills. I will officially teach you from tomorrow." Hearing this, Gon was beaming, but then said, "It can be, but it's better to teach me later." Why? January 7th of each year is the day when the hunter test starts. Now there is more than a month before the test starts. Before that time comes, I have to catch a kingfisher. Allan nodded, knowing that Gon has made an agreement with Mito. Only if he catches the kingfish he can participate in the hunter test. If this is the case, then I will teach you later. During this time, you can go fishing for the kingfish with peace of mind. Okay. Gon responded, then took the fishing rod and left, looking optimistic. Allan stayed and continued to practice. After mastering the skills of reading, he could further develop the ability of reading. Allan now has a system reward trait in Hand of Luck. The characteristic of this ability is that he can plunder other people's luck through the Hand of Luck. He hasn't used this ability yet, not once. Originally, he was going to use it on Gon. But things surpassed his expectations. During his 8 or 9 months on the island, he had established a true friendship with Gon. Allan is not a selfish person, and he doesn't want to be a selfish person, so he hasn't acted on Gon for a long time. If Gon's luck is plundered, then it is impossible for him to catch the kingfisher. As a result, he would not be able to participate in the hunter test. Therefore, Allan decided not to use this ability on Gon after some thoughts. Excluding the Hand of Luck system rewards Nin, what Allan has to do now is to develop an Nin that belongs to him alone. Before developing this ability, you first need to know what you are good at. Nian is divided into 6 systems, namely Enhancer, Transmuter, Emitter, Conjurer, Manipulator, and Trait System. Allan knows 2 ways to determine the system he belongs to. One is the paper-seeing style and the other is the water-seeing style. Allan brought a glass water cup that he carried with him. The method he wanted to use was to see the water. The method is very simple, just put a leaf on a cup full of water, then surround the cup with your hands, and then start thinking. According to the changes in water, you can tell which system you belong to. Enhancer, the amount of water increases. Conjurer, the taste of the water changes. Manipulator, things like crystals appear in the water. Transmuter, the color of the water changes. Emitter, the leaves move. Trait system, phenomena that are different from the other 5 systems belong to the trait system. After preparing the water cup, Allan took off a green leaf and placed it on the surface of the water. The water in the cup was about 2/3. After Allan pressed his hands lightly on it, he immediately activated his own thoughts. A translucent breath poured into the water in the cup through his hands. However, the water in the cup did not appear to have changed in any way. Neither the amount of water increased nor the appearance of crystals. Of course, the color did not change, and the green leaf floating on the water naturally did not move. Not an enhancer, not a manipulator, not a transmuter, and not an emitter. After excluding these four possibilities, Allan almost guessed the Nen system he belongs to. He immediately stretched out his index finger and dipped the cup with water, then put his finger in his mouth and licked it. Sweet. The taste of the water has been changed and it has become sweet. This change shows that he belongs to Conjurer. Allan had guessed it, so there was no expression on his face. As for himself as a Conjurer Nen, he doesn't have much thoughts about himself, he just establishes the direction in which he can develop. Compared with other systems, Conjurer is actually a more versatile attribute, and it is highly playable. Nen players can change the nature and shape of their chi. Just as Allan was thinking about what kind of Conjurer ability to cultivate, the long-lost system went online again. Ding! Please make one of the following choices. 1. Use Conjurer's ability to change chi into thunder and lightning. Reward: double the change of nature. 2. Use Conjurer's ability to change gas into rubber. Reward: double the change of nature. 3. Use Conjurer's ability to change chi into flames. Reward: double the change of nature. 4. Use Conjurer's ability to change chi into ice. Reward: double the change of nature. 5. Use Conjurer's ability to change chi into flash. Reward: double the change of nature. 6. Use Conjurer's ability to change chi into a barrier. Reward: double the change of nature *. Chapter 13. Allan was stunned. This time there were 6 options to choose from. But when I look closely, I find that the rewards for each option are equal. The difference lies in the options: lightning, flame, ice, flash, rubber, barrier, each is a different development direction. Allan scratched his hair with a big head, and the choice of entanglement came again. Fortunately, there is no time limit this time, so you don't have to worry about choosing. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and thought. In the original book, he remembers 4 of the more famous Conjurer Nen, namely Kilawa, Hsoka, and Phantom Troops Maki and Phaeton. These 4 people are all Nen of Conjurer, but their abilities are different. For example, Kilawa's Conjurer Nen transforms chi into electricity as a means, which can effectively kill the enemy and paralyze the target. It can also take advantage of the characteristics of electricity to temporarily increase its own strength and explode with astonishing speed. Although only ordinary electric current is used, it is somewhat similar to thunder and lightning. If he wants to develop in this direction, it means he has to receive electric shocks. Not to mention the sky thunder, at least it must be an ordinary current. Because according to Nen's practice method, it is necessary to find the corresponding object, make physical contact, and then continue to memorize it so that the body is fully familiar with the object, so that the corresponding changes can be made. This is also the magic of Nen. In the original work, Kilawa is to directly touch the body to the electric current, so as to understand the characteristics of the electric current. In addition, he was born in an assassinating family, received inhuman training since he was a child, and trained an extraordinary body, not afraid of ordinary electric shocks at all. It is precisely because of this that he can successfully transform chi into electric current as a means of ability. Hsoka's Conjurer Nen is an illusion of stretchable love and frivolity, using the nature of chewing gum as a means of attack. Because I often ate chewing gum when I was young, I incorporated chi into the changes in the nature of chewing gum. Allan first ruled out the idea of changing chi into thunder and lightning, so the first option given by the system can be passed off. The reason is simple: his body is not specially trained like Kilawa. Even if it is ordinary electric current, it is good enough for him. He didn't want to torture himself like that, so he decisively gave up this development direction. The chewing gum ability that I thought about is actually the same as rubber, because chewing gum contains rubber. Yuya didn't want to have the same ability as others, and he didn't like chewing gum or natural rubber, so he decisively gave up the development direction of rubber. The remaining flames, flashes, ice, barriers. If you choose from these 4, the flame can be eliminated. Like Ryuudan, he didn't want to play with fire, and set himself on fire. Allan is not very familiar with flashing light. He only thinks that it seems to be contact with things like light sources, such as lasers, electric lights, and even flash bombs. It is only necessary to have a deep understanding of light. If it can be practiced, the ability it should be quite bug, at least in terms of speed. He likes this ability, and the choice is to be determined. As for barriers, all Allan can think of is to turn chi into glass, or a means such as a protective cover. But in that case, it seems to be more defensive ability means. Allan is not too interested in this, so he ruled it out. Calculated like this: lightning, flame, rubber, barrier, 4 eliminations, and flash to be determined, then only the option of ice is left. He figured out his chin and thought to himself. This ability does not seem to be learned in the hunter world. By changing the nature of chi into the ability to have the attributes of ice, it is absolutely novel and has a lot of room for development. At that time, maybe you can freeze the enemy to make ice sculptures. It's fun to think about it. Thinking of this, Allan temporarily determined the direction to go. That is Conjurernan, who practices the attribute of ice. After the goal is determined, you can move forward in the current direction. Ding! You choose to practice Conjurernan with the attributes of ice. Reward: the change in the nature of mind doubled. Has been promoted. Allan felt it for a while, and found that there was nothing unusual in his body, and he didn't know whether the change in the nature of his own thoughts had really doubled. But now is obviously not the time to struggle with this, just try it if you have any improvement. Now that I have decided to practice the conjurer ability of the ice attribute, I have to start exploring. Time is of the essence. There are several stages in the systematic practice of Nian. For example, the initial stage of conjurer is to learn form change first. The so-called form change, the most basic thing is to use mind to make the form number from 1 to 9 within 1 minute. If you can complete the number change within 5 seconds, then you have mastered conjurer's primary changes. At this stage, for Allan, it was nothing more than a piece of cake. He was very proficient in controlling his own thoughts. Extending the index finger, Allan immediately started thinking, condensing the emitted thoughts through the fingertips, and then changing the reading from 1 to 9, within 5 seconds. The first phase of the digital form change was successfully completed. Next, you can try to change the chi into a more complicated form change, that is, an advanced form change, such as turning your mind into a stone form or a knife. This is not a difficult task for Allan, it is easy to complete. If there is no problem with morphological changes, you can try training on changes in nature. The so-called properties can be understood as attributes. Mind itself has no qualitative attributes. What Allan has to do is to make minds possess attribute changes, that is, to add qualitative changes. His goal is to cultivate Nian, the change in the properties of ice, so he needs to add the change in the properties of ice so that Nian has the properties of ice. The composition of ice is a combination of the properties of water and wind. Asterisk. Chapter 14. First start training with water as the theme. Allan stood up, walked towards the depths of the forest, and after climbing a mountain, came to a valley. Walking up the valley, a waterfall appeared in front of Allan. The waterfall flew straight down from the mountainside, and it was spectacular. Allan took off his short sleeves, revealing a fairly strong figure. After this period of training, it seems that he has changed his physique, and his physical fitness has also been greatly improved. He jumped and came to the center of the waterfall, standing on a smooth rock below, letting the torrent of water hit him. To understand the characteristics of water, personal experience is the most direct and effective way. At the same time, Allan started thinking. Not only use the body to experience, but also use your own mind to feel. In this way, changes can be made. That's all. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 9th day, Allan suddenly jumped out of the waterfall. After days of waterfall impact, he has a new experience of water. It is an experience that cannot be described in words, and reaches the depths of my heart. The characteristics of water have been deeply remembered by him. Allan left the valley and climbed the highest mountain in Whale Island. On the top of the mountain was an ancient tree that was tens of feet high. Allan jumped a few times and stood at the top of the tree. This time is a special training with the theme of wind. The mountain wind is dignified. Standing at the highest point, Allan can feel the natural wind and the distant sea breeze slowly. Wind. Allan started to read, opened his arms, feeling the flow of the wind recklessly. Imagine that these winds are like currents, and the two are combining. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 9th day, Allan has firmly remembered the feelings brought by the wind. After days of persistence, his mind is already very familiar with the two attributes of water and wind. But for Nian to successfully integrate into the attributes of the ice, one more step is needed. That is to understand the coldness of ice. Allan left the mountain and came to the only bar Mito ran on the island. The bar is not open yet. Mito is doing inventory at the bar. Seeing Allan coming over, Mito wondered, "Allan, where have you been these days?" Allan briefly explained what he was doing these days. Mito is a woman in the end. He only felt that Allan's so-called special training was just running to flush the water and blow the hair. After listening, he shook his head and said, "It's crazy. It's a miracle that Allan doesn't catch a cold." Allan briefly told Mito about the purpose of his trip. Although Mito could not understand Allan's thoughts, he knew that it was very important to Allan. "It's just that I still have some doubts," and asked uncertainly, "Do you really want to use the freezer for training?" Allan nodded, "Yeah. I want to experience the feeling of being frozen." Hearing this, Mito put a hand on Allan's forehead, only to feel that Allan's temperature was normal. "Strange, you don't have a fever." Allan was speechless. Mito regarded him as a fool. No wonder she was like this. After all, who would do it like normal people? In fact, he didn't want to do this, but there was no snow on this island, and he couldn't feel the cold feeling with his mind, so he could only think of using a freezer as a function. The freezer actually has more advantages than ice and snow. Not only can you experience the feeling of cold for a short time, it can even be frozen. Mito still looked puzzled. Allan said, "You just borrow me." Mito still compromised, "Well, then you can use it." Allan came to the warehouse and picked a vertical freezer. He first took out the drinks and other goods inside, then removed the shelf that was in the way, cleaned it up with water, put the freezer down, finally plugged in the power, adjusted it to the frozen state, and then lay down directly. Go in and close the freezer door by the way. To experience the feeling of cold ice, there is nothing better than just lying directly in the freezing freezer like this. It's just such a scene, it seems to be lying in an ice coffin, which is terrifying. Allan lay in the freezer, and started reading at the same time. Feeling the coldness coming from the surroundings, Allan felt like he was in a world of ice and snow. In this world, it seems that there is only coldness left. After holding on for less than an hour, Allan was trembling with cold, his body still exuding thoughts. The coldness passed through the thoughts in the body and reached the chest cavity, freezing to the bone. Consciousness began to blur. The cold wave is constantly sweeping. At this moment, the freezer door was opened, and Mito pulled Allan out of the freezer. As soon as she touched Allan's body with her hand, she felt a cold invading, and she couldn't help but retract her hand. Looking at it again, frost even formed on Allan's long eyelashes. The whole person exudes a chill from the inside out, even the breath that he exhales, it is almost frozen into an ice sculpture. What a lunatic! Mito sighed, feeling distressed. She is a woman after all, and she can't understand that men would do such things that don't even want their lives in order to cultivate. Allan quickly regained consciousness and rubbed his hands, only grateful that his whole body was bing-bing. Fortunately, his physical fitness is good and he can hold on. If you change ordinary people, how can you withstand such suffering? But even for him, if he has been lying in the freezing freezer, he will still have an accident. Just now he lost his self-awareness without knowing it. If Mito hadn't found out in time, he would have become an ice sculpture after another day and night. Knowing that Mito saved him, I couldn't help but feel grateful. Mito sullened his face without saying anything, and took Allan to the bathroom and put hot water in the bath for him. Allan was soaking in the bathtub, the hot water turned into cold water in a short while, and after a while, it turned into ice water, but he didn't even notice it, and was still soaking there. After a while, Mito walked in, saw Allan fell asleep in the bathtub, and shook his head. Tried the water temperature, and immediately pulled his hand back. The water turned out to be ice. He also felt strange that Allan was woken up by Mito. It was obviously still in hot water just now, and the reason why he was soaking comfortably made him fall asleep. He didn't realize that the thoughts he had radiated intentionally or unintentionally exuded a chill like ice. He just thought it was because he had been in the freezer for too long just now, his body was too cold, and he couldn't bear even the hot water. Mito changed him to a new tank of hot water and asked him to soak again. Allan complied. After a while, the hot water cooled again and then turned into ice water. It's just a matter of a few minutes. Asterisk. Chapter 15. This time, Allan found out, and he was surprised to see that the water was gradually melting, and a thin layer of ice had appeared on the surface. Success! Startled, Allan replayed another tank of water, this time chanting. As soon as the water in the tank touched Allan's emanating thoughts, the temperature began to drop sharply, then it turned cooler, then colder, and finally froze into ice. It seems that the system has not cheated, and the change in the nature of the mind has really doubled. Otherwise, it is impossible to freeze all the water at once with talent alone. Allan could feel a chill in his thoughts, which was as cold as ice. Everything touched by his thoughts will gradually freeze. Try it. Allan immediately activated his thoughts, and a frost-white cold air swept out of his hand, forming a crystal-clear ice blade in his hand in a blink of an eye. Ice skates. Change the invisible energy to the shape of the long knife, and then add the change of the nature of the ice. In this way, an ice knife is completed. I don't know how powerful it is. Allan came to a clearing behind the warehouse and slashed the ice blade at a rock. The ice blade suddenly shattered, and the rock was immediately split into a crack. The power is there, but the hardness is not enough. Allan was not disappointed, however, and started thinking again to create another ice blade. This time he split, and the rock opened a half-meter-long crack, while the ice blade was still intact, with no signs of fragmentation. Allan had a happy expression on his face, and by using Joe's technique, he wrapped a part of his body around the ice blade, which really strengthened the ice blade's offensive and defensive capabilities. Next, Allan continued with the test. He squatted half squat, one palm lightly touching the ground. At the same time as he activated his thoughts, a rush of cold air swept out from his hand, spreading out toward the surrounding with his palm as the center. The path was covered with cold air, and the ground gradually froze until it was frozen into an ice surface. The larger the frozen area, the more consumption of mindfulness. But seeing himself achieve this kind of result, Allan's face can't hide the joy. Allan came to the bar counter and thanked Mito specifically. Without the help of Mito's freezer, he really wouldn't be able to get Nian to change his nature so quickly. And, if Mito hadn't pulled him out of the freezer in time, he might have turned into an ice sculpture by now. Mito said, "Why are you thanking me for no reason?" Allan smiled and said, "I'll conjure you." Magic. Mito was a little puzzled, but more expectantly, no one had ever done magic for her. Allan brought an empty glass and poured a glass of unfrozen wine into it. He held the cup in his right hand and started thinking at the same time. A coldness swiftly entered the cup through his palm. The wine in the glass became cold and smooth in an instant. Mito opened her mouth wide. How could she have seen such a miraculous scene? Is this magic? It's amazing. How did you make the wine iced? Did you change the glass of ice when I wasn't paying attention? Or secretly put it away into ice? Allan shook his head. Neither. What's that for? She seemed as curious as gone. Allan smiled, because of reading. Reading. Mito had heard it, but didn't quite understand it. It turns out that reading is such a magical thing. Allan nodded. In this hunter world, as long as you learn to read, everything is possible. Mito suddenly said nonchalantly, I want to learn too. Allan was taken aback. She asked again, staring at Allan with big amber eyes, Allan, can you teach me? Allan didn't know what to answer for a while, and suddenly heard the voice of the system in his head. Ding! Please choose. 1. Agree to Mito and successfully lead her into the realm of reading. Reward, the change in the nature of mind is doubled. 2. Reject Mito and ignore it. Reward, the change of the form of mind is doubled. Allan drank the glass of wine that had been frozen by him, and didn't make a choice right away. The change of form is to change the shape of mind. Doubled, the application effect is wider. The change in the nature of mind should be understood as an increase in nature. For example, if the ice attribute is doubled, the power effect will be stronger. In comparison between the two, Allan chose the first option. Seeing Allan lingering there, Mito felt a little frustrated when he didn't want to teach himself, and said, Excuse me. Seeing her like this, Allan deliberately teased her, You want me to teach you to read? It's not a simple matter. Mito is also a smart woman. Upon hearing Allan's words, she knew something was happening, and hurriedly said, You can agree to whatever you want me to do. Allan frowned. Really? Mito nodded, Well, as long as you teach me to read, I will agree to everything. She thought, since Allan intends to teach herself, she shouldn't be too embarrassed. Allan looked at her and suddenly became serious, You know, behind every strong man in this world there is a woman who supports him. What do you mean? Mito was puzzled. Allan pointed to her, The meaning is very simple, you will be my woman. What? Mito was taken aback, a small face quickly flushed. Allan didn't speak, and looked at Mito with his cheeks in his hands. Mito was blushing and heartbeat as he stared at him, turning his back and saying, You, what are you talking about? Do you know that I'm a lot older? It's just a few years old. Allan didn't mind. It's still a bit older than you. Mito seemed to mind the difference between the ages of both parties. As for Allan herself, she didn't reject it. On the contrary, she believes that she is not worthy of Allan, who is just young. Allan disagrees, these days, brothers and sisters have a lot of love. Mito was speechless for a while, just feeling confused. She has never considered this issue. Speaking of it, she realized that she had never been in love with a boy when she grew up, let alone hold hands or something. Obviously they have reached the age of marriage. But the right person has not been found. In fact, she often feels lonely, hoping to find someone to rely on. But there is no one on this island that she can see, and she does not deny that she has a very high vision. She glanced at Allan secretly from the corner of her eye, and blushed again inexplicably. Asterisk. Chapter 16. For fear of catching Allan's eyes, Mito quickly retracted his gaze with a guilty conscience. But she finally confirmed one thing, this young man was in line with her own vision. If you talk to him, it's not a bad thing. Thinking like this in her heart, she plucked up the courage to answer Allan, but Allan patted her shoulder at this moment, Okay, I'm kidding you, don't be so nervous. Open, kidding. Mito was taken aback. Looking back at Allan dumbfounded. For a time, Mito felt all kinds of complicated, and he was ready to agree to it, but this person actually said that he was amused. What is this called? Is it fun to play me? Mito bit his teeth and glared at Allan fiercely. Allan avoided her gaze intentionally or unintentionally. He didn't know that Mito actually had a good opinion of him, but thought that Mito was angry that he was playing her like that, and said, "Okay, I shouldn't make a joke like that. I promised you. I will teach you Nen." Mito is still unhappy. With a straight face. She now feels that it doesn't matter whether she learns Nen or not. Because her heart has been messed up. Disturbed by this young man. She is also an excellent and strong character. Not to be reconciled, just let it go. After thinking about it, she finally made a bold decision. She secretly made up her mind to study hard and let this young man notice her charm as a woman. Thinking of this, Mito said, "Then you teach me quickly." Seeing that she was no longer angry, Allan took her to the forest where she usually practiced. That place is a little bit away from the village, about 3 to 4 kilometers away. Coming to the forest, Mito saw Allan lingering, and couldn't help asking, "Now, what are you going to do now?" "What do you do? Let me think about it." Allan pretended to be contemplative, when his playfulness came up again, jokingly, "Then, call the teacher first to listen." "What?" Mito thought he had heard it wrong. "You want me to teach you the teacher? Why? It's not excessive if you ask me to teach you Nen, let you call me a teacher." Mito was speechless. This was not too much, but she really couldn't say it. "Old teacher." She still said out after all. It's rare to be so shy with a twisted look. "Isn't it right?" Allan corrected it, "It's right to call Mrs. Allan." Mito flushed even more. She felt that Allan must be deliberate. "After you." She swallowed again. After thinking about it, she changed her words and said, "AI, Teacher Allan." The call of Ms. Allan made Allan heartily and very comfortable. Seeing his enjoyment like this, Mito couldn't help but said, "Allan, I'm somehow older than you. Are you kind to me?" "Of course." Allan nodded. He can live here, thanks to Mito's help, he should be kind to her. Mito was finally comfortable. But then she heard Allan say, "1 yard goes to 1 yard. I am now your instructor. Since you are a student, it is reasonable to call me a teacher, right?" When Mito heard it, she felt that it was reasonable, but it was enough to call it a teacher, and she had to add the word Allan before it, which really made her a little embarrassed. "AI, Teacher Allan, please teach me to read. I will be obedient." After all, she surrendered. A winner's smile appeared on Allan's face. This woman should always be conquered. This gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Mito blushed and lowered his head, not daring to look into Allan's eyes. "Then, let me teach you theoretical knowledge first. First of all, we must understand what read is." Mito listened carefully. She was determined to study hard and teach the boy in front of her that she was not an ordinary woman. Allan also teaches seriously, he has always been a serious person. Mito is gifted with Nen, which is probably related to the blood of the Freaks family flowing through her like Gon. Rumor has it that there was an ancestor of the Freaks family hundreds of years ago called Dong. Freaks was a very powerful character. So, it's not surprising that Mito, as Jin's cousin, has inherited how much of the ancestor's innate bloodline. The talent she showed even exceeded Allan's expectations. Unlike Gon, who was dumbfounded, Mito quickly understood what mindfulness was after his explanation. Once you understand what mind is, you can start formal learning. Before that, the sleeping qi in the body needs to be awakened first, and this needs to be achieved by opening up the occluded acupuncture points. There are 2 ways, one is to gradually feel the existence of qi through meditation, and to get through the aura nodes step by step. This is the most conventional method, but it takes a long time. The second is to undergo initiation, that is, being used Fa to directly infuse qi into the body, force acupuncture points to open up aura nodes. The latter depends on the method and mentality of the operator, and is dangerous. Of these two methods, Mito chose the first one. That is, let the body open mind naturally by the method of meditation. 3 days passed in this way. On the 4th day, Mito relied on meditation to successfully open his acupuncture points, guiding the mind in the aura nodes. Allan used Ning to see clearly that Mito was exuding an astonishing air. Mito felt it too, she felt that she was full of strange energy. Allan said, "Congratulations, you have successfully started reading." These words came from his heart. It took Mito only 3 days to start reading, which is indeed a gift. It turns out that this is mind, its amazing energy. Feeling the amazing breath in his body, Mito raised a pair of big amber eyes and said gratefully from the heart, "Allan, thank you." "No way, right?" Allan shook his head straight. Mito blushed, immediately corrected, and said in a low voice, "AI, Teacher Allan, thank you." "You're welcome." Allan heard comfortably, and said, "Next, I will teach you the skills of reading. You have to learn it carefully." "I will." Mito answered seriously. She felt that she was about to be brought into a new field, a new world by the boy in front of her. Allan smiled, looking at Mito who was so serious. He felt that there might be a first-class female nun in this world in the future. And he can proudly say something to the outside world, "Don't make any mistakes, this person is my student." Asterisk. Chapter 17. Half a month later, under Allan's careful guidance, Mito basically mastered the basic skills of reading. "Although I'm not too proficient yet, I'm finally getting started." Allan saw it, and he had to admire him a little. "I thought it was just an ordinary woman with a little bit of beauty, but I didn't expect that her talent and mind was not much worse than gone. Allan, I have worked hard for you for the past half a month." Mito opened a pair of big amber eyes and expressed sincere gratitude to Allan. She was originally just an ordinary woman, but now she has come into contact with Nian, and only then has she realized that Nian is such a magical energy. Nian can easily make her stronger. Now she can even kill a few big guys easily. For Mito's thanks, Allan just smiled mysteriously, "It's not hard at all, this is what I should be." In fact, he led Mito to learn to read, and in fact, he has already received the rewards issued by the system. Now the nature of his thoughts has doubled. Don't underestimate this. This means that his conjurer ice ability has been greatly improved. Mito didn't know what Allan was thinking, but thought Allan was polite to himself, and his face flushed, and said, "Well, you don't need to be polite to me. If you have anything you want to do, I can promise you." "Well, in that case, I think about it." Allan gave a thoughtful expression. "How about it, did you think about it?" Mito asked, not knowing why, she was a little nervous. Allan glanced up and down at Mito, deliberately joking, "Well, generally speaking, there are 2 ways to thank." "Which 2? "One kind is verbal thanks. This kind of thing is actually the most meaningless." "What about the other one?" Allan glanced at Mito, "Well, this is the other one, it's just to agree with the body." Mito blushed at once. Allan couldn't help laughing. "Haha, just kidding, I'm not the kind of villain who will take advantage of others." Mito immediately gave Allan a sharp glance. This was not the first time Allan teased her. Allan repeatedly apologized, "There is nothing interesting on this island, and the days of cultivation are very boring, so it is a pleasure to tease Mito from time to time." He still likes to see this woman blush. Fortunately, Mito was not really angry. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something, and her face became serious. "By the way, Allan, can I ask you one more thing?" "It's okay." Allan said happily, "Go ahead." Mito hesitated for a while before speaking, "Allan, I hope you can take the hunter exam with Gon." "Why?" Allan was taken aback. To be honest, he has no interest in hunter exams. The reason may be because he has nothing to pursue. Mito explained, Gon grew up as I watched him. He is a child with a very simple heart. I don't know how dangerous the outside world is, but I don't want anything to happen to Gon, so I hope you can accompany him to participate. If it were you, I would feel relieved. Allan nodded thoughtfully, so, you are worried that Gon will meet some bad guys, right? Well, that's it. That kid is too naive, it's possible to be sold. Mito looked worried, he was really worried about Gon. Allan couldn't help smiling when he heard this, it was very possible. With Gon's single cell, it may be sold for the money. At this moment, the two options given by the system appeared before his eyes. 1. Accept Mito's request and participate in the hunter test. Reward, Navy 6th Form. Moon Step. 2. Reject Mito's request and let Gon fend for himself. Reward, Navy 6th Style. Shaved. Allan was taken aback, this time the reward was quite surprising, it turned out to be a Navy Type 6. For this ability, Allan is still quite rare. As far as he knows, there are a total of 6 skills in the 6 Navy styles, namely, Shave, Iron Block, Paper Painting, Moon Step, Land Foot, and Finger Spear. Moon Step and Shaving are a kind of movement skills, the difference lies in the difference in the way they move. Compared to Shave, Allan is actually more interested in usse. The reason is simple. First of all, shaving is a high-speed movement technique. By stepping on the ground at a high speed dozens of times in a single instant, 0.36 seconds, the explosive reaction force is generated to move at a high speed, and it looks like it disappeared in an instant in front of the enemy's eyes. This kind of movement technique can also be easily done by people who are good at mind. For example, you only need to gather a part of your thoughts on your feet to increase your instant explosive power, or you can directly use your thoughts to strengthen your feet, and you can also achieve the effect of instant high-speed movement. The moon step is different. This is an air stepping technique. Its particularity lies in mastering this trick, which means that it can move in the air to achieve the effect of flying or staying in the air. This kind of special technique is very difficult even for non-people. Once mastering the moon step, it is equivalent to gaining air supremacy. In the battle with the opponent, the control of the air is tantamount to gaining an overwhelming advantage. Even if you can't beat your opponent, you can run straight into the air. 36 strategies are the best strategy. Therefore, Allan decisively chose option 1. He raised his head, patted Mito's chest and said, "No problem, I will go to the hunter test with Gon. Leave it to me, Gon." "Allan, thank you." Mito was so grateful that Allan really helped her a lot. "No thanks." Allan waved his hand with an indifferent appearance, in fact he was ecstatic in his heart. Because just now, he has already received the rewards issued by the system. Ding! You have obtained the Navy 6th Form. Moon Step. In an instant, Allan acquired all the skills and application methods of Moon Step. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Time soon arrived in January, and only 1 week was left until the hunter test officially started. During this period, Allan also successfully signed up through online registration. But the problem is gone. Although Mito has agreed that he can participate in the hunter test, it is okay even if the kingfish is not caught. However, Gon is a stubborn guy, vowing that he must catch the kingfish before he will give up. Early that day, Allan came to the swamp lake where Gon was fishing. "Gon, did you catch a kingfish?" "Not yet." Gon replied in a depressed mood. "I don't know what's going on, but there is no trace of the kingfish." He even doubted whether there was a kingfish in this swamp. "Gon, have you seen a kingfish?" Allan asked curiously, looking at the swamp. He remembers that in the original book, Gon caught the kingfish very easily. "But I didn't expect the reality is that Gon hasn't caught it yet." Hearing Allan's question, Gon shook his head, "I haven't seen it. It is said to be a very large fish, more than 10 meters in size, and very fierce. I heard that someone in the village accidentally fell into the swamp and disappeared. So there is a rumor that there is a fish spirit in the swamp that can eat people. Who did you hear? Aunt Mito. Mito. Allan frowned. He now suspects that there may be no kingfish in the swamp, but a fake fish made up by Mito to prevent Gon from participating in the hunter test. That's why Gon can't catch it for a long time. Because it doesn't exist at all. Gon, haven't you doubted that there might be no kingfish in this swamp? Gon was taken aback, and shook his head firmly. I believe Aunt Mito will not lie to me. Innocent. Allan sighed, and said, in that case, let me check. Check if there are really cannibal fish in this swamp. Although Gon didn't believe that Mito would lie to him, hearing Allan's suspicion, he couldn't help but wonder whether there was a kingfish in the swamp. He thought for a while, but still agreed, well, what should I do? It's very simple, just force it out. Allan came to the shore, squatted down, then rolled up his cuffs and pressed his right hand to the surface of the water. Immediately, a frosty white air spread out from Allan's hands, gradually freezing the lake surface at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's not just about freezing the surface, the coldness, even going straight through the ice and deep into the swamp. In no time, this huge swamp was frozen by Allan with Conjurer's Nen. The entire ice surface is transparent, like a crystal clear gem, hard enough, even if the whole person stands on it, there is no problem. Allan named this trick 1,000 miles of ice. Of course, with his current abilities, he still couldn't achieve such an exaggeration as 1,000 miles of ice. But it is not difficult to get a small swamp in the frozen area. The swamp that was frozen in front of him was only 1 kilometer away at best. At this time, Gon was stunned, and he couldn't help asking, Allan, what is that ability? You actually frozen the swamp into ice. Allan didn't conceal it, and smiled, this is my Nen, who can freeze everything in contact like ice. It's amazing. Gon couldn't think of any gorgeous rhetoric, and the sentence really amazing expressed his inner admiration. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and shouted, ah, no, you have frozen the swamp, so how do you know if there is a kingfish in the swamp? Allan said calmly, don't worry, if there is such an exaggerated fish spirit in this swamp, it will definitely appear. I will show up. Looking good. Seeing Allan's self-confidence, Gon couldn't help but believe in 3 points. The two began to wait patiently on the shore. After a while, Allan walked directly onto the ice surface, observing the ice-covered swamp under the ice surface. The ice he made is crystal clear, almost transparent, so you can see the situation in the swamp at a glance. The water in the swamp is turquoise and the visibility is only about 3 to 4 meters. If I want to look down again, I can only see a dark green. Therefore, Allan speculates that the depth of this swamp is at least 10 meters or more, maybe 20 to 30 meters deep. About 10 minutes passed. Allan stepped suddenly. Just now, he suddenly saw a huge shadow swimming quickly under the ice. Allan sneered, it looks like there is a huge monster in this swamp. Did you see it? Gon was startled. Yeah. Allan nodded, not denying it. He can be sure that he didn't make a mistake just now, it is indeed a big creature, it is not known whether it is a fish or not. After getting confirmation, Gon said cheerfully, it's great, I know Aunt Mito won't lie to me. He said to Allan again, Allan, what you just saw must be kingfish. Allan was about to answer. Suddenly his pupils shrank. Under the ice, a huge shadow was crashing against the ice on which he was standing. Click! The ice surface was hit hard and cracked suddenly. Allan jumped away in a hurry, and said with a sigh of relief, it's dangerous. At this moment, the ice surface that had already cracked was violently hit again. Bang! A giant ferocious fish that is 10 meters long and weighs a ton broke out of the ice. The whole body of the fish was green, with armor-like scales, and a serrated version of fangs. It was quite ferocious, and it did not look like a fish. It also has crocodile-like limbs and can crawl. Suddenly, its eyes fixed on Allan not far away, and ran towards Allan in a crawling posture. Is that the kingfish? Gon was startled. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He couldn't help but vomit. It's ugly. Allan also thought this thing was so ugly. Seeing it came straight to him, he didn't evade at all, and directly shot the so-called kingfisher into ice. Gon, take it back for business. Whether it is a kingfish or not, I don't think there is a bigger fish in this swamp. Gon thought about it. Anyway, his agreement with Mito was to catch the biggest fish in the swamp. So, whether it is a kingfisher or not, big enough on the line. Rise. Gon's strength is great, it's easy to be taken up. The frozen fish Ice King happily go to the Mito. Allan relieved, which erupted Gon can be considered to complete the task. So, it was time to leave this island of the whales. Asterisk. Chapter 19. A week later, a ship slowly docked at the port of Whale Island. Unlike the fishing boats docked around, this ship was carrying a group of candidates who took the hunter test. Early in the morning, Allan and Gon arrived at the port on time. Both of them carried only one piece of luggage, which contained some daily necessities such as clothes, etc. that Mito prepared for them. When boarding the ship, Mito came to see off the two of them, and of course he couldn't help but exhort them. Don't worry, Aunt Mito, I will take care of my safety. Besides, I will definitely be admitted to Hunter, I assure you. Seeing Gon's energetic look, Mito looked at Allan and said, Allan, Gon will take care of you. Well, don't worry, he is my friend too. Allan naturally agreed readily. Gon was the first friend he made when he first arrived, and he wouldn't leave it alone anyway. Also, you have to be careful. If you have time, remember to come back with Gon, you are always welcome here. Of course, I will definitely come back. Allan shrugged, avoiding Mito's gaze intentionally or unintentionally. In fact, he has no feelings for Whale Island. If it is not a special situation, he does not want to come back here. The so-called reply is just a perfunctory. Mito, why don't you come to take the hunter test? Anyway, you have learned to recite now, so you can protect yourself. Mito shook his head, and declined Allan's invitation. In fact, she really wanted to go to the hunter test with Allan in her heart, but her strength did not allow her to do that. Although she had only been in contact with Nian for a short period of time, she already knew that in the outside world, there would be many great guys. An entry-level like hers will only become a burden for Allan. Allan faintly guessed Mito's thoughts, and said lightly. If that's the case, then I won't force it. I hope that next time I see you, you will be even more different than you are now. Mito nodded and raised his head and said, I will study hard. At that time, if you don't come back, I may go to you and Gon. Then I will wait and see. Saying goodbye to Mito, Allan and Gon boarded the ship and headed to the hunter test site. Many people gathered on the deck, including middle-aged uncles who looked 30 or 40 years old, and teenagers like Gon. These were all candidates who signed up for the hunter test. Among them, 90% are men, and female candidates account for only a small portion. Allan glanced at the energetic Gon, remembering Mito's words, and then exhorted, Gon, don't run around. After speaking, he ignored him, and looked at the candidates one by one. 10 minutes later, Allan shook his head and said to himself, the two people are not here, how could this be? In the original book, this ship has two other protagonists besides Gon. Kurapika and Leorio. However, Allan deliberately searched the ship just now, but he didn't see the two of them. Could it be that my appearance changed the plot development of the original? Because of my intervention, the people who should have met on this ship missed the opportunity to meet. Allan couldn't help but speculate. As a traverser, his greatest advantage lies in his familiarity with the worldview of the world, characters, and the plot trend of the original work, etc. Including the process of this hunter test. Although it is impossible to be precise enough to be familiar with every point, he is still very clear about the general direction. However, when he boarded the ship, he really realized that although the plot has already begun, it is not the same as the original development. The biggest difference is that Kurapika and Leorio, who should have participated in the hunter test like Gon in the original, did not appear on this ship. This means that the plot trend of the subsequent hunter test may be somewhat different from the original, or even quite different. Therefore, his advantage of familiarity with the plot cannot be fully utilized. Thinking of this, Allan sighed. Although a little unhappy, there is no other way. In a word, the plot is uncontrollable, and now I can only go one step at a time. By the way, where did that guy Gon go? After regaining consciousness, Allan realized that Gon, who had been sitting next to him, didn't know when he had disappeared. Hey, what is that kid doing? Suddenly, a voice shouted. Allan looked up and found out that Gon didn't know when he had climbed to the mast of the ship. Gon. Allan muttered to himself, and realized it all at once, he should be watching the weather. Sure enough, after a while, Gon suddenly rushed to the people on the deck and shouted, "Be careful, everyone, there is a superstorm coming, fast into the cabin, staying here will definitely be beaten by the wind and waves." As soon as these words came out, all the examinees on the deck below could not calm down, and all stood up, gathered together, and looked up at the sea level and the blue sky in the distance. Is there really a storm coming? It looks like the weather is still good, but the wind seems to be a bit stronger. The kid is not playing tricks on us, right? All the examinees talked aloud and were surprised. Hey, how did you kid know? One person shouted, and everyone looked up at Gon again. Gon explained, because the sea breeze is wet and sticky, it also has the salty taste of sea water. In addition, the seagulls hovering on the surface are also warning each other to their companions, and are fleeing away in groups. What, does this kid still understand bird language? All the examinees were surprised. But at this moment, Allan's eyes were not on Gon, he was staring at a suspicious guy on the deck. Asterisk. Chapter 20. Hearing that a storm is coming, many candidates have already begun to evacuate from the deck. Everyone is terrified of that kind of violent storm, especially when sailing on this kind of sea, mixed with waves, its power is swallowing mountains and rivers. Even if everyone is still skeptical of Gon's instructions, they would rather believe it than not. Hey! Gon easily fell from the mast back to the deck and came to Allan's side. Seeing him motionless, he couldn't help but wonder. Allan, what are you in a daze? A storm is coming, let's get in the cabin. As if he didn't hear Gon's voice, Allan was staring at a suspicious guy not far away. The reason he felt suspicious was because Allan thought he looked quite familiar. The man stood at the bow of the boat, with a face like a knife, 2 blue gems on his ears, black bangs on one head, a blue suit on his body, and a heavy book in his hands. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a purple cross tattoo on the center of the man's forehead, which is very eye-catching. Allan glanced around until he saw the cross tattoo on his forehead and finally recognized it. That person is actually the leader of Phantom Troop, Kroo. I didn't expect to meet him in a place like this. Allan muttered to himself, shocked in his heart. The opponent seems to have also come to participate in the hunter test, otherwise it is impossible to appear on this ship. Because I only wanted to find Kurapika and Leorio before, I didn't notice him for a while. Or, he had been in the cabin before. When Allan was about to look back, he saw a tall blonde woman in a professional low-cut outfit and a rugged and sturdy man in bearskin clothes and grey hedgehog hair walking out of the cabin, and went. Arrived by Kroo. Allan stared, the blonde beauty was actually Phantom Troop's Parker Nyotan. As for the other big guy, there is no doubt that it is Yuvajin from Phantom Troop. Allan was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that 3 brigade guys appeared on this ship. Just one Kroo is dangerous enough, and 2 more will be even more troublesome. At this moment, as if feeling Allan's gaze, Kroo turned his head and glanced at Allan's side. When he looked over, Allan had already moved his gaze away. He said to Gon, "Gon, I'm sorry, I just lost my mind." Gon said helplessly, "It's okay, I'm used to it. You often get in a daze when you are on the island. I don't know what I'm thinking." Allan smiled with some guilty conscience, glanced over the bow, and entered the cabin with Gon. At this time, only Kroo was left on the deck. Parnotan and Yuvajin were standing on the bow of the ship. The others had already hid in the cabin. "What's the matter, the leader, is there someone you know?" Yuvajin noticed Kroo's abnormality and couldn't help asking. Kroo shook gently, "No. Maybe I was worrying too much. Someone seemed to be staring at me just now, so I was a little concerned. Because the leader of your aura looks different from other people, it's normal to be noticed." Yuvajin disapproved. "Compared to the group leader, I think you are more noticeable. You are so big and you look fierce." Parker Nyotan rarely complained. Hearing that, Yuvajin's eyes were wide, and his gaze fell on the proud twin peaks of Parnotan, and counterattacked, "I can't beat you." Parker Nyotan sneered coldly, "Be careful, I gouge your eyes out." Yuvajin cut and looked away and said, "Who told you to wear a low-cut outfit, isn't it just for people to see? Besides, you won't lose a piece of meat if you show it to someone." Parker Nyotan gritted his teeth and said, "What clothes to wear is my own interest. I have always dressed like this. If you dare to talk nonsense, be careful that I pull your tongue out." Yuvajin was about to fight back, and Kroo, who had not spoken, said coldly, "Enough." 2 simple words prevented the two from quarreling. Kroo glanced at the 2 of them and said, "I didn't want to be noticeable when I participated in the hunter test this time. If someone finds out that we are the phantom troop thieves, it will be a little troublesome. So, don't quarrel here." "Yes, we will pay attention," Yuvajin said. In the entire organization, only Kroo can make him obedient. At this time, Parker Nyotan asked, "Captain, those guys are all in the cabin, is there really a storm coming?" Kroo retracted his gaze from the sea in the distance and nodded, "Yeah. The kid with the hedgehog's head is right. A terrible storm is coming soon." At this time, the sea breeze obviously began to change. It was stuffy and hot, with the salty taste of the waves. Those seagulls have already flown without a trace. The originally blue sky gradually became gloomy and was shrouded in grey clouds. The real situation has changed. On the sea level farther away, it seems that a dragon is absorbing water. The tornadoes where the sea and the sky intersect seem to be dancing in a flurry of demons. The clouds in the sky also became dark, and in a short while, the black clouds were on the top, and there were bursts of dull and beast-like low roars. Even though the examinees stayed in the cabin, they couldn't help but trembled when they heard the dull voice. When you go out to sea, you are afraid of storms. However, this storm seemed to be a nightmare. Kroo closed the book in his hand and said, "Go, let's go back to the cabin." Parker Nyotan and Yuvajin followed silently behind them, and the 3 of them entered the cabin together. The ship is divided into 3 layers, upper, middle and lower, and each layer is enough to hold more than 200 people. There were more than 700 candidates on board this ship, which was considered overloaded. What's even more exaggerated is that in this vast sea at this moment, in addition to Allan and the others, there are dozens of hundreds of ships that are also full of candidates. Adding up the number of people on board all ships, the number of candidates participating in the hunter test this time reached tens of thousands. And the number of people who can actually reach the test point of the first examination room is no more than 10%. After this nightmare-level storm, 90% of people will be eliminated. This number is tens of thousands. Asterisk. Chapter 21. Boom! Bursts of muffled thunder roared like wild beasts in the black clouds. The heavy rain fell, and the calm sea became rough. The huge ship is like a lone boat in the violent waves, moving forward with difficulty under the ravages of the storm. The wind and waves slapped on the ship, and the candidates hiding in the cabin immediately swayed, stumbled, and wailed, as if they were locked in a box and then thrown into the washing machine and constantly stirred. The feeling of dizziness is simply unbearable. Among the many candidates, only a few people can avoid being affected by this raging wave. In the cabin on the first floor, Yuvajin, a grey hedgehog with long hair, looked at the crushed candidates, grinning and sneered, "Hey, it's all a bunch of rubbish. Even at this level, I dare to participate in the hunter test. I don't know how high it is." Next to him, Parker Naughton and Kroo were unharmed. In the cabin on the second floor, just like the situation on the first floor, all the candidates hiding here were almost wiped out, except for Allan and Gon. After a storm like a nightmare, more than 700 candidates were almost wiped out, and most of them lost consciousness under the ravages of violent winds and waves. There are only 5 candidates who can maintain a sober consciousness and are not affected by the storm. When Allan and Gon came to the deck from the second floor cabin, they happened to meet Kroo, Yuvajin, and Parnotan coming out of the first floor cabin. Both sides looked at each other unexpectedly. For the Kroo trio to survive this violent storm, Allan had actually expected it, so he just glanced at them and withdrew his eyes. He just accompanied Gon to participate in the hunter test, but didn't want to deal with the dangerous and troublesome guys like Phantom Troop. So, just say hello or something. Gon on the side was a little surprised, and stupidly waved hello to them. "You are really amazing, it seems that you have not been affected by the storm at all." Allan glanced back at Gon and shook his head. The kids don't know how high the sky is, the 3 cold-blooded demons who kill people without blinking. Fortunately, Kroo ignored Gon and went straight to the bow. Yuvajin walked behind and said to Kroo unexpectedly, "I thought that except for the 3 of us, the other trash fish had been wiped out. I didn't expect there to be 2 more decent guys." Kroo calmly said, "There are too many people participating, and 1 or 2 will appear slightly more powerful, which is normal." Parker Naughton said, "The kid with the green sea urchin head looks very cute." I couldn't help responding to him just now. Allan came to the side of the deck and waved to Gon not far away. "What's the matter, Allan?" "Gon, listen up, don't mess with them." Regarding Allan's reminder, Gon was inevitably puzzled. "Provoke? No, I just said hello to them, but they just ignored me. Anyway, just don't talk to them," Allan said seriously. He knows Gon's character very well. This guy is innocent by nature. It is also the typical kind of attendant character that helps relatives and ignores them, and friends are older than the sky. In case this guy makes friends with the cold-blooded thieves in the brigade, it will be affected in all likelihood, and it may even follow the blackening route and become black and gone because of this. There is a saying that the heart is as simple as it is, and the heart is darker. Once Gon is blackened, with his potential, he will be a proper big boss level in the future. Allan didn't want to see this happen. Gon was his friend after all, and he didn't want his friend to go astray and make some dangerous people. And he had promised Mito to look after Gon. So anyway, at this stage, Allan doesn't want Gon to approach the Phantom Troop guys so early. At this moment, the long-lost system was launched, and 2 multiple-choice questions appeared in front of Allan's eyes. Ding! Please make the following choices. 1. Prevent Gon from contacting Phantom Troop. Reward: Beginners Domineering and Domineering. 2. Help Gon make contact with Phantom Troop. Reward: Beginner Armed Color Domineering. Allan scratched his hair, and his choice entanglement was committed again, because whether it was the domineering look or the domineering look, he was quite a favorite skill. But at this stage, Allan thinks seeing S*X is more useful to him. The reason is very simple: Armed Color is a skill to arm the body and enhance the offensive and defensive power. In terms of practicality alone, it is relatively simple. In addition, among the skills of Neon, Tangling, Strength and even Hard have the same effect of enhancing the offensive and defensive power as the armed color. And Seeing, Hearing, and Coloring is different. It can greatly enhance people's 5 senses, and people's 5 senses become very sharp. It has a wide range of uses. It can detect danger, perceive the surrounding targets, breadth and quantity, and even when fighting the enemy, it can also predict the opponent's next attack, and then target or avoid it. It is a very practical perception. Class skills. Therefore, Allan decisively chose the first option. In fact, Allan would prevent Gon from contacting the Phantom Troop even if no system was present. Allan didn't know, at this moment he had another day's expression in Gon's eyes. Gon looked at Allan with his hands on his cheeks, and sighed. Allan is really a weirdo. He was talking to me, but suddenly he seemed to be drinking. Allan came back to his senses, saw Gon looking at him with a helpless expression, and smiled shyly. "Ah, sorry, Gon, I was distracted just now." "It's all right. I'm used to it." Gon had a no surprise look. There was nothing Allan could do, and he was also very helpless, because every time the system appeared, only he could see it, so in the eyes of outsiders, he seemed to be in a daze all of a sudden. In fact, he was doing multiple choice questions. "By the way, Gon, do you remember what I just said? Don't touch those 3 guys." Allan glanced at the 3 of them Krollo in the bow, and said in a low voice. "Why?" Gon looked puzzled. "Well, they're bad people. I'm saying this, you understand?" Allan felt like he was coaxing a child, and he couldn't help laughing. Gon scratched his head, glanced at Krollo and the others on the bow, and wondered, "Allan, how do you know they are bad people? You know them." Of course, Allan couldn't say he knew, and shook his head. "I don't know, it's just my intuition." "Intuition?" Gon looked dumbfounded. Allan gestured with a finger and said, "For example, some people look fierce, but they are actually kind-hearted, completely different from their appearance. But some people don't look fierce or scary at all, but they are very dangerous guy." Gon suddenly realized, "That means, Allan, you think those 3 are dangerous, right?" Allan nodded and said with a smile, "Ryuudan can be taught." "Well," Aunt Mito said anyway, "let me listen to you outside." "Since Allan, you don't want me to touch those 3 people, then I'll ignore them." Allan nodded. Gon was unexpectedly obedient, so he would be more at ease. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. "Ding! You successfully prevented Gon from reaching the Phantom Troop. Rewards received, beginners are arrogant." In an instant, Allan only felt that his body had been remodeled, and his 5 senses had been greatly improved at that moment. Asterisk. Chapter 22. This is the color of knowledge domineering thing. Feeling himself that ineffable change, Allan concealed his excitement. Now, he had a clearer understanding of knowledge color domineering. In general, there are 3. First, visual upgrade. Able to see the target comes out of breath very distant. Second, to enhance hearing. To listen to the sound of all things, the goal of sound, breathing, heartbeat, and so on. Third, to enhance the senses. This is not just referring to some senses, but the overall improvement. When a crisis, even if you cannot see the target can feel the presence, location, number of breath to within a certain distance. The face of the enemy, but also to predict the attack, read the enemy's next move and so on. If such senses to a higher realm, even able to do a brief predict the future. This is the so-called knowledge domineering color, set hyperopia, listen, predict in one, beyond the power of human senses. This ability and mental and psychological state of the hook, the stronger the mental strength, the stronger the color domineering knowledge. The more focused attention, the more perspective perception of things. Allan focus a little bit of attention, and now he's seen and heard color domineering already underway. He was the center, in a knowledge color invisible aperture spread out around. The ability to use technology and advanced into the idea round has the same purpose, both of which can be done perceived effect of breath investigative targets. The difference is that, the more extensive use of color knowledge may be due to too low a level. Allan knowledge of color domineering only cover the area to a radius of 10 meters. Beyond this area, Allan will be a weak and incompetent. It's a bit embarrassing. Allan reason for feeling embarrassed, because his round can now reach a radius of 20 meters distance. In other words, just in terms of range, he's not as good as his knowledge color circle is more practical. However, the use of knowledge is more extensive than the color of the circle, the ability to be many changes. In strengthening knowledge colored, Allan's 5 senses has been greatly improved, and this is round cannot match. Then, out of a rosacea of the old man from the cab, carrying a bottle in her hand. He swept with that muddy old eyes stood on the deck of one side of Allan and gone, and the bow side of the Krollo 3, then went over rickety, looks like drinking a lot of wine. Oh, it appears that only 5 of you a storm all right ah. Then he mengguan his drink into his mouth, called wine belch said, I was the ship's captain, the captain called me Mr. on the line. You guys, come and report on your name. His words sounded like everyone else in command, the most irascible temper Yuvajin look unhappy, and angrily said. I control you are not captain, how can we tell you the name of? Rosacea old man and drank his drink, drunk looked Yuvajin. Oh, really grumpy guy if you do not want to report the name, it is up to you, anyway, do not regret it when it wants to his eyes swept away, the same also warned Allan them. You also do not honestly answer my question, then waiting regret it. It's pretty perky drunkard, I'd like to see how he could get us. Yuvajin away that no meaning. If it weren't for the exam, he would have thrown the old man with rosacea into the sea to feed the fish with his temper. Krollo on the side was staring at the old man with rosacea, seeming to be thinking about something, and didn't immediately announce his name. On Allan's side, he was also staring at the old man with rosacea. Seeing the look of the old man with rosacea, Allan had guessed that he was most likely a temporary invigilator hired by the Hunter Association. The interim invigilator is also an invigilator, and whether he can pass the initial test of this level and go to the first test site depends entirely on the old man's wishes. If you offend him, you will be eliminated in all likelihood. What he said to Yuvajin just now is careful not to regret, it means that if you are not honest, you may be eliminated because of it. Thinking of this, Allan stepped forward and replied first, Hello, Mr. Captain, this is Allan. Jaeger, just call me Allan. After speaking, he pointed to Gon next to him, this is my little brother, Gon. Well, yes, I remembered you, Allan boy. And, Gon boy. Compared to the grumpy Yuvajin, the old man with rosacea seemed very satisfied with Allan's polite answer. Gon on the side heard Allan's answer to the old man with rosacea, scratched his head, and looked at Allan inexplicably, Allan, isn't your full name Nefiritali? Allan? When will you change your name to Allan? Yet. Goer? Which one is the real identity? Allan thought, idiot, neither of them, I made up. Of course, he couldn't tell the truth, after thinking about it, he whispered a serious explanation to Gon, Gon, the rivers and lakes are sinister, and the hearts of the people are even more sinister. In such public places, it is of course impossible to use real names. Especially the last name, let alone let people know it casually, this is related to our information security, so at this time we must use a pseudonym. Remember, this is definitely not deception, but to protect our personal safety. So that's it. Gon said with a suddenly realized expression, Allan, you think so much, you are really reliable. Allan smiled with a guilty heart, hee, yes, then you have to be obedient. Gon nodded furiously, well, I'll be obedient. After speaking, he was surprised again. Yes, can I also use a pseudonym? For example, it's called Sharpie. Sharpie? Sharpie. Allan was taken aback. Yeah, don't you think it sounds cool? It's like a foreign name. Gon was complacent. He felt that he could think of Sharpie as a name that sounds tall and smart with his IQ level. Allan didn't speak, and looked at Gon blankly, completely unable to understand how cool the pseudonym Sharpie was. He even thought that the name sounded like a dog name, and it was still very tasteless. Seeing Gon's complacency, he couldn't help asking, "What does Sharpie mean, and where did you learn it? Is there such a tasteless, no, such a strange surname in the world?" Gon shook his head and smiled, "Hee, I don't know if there is this surname. Because the village chief has a Sharpie, so I thought of this temporarily, but I didn't expect it to match my name." Allan was unable to complain. He said sternly, "Gon, Sharpie sounds like the name of a stray dog in a slum, you can't use this pseudonym." "How is this?" Gon was hit all of a sudden, and raised his head and asked, "Then what pseudonym should I use to walk around the rivers and lakes?" Allan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Just use Gon." "No, I want to have a pseudonym just like Allan." Seeing Gon's stubbornness, Allan had no choice but to think about it. Then, it's Cockroach. How about it?" "Cockroach." Gon's eyes lit up and he nodded his head, "This is good, it's more windy than Sharpie, just use this." Allan was speechless, dare this guy still miss Sharpie? But now he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he has watched a lot of anime, otherwise just taking a pseudonym would be enough to kill a bunch of brain cells. At this time, the old man with rosacea shouted, "Boy Allan, boy Gon, what are you whispering about? Answer my second question quickly." Asterisk. Chapter 23. Allan and Gon looked at the old man with rosacea, and asked in the same way, "What's the problem?" The old man with rosacea poured a sip of wine into his mouth and said, "Why do you two want to become hunter? What is the purpose? Answer me." "I'll answer first." Gon happily raised his hand and said, "Report to Mr. Captain, I came to the hunter test to find my dad." "So, your father is also a hunter?" "Yeah." Gon nodded, his eyes flashing with stars. The old man with rosacea secretly said in his heart, "So clear eyes, this child's future path must be full of thorns." He said sincerely, "Then I'm here to wish you find your father soon." "Thank you, Mr. Captain." The old man with rosacea looked at Allan, "Boy Allan, how about you?" "I have already said." The old man with rosacea was taken aback, "When did you say that?" He shook the bottle and burped, thinking that he might be drinking too much. Allan said, "In the place where I grew up, my name has extraordinary meaning. Jäger means, Jaeger, Jäger, means German hunter, Aaron, Allan, means German honor. Allan. Jäger, the meaning of this name is that I want to be an honorary hunter, that is, a great hunter who is admired and made great achievements. This is my goal." Hearing this, the old man with rosacea nodded thoughtfully, "That's it, it's really a good name." Gon on the side was stunned. "Allan, I didn't expect your goal to be so ambitious." In contrast, Gon suddenly felt that his purpose of becoming a hunter was so small at this moment. Allan patted Gon on the shoulder. He wanted to tell Gon, "My child, you are too naive. Becoming a great hunter is just shit, it's just beautiful scenes." The old man with rosacea looked at Allan and Gon, cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Now I announce that you two have passed the voyage assessment. Next, I will be responsible for taking you to the first test site." "Hey, passed." Gon was taken aback for a moment, a little unclear. Allan smiled, and he was right. The old man with rosacea was an invigilator. He explained, "Gon, Hunter's assessment has actually started when we boarded the ship. The storm just now test, and Mr. Captain is the invigilator this time. He just asked our name and why we should be hunter in order to report to the review committee to judge whether we are really qualified for customs clearance. That's it, Allan, you are so smart, you discovered it a long time ago. Gon looked like a mysterious brother. The corner of Allan's mouth curled up, and he said lightly, "It's nothing, you can guess it as long as you pay attention to it." At this moment, Yuvajin, who was standing on the bow side, suddenly called. "Hey, old man, wait!" The old man with a rosacea frowned and said displeasedly, "Young man, keep your mouth clean. You want to call me Mr. Captain, understand? Who cares about you so much?" Yuvajin glanced at Allan and Gon unhappily, and said, "You just said that the two of them passed, so what about the three of us?" The rosy-nosed old man glanced at them, poured a sip of wine into his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, the three of you have already been eliminated." "What did you say?" Yuvajin's face was even more angry. The old man with the rosacea explained. "Although the three of you have successfully passed the storm test and possessed a certain strength. But when I asked you, you didn't take me seriously, and you didn't even say my name. Especially you, a big man, behaved so badly that you actually called me old man with your mouth shut. I hate a BD like you who doesn't respect old people the most. Therefore, I judge the three of you to be eliminated. Among them, 90% of the responsibility lies with you. So, take the test again at this time next year, I hope you don't run into an old man like me by then. Otherwise, maybe you will have to take the test again next year." BD, courting death. Yuvajin's killing intent was violent, he grabbed the rosy-nosed old man, and threatened, "Damn old man, give you one last chance, if you dare to eliminate the three of us, I will throw you right now. Feed the fish in the sea." Not far away, Gon, who saw this scene, immediately had a sense of justice and was ready to go up and help. Allan on the side with quick eyes and quick hands pressed Gon, don't be impulsive. "But, that big guy said he was going to throw Mr. Captain into the sea, I can't just sit back and watch." Gon looked anxious, he turned to Allan and said, "Allan, you're right, those people are really bad people, I actually wanted to kill Mr. Captain." Allan looked up at the rosy-nosed old man. He didn't seem to care about Yuvajin's intimidation, or, having seen the wind and waves, he had already put his life and death aside. Therefore, in the face of Yuvajin's threat, the rosy-nosed old man sneered fearlessly, "Old man, I have lived enough, you can do what you want. I won't let you pass anyway, especially a rude guy like you." Originally, Allan didn't intend to meddle in his own business, but Gon was a warm-hearted guy, and he didn't want to see someone killed in front of him. If it wasn't for Allan holding him down, he'd have rushed over. In this case, Allan had to struggle. Now there are only two choices in front of him, save or not. 1. Help. That means fighting Yuvajin, maybe even Phantom Troop. Just to save an old man who has nothing to do with it, this business is obviously not worth it. 2. No help. May be hated by Gon for this, but avoids being an enemy with Phantom Troop. It may seem insignificant, but he doesn't want to be seen by Gon as a ruthless bystander. So, to save or not to save? Allan was a little confused. And at this moment, the system went online. Ding! Please choose. 1. Mr. Shot to help the captain, defeat the enemy's Yuvajin. Reward, 6 Navy, land feet, primary. 2. The matter concerns an armchair, regardless of life and death, Mr. Captain, do their own on the line. Reward, 6 Navy, iron, primary. Just when Allan finally make a choice, Yuvajin there, get rosacea rather die than surrender, the old man replied, his face flashed a hideous face, "Hey, since you are not afraid to die, then you go to feed the fish it." Voice down, rosacea old man had been thrown at him the distant sea, in the air across a parabola. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Not long after the storm passed, the sea was still choppy. If you fall, you will definitely die. Seeing this thrilling scene, Gon said in a hurry, Allan, let me go, I'm going to save Mr. Captain. I saw that a fishing rod had already appeared in his hand. This is Gon's exclusive weapon. The fishing rod can be retracted freely. Fishing line is extremely elastic. The hook has a lot of grip. Gon's idea was simple, he wanted to pull the old rosacea back by hooking the rod's line, the only first aid he could think of. At this moment, Allan said solemnly, Gon, leave it to me. The voice fell, and Allan stepped out of the deck at an extremely fast speed in an instant, as if ignoring gravity, his feet actually stepped out of the air, and galloped in the air. Moon step. Air walk. This is the first time Allan has performed a moon step, and in fact even he himself is a little faint. After all, it's not a joke if it falls once a loss. Unexpectedly, the moon step is very easy to use. As long as you maintain enough body balance and use the air as a support point, you don't have to worry about suddenly stepping on the air and falling into the sea. Wow, Allan actually flew. On the boat, Gon looked at this scene in surprise. Likewise, Yuvajin looked surprised. Even Kroo and Pyke were a little surprised. They didn't expect Allan to have such a thing. The technique of ignoring gravity and treating the air like the ground was an eye-opener for them. Damn! What's that kid? Yuvajin clenched his fists and stared at Allan. At this moment, he felt provocation. Boom! Bang bang! Allan strode quickly in the air, dashing towards the rosacea old man. Every time he stepped on the point, there would be a friction between the sole of the foot and the air, making a bang and bang sound, which sounded like the explosion sound produced by stepping on a balloon with one foot. Just as the rosacea was about to fall into the sea, Allan grabbed him by the collar with a very fast mid-air walk. Hey, it's okay, I caught up. Allan breathed a sigh of relief, and his footsteps continued to tap in the air. Because the moon step cannot achieve true suspension flight in the air like the ground, it needs to continuously step on the air in order to maintain sufficient maneuverability in order to be able to stay in the air. Okay, it's time to go back. Bang bang bang! Allan stepped on the air and successfully returned to the boat. The old man with a rosacea slumped on the deck, half awake from the wine, and felt like he was the rest of his life. Allan, you're amazing! Gon walked up to him with a look of admiration, as if he was a fanboy. Allan gave a wry smile. He hadn't realized the weightlessness in the air just now. Now that his feet were on the deck, he felt how incredible it was to walk on the air. The rosy-nosed old man stood up and said, Allan, I owe you my life. If anything happens in the future, even if you tell the old man to die, I will do it for you. Allan was about to respond when an angry shout came from a distance, Boy, you are so impatient, how dare you to meddle in your own business. Allan looked up and saw Yuvajin staring at him angrily. Not far behind him, Kroo and Parker Noten also stared at Allan. It's just that the two of them looked at Allan in a wait-and-see attitude. Allan is not afraid at all, but regressing will encourage the other party's arrogance. He stepped out and sneered. Sorry, I'm just looking at you simply because it has nothing to do with Mr. Captain. What are you talking about? Yuvajin's ferocious expression was even worse. I said you are a big man bullying an old man, are you embarrassed? Good kid. Yuvajin squeezed his fists, his face full of murderous intentions. Hey! I decided to kill you. Allan was already ready to fight, and when he had finished saying these words, he immediately used his moon steps to rush out. Moon step is not limited to being used in the air, it can also do extremely fast land sprints on the ground. Yuvajin was taken aback. He didn't expect Allan to take the first step, but he didn't react slowly either. He raised his fist immediately and threw out heavily. Allan ducked sideways, and the punch hit the deck, immediately blasting a big hole. Boom! Allan took advantage of the momentum and kicked Yuvajin's neck sideways. The heavy foot force immediately swept Yuvajin away. Damn it! Yuvajin put his hand on the deck and shook his neck. He felt a soreness in his bones. He couldn't help being surprised secretly. Heavy kick, this guy is not easy. He can also say it. He has always been very confident in his physical defenses, but the kick just now made him feel threatened. Boy, you successfully angered me. Yuvajin stood up, clenched his fists, and an astonishing momentum emerged from him. In the state of condensation, Allan clearly saw the crimson thought on Yuvajin's body, which was amazing. So strong. Allan had to compliment. In the original book, Yuvajin is the first-rate master of enhancer. Not only can you use your teeth to bite the bullet coming from the lasing at close range, but you can also receive a rocket launcher that is enough to blow up the armored vehicle with your bare hands. Even after facing a powerful blow from the Nusra family guard team, the samurai sword that had been strengthened by Neon was broken into 2 pieces directly with his body. With the strengthening of mind, his physical fitness can be said to have reached the realm of steel. With the kick just now, Allan also deliberately aimed at Yuvajin's neck for a targeted attack. Because the neck is a relatively fragile part of several joint parts of the body. Unfortunately, Allan still underestimated Yuvajin's defense. Although he successfully kicked Yuvajin, it didn't seem to cause much damage to him. Therefore, through that kick, Allan has understood that in terms of physical fitness alone, he still cannot compete with the opponent. In other words, head-to-head will not work. Ordinary attack methods are also very difficult to work. Even if you use your full strength, you can only cause minor damage to Yuvajin at best. If you get a punch from Yuvajin, you will be fractured or disabled. In terms of offensive and defensive capabilities, there is still a gap between the two. This is the current hard power comparison between the two sides. However, knowing he was a strong enemy, Allan didn't show any fear on his face. Although he has a disadvantage in mind, his methods are not limited to ordinary attacks. At this moment, Yuvajin moved. I saw that his whole person was like a beast, blasting directly at Allan with an astonishing fist. Allan sneered, seeing and hearing colors spread out like an aperture at this moment. Asterisk. Chapter 25. In the color-vested cover knowledge, Yuvajin attack trajectory already been inside Allan. His fist striking power and influence at the time of the upcoming boom in Allan, I do not know why, actually all of a sudden hit the air in the past. Yuvajin look hesitated, because Allan figure gall to stand in place, as if there is no movement as before. The body did not move, just move the neck thing. At just that moment, Yuvajin Allan was shocked to see just a little bit twisted his neck to head moving left, he escaped his fist. Well, that's your strength? Much better than this. Allan allowed quips. In fact, his heart is secretly scared, if there is no color knowledge, just Yuvajin that punch him really hard to escape. Taunt each other, just to provoke the other side of it. Because in the fighting, angered opponents sometimes a tactical means. Of course, he is not the purpose of this provocation is to really anger Yuvajin, but to let his offensive irrational, this way, his knowledge color domineering face the kind of offensive chaotic time, it has more advantages. Allan's face ridicule, Yuvajin appears to be some unexpected, angry laugh loudly, it's arrogant guy, that escaped my punch very powerful thing if you think that's my strength, you will die ugly, he squeezed his fist, grinned but I'm sorry, I just kill you with 1/3 of the power is enough. He already full of ominous face the smile as he became more grim up. Heard, Allan mouth micro yang, only 1/3 of the force wanted to kill me well you my strength is also greatly underestimated dot. He raised his right hand, holding out 4 fingers provocative way, well, I'll deal with hello the 4 power holders. Kazunari 4. Yuvajin frown. Allan faint smile, that is 4% of the power it fool, dot. Yuvajin cheeky looking angry, and soon they pressed anger, looked directly Allan sneer. Hum, I hope your strength and you can more than taking as much, or I'll tore your mouth. You too, want to give PowerPoint your fist. Allan fearlessly, also put down relentless. At the moment, the distance between the two is less than 2 meters, almost within reach. They seem to have no hands, in fact, already in a stalemate confrontation. Who can seize the initiative, who will be able to attack the other side? In such a short distance, Yuvajin have 100% confidence overwhelming explosive speed and power will beat Allan fly in the second. As if ripped through the heart Yuvajin think, at the same time Yuvajin quick punch blasted, Allan twist the neck, head Wang Yu's missed. The next moment, staunch Chuan Feng roaring from the left cheek of Allan. The punch and impressively before the punch, like, hit empty. How is it possible? Yuvajin confident face suddenly turned into a look of shock. Just because the Allan as before, the body did not move even one step too, just twist the neck of the head slightly offset to the right a bit, he escaped his quanchi. Damn, I do not believe cannot hit you. Yuvajin teeth, then punched out. Instead of aiming his fist at Allan's head this time, he blasted his chest instead. His physical fitness is extremely strong, even with a normal punch, it can easily break rocks and penetrate iron plates. If it is hit by a punch, ordinary people will be killed on the spot, even if the Nan use Zhang or Jian to defend, it is quite risky. In the past 10 years, there are not 1,000 people who died under his killing punch, but 800, which can be described as a weapon and claws comparable to beasts. Under Allan's provocation, he already used a powerful mind with this punch. The power is several times stronger than an ordinary punch. Because the power contained in the fist was too violent, it even produced a sound of breaking through the air. Seeing that a punch was about to hit Allan, Allan had already used his knowledge and domineering to penetrate his attack trajectory, moved his steps, and avoided the punch dangerously on one side of his body. Avoided again. Yuvajin was surprised. He didn't expect Allan to dodge his fist with such subtle movements at such a close distance. It seemed that he already knew where he was going to attack. Before he punched, he had already made that prejudged evasive action. He couldn't help but squinted his eyes to re-examine Allan, and he had a bold guess in his mind, this guy, did he see through all my attacks? In order to verify his guess, Yuvajin immediately threw out his fists, blasting dozens of fists forward like a storm. With the help of the domineering look, Allan's figure dodges under his fist, like a ghost, completely avoiding all his offensives. In fact, Allan's experience is only in the preliminary stage. In the battle with the opponent, one must concentrate to make an accurate prediction. Use detached vision to capture opponents, perceive targets, penetrate attacks, etc. If it is high-level knowledge, even if you don't have to deliberately focus on the target, you can accurately predict when encountering danger. Right now, although Allan is calm on the surface, but at heart is very solemn. In the face of a top-notch player like Yuvajin, he dared not slack in the slightest, seeing and hearing the domineering full coverage. Not only is it necessary to concentrate on the inside of the target, but also the perception of breath is also very important. At the bow of the ship not far away, Kroo was also watching the battle between Allan and Yuvajin. A trace of movement appeared on Allan's calm face for the first time when he saw Allan avoid Yuvajin's offensive several times. It's not easy, that guy avoided Yuvajin's fist with minimal movement. Hearing this, Parker Nyotan on the side became curious, has that guy seen through Yuvajin's punch? Kroo nodded and said faintly, not only that, he is also consuming Yuvajin's power. Dodging Yuvajin's offensive with the smallest amount of movement, not counterattack, just dodging vaguely. But that is not a sign of weakness or fear, but to save physical energy consumption, and then save strength, stay on standby will fully counterattack, is a very calm-headed guy. On the other hand, every punch Yuvajin is a big opening and closing, the offensive is simple and rough, with amazing speed and strength. In this way, Yuvajin's physical strength will be consumed several times faster than the opponent. Over time, even if Yuvajin has an advantage in mind, once the physical strength drops, the gap between the two parties that is not too big will be gradually narrowed by the other party, or even overtaken. Hearing Krolo's analysis, Parkernaton was a little surprised. I didn't expect Yuvajin to encounter this type of opponent this time. He has never been good at dealing with this kind of intellectual opponent. Commander, do you want me to go up and help? Asterisk. Chapter 26. Krolo shook his head slightly. No, Yuvajin's strength is more than that. In addition, I am also a little interested in that guy, so I just take the opportunity to observe his battle with Yuvajin more. Hearing this, Parkernaton looked at Allan's eyes, and he also paid a little more attention. There are not many people who can interest the group leader. Does the group leader want to bring him into the group? If he survives, you can consider getting acquainted. Krolo smiled, with an abacus in his heart. At this moment, Yuvajin turned his head and glanced at Krolo's side with a startled look. The captain is laughing. He couldn't help thinking with certainty in his heart, yes, it must be because I haven't finished the battle until now, and even the regiment commander can't pass it. In previous battles with other opponents, Yuvajin has always overwhelming opponents with an overwhelming strength advantage. His fighting style is known for being fast, extreme, fierce, and fierce. In this battle, in the face of Allan's domineering experience, his strength advantage could not be fully utilized at all. Every attack seemed to have been pierced in advance, making him quite frustrated. Huo-di, Yuvajin stared at Allan glaringly, with a sullen expression on his face. Damn it, I'm going to be serious this time. Suddenly, an astonishing breath erupted from him, continuously, like a violent volcano. His training was extremely powerful, and in front of this burst of thought, Allan felt like he was facing an angry beast. It seemed to be able to see his sharp minions, scarlet eyes and hideous face. Very scary. Not far behind Allan, Gon and the old man with rosacea also felt the ferocity emanating from Yuvajin, and they were shocked. Although the old man with rosacea could not read, he felt that Yuvajin was much more terrifying than a beast at the moment. Gon hadn't learned to condense, so he couldn't see the violent thoughts on Yuvajin's body, only that his aura was stronger than the previous storm. Allan, I'll help you. Gon took a deep breath, suppressed his fear, and stepped out, wanting to step forward to help Allan and fight side by side with him. After all, speaking of it, Allan would fight Yuvajin, and he consciously had half of his reasons. If he hadn't insisted on saving the old man with rosacea, Allan wouldn't have been in conflict with Yuvajin. Therefore, Gon knows that he can't stand by and do his best. However, under Yuvajin's fierce beast-like aura, Gon almost felt an invisible pressure. What a ferocious thought! Gon was secretly startled. He couldn't help but stared at Allan's back. He thought to himself, it turns out that Allan is facing such a powerful opponent. No wonder he reminded me not to contact them. That big thought. It exudes a vicious atmosphere. I am afraid it is a complete badass. Gon, don't come here, stay away from Mr. Captain. Allan yelled without looking back. Facing a master like Yuvajin, he dare not relax a bit. Otherwise, it would be difficult to react even if there is a domineering look and feel. At the same time, he also launched practice to burst out a huge thought, wanting to fight against Yuvajin. However, when the two ideas are compared, once they collide, the decision is made. Allan. The old man with rosacea behind saw that the situation was not good, so he hurriedly pulled Gon into the cockpit, stopped him from stepping forward to help, and said, Gon, don't worry, I believe Allan can handle it. We still don't let him split heart yet. Gon nodded. He already knew that it wasn't the battle he could intervene now, and going up would only add to the chaos. But if Allan really can't handle it, he is ready to go up and support at any time. For this, he can pay his life. On this side, Yuvajin was not in a hurry to attack. He looked at the thoughts on Allan and smiled disdainfully. Hey! I think you have been practicing for 3 or 4 years at most, and I have been practicing for more than 10 years. You are not my opponent at all. Really? Allan's mouth raised slightly, sarcastically. You have been practicing mindfulness for so many years, so you still rely on pure mindfulness as the basis for winning or losing. Although your mind is indeed bigger than mine and amazing than mine, there are certain variables in the battle of mind, and there will never be an absolute victory. Taking a step back, even if you are better than me, but only if you can hit me. If your fist can't hit me, it's nothing but brute force. It's nothing to be afraid of. Facing Allan's sarcasm, Yuvajin's blue veins bulged on his forehead, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Do you think you can escape with my full blow?" Speaking of this, he sneered, "Well, just let you see it, my full blow." Hearing this, Allan couldn't help but his expression became serious. This guy, is he finally going to use his big move? In the original book, Yuvajin is the first-rate master of Enhancer, with extremely powerful physical strength. Facing hundreds of gangsters, it will be wiped out with bare hands. Its super destruction fist is even more powerful. It used to destroy one of the yin beast's earthworm, which was buried deep underground, together with the surface with a single punch. It is a real super destruction punch. Commander, what trick is Yuvajin going to use? Do you want to stop him? In front of the bow, Parker Nyotan couldn't help but ask. Kroo shook his head. No, I want to see what happens to that guy under Yuvajin's super destructive punch, whether he is alive or dead. It must be interesting. But, if you do that, you will really be eliminated. It's okay, hunter exams are held every year, but interesting guys are not something that you can meet every year. Hearing this, Parker Nyotan stopped talking, and his eyes fell on Yuvajin and Allan like Kroo. At this moment, Yuvajin already raised his right fist. Seeing this, Allan frowned slightly, and saw that a shocking energy wave was accumulating on his fist. He knew that if Yuvajin's punch was defeated, the entire ship might be destroyed. By then, the hundreds of candidates on this ship will probably not escape. Although Allan is not a good person, this battle is a contest between him and Yuvajin. It is not about the candidates, so he will never watch Yuvajin destroy the ship. Therefore, even if this punch can be avoided by seeing, hearing, and seeing, plus the moon step, but considering the lives of hundreds of people on the ship, this punch must be resisted anyway. Hey! Thinking of this, Allan exhaled heavily. You can only try that trick. Soon. An icy power suddenly radiated from him, and the surrounding air seemed to be frosty. A frost-white cold air spread from the deck on which his feet were, and swept toward Yuvajin, a few meters away, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Asterisk. Chapter 27. I saw where the cold air passed. The deck suddenly turned into a piece of crystal clear ice, as if it had been frozen by ice. Yuvajin was unconsciously surprised, just as he was surprised. The cold air had already invaded his feet through the deck, condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye, partially frozen his feet, and continued to spread upwards, trying to turn his whole person into ice sculptures. The biting coldness came directly into his heart. Yuvajin secretly said a bad sound, did not dare to push it loudly, and immediately slammed his accumulating right fist straight ahead. His feet were covered by ice and he couldn't attack Allan in close proximity. He could only blast his fist towards the deck under his feet, trying to break the ice first. Although this punch was not a full blow, it also accumulated nearly 70% of his strength, and its power should not be underestimated. It was too late, and then soon, Allan shot again, and an icy air swept out like a storm. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yuvajin changed the offensive decisively, blasting his fists against the invading ice. The ice was hit by a huge energy, and Yuvajin had not been completely frozen, but he had already blown it away with a punch. The frozen feet and the ice on the deck underneath were also shattered. Yuvajin, who had regained his freedom, screamed and rushed towards Allan like a tiger. Allan was not afraid of danger. Relying on the powerful insight of seeing, hearing and color, he twisted his foot and turned sharply, which was able to escape Yuvajin's outrageous blow. The action seems dangerous, but in fact it is the most flexible evasion with the most subtle movements. Yuvajin was slightly annoyed, and then smashed his punches. With a fierce momentum, he didn't give Allan a breath, and pursued him, vowing to kill him on the scene. Allan dodges from left to right. Under his domineering and powerful insight, his simple and rude attack methods have long been penetrated. Huo-di, Yuvajin changed his offensive, his feet bounced like a spring, and he jumped up to 10 meters high, clasped his hands and 10 fingers, locked Allan's figure directly from mid-air, and slammed down like a warhammer. Allan had already noticed it, the icy air swept out, and made 2 cones of ice out of thin air to meet up from below. Hey! Praying man arm as a car! Yuvajin snorted coldly. Under his warhammer-like offensive, the 2 ice cones collided and broke apart immediately, blasting towards Allan unabated. At the moment of death, Allan's figure flashed, Shiyuebu escaped. Boom! 1/3 of the solid deck was blasted and shattered by this blow. In midair, a cold sweat oozes from Allan's forehead. It's really dangerous. Fortunately, he used the cone of ice to stop his offensive, otherwise the area of damage would be even greater. Get me down! Yuvajin let out a violent rage, and jumped up on his feet. Allan sneered. With moon step, he has absolute air superiority in the air. Seeing Yuvajin rushing up like a spring, Allan didn't evade this time, stepping on the air and performing an aerial walk to meet Yuvajin. Yuvajin was taken aback, but he didn't expect Allan to take the initiative this time, and immediately hit with a straight right fist. Allan's domineering look had already penetrated Yuvajin's offensive, and in coordination with Yuebu's aerial technique, he twisted his body and kicked it over. Yuvajin was nowhere in the air, so he had to block with one hand, and at the same time his body began to fall towards the deck below. Allan seemed to have expected it, one foot was blocked, the other was immediately connected, and swept out like a black whip. Boom! This kick slammed Yuvajin's waist fiercely. Yuvajin immediately fell like a cannonball and hit the deck hard. Without waiting for Yuvajin to catch his breath, Allan looked at the timing, and moved forward with his moon step rushing forward. With his 5 fingers together, he formed a sharp ice blade with the same icy air with the force of a hand knife, and cast a lightning strike on Yuvajin's chest. Ah! A piercing coldness hit his chest, and Yuvajin, whose body is comparable to steel, couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. I saw a hint of redness pouring out of his chest, dripping onto the deck, blooming with bleeding red flowers. Yuvajin looked down, his expression full of shock. What? Blood! Allan succeeded with a blow, and his face was beaming. Of course, ordinary hand-knife offensives cannot break Yuvajin's steel-like defenses, but if the nature of ice is added, the penetrating power is increased, and a breakthrough is made, even a body that is as hard as steel will be difficult to resist. In the distance, Kroo, who was paying attention to the battle, smiled slightly. It was a good job to break Yuvajin's defense and hurt him. Indeed. Parkernaton also felt the same. Yuvajin's body can't even be broken by a rocket launcher. At this moment, Yuvajin's face was terribly gloomy. A huge breath erupted from him, and the wound on his chest quickly stopped bleeding. In addition to having strong physical fitness, Enhancernan also has a unique advantage in healing wounds and recovering injuries. They can quickly strengthen the body through powerful thoughts and accelerate the healing of body wounds. Right now, the damage caused by Allan's blow has been strengthened by Yuvajin, speeding up the healing rate. In fact, that blow did not hurt Yuvajin's vitals. But Yuvajin believes that injury is a shame. He suddenly raised his head to look at Allan in the air, and said angrily, "Get me down." No way, Yuvajin just has the ability to pass the sky, and there is basically no way to face Allan who knows the moon step. Even if you can rely on your own strong jumping ability, once you get into the air, you will be restrained by the opponent. Therefore, although he was furious, he did not lose his mind. An icy air invaded and condensed into a trident. Boom! Holding a trident in his hand, Allan swooped down from the air and slashed toward Yuvajin. Hateful! Yuvajin yelled and raised his right fist to meet him. Boom! The shaquan collided with the trident, bursting out an astonishing energy. Click! The trident couldn't withstand the amazing ability. Under this blow, it shattered and Allan instantly pulled away. Yuvajin couldn't take a step backward without any force. He raised his hand and took a hard hit with a trident, causing his right fist to be attacked by a cold will. Similarly, Allan's hands were slightly tingling. This blow was evenly divided between the two sides. Practice! A huge thought burst out, and Yuvajin's figure flashed like a tiger. Allan was taken aback. He didn't expect Yuvajin's speed to increase so much. This punch was already inevitable, and he took a pair of punches to block his punch. Boom! Under the head-on, high and low, Allan was suddenly shaken out by the mighty force. Yuvajin took advantage of the momentum to chase and injected strong thought power on his right fist. Seeing that the situation was not good, Allan quickly activated the power of ice cold, and in a flash, he condensed into a huge wall of crystal clear ice in front of him. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Almost at the moment when the ice wall was formed, Yuvajin's attack was like a giant hammer breaking the ice. Boom! With a heavy blow, the ice wall suddenly shattered and turned into bright spots of light in the sky. Almost at the same time when the ice wall was broken, Allan's figure flashed out, and a sharp uppercut hit Yuvajin's lower jaw firmly. This punch Allan used the advanced application technique of Nian Lu. By adjusting the volume of his body, he concentrated 70% of his body's mind to the right hand, and used the uppercut to strike explosive damage. Yuvajin was hit hard, and he felt as if his jaw was about to split, causing him to lose consciousness for an instant. At this moment, Allan only had one hand, freeze. An icy air swept out like a turbulent current, and in an instant, Yuvajin had turned into a crystal-clear ice sculpture of a mountain. Hey! Allan let out a heavy breath. This was the first battle he encountered when he left Whale Island. I didn't expect to encounter such an elite monster as soon as I went out to sea. Had it not been for the help of the Domineering and the Moon Step, he would not be able to fight against the first-class enhancernan like Yuvajin by relying on his current conjurer ice power alone. Fortunately, after a bitter struggle, he was finally frozen. Allan, you are amazing, this big guy was frozen by you. Gon stepped forward. It's just freezing temporarily. Allan frowned. He knew very well that to completely freeze a strong player of Yuvajin's level, he could not reach his current level. Upon hearing this, Gon said in surprise, then what if he breaks the ice out? Allan shrugged and said, what else can I do, keep freezing him. Gon was taken aback, this method was really simple and rude. But it is also the most practical. Under the premise of being unable to kill the opponent, trapping him is the best solution. In the distance, Kroo and Pakonatan, who were watching the battle closely, saw Yuvajin being frozen into an ice sculpture, and their faces changed slightly. What to do, Captain? Do you want to go up and help? Pakonatan asked. Kroo was about to reply, and there was a sudden click from the frozen ice cube over Yuvajin, and a crack appeared. Go away, it's going to crack. Allan was startled, and quickly pulled Gon back. In the next instant, with a bang, the ice on Yuvajin burst open. His whole person is like a giant glacier tiger that broke out of the ice, exuding amazing aura. However, although his giant glacier tiger was fierce, he couldn't help panting at this moment, really embarrassed. Shike broke through the ice forcibly, causing his body to be invaded by cold air. At this moment, he is using practice to expel the strong aura to expel the cold air from his body. At this moment, a figure rushed forward, and it was Allan. He calculated that Yuvajin's forced ice breaking would surely cause some damage, and immediately stepped forward. An ice skate slammed Yuvajin's head straight down, awe-inspiring, as if he wanted to cut off the head of this giant glacier tiger directly. Yuvajin couldn't help being taken aback. Before he could think about it, he immediately fisted straight to meet him. Once the fist and the ice skate collided, it was like two storms competing with each other. He deserves to be physically strong, even if he throws a punch in a hurry, it is enough to block Allan's heavy blow. Allan knew that he could not succeed with this head-on blow, and immediately kicked his right foot into his chest like lightning. Although Yuvajin was aware of it, the cold inside his body had not been completely removed. Allan took advantage of the momentum to chase, holding ice skates in both hands, using moon step to lock Yuvajin directly from the air, and dive down at an explosive speed, like a water bird staring at the midstream fish in Shanghai, and he was bound to win. Yuvajin's face was shocked, even if he stabilized his figure and threw his fist out. When nothing happened, a figure stood in front of Yuvajin, and abruptly blocked Allan's ice skates. Allan's pupils shrank slightly, and it was Kroo. He is holding a mysterious book in his left hand and a horned shield in his right hand. The ice skate slashed on the shield and made a huge muffled noise. Kroo said, "If you want to fight again, let me be your opponent." Allan closed his hand immediately and withdrew. His eyes were attracted by the book in Kroo's hand, and there was a trace of jealousy in his eyes. It is not an ordinary book, but a book of manifestation, which can be used to seize from others. It is the none of Kroo's traits, and it is called the Thief's Cheats. Only need to complete a few specific conditions, the ability of the target can be stolen through the book, and then sealed in the book. When using it, you only need to realize the book, hold it in your hand, and use it. And the horn shield that Kroo held in his other hand was none he had stolen. From the outside, it is also the manipulator. The main method seems to be used for defense. Allan's eyes were even more jealous, all because of the strong blow he had dealt with Yuvajin just now, but it was blocked by this horn shield, whose defense power was comparable to steel. The atmosphere on the scene became anxious, and Allan stared at Kroo solemnly, not daring to relax. At the moment, a Yuvajin makes him awkward to deal with, and now there is another Kroo. Allan feels deeply pressured. At this moment, Kroo said, "Don't be nervous, I won't make a move." Hearing this, Allan was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Literally. Of course, if you have to fight, I can accompany you." After that, the horn shield in Kroo's hand and the thief's cheats disappeared at the same time. Seeing this, Allan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Kroo really didn't want to do it. At the same time, Yuvajin also forced out all the cold that had invaded the body just now, and restored his state. He laughed twice and walked out. "Commander, I'm sorry, I just troubled you. Now, let me kill this kid. This time I will use my full strength and will no longer have any reservations." The atmosphere became serious again, and Allan's relaxed heart tightened again. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Seeing Yuvajin's high fighting spirit, Allan is also determined to accompany him, and a real battle of life and death will be officially seen on this ship. Just as the anger of both sides was burning, Kroo stepped forward and stood in front of the two of them, saying faintly, "This contest ends here." Yuvajin was taken aback, his momentum couldn't help venting, frowning and staring at Kroo, and said with a hint of displeasure, "Commander, give me a reason for the truce, otherwise I won't be convinced." Hearing this, Kroo glanced at Yuvajin and said with a serious look, "You don't have any deep hatred with him. There is no need to fight to death, right?" Yuvajin was startled, he couldn't refute what he said. In fact, he did not have any feud with Allan, and he didn't have to put each other to death. It was just a battle for Sushi, which made him frustrated, unwilling to fight, and he wanted to vent his anger. Now Kroo has spoken out to dissuade him, he is not good at giving face. In addition, Kroo is his immediate boss, and he is even less likely to disobey the opponent. Immediately, he reluctantly replied, glanced at Allan who was opposite, and slowly reduced his arrogance. Allan was surprised to see Yuvajin's momentum fade away. He didn't expect this tiger to have such an obedient side. Looking at Krolo's eyes, there was inevitably more dread and a little admiration. Being able to control the tiger is already very capable. The ability to make the tigers listen to orders is even more detached. Krolo is such a master. Krolo also cast his gaze at this time, and said, I have told Yuvajin to stop. It's up to you. Hearing this, Allan fell silent. In fact, Allan didn't want to fight Yuvajin at all, let alone fight him to death. Therefore, although he tried his best just now, he did not have any killing intent. In the same way, Yuvajin naturally didn't make a move with killing intent just now. However, if the fight continues, the two sides will definitely fight each other with the purpose of killing each other. At that time, it will no longer be an ordinary dispute, but a real life and death battle. This kind of life and death battle will undergo a qualitative change due to the combat awareness of the participants. The higher the consciousness and the stronger the persistence, the more terrifying the battle changes between the two sides will be. Now that Krolo stepped forward to calm the fight, Allan had no reason not to stop. However, just when he was about to give up, the system for doing things went online. 1. Give Krolo a face and give up with Yuvajin. Reward: seeing and hearing color domineering increase by 1 layer. 2. Provoked Krolo, and successfully angered Krolo. Reward: armed color domineering, intermediate. Is the reward for a mid-level armed color domineering? Allan's eyes lit up, but immediately eclipsed. If you want to get this reward, you have to anger Krolo, which is obviously not a wise choice. Allan knew very well that he could not be Krolo's opponent at this stage. A Yuvajin alone was enough to get him into trouble. If he provokes Krolo again, it would be a death-seeking behavior. Furthermore, Krolo, as the spider leader, provokes Krolo, which is tantamount to being an enemy of the entire brigade. This transaction is not a good deal. He didn't want to take his life for this reward. Thinking of this, he chose the first option and gave up. Ding! You have chosen option 1. Reward: see, hear, domineering, and improve by 1 level. Swiftly, Allan felt that his domineering style had greatly improved. If it was an insight before, then now it has the effect of perception. Perception, that is, you can feel the danger without seeing it with your eyes, so as to make a prediction. It's a bit of a pity that in the fight with Yuvajin just now, Krolo blocked it, so Allan regrettably didn't get the skill land foot. The completion condition of the reward is, repel the powerful enemy Yuvajin. Strictly speaking, he did not repel the powerful enemy Yuvajin in this contest. Then, the rewards are naturally invalid. However, he knew that the skill of Lanjiao still had a chance to play, so he was not very disappointed. At this time, after the dispute was settled, Krolo brought Yuvajin and Parkernatan to Allan. Allan swiftly launched the domineering look, hearing, and color, and now his domineering look and feel has risen to a level, with the effects of insight and perception, and the ability to predict danger has been greatly improved. Right now, under the domineering perception of seeing and hearing, Allan did not perceive that Krolo contained hostility, so he relaxed 3 points and asked, "What's the matter?" Krolo smiled faintly, "How about it, are you interested in getting to know it? My name is Krolo." As he said, he introduced Yuvajin and Parnotan on the left and right. Allan was surprised. Krolo made it clear that he wanted to befriend him, which was a little unexpected. For a while, I didn't know how to answer. At this moment, the system went online again. 1. Ignore Krolo and treat it as air. Reward: increase your thoughts by 3000. 2. Responding to Krolo, befriending the spider. Reward: upgrade 1 level per month. Allan scratched his hair, this option tangled him. Just now in the battle with Yuvajin, he has already realized that he is not thinking enough. At this moment, increasing your mind is a very huge attraction. Of course, Uebu also played a very important role in the battle just now. It can be said that if there was no moon step just now, he would never have been able to hold it for that long. However, in general, Allan believes that it is important to increase your mind first. As for associating with spiders? For Allan, he doesn't want to have anything to do with spiders at this stage. Spiders are a gang of A-level thieves. I don't know how many rewards are offered. Enemies are full of the world. Allan doesn't want to be an accomplice of such dangerous wanted criminals. Immediately, Allan made his own choice, only to see that he glanced at Kroo, bypassed him directly, and walked towards Gon. Ding! You ignored Kroo. Reward, 3,000 readings. In an instant, Allan's thoughts skyrocketed, and the thoughts that had been consumed 7 or 88 were restored as a result. He looked overjoyed and said, I don't know what Kroo will think. To be honest, he now wants to look back at Kroo's face after being ignored by him. It must be very exciting. Asterisk. Chapter 30. All of a sudden, Kroo couldn't help being stunned. It's the first time he has been so ignored, thinking he has been out and messing around for many years. Yuvajin and Parker Naughton on the side were also quite stunned. I didn't expect Allan to be so defiant. Recovered, Yuvajin immediately yelled like a thunder, "Ahole, stop!" Allan turned his head, and said calmly, "What's the matter?" Yuvajin asked sternly, "Our head is talking to you, you don't want to shake it off, what kind of attitude is this?" "Whatever your attitude is, I will take whatever attitude. Stop talking." Allan glanced at Kroo and saw that although his expression was calm as usual, he seemed to be thinking about something like that, not knowing if he was suppressing his anger. Such a person looks kind on the surface, but he looks like a Raksha ghost in his life. In fact, it is the most terrifying and unprovoking. But Allan expected that since Kroo had the intention of getting to know him, he wouldn't be able to turn his face with him in such an uncomfortable way. This is indeed the case. Kroo raised his hand to stop Yuvajin's anger, and said to Allan, "It's okay, if you don't want to get acquainted, then forget it." Allan smiled faintly, "It's better for you to make sense." He glanced at Yuvajin again, intentionally or unintentionally. Yuvajin wasn't a fool either, of course he knew he was mocking himself. "Although I was upset, I was not impulsive either." Kroo paused, then looked at Allan, and said, "Although you don't want to be friends with me, I have something I hope you can help." Hearing that, Allan was a little surprised. He couldn't think of what the spider leader would need to help himself. He immediately asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Kroo immediately said, "The three of us have passed the initial test just like you, and you know that. But we didn't expect that the shameless old man with rosacea was not only the captain of the ship, but was hired by the association to oversee the test. The invigilator of, therefore did not take care of his question, unexpectedly will be eliminated because of this. Yuvajin has a grumpy temper and threatens the invigilator only if he is angry. I am deeply sorry about this. Now you have saved the life of the invigilator from Yuvajin, and he must be very grateful to you. So I hope you can help him to restore the qualifications of the three of us." It turned out to be this. Allan nodded, but sneered in his heart. If he hadn't known Kroo's true face, he would have been deceived by him on the surface. It was so funny to say sorry to him, he was obviously a cold-blooded demon. But it can also be seen from this that Kroo attaches great importance to this hunter test, otherwise it is impossible to ask for help in such a low voice. Thinking of this, he said indifferently, "In that case, it is indeed a pity to be eliminated like this, not to mention that you are still quite capable masters, and it is very likely that you will get a hunter license." When Yuvajin heard it later, he immediately groaned, "You guys are acquainted." Allan glanced at him, ignored him, looked at Kroo, and said, "Although this is the case, why should I help you for no reason? The corner of Krollo's mouth raised slightly. Of course I won't let you help in vain. Oh. Allan raised his eyebrows. What benefit is it? Maybe you can consider it. Krollo raised an index finger and said, 100 million. What? Allan was startled. If you can help, I will pay you 100 million. Krollo smiled. When Allan heard this, although he was not a greedy person, the attractiveness of 100 million was not weak. If you have 100 million, not to mention a lifetime, at least the next part of your life can be said to have no worries about food and drink. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he nodded and said, okay, I will try. But if I can help you, I don't know. We are waiting for you. Krollo smiled. He seemed to have great confidence in Allan and believed he would be able to help. Allan turned to the cockpit to find the old man with rosacea. The old man with rosacea has been hiding in facts and paying attention to him and Krollo. After all, he is a well-informed old man. Suddenly guessed that Allan was coming, and asked, Brother Allan, what did they tell you? Allan did not conceal anything, and said directly, the three of them hope that I will ask Mr. Captain to give them a chance to regain their qualifications. The old man with rosacea had already guessed it in his mind, so he was not surprised. He just looked at Allan and asked seriously, are you really going to help them? Allan nodded, but thought in his heart, the reward is 100 million. I have to help with this. On the face, it was a serious explanation, as the saying goes, if you don't know each other, they are all quite capable. Master, have the opportunity to pass the hunter test to become a professional hunter. For the association, how precious a professional hunter is, you should know better than me. Therefore, it would be a pity if they were eliminated in this way. The old man with rosacea pondered for a moment, and finally let go, well, you saved my life. I have no reason not to help. Fortunately, I haven't declared the elimination list of the three of them to the organizer. Let the three of them resume their qualifications. Hearing this, Allan was overjoyed and immediately went back to the deck and told Krollo the news. Thank you, Allan. Krollo smiled. Allan was taken aback, wondering how Krollo knew his name. Then I thought about it, maybe I heard it when Gon called him earlier, so I didn't care. Of course, Krollo did not explain, and the topic changed. Allan, about the 100 million, I will give it to you after the hunter test is over. Or you can tell me the account card number, and I will ask someone to transfer the money to your card. Allan hasn't applied for a card yet, and Gon naturally hasn't, so he had to agree to the first proposal. Well, you don't want to go wrong. Krollo smiled and said, don't worry. In fact, Allan doesn't worry about his recklessness. At any rate, he is also the famous Phantom Troop. Don't say it is 100 million, even 100 million can be handed out. The question is whether they are willing to pay the money obediently. Of course, this matter can only be seen later. If they fall back on the bill by then, Allan doesn't mind tearing up their skin with them. At this time, the old man with rosacea came up and said, although the three of you are regained qualifications, you still have to ask why you want to be hunter as usual. After that, he pointed to Yuvajin, big guy, let you talk first. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Yuvajin was very upset with the questioning leadership attitude of the old man with rosacea, and shouted, my name is Yuvajin, because I bet with someone, so I came to take the hunter license. Although he gave the reason, his tone was still very arrogant. You can tell at a glance how his personality is. Absolutely fierce. Next came Parker Naughton, who whispered in a low voice, my name is Parker. I became a hunter just to facilitate work. Krollo said last, I'm Krollo. Lucifer, because I like something, so I have to get a hunter license first. When he mentioned that thing, there was a hint of excitement on his calm face. Expression, that thing is very rare, only by becoming a hunter can I get it. His words made Allan a little concerned. I don't know what it is that can make this spider leader so moved. Presumably, it must be a very rare thing. After listening to the reasons of the three, the old man with rosacea said, "Okay, you guys have passed." Then, he made a special statement, "Listen well, before taking you to the port, please don't fight for the time being, this ship the boat cannot withstand your wanton destruction. If the boat is destroyed, none of you will want to participate in the test." Although he said this to everyone, it was actually aimed at Yuvajin alone. After all, in the previous contest between him and Allan, as long as he was not blind, he could see that he was going crazy like a bull, running rampant and full of destructive power. Yuvajin is not a fool, and how can he not know that the old man with rosacea is calling him by name, and he can't help being angry. But with Kroo here, he didn't dare to make any more attempts, so he could only endure it. A few hours later, the ship sailed into the harbor and finally docked at the pier. At that time, ships approached one after another. These boats are also hired by the Hunter Association to help screen candidates. There are very few candidates on each boat who can successfully reach this place, and some boats do not even pass the candidate. And this is still the preliminary screening of the Hunter test, not even a formal knockout. Only those who pass the initial screening can become real candidates and take the formal test. After getting off the boat, the old man with rosacea gave the 5 members of Allan, Gon, Kroo, Yuvajin, and Parkernaton a notice sheet for the Hunter test venue, which briefly wrote the rules of the Hunter test and the time and general rules of the test. Place. After bidding farewell to the old man with rosacea, Allan took Gon one step ahead and did not walk with the 3 of Kroo. And the Kroo trio naturally did not force Allan Gon to go forward together. After all, in this Hunter test, everyone is actually a competitor. The fewer competitors, the greater the chance of passing. Therefore, if it is not a good relationship, everyone is actually alone and difficult to get along with. Allan didn't hurry, but after bypassing Kroo and the others, he took Gon to find a cafe in the city to rest. He calculated the time. He and Gon took a boat from Whale Island at 6:30 in the morning to reach this small port city. It took about 12 hours in total. Although there was an accident in the middle, it finally arrived smoothly. Then he took out the Hunter test instruction sheet and looked at it, and found that the location of the first test venue was in a place called Saba City. This place Allan had the impression that it was Gon's first test point when they took the exam in the original book, and the chief examiner was Sats. The test start time is 24 hours later. That is to say, the entrance of the first venue must be found within 24 hours. Once the time limit is set, the entrance of the venue will be closed, and those who have not arrived at the venue will be automatically eliminated. Without further ado, after a short break, Allan took Gon to find a local car rental driver and headed to Saba City. Night falls. The black night feels terrible. It was as silent as if something would appear suddenly. On a road leading to Saba City, a car that was driving normally suddenly made a bang noise. The middle-aged driver yelled, "Ah, no, I hit something." He hurriedly got out of the car and checked. Inside the car, Allan and Gon looked at each other, and both of them noticed a dark figure suddenly rushing out of the road. But neither of them moved, staying in the car and braking silently. If there is wind and grass, you can react as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the driver screamed in horror from outside the car. In an instant, the cry stopped again. At night, the silence was restored. It seems that nothing happened. However, the driver has already disappeared with that call. At night, it became darker. Only the 2 headlights in front of the car were shining on the quiet road. However, the distance between the car lights is limited and can only reach 10 meters. The remaining light was swallowed by the heavy night. At this time, the vehicle suddenly agitated, and it seemed that there was a beast attacking the vehicle outside. Allan and Gon moved extremely fast and escaped from the car in the first place. Right now, under the illumination of the vehicle lights, they could see at a glance what the thing that attacked the car was. It was actually a birdman with huge black wings on his back. Yes, that can only be described by birdman. Except for the huge pair of wings, its facial features and body are not much different from human beings. Another point is that the color of its pupils is extraordinarily faint green, like a lynx. It seems that it can see things clearly in the dark night like the day. Suddenly, it turned its gaze to Allan and Gon. Under the dark night, on the highway, the pair of faint green pupils seemed particularly permeating. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Gon was taken aback. Wow! What is that? It's not just Birdman. Allan quickly calmed down and shrugged. The Birdman stared at the two of them, his pupils glowing with strange light. Under the dark night, the atmosphere became more and more depressed. Allan responds to all changes with immobility, and expands his domineering arrogance. His eyes narrowed, and he realized that there was another existence. Although the breath was well hidden, he was still discovered by his strong perception of the domineering and domineering. That aura was hidden behind the first Birdman, covered with black wings, and the dark night and the darkness blended together, making it difficult for people to detect it. Allan rolled his eyes, thinking of a plan, and said to Gon. Gon, it's your time to act. Gon nodded, took a deep breath, and rushed towards the Birdman. The truth was that Gon didn't know there was another aura, he just followed Allan's words. Seeing Gon rushing towards him, the Birdman vibrated his wings violently, flew high into the sky, and disappeared. Gon's momentum couldn't help but let go, his eyes fixed on the dark night sky. At this moment, another breath hidden in the darkness approached Gon. When he was in front of him, he was suddenly another Birdman. Gon's eyes were being attracted by the Birdman flying into the night sky, and he didn't expect another one. At the moment of the thrill, a figure flashed in front of Gon, and it was Allan. Boom! The Birdman was kicked out by Allan, and slammed into the car parked on the side of the road. Hit a gold star. After finishing one, Allan looked up and saw that the color cast spread out, and the Birdman that had submerged into the night sky was swooping down at a very fast speed. Allan sneered, performed a moon step, and charged forward. The Birdman was taken aback, never expecting Allan to know how to navigate the air, and to be able to spot it at a glance in such a dark night. Boom! The Birdman was kicked to the ground by Allan directly from the air. I don't know if it was a coincidence or Allan did it on purpose. The Birdman also happened to hit the car and dented the top of the car. This time, the car was completely scrapped. The two Birdmen were kicked out of sight by Allan, and they were half fierce. Seeing Allan approaching, one of the Birdmen hurriedly said, "Wait." Gon on the side was taken aback. Wow, he can speak human words. Allan was relatively calm, in fact he already felt that something was wrong. There must be something strange about how this kind of creature appeared on the road here for no reason. Thinking of this, he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The Birdman said, "We are the winged beasts living in the nearby Kangshung Mountains. Because of their evil doing, they were recruited by the Hunter Association. This Hunter test, this road is an important passage to the first test center in Saba City. Order to screen some candidates here." "I see." Allan nodded thoughtfully. Gon asked, "Where's the driver?" "I was scared away by us," the winged beast said. Hearing this, Allan said solemnly, "Now our driver has been scared away by you, and the car has been destroyed. You must have a way to take us to our destination, right?" Winged monster nodded, "Yes. We also serve as guides. Since you can easily subdue us, you are naturally qualified to go to the venue. Now, let us take you to the first test site in Saba City." Naturally, Allan and Gon had no opinion. Immediately, the two winged monsters took Allan and Gon to the venue respectively. They have huge wings, flap their wings high in the sky, and fly extremely fast. In less than 2 hours, Allan and Gon arrived in Saba City smoothly, and under the guidance of Wingman Demon, they found the entrance to the venue. It is a very inconspicuous entrance, located in a civilian restaurant on the side of the street. After that, you need to take the elevator to sneak down to reach the real venue. Said to be the venue, it is actually a huge underground passage. It's very deep, very long, and I don't know where it extends. When Allan and Gon arrived there, hundreds of people had gathered on the scene. A beanmeal man in a suit walked over and handed the 2 number plates to them. The numbers are distributed randomly, and the numbers are not in order. Allan is number 123. Gon is number 223. Wearing the number on the front and back of his chest, Allan's gaze began to sweep around one by one. This is the first main examination room of the Hunter test, which means that all candidates who pass the screening will gather in this place. If Kurapika, Leorio, and Kilawa took the Hunter exam and passed the screening, they would definitely appear here. Of course, Allan didn't want to befriend them, he just wanted to see these guys. However, after a cursory glance at the people present, Allan did not see them. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that they did not take the Hunter exam. The second is that they haven't found this place yet. There are still more than 10 hours before the limited 24 hours, and it's still very early. At this moment, Allan glanced, and a fat-headed guy came over. This person is no one else, but Tonpa God. Hi, hello, my name is Tonpa. With that, Tonpa stretched out his hand, the meaning was clear, hoping to get to know Allan and Gon, and the 3 of them would make friends. Gon didn't think about it. When someone said hello, he stupidly stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, I'm Gon." Tonpa smiled, and reached out to Allan again. In fact, Allan didn't want to talk to this guy. But he changed his mind and suddenly remembered that he had an ability in his body that he had never used before. That ability is the reward that I got when I met Gon for the first time in Whale Island, a trait that came out of the treasure chest, Nen, Hand of Fortune. Thinking about it, he hasn't used it once. Right now Tonpa leaned forward, and a sneer appeared in his heart, just to try the effect with Tonpa. The ability of the Hand of Air Luck is expressed as, it can plunder the air of others for its own use. The so-called luck includes luck, bad luck, peach blossom luck, career luck, bad luck, misfortune, and so on. The downside is that the luck obtained by plundering is not all good luck, and there is a certain chance of plucking bad luck. As far as Allan knows, this fellow Tonpa has failed the Hunter test dozens of times, and he is really worried that he will be robbed of bad luck. But anyway, I still have to give it a try. After all, the specific performance of this ability depends on the actual effect. Asterisk. Chapter 33. The ability's activation conditions must meet 5 points in order to be successfully plundered. Condition 1. You need to touch the opponent's body with your hands for 5 seconds. Condition 2. Need to know the name or identity of the target. Condition 3. Only one hand can be used when touching the target, no limit to left and right hands. Condition 4. When the ability is activated, you will enter the state of absolute and cannot use any thoughts. Condition 5. It can only be used once a day, and each target can only be plucked once, and repetition is invalid. Thinking of this, Allan stretched out his left hand to hold Tonpa's right hand, and smiled faintly. "Hello, this is Allan." Tonpa smiled naively, preparing to withdraw his right hand. But Allan didn't let go immediately, but still held his right hand. The power of the Hand of Luck has been activated. Condition 2345 Allan has been fulfilled, but Condition 1, touch the opponent's body for 5 seconds. At the same time, he secretly calculated the time in his heart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Completed in 5 seconds. Allan released his hand instantly. Tonpa glanced at Allan weirdly, and said, "Brother, it's just a handshake, don't you need to be so passionate?" "Sorry, my hands cramped just now." Allan smiled. Of course Tanpa was dubious about this kind of nonsense, but he didn't say much. Allan stopped paying attention to Tanpa, because he saw a big hand appearing in his void and grabbing Tanpa. Tanpa didn't seem to notice. The big hand passed through his body and caught a golden light ball. The golden ball of light represents fortune. Allan was overjoyed, but he was quite satisfied that he had grabbed a piece of fortune the first time he used the hand of chi luck. If you have fortune, you can make a lot of money. Whether it's doing business or buying lottery tickets, you will definitely be able to get a certain amount of wealth. Tanpa, who has been robbed of fortune, will not be able to obtain wealth in a short period of time. It may even be impossible to obtain wealth for a lifetime. For this, Allan can only shrug his shoulders and express his apologies. But it is absolutely impossible for him to return his wealth. Big deal, if you run into it on the street in the future, you can give the other party 2 meals a day. At this time, Tanpa took out 2 cans of drinks from the backpack he was carrying with him, and handed them to Allan and Gon each. This is a special juice from my hometown. It tastes sweet and delicious. You must be very thirsty when you come to take the hunter test all the way? Come on, you are welcome, this juice is very thirsty. Looking at Tanpa's silly smile. People who don't know his details, I'm afraid he will really believe it. There was a sneer at the corner of Allan's mouth, and Tanpa called the newcomer killer. The biggest evil of participating in the hunter test is to use various methods to eliminate newcomers. If you drink this juice, you may have problems with your body. Why don't you drink it? Tanpa asked with some guilty conscience. Allan was about to answer. At this moment, the system was online. Ding! Start choosing. 1. Drink Tanpa's laxative juice. Reward: a great sword of fine steel that cuts iron like mud. 2. Let Tanpa drink the laxative juice. Reward: mysterious treasure box X1. Allan chose the second option without hesitation. Just kidding, if you know you have a laxative, you still have to drink it. Isn't that a fool? And the rewarded sword is not attractive to him. In contrast, he is more interested in mysterious treasure chests. It just so happened that he was about to make things difficult for Tanpa, to see if he dared to drink it. If he didn't dare to drink, then he had to use force to deter him. In a word, Tanpa is drunk. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Tanpa, is your juice okay?" "Yes, of course it's okay." Tanpa smiled, but the answer was a little short of breath. There was a sneer at the corner of Allan's mouth. "If that's the case, why don't you try a sip first?" Tanpa's face suddenly appeared embarrassed. He didn't expect Allan to take him a step back. He was given a powerful laxative for this juice, and normal people would drink it for at least 3 days and 3 nights until the body collapsed. Fortunately, he remembers to bring the poison with him. In order to let Allan and Gon drink the juice without worry, he gritted his teeth and immediately opened the juice and took a sip. "Look, there is no problem, right?" Tanpa wiped the corners of his mouth and smiled. "Well, indeed." Allan nodded. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! You successfully made Tanpa drink the laxative juice. Awarded, mysterious treasure box X1. Allan didn't open the treasure chest right away, the treasure always had to be kept for later viewing. Besides, now is not the time to open the treasure chest. Tanpa saw that Allan didn't respond, and he felt that he was being tricked. He cried, "I drank it all, why don't you drink it?" Allan was about to reply, suddenly as if he had noticed something, he raised his head and looked into the distance. "I saw Kroo, Parkernaton and Yuvajin have also come to this venue." He casually said, "Mr. Tanpa, do you see those 3? They seem to be thirsty. You can give them juice." Tanpa took a look and saw that the 3 Kroo were fresh faces, and they were newcomers, and he immediately walked over. As for Allan, he had already planned to give up. After a while, Allan saw Yuvajin readily take Tanpa's juice and drank it. As for Krollo and Parkernaton, Tonpa was completely ignored. 1 can, 2 cans and 3 cans. I saw Yuvajin drank several cans and seemed really thirsty. He is very physically fit, and mere laxatives have no effect at all for him. Tonpa was dumbfounded, he didn't expect that there would be such a monster in this world. Allan had everything in sight. Tonpa was a clown in his eyes, and he didn't know how many caddies he was. In fact, he also expected that Yuvajin would teach Tonpa. But Yuvajin drank his juice and didn't treat him harshly, which surprised Allan somewhat. Looking at it again, Tonpa didn't know when he had ran to the other side to chat with a silver-haired ladyboy. Allan glanced intently, and couldn't help being stunned. The silver-haired lady was stepping on the skateboard with one foot, and holding Tonpa's juice in her right hand. She was leaning against the wall and drinking happily. And this person is Kilawa. *. Chapter 34. Tonpa on the side was full of treacherous faces, and seemed to have foreseen Kilawa's 3,000 foot drop in the toilet. However, when he saw Kilawa becoming more addicted as he drank, the smile on his face gradually stiffened. As with Yuvajin, Kilawa seemed to like to drink juice very much, and nothing happened after drinking it. Tonpa was hit hard. Yuvajin is strong, even if he has a strange physique. But he didn't expect that now even a young lady is not afraid of his powerful laxatives. Sure enough, people are more popular than others. The truth is that neither Yuvajin nor Kilawa are generics, and you can see that Tonpa's juice has a problem at a glance. But they are extremely confident in their physical capacity, and they are really thirsty, so they drank Tonpa's juice. Allan has been watching Tonpa. After seeing Tonpa continue to eat from him, Yuvajin and Kilawa, he feels quite relaxed, like watching a clown playing a treasure. No one takes him seriously. He looked at Tonpa with a playful expression on his face, and saw Tonpa looking around, as if looking for a new prey. Soon after, 4 more candidates came to the test venue one after another. One head first, tall, but with strange needles stuck in his face. It looks terrifying. Allan recognized that the man was Kilawa's eldest brother, Ilmi Zaldik. What he has on his face is actually a special needle. He can change his appearance, and he is a first-rate master of disguise. In fact, he is very handsome in real life. Participating in the hunter test this time, he deliberately disguised himself and followed his brother Kilawa. The Ifran who was paying attention to his brother looked at Tonpa who was approaching, and let out a low voice from his throat, "Is there something wrong?" Tonpa oozes drips of cold sweat on his forehead. Seeing Ilmi's horrible look after the disguise, he is directly discouraged, and hastily said, "No, it's okay." Then he quickly slipped away. Allan followed his gaze and saw Tonpa walking towards another bald man who was doing a push-up. This bald head has good features and a pair of sharp eyes. He is surprisingly Hanzo. Hanzo is a ninja. Vigilance has always been extremely high, and he directly refused the juice Tonpa handed over. Tonpa shrank again, suffocating his stomach, and a pair of rat eyes fell on the other two. This person is wearing a blue suit, tall and thin, and wearing sunglasses. The other has short blonde hair and wears ethnic-style clothing. They are Leorio and Kurapika. The two walked very close, and they obviously knew each other. They showed obvious vigilance to Tonpa's strike up. Tonpa was very depressed after eating deflated many times. He really didn't expect it. This year's newcomers are so difficult to deal with. Under this kind of blow, Tonpa exited the field angrily. The corners of Allan's mouth, who witnessed this scene, raised slightly, indifferent to Tonpa's departure. What he is most interested in now is what will happen to the hunter test next. Ilmi, Kilawa, Hanzo, Kurapika, Leorio. The main characters that appeared in the original work have all appeared. In addition, members of the 3 brigade groups Krollo, Yuvajin, and Parnotan also showed up. This hunter test must be very interesting. At this moment, there was a scream like a pig in front of him. Allan looked back, and saw a person lying on the ground in the front row, screaming in his mouth. A dozen playing cards were inserted into him, each of which was more than 3 points in the flesh. It seems to be a pain to teach people. But these injuries were not fatal, and the man screamed in this pain. In front of him, stood a tall man. The man has a face that can be called a monster, his left and right cheeks are painted with teardrop-shaped and star-shaped makeup, and his red hair is erected back wantonly. He had a playing card in his hand, with a playful expression on his face. Obviously he was the initiator. The onlookers' eyes all fell on him, with a little jealousy. He didn't care at all, his eyes were just looking at the man on the ground with a cold smile, and he whispered a warning, "Be careful next time. You will apologize for bumping into someone." The onlookers suddenly realized this when they heard this. It turned out that the man on the ground accidentally hit him just now, so many playing cards were inserted into his body. However, just because the other party didn't apologize, it made people look like that. It shows that he is a very nasty person. Allan looked at the man fixedly, for a long time, before taking his gaze back. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and even Hsoka came. It seems that this hunter test must be very interesting. As time passed by every minute and every second, the number of people gathered is also increasing. In the meantime, Allan saw 2 characters that appeared in the original works, Peng Si and Baku Cure. These are 2 dragon characters, but they are impressive. Especially Bokuer, whose strength was mediocre, but with a bit of luck became a professional hunter. In the original work, traces of chimeric ants were found during the biological investigation of NGL and Pengsi, and they are going to be reported to the Hunter Association. However, this time they were not lucky enough, and they were finally eaten by the chimeric ants. It can be called a tragedy duo. All the characters that have appeared, no matter whether they are strong or not, Allan keeps them in mind. Because they are not necessarily what they think they are. After a long 24 hours, a man with a horoscope in a suit appeared at the test venue. This person is the examiner Sats. He looked around at the crowd of candidates present, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. It seems that this hunter test will be very lively. Asterisk. Chapter 35. The content of the first level of the hunter test is very simple. You only need to follow the chief examiner Sats and go through the long passage to reach the second level of the examination room, even if you pass the first level of the test. In the scene, many candidates almost followed the examiner Saci with a dazed expression, and walked slowly toward the passage. The long passage without seeing the end will bring a kind of invisible pressure on people's psychology. Therefore, this seems to be a very simple test. In fact, in addition to testing the candidate's physical strength and endurance, there is also psychological endurance. Among them, only a few people have a relaxed attitude. The total number of candidates participating in the first level was as high as 639, but before the test match started, Tonpa left early because of depression. So the official opening game is 638 people. Allan took on to follow the candidates' team without delay. There is no need to compete for ranking in this level, so he doesn't rush to the front, just follow the team and don't get thrown away. As he ran, Allan clearly felt that the team in front was accelerating. He knew that this must be the lead examiner S8 set, who was leading the way, speeding up. As a result, the candidates who followed had no choice but to speed up. At this time, Allan suddenly heard the voice of the system. Ding! Please choose. 1. Cross the track to the finish line at the fastest speed. Reward: increase your mind level by 2000. 2. Cross the track to the finish line at the fastest speed, and eliminate 50 candidates from the track using a reasonable competition system. Reward: Overlord and Domineering, Elementary. Allan looked overjoyed. He didn't expect that even the Overlord's domineering rewards would come out. The rewards of this system are really getting more and more advanced. Right now, he did not hesitate to choose the second option. The reward was not issued immediately. It requires Allan to cross the track as quickly as possible and successfully eliminate 50 candidates in the middle to obtain it. Allan was not in a hurry. With his current ability, it was not too difficult to do this. Of course, the premise is that Yuvajin should not compete with themselves. He estimated that there are 4 people who can make him feel stressed, namely Kroo, Yuvajin, Hsoka, and Kilawa's eldest brother Ilmi. These 4 people are all first-rate Nen practitioners who have been practicing Nen for a long time, and it is not easy to compete in front of the 4 of them. As for Kilawa, Hanzo, and Kurapika, Allan doesn't care about it at the moment. The reason is simple. They have not mastered Nen yet, and their true potential has not yet been developed. Therefore, the ones that need special attention are Kroo, Yuvajin, Hsoka, and Ilmi. Currently, these 4 people are running ahead of Allan. Allan needs to surpass them, go to the forefront, and reach the end of the track as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, Allan said to Gon on the side, "Gon, I want to speed up, you try to keep up." Gon nodded, "Well, I see." Ever since, Allan began to accelerate. After a while, Allan ran from the second half of the team to the front of the team. In the crowd, Allan's figure moved quickly, like a gust of wind. Wow, reincarnation a whole. When Allan passed Leorio and Kurapika, Leorio was taken aback and almost fell. Recovered, Leorio was ready to catch up with Allan and ask him to apologize, but Allan had already moved away from him and ran to the front. Kurapika on the side stared at Allan's disappearing figure and turned to Leorio and said, "Give up Leorio, you can't catch him." "Damn it, if I run into that guy after waiting on the track, I must make him look good." Leorio said uncomfortably, he is a more serious person. But he also admitted that he really couldn't catch up. Just when his voice fell, a hedgehog-headed boy quickly passed between him and Kurapika, startled him so much, and almost fell. "Hey, BD, here's another one, stop me." Leorio was angry this time and shouted directly. Gon, who was chasing Allan, heard Leorio's shout, and turned back and apologized as he ran, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. By the way, my name is Gon. If you have any dissatisfaction, wait until you finish this. Come find me on the track. I want to chase Allan now, so I'm going one step ahead." Seeing Gon's innocent apologetic smile, Leorio's anger disappeared in half, but he was a little depressed. "Hey, what the hell is that kid? He even reported his name, he won't really want me to find him, then apologize to me? And, who is that Allan? Why is Gon chasing him? The one called Allan should be the one who almost bumped into you earlier." Kurapika guessed. Leorio was taken aback, in other words, they two are together. Kurapika nodded, "Well, it should be. Before the game started, I paid attention to both of them, so I was a little impressed." Hearing that, Leorio laughed and said, "Hey, that's all right. When I will cross the track, I will find Gon. I don't need Gon to apologize, but I want the guy named Allan to apologize to me, who told him to almost hit me. Don't even say I'm sorry. I'm afraid it's difficult." Kurapika looked disagreeable. Asterisk. Chapter 36. The long underground tunnel is like a black bottomless pit. The deeper it goes, the more invisible pressure it feels. When a crowd of candidates moved to 40 kilometers, the first lagging team began to appear in the team. Then, it was like a broken hole, and people fell one after another. In the crowd, Allan was advancing fast. He looked up, and in front of him, there was a silver-white-haired Gengtai riding a skateboard with his hands in his pockets and walking forward leisurely. "It's Kilawa." Allan didn't even think about it, and directly accelerated more than Kilawa. Kilawa, who was originally leisurely, suddenly felt like being provoked, and exclaimed, "It's faster, isn't it? Okay, let's watch it." Immediately, his expression became serious, and he began to accelerate. Just when Kilawa was about to start chasing Allan, a hedgehog head chased him. It's gone. Kilawa saw Gon running so fast and couldn't help asking, "Hey, are you chasing people?" "Yeah." Gon nodded, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Wow, your skateboard is so cool. Do you want to play?" "Okay." "How old are you?" 12. Upon hearing this, Kilawa's heart was overjoyed. "I'm the same age as me." "Hehe, then we are probably the youngest candidates." Gon said. "My name is Kilawa, what's your name?" Kilawa rarely asked when he saw that the other person was the same age as him. "My name is Gon." Gon smiled. "Gon, did you come by yourself?" "No, I came with Allan." "Allan?" Kilawa frowned. "Could it be the one who passed me just now?" "It's him." Gon said. "Why is he running so fast?" Kilawa asked inexplicably. Gon shook his head. "I don't know, probably because I think running slowly is boring, so I want to get to the finish line quickly." Is it fun to race?" Kilawa murmured. "Okay Kilawa, I'm going to speed up to catch up with Allan. Let's do this first." After speaking, Gon exploded with a burst of breath, exploding at a rapid speed. Kilawa on the side was stunned. He originally thought that Gon was a better kid at best, but he didn't expect it to be so. That feeling was so strong just now. What is the origin of Gon? Kilawa murmured, then put away the skateboard. Looking at Gon who had disappeared in front of him, Kilawa's mouth raised slightly. "Interesting, it seems I can't be too self-righteous. This hunter test is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon." Immediately, Kilawa disappeared in place with a swish, chasing Gon at an extremely fast speed. He was born into the Zaldik family of the killer world and received hellish training from an early age. In terms of speed, even some nin can't match him. Somewhere in front of the team, Hsoka and the disguised Ifran were advancing side by side at an unhurried pace. Unexpectedly, IL fans, you would actually come to participate in the hunter test. As he said, Hsoka glanced at the IL fans next to him with interest. "Moreover, it's so easy to look like this, is there any knowledge? Are the people here?" Because Kilawa also came to participate in the hunter test, so I followed along and watched it. IL was confused. "Kilawa?" Hsoka raised his brow slightly. "Who?" "Kilawa. Zaldik, my brother." IL was confused. His voice is indistinguishable from any emotion, like a cold machine. Hsoka squinted and said with a smile, "So that's it. I didn't expect that you, an indifferent killing machine, would know how to care about your brother. It's really rare to see. I really want to discover your unusual side, Ifran." "Ifran." As Hsoka and Ilmi were running and talking, a body image gusts passed between the two of them, and then continued forward toward the track in front. Allan looked back at Hsoka and Ilmi who were left behind by him, and said in his heart, "Very well, more than two. Next, it's Krollo and the others." From the rear, Yer asked blankly, "Who?" "I don't know." Hsoka shrugged. "It seems to be very powerful, you have to pay attention to it." Il fainted. "Yes." Hsoka smiled. "Are you going to chase?" Ilmi asked. Hsoka shook his head. "I don't really want to chase after him, because I have remembered his breath, and I have a chance to meet. How about you?" "I don't bother to chase it. If I catch up, I don't have money to get it. It's meaningless." Regarding Irmi's reasons, Hsoka said nothing. And at this moment, a hedgehog-headed kid passed through them again. It was Gon who was chasing Allan. Hsoka looked at Gon's back and squinted his eyes. "Kid. Looks as old as my brother." Il was confused. "The breath just now, is it to read?" Hsoka licked his lips. "I learned to read at such a young age. It's a potential stock." Ilmi glanced at him. Did you like it? Ah, yes, that is a delicious fruit that hasn't matured yet. I really want to pick him off. Hsoka said with a look of excitement in his eyes. If you see my brother, you will definitely look forward to it more. You'll confused. Oh? Really? Hsoka just finished speaking. A silver hair holding a skateboard was passing between him and Fan too quickly. The one just now, wouldn't it be your brother? Hsoka stared at Kilawa's back. Well, it's Kilawa. Fan nodded sincerely. Hsoka smiled and said, not bad. Like you, are all professional killers, right? Yeah. Ilmi nodded, Kilawa is very good. In the future, he may inherit his father's family business and become the head of the Zaldik family. Hearing that, Hsoka's eyes lit up, that's really incredible. Asterisk. Chapter 37. At the forefront of the team, Kroo, Yuvajin, and Parnotan are following the examiner Sazi. By this time, Allan was almost catching up to them. At the same time, the tunnel in front began to extend upwards, and a very exaggerated black staircase appeared. Allan's gaze narrowed. That was the staircase leading to the ground. It's just that the stairs are very steep, the higher you go, the steeper the height, like a ladder, difficult to cross. To climb, it must take a lot of physical effort. A group of candidates have been running for 40 to 50 kilometers without stopping. At this moment, they are stepping on the steep stairs leading to the ground, sweating profusely and miserably. They thought that the first test was just a relaxing marathon, but they didn't expect to consume much physical strength far beyond their imagination. This is because the tunnel is located 100 meters below and the air is relatively thin. In addition, the space is limited, the number of participants is large, and the running time is long. Therefore, the physical energy consumed is nearly twice as much as on the ground. In this situation, even those who stand out from all over the world feel a lot of pressure. At that time, on the stairs, several figures were climbing up quickly. Surprisingly, it was the chief examiner who was in charge of leading the team, including Kroo and Kroo. They are all first-class masters, even if it is this steep ladder, they are just walking on the ground at their feet. I don't know how easy it is. 10 meters behind them, Allan had already caught up. Looking at the steep stairs, I looked at the examinees who followed up below. Allan had a plan to make a living, and suddenly got up. Moon step. Air walk. Surprisingly, Allan stepped directly on the air and rushed towards the top of the stairs, planning to rush to the front in one breath. Compared with running on the stairs with both feet, the physical energy consumed by directly sprinting with the moon step is obviously less, and the sprinting speed is also faster. In a short while, Allan surpassed Kroo, Parnotan, and Yuvajin who were running in the front. What's more, even the chief examiner Sats was overtaken by him. What? It's the BD on the boat before, who dared to step over our heads. Yuvajin looked up and saw it, suddenly startled and angry. However, Kroo and Parnotan didn't say anything, and still followed the examiner Sazi without saying a word. As for Sazi, he also saw Allan walking in the air. Even though he was well informed, he couldn't help showing a hint of surprise right now. Walking in the air? What kind of ability is this? It's really eye-opening. Allan successfully surpassed everyone by using Moon Step and successfully ran to the forefront. When he came to the end of the stairs, he suddenly stopped. At this time, all the candidates, including Kroo, were still running on the stairs. The corners of Allan's mouth raised slightly. Now that he has reached the end of the track, he only needs to use means to eliminate 50 candidates to complete the task of the system and get rewards. I saw him squatting down slightly, touching the ground with his hand, and a force of ice suddenly released from his palm. Frozen thousands of miles. The ground immediately felt like frost, spreading down the stairs at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever the cold air passed, a face of ice immediately formed on the surface of the stairs. The ice continued to extend downward, and there was a tendency to freeze the entire staircase. Seeing this scene, Allan sneered. As long as the stairs are frozen, those candidates who want to rush up will directly double the difficulty level. In this way, it is bound to be able to eliminate some people. For this amount, 50 pieces are enough. The middle section of the stairs. The examiner Sats, Kroo, and others suddenly stopped. Several people looked up. I saw the stairs above, unexpectedly frozen. Like a crystal staircase, the surface is crystal clear. Both beautiful and spectacular. But for all the candidates, it is an abyss that is difficult to cross. The steep steps are frozen and turned into blocks of ice, so there is no place to land. Stepping on the steep ice surface may slide down like a slide. Haha, did the candidate who ran to the front just do it? Interesting, does he want to take the opportunity to eliminate some people? The examiner Sazi suddenly understood Allan's intentions. Only in this way, Allan's move was tantamount to offending him, the examiner, and hundreds of candidates. Yuvajin angrily said, that BD, I must make him look good when I go up. Kroo was also a little dissatisfied at the moment. Allan's move was undoubtedly provoking him. Although he valued Allan's ability, if Allan went too far, then he wouldn't mind attacking Allan. Thinking of this, Kroo said solemnly, go up first and talk. Okay. Yuvajin nodded. A few people stepped directly on the steps that were frozen into ice. For them, this was not a problem, and they still took the photos correctly. Some people who are incapable of stepping on the ice will lose their grip and have nowhere to step. The end of the game was to roll all the way down. On the way, some candidates who were unable to dodge were knocked over like a bowling ball, and fell on their backs. Once the distance from the examiner Sats was too far, even if they successfully reached the ground later, without the lead examiner Sats's guidance, they could not find the second test site. In this way, it is equivalent to losing the qualification to participate and being automatically eliminated. At the top of the stairs, Allan froze the steps and saw the people underneath turning on their backs. Many people couldn't climb up. With a sneer, he sneered towards the exit and came to the ground with a sneer. At the entrance is a wetland forest. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Ding! You successfully reached the end of the track as quickly as possible, and eliminated more than 50 candidates using reasonable means. Rewarded, Junior Overlord looks domineering. In an instant, a terrible breath came. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Overbearing domineering is a kind of king's aptitude. People with domineering can intimidate others, deter targets, and make the enemy fearful. At the same time, it can make opponents who are weaker than themselves temporarily unconscious. At this moment, Allan has obtained this unparalleled domineering qualification. Its domineering performance is divided into 3 levels, namely elementary, intermediate and advanced, which will increase its power as the user's physical and mental growth. At the moment, Allan's domineering qualification phase is the elementary. In the initial stage, they are unaware of their own strength, and they often burst out when they are excited by emotions such as anger. They can stun those around them, but cannot control them. After this, he calmed down a bit. The Overlord look and domineering seemed to have disappeared. Allan tried to use it again. But I found that I couldn't use it again. In this regard, he was not disappointed. This is because the primary Overlord's appearance is that it bursts out because of personal strong emotions. Now he has possessed the Overlord's aptitude, and has awakened, but he still can't control it in detail. In the future, as long as you grow up physically and mentally, you will be able to gradually master this Overlord aptitude, and then use it freely. The current goal is to complete the Hunter test. Looking back at the Dark Isle, Allan sat down cross-legged. He completely frozen 2/3 of the stairs leading to the ground, turning them into skating steps, and the difficulty of climbing was doubled. Those candidates want to climb up, at least it takes a lot of effort. The next place to pass is a wetland forest called Shimolan. There are many rare birds and exotic animals living in the wetland forest. More than half of them are ferocious carnivores, and they are cunning by nature and extremely greedy. Such as the human face ape, the killer turtle, the waiting giant frog, the hypnotic dish, the mine mushroom, the deceiving crow, etc. Often disguised as various illusions or trapped in fraudulent passing creatures, and then swallowed. Therefore, this wetland has been called the nest of fraudsters by the outside world. Even the highest level creatures with the smartest brains, humans. Once you step into wet Merrill Lynch, you will also face the risk of fraud. And this time, the main route to the second level examination room can only be reached through Shimolan. Although Allan knew this, he was not familiar with the specific road conditions of Shimolan, so he could only wait here for the time being here for the chief examiner SAC to come up and let the other party lead the way. At this time, a voice came not far away, "Hey, here." Allan turned to look, and a man with a strange face walked out of the woods nearby. "Who are you?" Allan looked at him. Then, his brows frowned unconsciously. The man replied, "I am a guide who is responsible for leading you candidates to the examination room through Shimolan." "Leader?" Allan looked dubious. "Don't be in a daze, let's go, I'll take you to the exam room first." "What about the other candidates? Don't you need to wait for them?" "It doesn't matter, I will mark them on the road, and those who can find them according to the marks will pass the test. You are the first candidate to arrive here through the underground tunnel, so I will lead the way personally." "Okay. Come with me, time is precious." Hearing this, Allan pondered for a while, the corner of his mouth raised a radian, and squinted and smiled, "Then please lead the way, Mr. Guide." "You're welcome, this is my job originally," the guide said, and walked towards the forest where he came out earlier. Allan glanced left and right, sneered, and followed. After entering the woods, the surroundings became very quiet. As if something is lurking, a feeling of crisis. Allan followed the guide and walked forward slowly. Suddenly, he stopped. "What's wrong?" The guide turned his head and asked. Allan asked, "Mr. Guide, shouldn't we take the wetland forest? Why should we take the forest path? Is it okay to determine the direction? Or, did you do it on purpose? Lead me into the grove, and then want to take the opportunity to correct I start." Hearing this, a moment of panic flashed across the face of the guide, and he explained aloud. "It will be faster to walk on the forest path, although the distance will be a little longer than the wetland, but it will be relatively faster to reach the destination because there are no obstacles on the road." "Is there really no obstacle?" Facing Allan's questioning, the guide's face darkened. "What do you mean, are you doubting my identity?" "That's it," Allan replied simply, and he looked at the other party with a playful expression. "This is the end of the boring trick, Mr. Guide." "No, it should be said that you are not a guide at all. Since you found out, then I have to kill you here first." I saw that the appearance of the guide's face began to become rough, the facial features protruded outward, the teeth were gradually sharpened, and the hair grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an ape-like appearance. Seeing the other party's true face, Allan sneered, "It really is a disguise. Are you an ape with a human face?" Ape, one of the dangerous creatures living in Wet Merlin, has a developed brain and advanced intelligence, and can imitate human actions, language, and even thinking. Cunning by nature, it has the special ability to disguise itself as a human. They like human flesh, but because of their slender hands and feet, they are unable to capture human beings alone. Therefore, they usually lead humans into the traps that were prepared first and then capture them, which can be said to be deliberate. In fact, Allan had already noticed that the so-called guide was probably a human-faced ape. So he decided to count on it, intending to see what tricks the other party wanted to play. At this time, seeing the other party revealing his true colors, he sat down to conjecture. Right now, under the domineering perception of seeing and hearing, Allan noticed that in addition to this anthropomorphic ape, there were also many anthropomorphic apes lurking in the surrounding woods. "Come out, let's eat this human together." At present, the man-faced ape gave an order. More than a dozen human-faced apes lurking around immediately rushed out and surrounded Allan. Asterisk. Chapter 39. You guys are looking for death. Suddenly, an intangible and terrifying breath emanated from Allan. Under the impact of the Overlord's domineering look, the 10 or so grinning human-faced apes had not yet approached Allan, and immediately turned their eyes white, and their brains fell to the ground like suffocation. A trace of disdainful cold blood spread from the corner of Allan's mouth. A beast is always a beast. Consciousness is very weak. Even with advanced wisdom, facing this kind of mental attack, it is simply vulnerable. However, even human beings whose spiritual will is much higher than other creatures. Faced with this domineering impact, I am afraid it is unbearable. Sweeping his eyes, he looked at the apes who had completely lost consciousness. There was a satisfied smile at the corner of Allan's mouth. I have to say that this Overlord color is really very practical to clean up trash fish, and it consumes almost no effort. After a few minutes, Allan walked out of the woods and returned to the exit of the previous ground passage. There is also a meeting point. Examiners Sats, Kroo, Yuvajin, Paknatan, Hsoka, Ilmi, Gon, Kilawa, Karapika, Leorio, Hanzo and other outstanding candidates have come out of the underground tunnel first, and are waiting for other candidates to gather. Ah, Allan, where did you go? I thought you were a step ahead. Gon was surprised and delighted when Allan appeared. Is he Allan? On the side, Kilawa, who had already been acquainted with Gon, looked up and down Allan with his head on his pillow. Allan was about to answer Gon's doubts, but suddenly his expression changed slightly. Shoo! I saw several playing cards lashing towards him like shurikens. Allan snorted coldly, took a few flying cards in a flash, and then cast his gloomy gaze to Hsoka in the distance. He is the only one who can use playing cards as a means of attack. Magician Hsoka. Sorry, it's just a test, I hope you don't mind. Hsoka squinted and smiled. Temptation. Allan frowned. What do you mean? Gon on the side explained. Allan, you don't know. Just now when we came out with the examiner Sats, a guy pretending to be an examiner ran out, trying to deceive us. Later, Hsoka shot and used playing cards to test out the real examiner and the fake examiner. It turns out, it was disguised by a creature called the human face ape. Allan glanced at it and saw the corpse of a human-faced ape not far away. It was filled with playing cards. It was a horrible death. It was undoubtedly Hsoka's masterpiece. Seeing this, he said solemnly, actually, when I came out just now, I also ran into a human face ape. The other party pretended to be a guide and said that he would take me to the second examination room, so I followed. It was really cunning. What about creatures? And then? Gon was startled. That's not to mention, of course they raised them. Allan said in a relaxed tone. That's right. Gon breathed a sigh of relief, and there was no doubt about Allan's strength along the way. Then, Allan looked at thinking, and said in a deep voice, this time there is a cause, so forget it. But next time you attack me suddenly, then I will think you are provoking me. So, what will happen? Hsoka asked curiously. It will make you pay, it's that simple. Allan said coldly. No one could see that he was not joking. The terrible domineering look was suddenly released at this moment and disappeared again. But the momentum that it brought was even more shocking than the intense killing intent. Hsoka's original relaxed expression also became solemn in an instant. He took a deep look at Allan, and at that instant, he actually felt a long-lost tremor. I see, I won't take any shots at you anymore. He returned to a relaxed expression, squinted and smiled, not knowing what he was thinking. Allan snorted and stopped answering Hsoka. He believed that his domineering look had already deterred the opponent. In the next half an hour, candidates arrived at the ground exit from the underground tunnel one after another. It's just that almost every one of them was panting and looked embarrassed. After a grumpy bald man came out of the passage, he shouted to the examinee team on the spot, "Damn, which BD was the one who froze the stairs leading to the ground into ice? It cost us several times the strength to climb up." Following the roar of the bald-headed man, someone in the crowd immediately agreed. "Yes, who did it? If you have the kind, stand up, don't hide and be a coward." The crowd was in high spirits, and seemed to have an aura to pick out the instigator from the team. And in this, the examiner Sats and Kroo, who knew everything, looked at Allan involuntarily. Faced with the crusade, Allan naturally couldn't escape. He coughed and said, "Excuse me, the person you are looking for is me." He didn't have a loud voice, but he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the team. In an instant, almost everyone's eyes fell on him. Although the eye-catching feeling is pretty good. But Allan didn't like this hostile look. He felt that he seemed to be the public enemy of the candidates. "It's that guy, right? It seems to be him." Examinee 123. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. The brawny bald man who was the first to speak angrily scolded Allan, "Ahole, why do you do that? Do you know how much effort it took you to make us climb up?" Ever since, a critical conference began. The examinees looked at Allan with hostility and dissatisfaction. Without exception, almost always accused Allan of being excessive. Allan had expected to be treated as a public enemy, but he didn't care. The reason is simple: these people are not his opponents even if they are together, so he is not afraid at all. Among them, he was afraid of only a few people such as Kroo. But watching Kroo and the others silently watched, it seemed that they didn't intend to condemn them, which made Allan breathe a sigh of relief. Because once it gets up, it's still quite tricky for him. Faced with the accusation of that part of the ordinary candidates, he shrugged and had his own set of words to deal with. "I think you should be very clear that although this is a hunter test, it is also a competition between candidates. The fewer competitors, the higher the chance of getting the candidate's license in the end, isn't it? Therefore, those of you who can pass the test of that degree and come to this ground are regarded as outstanding ones. As for the small number of candidates who failed to catch up in time and were trapped in the tunnel and unable to return to the ground, it was just because of their lack of strength. No wonder I was. Even if I didn't make a shot, they would be eliminated in subsequent tests for various reasons. Therefore, strictly speaking, I have reduced some competitors for you. You should thank me." Hearing Allan's remarks, some candidates were speechless. Of course, some candidates were still dissatisfied with Allan. "You guys, you obviously want to eliminate us." "Ah, that's it. If I can do it, of course it would be the best." Allan sneered. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words. I didn't expect him to answer so honestly and simply. It's simply rebuttal. And his remarks suddenly made the atmosphere of the candidates present suddenly become more subtle. Everyone is an enemy and a competitor. This is what Allan said. Suddenly, a voice sneered and said, "Hey, then, killing you here can also be said to reduce a lot of competition." Asterisk. Chapter 40. Looking up and looking for the sound, the person who made the sound was a sturdy man with a rough appearance, wearing a beast sweater, and a long hair like a hedgehog. The solid muscles on his body all reveal the sturdiness of this person, like a beast. Strong breath. In the face of Yuvajin's provocation, Allan had already expected that the two had a conflict when they were on the boat. Although Allan felt a little troublesome about this, he was not afraid of it. Because if you back down here, it means to be eliminated. What's more, his current strength has improved a bit more than the first time he played against Yuvajin on the ship. He now has the confidence to be invincible even if he can't defeat Yuvajin. As for Yuvajin, when he saw Allan's calm look, his fighting spirit was constantly improving. He could feel that Allan was not pretending. "Come on, let's fight again. This time, I will defeat you with all my strength." Yuvajin smiled grimly. "Although you are very strong, you alone can't defeat me." As he said, Allan's gaze naturally fell on Kroo and Parnotan not far behind Yuvajin, and sneered, "I suggest, you can join forces with your two companions." Yuvajin is so arrogant. Although he and Kroo are companions, his arrogant self-confidence does not allow him to fight with anyone. Therefore, for Allan's proposal, he instead regarded it as an insult to his strength. In fact, Allan is also betting that Yuvajin will not join forces with Kroo. It turns out that he was right. As long as Kroo and Parker Nyotan don't make a move, he still has the confidence to deal with a Yuvajin. Because Yuvajin is strong, but after all, it is just the bravery of a reckless man. For him, it is not a fear. At this moment, Yuvajin's killing punch came suddenly. Allan's knowledge and color had already expanded. This punch was naturally easily avoided by him. Bang! Yuvajin punched a crack on the ground where he was standing, which showed that Yuvajin was serious this time. "Why, do you want to hide in the same way as before on the boat?" Yuvajin failed with a punch, surprisingly not feeling angry, but sneered at Allan. The implication was that he ridiculed Allan at all, except for running and hiding. "Well, in that case, I will fight you head-on this time." Allan's answer taught Yuvajin a moment of surprise. But then he smiled grimly, "Fight with me? Okay, let's see how I beat you into meatloaf." "Humph!" Allan snorted coldly. Facing a powerful enemy like Yuvajin, his heart was actually high. Therefore, this is not impulsive. Sensen's chill came out, turning into a crystal-clear ice skate in his hand at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a magical craft of nature. With a cold snort, Allan greeted him with ice skates in both hands. Boom! The ice skates exuding bursts of chill collided with Yuvajin's domineering fist, and in an instant, an unruly force spread out from the center of the two like a storm, and shocked the onlookers. Seeing that there was a conflict among candidates in the team, SATS, as the examiner, did not stop him, but stood on the sidelines with the other candidates in the posture of a bystander. He glanced at the time and said, "I have no right to intervene in your fight, but I want to remind you too. According to the rules of the Hunter Association, in the test, if someone among your candidates kills due to a fight, then it is deemed to be automatically eliminated. The implication is that if this battle turns into a life and death battle, no matter which side is defeated, Allan and Yuvajin will be eliminated. This is naturally not a good thing for the two, but for other candidates. If these two powerful candidates are missing from the team, the competitiveness of the relative team will be greatly reduced, and the chances of obtaining the hunter license for the remaining candidates will also be greatly improved." Such a simple truth Allan and Yuvajin naturally understand. But neither of them would give up for a while, and it seemed that there was a tendency to evolve into a battle of life and death. Upon seeing this, the examiner SACI shook his head and said again, "Listen well, everyone will start formally in 1 minute. I will lead everyone through the wetland forest to the second-level examination room. I did not keep up within the prescribed time limit. Candidates are eliminated. Remember the above." At this time, the passageway to the ground began to slowly close. Among them, dozens of candidates are still climbing up the steep ice ladder, which is only 100 meters away from the exit of the passage. But this 100 meters away, at this time, is like 1,000 miles away, and it is beyond reach. Looking at the slowly closing passageway, until the last bit of light was swallowed. Those candidates who failed to go up in time uttered unwilling roars. However, even how unwilling this cry was, it could not reach the ground. On the ground, a group of examinees began to follow the examiner SAC to move in the direction of Shimalin. In the blink of an eye, only a few people were left on the scene. After all, the battle between Allan and Yuvajin is worth seeing. But they came to participate in the hunter test. I don't want to miss the opportunity to test because of this mere battle. Those who stayed include Kroo, Paiknotan, Hsoka, the disguised Ilmi, Ninja Hanzo, Kurapika and Leorio, as well as Gon and Kilawa. Allan and Yuvajin held their eyes tightly, unable to move away. This is an amazing contest. Especially for Hanzo and Kurapika, who have not yet come into contact with Neon, they are extremely attractive. At this moment, powerful thoughts erupted from both Allan and Yuvajin. The momentum alone taught Kurapika that they were terrified. They have no doubt that this breath is powerful. Bang bang bang! Allan held a half-meter-long ice skate in both hands and kept hitting Yuvajin's fist. Ordinary ice skates of course can't hold Yuvajin's fist hard. On top of this, Allan has used the advanced technique of Wrapped Joe to strengthen the offensive and defensive power of ice skates. At this moment, the clash of ice skates and fists was like two angry beasts fighting desperately for territory. At this time, Yuvajin's heart had already turned up against the stormy sea. Because, he felt that Allan's strength was much stronger than when he was on the boat. The current Allan actually has the power to fight him head-on as an enhancer. Does this guy retain his strength when he is on the ship? Impossible, it's impossible. Yuvajin slammed Allan's ice blade back with a punch, and a powerful aura broke out on his body. He decided to fight quickly. A stream of neon zhang exuding a terrifying aura was continuously injected into his straight right fist. Allan's eyes condensed, his brows frowned. There is no doubt that Yuvajin is ready to use his ultimate super destructive punch to defeat him in one fell swoop. It won't let you succeed so easily. Allan knows the terrifying power of ultra-destructive fist. Icicle. Sensen chills radiated from Allan, and a 5-meter-long pillar of ice condensed from above his head directly from the air to the ground with unparalleled momentum, and slammed into Yuvajin. The power of this blow was amazing and should not be underestimated. Hateful. After being interrupted by the super destructive punch, Yuvajin was angry, and the semi-finished super destructive punch blasted out. There was a loud long noise, as if the air was shaking. The astonishing pillar of ice burst open under this fist and turned into crystal clear ice in the sky. Taking advantage of this gap, Allan's body of ice swept out like a storm, enveloping Yuvajin. Ice storm. In a blink of an eye, Yuvajin was frozen in the ice. Next second. Click. 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 Bang. The ice burst suddenly, and Yuvajin used his powerful thoughts to break the ice like a giant glacier tiger. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Allan frowned slightly, but he didn't expect Yuvajin to forcibly break his ice seal in less than 3 seconds. The strength of its nen is evident. In fact, Yuvajin is not as easy as it seems. Upon closer inspection, his breathing was a little short, obviously because the cold air had invaded his body due to the forced breaking of the ice just now. Even with a body of steel, in the face of the invasion of cold air, it is unavoidable that the body function will be reduced. Strength, speed, neural responses, almost a general decline. Seeing the situation, Allan clenched his skates and suddenly launched a surprise attack. Yuvajin didn't dare to hold up at this time, he poured his mind into his fist and hurriedly confronted Allan. Under this blow, Yuvajin only felt a coldness reaching his heart through his fist. Yuvajin was startled, and immediately activated practice to burst out a powerful aura, expelling the cold air. At the same time, Allan approached again with a skate in his hand, and he went up to a slash. Yuvajin was aroused with a surging fighting spirit, and injected his mind power into his fists, strengthening the attack and defense, and confronted Allan. For a time, the two fought indistinguishably. The people around Kroo, Gon, and others had their own thoughts. Ryuudan of Conjurer. With a punch, Allan, who was holding the ice blade, was knocked back, and Yuvajin suddenly said coldly. Allan was silent. The aura of ice swept out from his body and turned into a sharp ice spear. Yuvajin snorted coldly, injected his surging mind power into his right straight fist, and blasted it out suddenly. Boom! The sharp ice spear shattered suddenly. By using the nature of Qi to turn into ice as a means of attack and defense, you can create ice cubes to restrict the enemy's movements, and you can also change the form of Qi to become ice knives, icicles, ice spears, etc. In addition. So, you're scared? Allan sneered, interrupting Yuvajin in a bad tone. So I will use my fist to destroy your ice, break your ice. No matter what form of ice, under my enhancer fist, it will only become shattered ice. Hearing Yuvajin's arrogant words, Allan laughed and said nothing. Indeed, Yuvajin is strong. However, he is not a generalist either. The cold air emanated from his palms, and the moisture in the surrounding air immediately condensed, turning into crystal clear ice crystals that shot towards Yuvajin. Yuvajin saw that the situation was not good, and gave a low drink. A powerful aura erupted from his body again, and both fists blasted out at the same time. In an instant, a strong fist wind swept out, smashing the hundreds of ice crystals that were shot away. See, I said I would smash all your ice. Yuvajin said a little triumphantly. However, in the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. Above his head, a thick icicle fell from the sky. Long. The icicle fell straight down under Allan's control. A loud bang. This powerful blow really hit Yuvajin. The icicle burst. A figure stood in it. It was Yuvajin. Tick. A drop of crimson blood dripped to the ground. Even if it was a steel body, under that blow, it was unavoidable to be bloodied and embarrassed. At this moment, Yuvajin stood there motionless. His face became gloomy. It feels like an abyss behemoth about to lose control. It's not good. Allan felt that Yuvajin's anger was rising. He swept his eyes around, and said solemnly to Gon in the distance, Gon, you go first, don't delay the hunter test. Hearing this, Gon hesitated. Kilawa on the side also felt that the atmosphere had become a little unpleasant, and pulled Gon a bit. Let's go, Gon, the guy named Allan looks pretty good. He should be able to deal with that big guy. Let's keep up with the examiner first. Okay, Allan, be careful. Although Gon wanted to stay, he knew that this was a one-on-one match between Allan and Yuvajin, so he couldn't get in and could only go ahead. Ilfin saw Kilawa leave with Gon, and followed Gon quietly. Ah, it's terrible, I also slipped first. As a good friend of his, Hsoka naturally followed. The remaining Kurapika, Leorio, Hanzo, and others also followed when they saw it. After all, their purpose this time is to participate in the hunter test, not to watch other people fight. If they are too far away from the examiner, then even they are at risk of being eliminated. And the main thing is that they feel that the breath radiating from Yuvajin at this time makes them life-threatened. If you continue to stay to watch the battle, I am afraid that you will be affected by the battle. They know very well that it is not an enemy they can deal with. Captain, Parnotan, you also go first. Yuvajin also spoke at this time, his voice with uncontrollable anger. Krollo didn't say anything, just took a deep look at Allan and Yuvajin, and took Parkernaton one step ahead. Seeing that all the onlookers left, Yuvajin looked at Allan with a grim expression. Okay, let's talk about it, how are you going to die? Was it mashed by me, or meat sauce? Upon hearing this, Allan spit out two words coldly, idiot. As a smart person, he didn't want to fight with Yuvajin and waste time in such meaningless places. Yuvajin is a belligerent, and he is playing happily, where he will easily give up. In addition, Allan actually made him bleed just now, which angered him even more. Therefore, he will not just give up anyway. This will kill you. Amidst the loud shouts, Yuvajin's punch has arrived. Allan had been alert, and between waving his hands, the cold air condensed, and an ice wall suddenly stood up. Bang! The ice wall shattered on the spot. Allan's figure flashed, and he slashed towards Yuvajin with an ice skate in his hand. Yuvajin reacted in a timely manner, and his right straight fist blasted outrageously. Allan saw and heard that the color was full of domineering, and he had expected it, and immediately kicked Yuvajin's chest with a kick. Yuvajin also relied on the counter shock of his fist to shatter the ice skate in Allan's hand, knocking him back. Come again! Yuvajin rubbed his aching chest, fighting in a high spirit. The crimson thoughts rushed out of his body, as if roaring. Idiot, I'm going one step ahead. Allan didn't want to fight, and directly used the moon step to step over Yuvajin's head and move in the direction of Wet Milan. At his speed, it is not difficult to catch up with the candidates. Below, Yuvajin gritted his teeth with anger. Although he had no strength, he couldn't help Allan, who had the ability to walk on the moon. Allan wants to go, he can't stop it at all. Right now, he could only watch Allan leave, and gave up bitterly. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Allan walked in the air and quickly separated from Yuvajin, and saw Gon's group of people on the road below from mid-air. Gon and Kilawa ran ahead. The disguised Yamai and Hsoka are 6 or 7 meters behind. In the back are Hanzo, Kurapika and Leorio. The last ones are Krollo and Parker Nyotan. The examiner Sassy led the team of candidates into the hinterland of the wetland forest first, leaving a distance with Gon and his group. Allan didn't go down to meet Gon immediately, but directly overtook Gon and the others from the sky with moon step, and chased up to the candidate team led by Saci. A huge mist appeared in front of him. Even in the sky of tens of meters, the fog still exists. And in that thick fog, is the most dangerous part of Shimolan. There are all kinds of traps in it. Killing strawberry turtles, cannibal gourd flowers, waiting giant frogs, hypnotic butterflies, mine mushrooms, deceiving crows and other wetland forest creatures hide in it. Once you step in, you will be attacked. At this time, the examiner Saci has led nearly 300 candidates into the thick fog. Ding! Please choose. 1. Take the opportunity to eliminate 50 candidates in the mist of Wet Milan. Reward, Mysterious Treasure Box X1. 2. Kill 50 wetland forest creatures Indiana Shimolan, plus eliminate 50 candidates. Reward, Shunbu. Shunbu of the God of Death? Allan's eyes lit up. Judging from the setting of the world view, the Reaper's instant step is obviously more advanced than the Pirate's 6-style shave. Moreover, it is definitely better than relying on pure thought burst speed. As for the reward for the first option, the mysterious treasure chest, Allan already has one. Therefore, it is natural to choose the second item. Mission target. Kill 50 wetland forest creatures. Eliminate 50 hunter test candidates. At this time, Allan heard waves of screams coming out of the fog. Listening to the screams and angry shouts, it is not difficult to imagine that there is already a chaos in the mist at this time. Approximately more than 300 candidates have obviously been used by the wetland forest creatures in the mist as bait for the sheep to enter the tiger's mouth. However, the candidates who can get to this point are not the general ones. It is not easy for the creatures in the wetland forest to eat them. Allan returned to the ground and rushed into the mist. The fog is thick and unusual, and wherever you can see, there is a hazy fog in front of you, and you can only see an effective distance of 3 or 4 meters. A little further away, it is blurred, and only some shadows can be seen roughly. Allan saw and heard the domineering display of color, and his senses were greatly improved. It has to be said that in such a place where the line of sight is blocked, after turning on the domineering, it is like turning on the detection radar. The creatures in the surrounding radius of more than 10 meters have nowhere to hide, and Allan fully grasps the position. Whether it was a candidate or a wetland forest creature, Allan didn't let it go. His goal is to kill 50 creatures and eliminate 50 candidates. 1, 2, 3. Allan adopts a quick approach, and constantly eliminates the targets that have stepped into the domineering realm of seeing, hearing, and color. If it is a creature in the wetland forest, he will directly kill it with a heavy blow. If it is a candidate for the hunter test, he will only be knocked down or stunned. After all, no matter how you say it, he is also an individual, but he can't kill the innocent wantonly. Of course, in order to obtain the rewards of the system, he will not show mercy in some respects. The goal that should be completed, he will definitely spare no effort to achieve it. However, in just 10 minutes, 20 wetland forest creatures and 30 candidates have been killed or eliminated by Allan, and this number is still growing. All this is for the reward of the god of death Shunbu. Ah! 2 hunter candidates were knocked down by him. Suddenly, Allan felt a tremor in the grass under his feet. In the next moment, a huge frog with a big mouth and a blood basin swallowed Allan along with the wet grass under his feet. Waiting for the giant frog. Because of his large size, he was slow to move, so he had to hide himself in the damp ground and wait for the prey to pass by. Once a prey has set foot in the predation range, it will open its mouth and swallow the passing prey in one go. Allan snorted disdainfully. He had already noticed the difference under his feet, who had turned on his sights. Immediately, an icy air swept out of his body, freezing the waiting giant frog that had just opened its mouth and its blood basin on the spot. Then, the ice skate slashed. Directly kill the waiting giant frog that is enclosed in ice with one blow. Wow, help, can anyone help me? A few dozen meters away, an examinee was being attacked by a piranha. The piranha is huge, with beautiful petals growing on it, and it exudes bursts of strange fragrance. When the prey is attracted to the eyes, it will instantly expose its cruel side, swallow the prey, and then digest it. But seeing a flash of cold light, the piranha flower was immediately severed by the ice skate in Allan's hand. Thank you for saving me. The candidate who was rescued quickly thanked. No thanks, I'm not here to save you. Allan sneered, kicked the man heavily, and fainted on the spot. Losing consciousness in this misty and dangerous place will almost certainly become the bait for those giant creatures. For this, Allan can't manage. Anyway, he had been merciful, he just knocked them out. As for whether they would be eaten because of this, he didn't care at all, and he didn't bother to care about it. The examiner who was walking in the front seemed to have noticed that there was an abnormality in the candidate team behind him. He soon knew that in addition to the creatures of the wetland forest, there were people who were attacking the candidates under the cover of heavy fog. Its purpose? There are nothing more than 2. 1. It is purely out of evil taste. 2. Reduce competitors. However, even if he knew this, he didn't stop and just moved forward. Although he is an examiner, his task is only to lead a group of candidates to the destination of the second level. The test takers are responsible for everything they will encounter during the test. Right now, in the midst of blocked vision, only those who can successfully reach the second test room from this harsh competitive test environment have the basic strength to become a professional hunter. Asterisk. Chapter 43. In the midst of wet Milan, screams continued to be heard. Among them, 5 hunter candidates were united together, watching Allan approaching them with a vigilant expression. In their eyes, Allan was a cold-blooded murderer. Not only did it kill a large number of wetland forest creatures, but it also killed dozens of candidates indiscriminately. It can be said that it is completely disregarding the enemy and us, attacking others wantonly. And the 5 of them, unfortunately, were spotted by Allan. As long as you kill a few more of you, my task should be completed. Allan sneered. He has already counted, and as long as he eliminates 5 more people, he can get the selection reward from the system. The 5 candidates looked puzzled and looked forward to their faces. Wait, we have no grievances with you, why are we attacking us? Assault. Allan seemed to hear a joke, then, my frontal attack, can you do the next? Let me see, now I'll give you a chance. Hearing that, the 5 candidates faced the coveted, and then gritted their teeth and made up their minds, and rushed towards Allan one after another. Those who can stand out from the thousands of test candidates and come to this point are naturally not the general ones. It's just that the opponent they face is far stronger than them, monster. At that moment, an invisible and intangible force radiated from Allan. What is this? Boom. This is a trembling feeling that seems to come from the depths of the soul. The 5 candidates were surprised to find that they could not move. The body seemed to be suppressed by something invisible. Both feet, like a lot of lead, couldn't take a step forward. And even consciousness seems to have encountered an attack, making their brains dizzy. Oh? Not bad. Being able to not fall under my domineering impact is enough to show that you are not a miscellaneous fish. Allan applauded with a hint of surprise. Then, he changed his voice. But, it's just that. Look, I'm standing in front of you now, can you kill me? Under the domineering coercion of the Overlord, let alone the 5 people, it is very difficult for them to maintain a sober consciousness. As long as there is a trace of mental relaxation, they feel that they will be instantly unconscious by the Overlord pressure on Allan. Boom. Finally, under Allan's continued domineering and domineering coercion, their spiritual consciousness finally couldn't bear it, they rolled their eyes and fainted completely. Almost at the same time they fell, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Ding! You successfully eliminated 50 wetland forest creatures and 50 hunter candidates. Awarded, Shunbu. Is this the Shunpo exclusively for the god of death? A smile appeared on Allan's face as he felt the skill experience of the god of death flashing into his body. This is an advanced movement technique, a special skill for the god of death in the corpse world, which can move to the target side or farther at a speed that the naked eye can't catch. Although it is possible to move at high speed by strengthening the body with thoughts or gathering the thoughts on the feet, as far as the means of movement is concerned, it is true that the professional movement skill of instant step is more practical and convenient. It only consumes one's own physical strength and does not need to rely on thoughts to support. And, faster. In other words, even in the state of absolute. He can also use the ability of instant step without restriction. Not only that, for Allan, the skills from the pirate world, such as the Overlord's domineering, the seeing and hearing domineering, and the moon step, consume only pure physical strength for Allan, and don't need to use mind. It can be seen as a force independent of the system of mind. Therefore, this can be said to be a special feature of Allan which is different from other Nin in this world. As long as he has the abilities of these other dungeon worlds, even if he can't use Nin, it will not affect his strength. Then go ahead. As soon as the figure flashed, Allan seemed to have disappeared in place, passing through the misty area of Wet Milan with the extremely fast movement speed technique of the instant step. As for Gon, Allan believes that he can smoothly pass through the fog and reach the second examination room. Presumably, after he passed through the fog of the wetland forest, he should have made friends with Kurapika and Leorio. Just like in the underground passage, even if Gon and Kilawa didn't know each other deliberately, when they met each other, they would have an inexplicable sense of intimacy. In the same way, Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio can easily become friends. Therefore, Allan is not worried. At this moment, in the mist, Hsoka, who followed Gon, Kilawa and others into the mist, licked his lips, and wickedly looked at Illusion who was beside him. What to do? I really want to kill, I want to kill the green hedgehog-headed kid. And the 3 guys behind, they all look delicious and delicious. Ah, of course, whatever you want. Ilmi said lightly, seeming to have been used to Hsoka's changing thoughts. What about Kilawa? Can you kill him? Hsoka's mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at Illusion. In an instant, there was a terrible aura from Ilmi, and he turned his head blankly and glanced at Hsoka. Then I will kill you, Hsoka. Ah, what a terrible murderous intent, it doesn't seem to be a joke. Hsoka squinted and smiled, I didn't expect you to care about your brother so much. At the same time, Kilawa, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped, and his face was covered with cold sweat at this moment. What's wrong, Kilawa, why stop? Gon on the side was a little confused. Kilawa didn't reply, because just now, he felt the same terrible breath behind him as his brother Ilmi. Asterisk. Chapter 44. Brother, did he come to participate in the hunter test? Feeling the terrible breath at that moment, Kilawa turned her head and looked behind her. Because of the fog, he couldn't see clearly who was behind him, but could only vaguely see two figures. Walking behind me and Gon should be the magician playing cards and the weird man with a needle in his face. Behind them are a blonde boy, an uncle in a suit with sunglasses, and a bald head. At the end are the man with the cross tattoo in the center of his forehead and the blonde woman with a hooked nose in a bare-chested outfit. The terrible cold breath just now was definitely released by one of them. From a distance, the magician playing cards behind me and Gon and the weird man with a needle in his face are the most likely. Thinking of this, Kilawa's expression suddenly changed slightly. Could it be that the man with the strange pinhole on his face was disguised by his brother? Very possible. My elder brother is a first-rate master of disguise, so it is not a problem to pretend to be someone else. The terrible breath I felt from behind just now was very similar to the breath on my brother's body, almost exactly the same. Breath cannot be changed, that is one of the most important bases for judging a person. So, that weird man with a needle in his face is probably my brother Ilmi Zaldik. Damn it, why did that guy come here, and he was like that, did he want to monitor me like he did before? What a control freak. Thinking of this, Kilawa said solemnly, Gon, let's go. Yeah. Gon nodded, did not ask what happened to Kilawa, glanced behind him, and muttered to himself, I don't know how Allan is fighting with that big Yuvajin, I hope he can catch up soon. In the rear, Hsoka seemed to be aware of it, and squinted at the front and said, Ilmi, they are speeding up. It looks like he was frightened by your killing intent. Ah, not good. Ilmi suddenly realized something, and said, Kilawa should have noticed that the killing intent that was emitted just now belongs to me. Oh. Hsoka was a little surprised, is your brother so sensitive to your breath? After all, I am his elder brother. Il fainted. I can't stop it. Hsoka smiled with squinting eyes. Ilmi turned to look at him, could it be that you think Kilawa is my son? Hsoka was a little speechless about Ilmi's brain circuit, and the front of the conversation changed, so, your brother Kilawa has now found out that your brother is following him. Yeah. Ilmi nodded, and said, it is very likely that I have already guessed that I am Ilmi. Indeed, no matter how your appearance is changing, your personal aura cannot be changed. I never thought that Ilmini would make such a mistake. You should hide your murderous aura. Illusion looked at Hsoka expressionlessly, you guys still irritated me deliberately. Don't say that, I just want to see if you really care about your brother. Unexpectedly, you are totally a super brother. Brother control. Yamai said with a natural blank expression, what do you mean? It means that your kind of spoiled brother wants to control everything, brother. If Ron, everyone is with each other, and your attitude is not much better. Hsoka. Well, I have to follow in Kilawa's footsteps. I'll take a step first. Watching Ilmi disappear into the fog in front of him, Hsoka sighed and said to himself, this guy who values his brother and despises friends, he clearly said he wants to play happily together. Then, the next game can only be I played alone. In the fog behind, Kurapika, Leorio and Hanzo were walking forward in fear. Although the sight was obscured by the fog, there was a smell of blood permeating the surrounding area. There were also the corpses of some large animals, meat pieces, and the like. Among them, there were also the corpses of some candidates, which seemed to have passed by. The same as a fierce battle. Many people died. Kurapika frowned. The cruelty of Hunter's test was somewhat beyond his imagination. This wet myelin leading to the second test examination room is indeed dangerous. However, thanks to the front team opening the way, we didn't encounter any danger. Hanzo laughed. He is a professionally trained ninja, although he has some cruel scenes here, but... Wow, what's so hard? Leorio walking ahead suddenly ran into someone. Looking up, I saw 3 candidates were frozen like ice sculptures, exuding bursts of coldness. This is... Kurapika frowned. That guy named Allan did it, he seems to be able to freeze people. Hanzo guessed with his chin. Hearing this, Leorio said in surprise, "Hey, isn't he fighting with that big guy at the exit of the passage? Maybe he hasn't come to the wetland mist yet. It looks like the battle has ended, and it's still ahead of us." Hanzo analyzed. "No, I didn't see it at all. Could it be that he couldn't fly?" Leorio had a hell expression. Kurapika said solemnly, "Let's go, in short, be careful, maybe he is waiting for us in front. So the 3 of us must unite and we must not be killed here. Isn't it?" Leorio was surprised and scared. "Get out of here if you're afraid, Leorio." Kurapika glanced at him and shook his head. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Hearing the slight sneer of Kurapika's words, Leorio couldn't hold on to his face, and forced his chest to move forward with composure. "Who said I'm scared? If that guy dares to attack me, I will let him see how good I am." After speaking harshly, he took out a shimmering dagger from his suit pocket. Upon seeing this, Kurapika slammed, "Let's give up Leorio, even if you add me and Hanzo, the 3 of us are not the opponent named Allan. Not only him, in this hunter candidate team, there are at least 4 guys that we can't fight against. If those few people want to take action against us candidates, we will probably be killed by them. This is the cruelty of the hunter test, the weak and the strong. What we have to do is not to confront them, but to work together to avoid attacks as much as possible." Hearing this, Leorio was silent. But at this time, Hanzo opened his mouth and said, "Sorry, Kurapika, please don't compare me to the 2 of you." "What?" Kurapika was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Hanzo a little surprised. "You mean you are better than me and Leorio?" "Of course." Hanzo said with a face, "I'm a professionally trained ninja, don't underestimate me, I am not at the same level as you. You and Leorio are not my opponents either." Kurapika and Leorio both felt a little upset when they heard Hanzo's somewhat arrogant words. "Dead bald head is quite tugging." Leorio curled his lips. "It's not a bald head, it's a bald head." Hanzo corrected, he was very concerned about this. Kurapika glanced at Hanzo up and down, and said solemnly, "Don't think that you are the only one who has received professional training. I have also received hard training in order to help the tribe's revenge. I can see who is putting pressure on me, and you don't. My horrible or mysterious feeling. Therefore, I judge that there is not much difference between your strength and mine. Maybe you may be a little better than me, but you are definitely not the opponent of those people. In my estimation, at least 5 people in this candidate team are better than you." "Oh? Tell me, which 5 are they?" Hanzo looked very interested, in fact he already knew it in his heart. Leorio also looked at Kurapika curiously, and he also wanted to know who really made Kurapika jealous. Kurapika thought for a while and said, "First of all, the guys named Allan and Yuvajin, you must have experienced the battle between them. The one called Allan is beyond human common sense. It seems that he can easily make ice cubes and has the ability to freeze others. And that big Yuvajin exudes the breath of a beast, his body is as hard as iron, and the most terrifying thing is his fist, which has a very explosive power. It seems to have surpassed the limit of human beings, just like a monster." Hanzo figured out his chin and said, "Well, you are right. Ordinary humans really can't do things that go beyond the limits of common sense. I think they should all be nin. Nan. Kurapika was a little puzzled, which was an unfamiliar word to him now. Hanzo is more knowledgeable and half knowledgeable, I don't know the specifics. It seems that each of us has an unknown energy in our body. People who can freely manipulate this energy seem to be called Nan. Nan? I learned a new vocabulary. Kurapika thought for a while, and had made up his mind. After the hunter test is over, it is necessary to find out. What is mindfulness, what is Nan person? Of course, Leorio also has this idea. Han Zhang coughed and coughed, it seems that I have told you two of a new channel to improve your strength. Don't you thank me? Kurapika shook her head and said, I'm not sure what the Nan people are about, so let's just thank them. In addition, it is not sure whether Allan and Yuvajin are the Nan people in your mouth. But the only thing you can do is what is certain is that the two of them are definitely better than you. Hanzo shrugged and did not deny, well, the two of them count. Then, what about the remaining three? The guy playing cards called Hsoka, the weird guy with the pinhole in his face, and the man with the cross tattoo on his forehead. These three, I feel very strong, and they feel very dangerous to me. Hearing this, Hanzo nodded and glanced at Kurapika with admiration, your instincts are very accurate. From the perspective of my professional ninja, those three people are indeed quite masters. I can't feel any breath in them. This shows that they know how to hide their strength, making it impossible for people to see the details. Leorio couldn't help but interject, hey, they are so mysterious and powerful, so what do we do next? Indeed, it's not easy. If they want to attack us, we have no other choice but to cooperate and resist. Kurapika frowned and sighed. Seeing both Leorio and Kurapika look unassuming, Hanzo touched his head with a confident smile and said, don't worry, no matter what danger we face, we will move forward, right? Hearing this, Kurapika and Leorio's eyes lit up. That's right. We are here to participate in the hunter test. No matter what enemies we have to rush forward. Okay, let's go. Hurry up through this mist and head to the second examination room. The three temporarily formed a front and united as one. Further behind, Yuvajin had already caught up with Kroo and Parker Nyotan, and the three of them moved forward in the mist without slowing down. Head, let's go faster. Yuvajin urged. Don't worry, let the person in front clear the way for us. We just need to follow the route. Kroo looked calm, and seemed confident that he could reach the second examination room. Parker Nyotan glanced at Yuvajin and said, you just want to catch up with that guy named Allan, right? Hearing this, Yuvajin said angrily, of course. He dared to run off halfway through the fight, I can't bear it. Speaking of which, did he use that trick to run away in the sky by stepping on the air? Kroo asked. Well, that's the trick. Yuvajin nodded angrily. Head, what kind of ability is that, right? I don't know. Kroo shook his head, turned the conversation, and smiled softly, but I'm very interested. Then, Commander, find a chance and grab his ability. Use your trick rogue's book to steal his ability. Yuvajin enthusiastically suggested, as long as he can run in the sky. If you take away his ability, then I can get rid of him. It's the thief's secret book. Parker Nyotan corrected. Yuvajin chuckled, haha, I'm sorry. What about your decision, the leader? The ability to steal is not that simple, it needs to complete certain conditions. Kroo said solemnly, he is very alert to us, maybe he already knows our true identity from the time of the ship. Hearing Kroo's guess, both Yuvajin and Parker Nyotan were surprised. Asterisk. Chapter 46. 2 hours later, Biscayne Forest Park, located in the second examination room. In the end, there were only 180 people who successfully passed through the wet Milan and arrived at the test venue. From the 700 people who started in the first game, to this second game, the number of people dropped sharply, and nearly 500 people were eliminated. Among them, Allan alone eliminated 100 candidates, 50 in the underground tunnel and 50 in the misty area. In addition, there are candidates who were eliminated due to various accidents. And almost everyone who can get to this point are extraordinary people. Everyone can be said to be the best from tens of thousands of candidates from all over the world. Among them, Allan, Gon, Kilawa, Kurapika, Leorio, Hanzo, Hsoka, Ilmi, Krollo, Yuvajin, Paknatan, and even the two dragon characters Pengsi and Bakukure in the original book are all present. The atmosphere was subtle, because they knew the cruelty of this hunter test. The weak will not only be eliminated because of their incompetence, they will also be attacked by the strong. At this time, many people have cast their gazes on a certain person, with more or less vigilance and hostility in their sights. Allan stood outside the venue, patiently waiting for the door to the second test venue to open. Around him, apart from Gon and Kilawa, almost no one approached. He has a nonchalant expression on his face when he is isolated and hostile. Gon on the side suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Allan, I have a question. Why did you start out slower than me, but I got here through the wet Milan one step ahead?" Kilawa also has questions about this. Allan simply explained that he was taking a step forward with the moon step. After hearing this, Gon and Kilawa had different expressions on their faces. Gon's face suddenly understood, because he had seen Allan's moon step before, so he could understand. But Kilawa hadn't seen Allan's moon step, so he was dubious about the fact that Allan would fly. He only believed in the facts he saw with his own eyes. In fact, for Allan, he is also on the same guard as other candidates. Because Allan's previous fights with Yuvajin showed his aura and ability that made him feel dangerous. Had it not been for Gon and Allan to be friends, he would keep a distance from Allan just like everyone else. Ilo didn't care about what other people thought of him, he just wanted to complete the hunter test with Gon as soon as possible. A clock hung above the gate of the venue. According to the examiner's set, the gate will open on time at noon. Time passed by, finally. At noon, the gate of the venue was opened to the outside world on time. The candidates who had been waiting impatiently outside walked in with dissatisfaction. In the venue, a woman with a starfish haircut and a fat man with a huge body like a mountain have long been waiting for them. "Welcome to the second examination room. I am the chief examiner Menchi. I am deputy examiner Buispur." After a brief introduction, the examiner Menchi entered the main topic. The content of the second level is cooking. Among the crowd, Allan took Gon out of the venue before he could finish listening. "Come on, Gon, come with me." Seeing this, Kilawa exclaimed, "Hey, where are you going? The content of the exam hasn't been listened to." "I already know it, if you want to know, just follow it." Hearing Allan's words, Kilawa hesitated, but after all he followed. Although he was wary of Allan, he didn't have Gon. Since Gon chose to believe in Allan, he must have full confidence. The other is that Allan gave him an unfathomable feeling. So he didn't think Allan had to lie to himself. Therefore, he was born into a family of killers. For the first time he chose to believe in others. The three quickly walked out of the venue. Although some people noticed them, no one dared to follow them. Except for one person. This person is Kilawa's brother, Ilmi. He had been paying attention to his brother from a distance, and seeing Kilawa following Allan and Gon to leave the meeting place at the moment, he couldn't help but follow him. Of course, it is to keep a certain distance to follow. Seeing this, Hsoka next to him said, "Fan, don't you listen to the test content?" The one named Allan seems to know the content of the exam in advance. "I saw Kilawa go out with him." Ilmi said blankly. "Well, then you go first, I will stay here to confirm the content of the test." Hsoka said. "Well, please." Il was confused. Outside the venue, Allan looked at the direction and took Gon and Kilawa into the Biscayne forest. "Allan, where are we going?" Gon couldn't help but curiously asked. Already here? Allan pointed to the distance, and saw a large group of huge beasts that looked like wild boars gnawing on the trees. Wow, what is that, wild boar? Gon was surprised. It's huge, it looks so ferocious. Kilawa said. That's a wild boar, the most violent wild boar in the world. Their hard nose can easily smash rocks and is very fierce. However, their weakness lies in the head, and the hard nose is also designed to protect the head. Allan explained. So, the mad pig has something to do with the content of this cooking test, right? The clever Kilawa guessed. Allan nodded. Yes, one of the contents of the cooking test this time is roasted whole pigs. We will grab one and go back. Regarding why Allan knew that the content of the cooking test was roasted whole pigs, neither Kilawa nor Gon asked much. Because they already believed Allan, they would no longer doubt what Allan said. At this time, the group of arrogant nose-mads had also discovered Allan and them. Their noses are not only hard enough to break rocks easily, but they also have a very sensitive sense of smell, allowing them to smell other creatures within a radius of 100 meters. Among them, the smell on humans is the most pungent. The leading pig king roared and rushed towards Allan and the three of them with a large group of violent-nosed pigs. In their eyes, Allan was already regarded as an intruder invading his territory. You stay away from me and let me come. Allan said solemnly. Hearing that, Gon and Kilawa, who were already ready to shoot, immediately retreated back, and they jumped onto a big tree. Almost at the same time, the group of wild-nosed hogs rushed to Allan. Faced with these beasts comparable to tigers, Allan was not afraid. At that moment, an invisible and intangible force spread out from him to the surroundings. Under the impact of the Overlord's domineering look, the group of wild-nosed mad pigs rolled their eyes on the spot and fell to the ground one after another. Their huge bodies fell to the ground with a dull noise. Okay, amazing. Gon was stunned. What happened? What did he do? Kilawa looked incredulous. Just now, in their eyes, Allan hadn't moved at all, and then the group of wild-nosed hogs that rushed in front of him lost consciousness as if they had been impacted by some powerful force. A large group of beasts of this size would be dropped in seconds without a move, even Grandpa and Dad can't do it. Kilawa smacked his tongue secretly in his heart. For Allan possessed such unfathomable strength at a young age, there was more respect in his heart. Come on, you all carry your head and go back to the venue first. Allan greeted Gon and Kilawa who were in a daze on the tree. The two quickly agreed, and then one of them carried a mad pig and returned to the venue. Humans are predators at the top of the food chain. No matter how powerful it is, in front of mankind, it can't escape the fate of being put on the table and reduced to human delicacy. Allan, won't you go back? Gon walked a few steps and asked back. You go first, I still have something to do. Allan waved his hand. Oh, all right. Gon nodded without asking more. Kilawa is naturally the same. Seeing the two leaving, Allan looked somewhere behind him and said in a deep voice, Come out. Behind a tree not far away, a figure walked out slowly. Asterisk. Chapter 47. The person who appeared from behind the tree was the Ilfin who had followed Kilawa earlier. Under Allan's domineering perception, his breath was invisible. Ilmi was surprised at the fact that he was discovered. Born into a family of killers, he hides his breath to the top, even a first-rate nun can hardly detect it. But at this moment, he was noticed by Allan. I'm candidate number 301, Gitaracker, I'm glad to meet you. Ilmi proactively broke the silence and said. No. Allan shook his head, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Ilmi Zaldik, this is your true identity. Ilmi didn't reply, his face was as blank as ever. Of course, Ilmi was full of doubts as to why Allan knew his identity. But as a professional killer, he will try to remain silent. But sometimes keeping silent is a kind of acquiescence to the facts. IL fans knew that his identity had been revealed. But he still pretended to have no reaction to the name Ilmi Zaldik. I'm Gitaracker, candidate No 301. Ilmi just repeated the identity he used in this hunter test. Allan was about to say something, two system options emerged without warning. Ding! Please choose. 1. Enraged YER fans, make YER fans take action. Reward, emitter ability. Disguise. 2. Enraged YER fans, shot against YER fans. Reward, first class assassination technique. Disguise and assassination? They are all good abilities. Allan was excited. Disguise can easily be disguised as someone else and used for various activities, such as becoming wealthy businessmen, celebrities, elites, and so on. When it comes to changing identities, it shouldn't be too simple. Assassination is a professional killing move created by the Zaldik family. In the original book, Kilawa often uses family assassination techniques to kill enemies in seconds. However, compared to assassination, Allan is now more interested in Ilmi's disguise. If he can get his kind of ability, it will be much easier to do things in the future. As for the assassination technique, although it is also very good, but with his current strength, he can kill the enemy even without assassination. However, it is not an easy task to irritate IL fans and let IL fans take action on themselves. As a professional killer, Yerfan has considerable rationality and principles. When weighing opponents, they will judge whether they want to make a move or not based on the strength of the opponent. Allan dare not say that he can win against IL fans, but at least it will make IL fans jealous of 3 points. Therefore, it is not easy to irritate him and let him act on himself. Allan thought for a moment. If the IL fans have any weaknesses that are subject to others, then it should be Kilawa. Thinking of this, Allan thought about it and smiled. Kilawa. Zaldik, that's your brother, right? Hearing that, Yerfan still has no expression on the surface, and it seems that there is no reaction. But there was a hint of surprise in his heart. He didn't expect that the other party knew even his brother Kilawa was the identity of the Zaldik family. This made him feel a little interested in the origin of Allan. You're here to find Kilawa, right? Allan sneered. Ilmi remained unmoved. He wanted to see how much information Allan knew about him and his brother Kilawa. If necessary, he will get rid of the opponent here. It is not an order or task from an employer, but simply because the other party threatens the safety of himself, his younger brother, and even their Zaldik family, and needs to obliterate the other party here. However, as a professional killer, he will not easily attack a person with a mysterious origin. Allan looked at the unresponsive Ifran and smiled faintly. As an older brother, you seem to care about your younger brother. You seem to want to know where your younger brother is going and who he is with. Seeing that Ilfan was still silent, Allan could only offer his last move. He looked directly at Ilmi and smiled. It seems that I made a mistake. Kilawa is not your brother. Then, he changed his conversation. Then, it doesn't matter if I kill him, right? The killing intent was unreservedly released from Ilmi at this moment, and a strong murderous intent locked Allan firmly. Ding! You succeeded in angering IL fans, and you were attacked by a murderous attack from IL fans. Awarded, Emitternan, Disguise. Allan was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect to be rewarded so easily. Obviously, even the Yer fans hadn't really attacked him yet, but the murderous aura radiated from his body and locked him, but he didn't expect this to be considered an attack. But the problem has not been solved yet, and the trouble begins next. What a strong murderous look, it seems I am not mistaken, Kilawa is really your brother, you care about him. Allan said lightly. Ilmi looked at Allan blankly, and said with a cold voice, if you dare to shoot Kilawa, I will kill you first. Despite this, he did not make the first move. As a first-rate killer, he has a very rational side. He will make a self-judgment based on the opponent's strength whether he wants to make a move or not. Allan has been rewarded, so he doesn't think there is any need to provoke IL fans. Thinking of this, he said, "Don't worry, I won't shoot Kilawa. I just made a joke with you just now, wanting to see your reaction." In an instant, the killing intent on Ilmi disappeared without a trace. Asterisk. Chapter 48. Il Fan looked at Allan and said, "It turned out to be a joke, I almost did it on you." Allan was a bit speechless. This guy's murderous aura was hidden really quickly. He deserved to be a professional assassin who was born in the Zaldik family. And it looks like nothing happened to a okay person. "Aren't you angry?" Allan asked curiously. "Angry? Didn't you just feel my murderous aura overflowing uncontrollably?" Illusion asked. "What about now?" Allan asked. "It's gone. Because it's a joke, there is no need to be angry." Regarding Ilmi's answer, Allan was convinced. If it were someone he was close to being threatened face to face, then he would definitely not be so easy just because the other party made a joke. "Then, this time the test question is the wild boar over there, right?" Yi Erfan pointed to the wild boar who was shocked by the Overlord's domineering and unconscious not far away. Allan nodded. "Well, it's a roasted whole pig. Is it okay to take one?" Ilmi asked. "Whatever you want, I won't use that much anyway." After speaking, Allan walked over and picked up a wild boar, and returned to the venue in Biscayne Park. Il Fan then followed. The difference was that he directly carried 2 wild boars. The extra end is naturally for his good friend Hsoka. On the way back, Allan ran into many candidates who had just come out of the venue. They were going to catch wild boars in the forest, and he had already returned with the wild boars, which made the examinees feel a little unbalanced. Shady. This is definitely shady. All the candidates thought secretly. Because only by bribing the examiner in advance, can we know the content of this cooking test in advance. Allan didn't bother to take care of what these guys thought. After returning to the venue, he started to kill and roast pigs. The most important thing for roasted pigs is to control the heat, but the seasoning is secondary, because the pork itself is quite delicious. Roast the skin of the wild boar until it is charred on the outside and tender on the inside. It is golden and crispy, and if you bite it down, it makes a rustling sound like potato chips, even if it is a success. Although Allan hasn't made roast pork seriously, but he has eaten it before, so the roast is quite smooth. Before it's finished baking, bursts of fragrance have wafted out, permeating the entire venue. Those examinees who returned to the venue one after another carrying a mad pig with an arrogant nose smelled the scent, and suddenly looked at Allan's side. "It's so delicious. Menchie, that 123 roast pig looks delicious." "Well, it's okay." Menchie nodded. "It's really better than the others." The examiner Bushir, who was already hungry, came directly to Allan in front of Allan, and said, "I can't wait, can I have a bite?" Allan shook his head. "No, you must be completely baked before you can enjoy it." In fact, it's not that Allan didn't want to give Bua a stab, but the system gave him 2 options just now. 1. Attract examiner Busper with the smell of roast pig, making the opponent drool. Reward, strength attribute increased by 100. 2. Attract the examiner Bushir with the smell of roasted pig, and let the other party eat it with full praise. Reward, trait ability. Stomach of mind, ability description, it can digest a ton of food and convert the protein of the food into the amount of thought. Note, 1 kilogram of food can convert 10 points of mind. 1 ton of food can be converted at most 10,000 points. There is no doubt that Allan chose the second option. To this end, he must carefully complete this roasted whole pig. Let Buosper eat his food and praise him. At this time, Gon and Kilawa had taken the lead in completing the roast pig and gave it to Buosper to taste. The clearance conditions of the test are very simple, as long as the examiner is satisfied with the cooking, he can pass. After eating the 2 whole roasted pigs, Bua stabbed his stomach and judged Gon and Kilawa, although the roast is mediocre, but maybe I am too hungry, and it tastes delicious. You two pass. Yeah, great. Gon and Kilawa happily tapped their palms. The chief examiner Menchi interrupted the joy of the two. Don't be too happy, you just passed the test of Boaspur, you haven't passed this level of mine. Let me say yes, my assessment is very strict. You two brats prepare to be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Gon and Kilawa immediately felt the deep malice from the examiner Menchi. It's okay, we have Allan here. Gon patted Kilawa on the shoulder. Kilawa nodded, maybe he even guessed the food that the examiner Menchi was going to test. At this time, one after another candidates all cooked the roast pig and offered Boastab one by one. Boaspur's amazing appetite really surprised the candidates present. After eating 20 wild boars in a row, he still looked at ease, without the slightest feeling of being held up. What is this guy's stomach made of? It's terrible. Leorio brought up the cooked roast pig, but it was eaten by Boaspur in less than 30 seconds, which made him feel a little numb in his scalp. Kurapika feels the same way. After that, Krollo, Yuvajin, Paknatan, Hsoka, Ilmi and others all passed Boaspur's examination one after another. After eating 50 wild pigs without interruption, Boathorn came to Allan again, and asked with a halazi, well, haven't you baked it yet? I really want a bite. Allan said lightly, it's almost done. Then I can eat it. Boa pierced his eyes brightly. Allan nodded, yes, yes. But remember to give a good review after eating. Of course. After speaking, Boaspur picked up Allan's roasted horny mad pig, and took a bite from the head of the pig. The entrance is crispy and tender, and the gravy is overflowing. It's delicious, it's so delicious, it's 10 times better than everyone else's. Boashar ate his mouth full of greasy food, and exclaimed full of praise. The corner of Allan's mouth raised slightly. Now, it is considered that the system's option task has been completed. Sure enough, the system's voice sounded in due course, ding, you have completed the optional task. Has acquired the trait Nian's stomach. In an instant, the abilities related to Nian's Iway poured into Allan's body. After feeling the information about this ability, Allan smiled with satisfaction. This ability is quite good, it can convert the food eaten into mindful use. It can even be stored in the stomach when it is not needed and used as a reserve of energy. That is, when one's own thoughts are exhausted, the transformed thoughts can be supplied to the body for use, which is equivalent to a storage battery. Of course, the amount of thoughts that can be stored is limited. At the current level, it can store just 10,000 thoughts. Asterisk. Chapter 49. The second level cooking test is divided into 2 levels. The test will be invigilated by Deputy Examiner Boashar, and the test question given is roasted whole pig. A total of 133 candidates passed the test. The pass rate reached 90%. After that, the 133 candidates who passed the first half were finalized by the Chief Examiner Menchi. The test question she gave was sushi. Kilawa, have you eaten sushi? Gon asked. Kilawa shook his head, no, how about you? Gon also shook his head, saying no. The two turned their eyes to Allan. Allan, have you eaten sushi? Allan nodded. As a traverser, of course he had eaten sushi. Upon seeing this, Gon and Kilawa said with joy at the same time, wow, I'm saved now. Listen well, the so-called sushi is to hold the rice into a block, long strip or square, that can be swallowed in one bite, and then coat it with a layer of wasabi, and finally spread the ingredients. The ingredients can be used sashimi, fish roe, shrimp and crab, eel, octopus, etc. Gon and Kilawa looked at each other, both of them were a little confused, and they didn't know anything about cooking. Seeing this, Allan had no choice but to say, if you don't understand, just follow me, and then I will start teaching you how to do it. After all, Allan took Gon and Kilawa out of the meeting. As for what Sushi is, the 133 candidates in the audience knew about it besides Allan. The two of them, like Allan, had a very confident expression at the corners of their mouths after hearing the exam questions. However, the vast majority of candidates are confused about this. They have never heard of Sushi at all. Even the well-informed Ilmi and Hsoka are no exception. Illy fan with a dull look, Hsoka, what is Sushi? Hsoka also had a dull look, you ask me, who am I asking? Don't even you know? I haven't eaten it. At this time, the IL fan noticed that his brother Kilawa had followed Gon and Allan to leave the venue, and said to Hsoka, it seems that the guy named Allan already knows what Sushi is. He should have brought my brother Kilawa and that ask Gon's child to prepare the ingredients. Hsoka squinted his eyes and said, in that case, let's be a follower. The two followed Allan and they kept a certain distance. On the other side, Leorio turned his hopeful eyes to the bright-headed Kurapika. Hey, Kurapika, do you know what Sushi is? Kurapika looked thoughtful and was searching for relevant information in his mind. At this moment, Hanzo on the side covered his mouth with his hand, showing a sly smile, planning to leave the meeting place secretly to prepare sushi ingredients. Kurapika and Leorio were keenly aware of this, and they both cast their eyes on Hanzo and chased after him. Hanzo, let's be honest, you know what sushi is, right? Leorio's voice was a little loud, and it suddenly attracted the people around him. Idiot Leorio! Hanzo saw so many coveted gazes around him, and decisively shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Upon seeing this, Kurapika on the side whispered, Hanzo, we are now in a cooperative relationship, have you forgotten? If you know, please tell us. Hanzo thought for a while and snorted coldly, well, I'll just tell you two, you guys lean your ears. When Hanzo told Leorio and Kurapika how to make sushi, Krolo walked past them with Yuvajin and Pakonatan and left the venue first. Head, do you know what sushi is? Yuvajin asked carelessly. Krolo nodded, well, I have eaten it a few times. Let's prepare the ingredients now, and the goal is fish. Those candidates who were still at a loss saw Allan, Krolo and Hanzo leave the venue one after another, and followed them. Allan led Gon and Kilawa to a shallow lake a few kilometers away from the venue, and said to the duo, you can go and catch some seafood in the water, fish, shrimp, or shellfish. Gon and Kilawa were already looking at Allan's horse at this time. Without saying a word, they took off their clothes on the spot and jumped into the water neatly and started a fishing trip. Allan was sitting on the shore with Erlang's legs in a leisurely manner. At this moment, he felt two breaths approaching not far behind him, and he said, don't hide, you two come out. Under the domineering perception of seeing and hearing, the aura of Hsoka and Ilmi were invisible, and the two came out one after another. Allan was not surprised at all. Il was confused, you found it again. Hsoka said, what a keen intuition. Allan glanced at the duo and said, you two seem to be here to steal the teacher, right? Yeah. Ilmi nodded. For the uprightness of Il fans, Hsoka, who is a colleague, was speechless. Allan is the same. If Ron is too straightforward to make up an excuse at all. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Hsoka stared at the shallow lake in front of Allan and asked, you let Gon and Kilawa go to the water to catch fish, so the sushi is made of fish, right? Allan admired Hsoka's guess, but he said, sorry, I am not obliged to answer your questions. Indeed. Hsoka was not surprised. What about me? Ilmi asked. It's the same with you. Allan was speechless. Could this guy think that his brother Kilawa is following him, so he can get special treatment as an older brother? Sorry, I think too much. Hsoka was silent for a while, and said straight to the point, I won't say more nonsense, I hope you can tell us how to make sushi. The meaning of Hsoka's words clearly implies threat, and Allan is not weak in this, why should I tell you, the reason? Or, the benefit? At this moment, an invisible and innocent aura spread from him. Domineering and domineering can only be effective compared to people with lower strengths. It is of no use to first-rate masters such as Hsoka and Ilmi, but it can act as a deterrent. In other words, Allan had already told the two through his domineering look. 1. He is not easy to mess with. 2. If you want to fight, please be with you at any time. 3. When it comes to fighting, no one can take advantage of it. Hsoka and Fan glanced at each other, and both of them felt the domineering released from Allan. That is definitely not the breath that ordinary people can exude. It is neither murderous nor the power of mind, but a purer domineering aura. If ordinary people are hit by this kind of breath, they will most likely faint because they can't bear it. The two of them can't ask how much they can faint just by their breath. The atmosphere was a bit subtle for a while, and the three of them maintained a nearly confrontational attitude. After the meeting, Hsoka said loosely, "So, what do you want?" Fan said to Allan, "I can help you kill someone for free." Hsoka squinted and smiled, "Me too." "Hey, are you two murderers? I don't need you to kill for me." Allan looked speechless. "So, what do you need?" Hsoka asked. Allan thought for a while, and said, "I don't have anything special for the time being. However, this doesn't mean I don't want anything. You know, there is no free lunch in the world, and I can't be kind enough to tell you about sushi making method." Hsoka nodded, expressing understanding. Allan continued, "I can tell you one thing for free." Hsoka smiled and said, "I would like to hear the details." Allan said seriously, "I can use my personality as a guarantee. It is very difficult for you to pass the cooking test of the chief examiner Menchi this time. If I don't tell you how to make sushi, you will definitely be eliminated at this level. Moreover, even if I tell you how to make sushi, whether it can pass is still two different things. After all, she is a one-star gourmet hunter, and her cooking test requirements must be very strict, far from being comparable to the roasted pig cooking test given by Bushir. In a word, the chief examiner Menchi is very difficult to deal with." Hearing that, there was a trace of movement on Hsoka and Ilmi's faces. As top players, they can naturally see if Allan is lying. As a result, what Allan said was very serious. In other words, the level of difficulty of the cooking test in this level is absolutely as Allan said, and the level of difficulty of the cooking test in the level of roasted whole pig is completely different. "So, how about killing her?" Ilmi suggested. "Then you wait to be eliminated." Allan shook his head speechlessly. This illusion fan deserves to be a born killer family, and his mind is full of sorrowful manipulations. As long as you do it more secretly and not be discovered, it's okay. fainted, he was still very confident in his assassination technique. Allan froze for a moment, this guy didn't seem to be joking. But immediately afterwards, he guessed the true intentions of Ilmi. If Menchi is assassinated, the sushi question she gave will probably be cancelled. Later, due to the death of the chief examiner, in order to allow the hunter test to continue, the association will send a new chief examiner to check. And the new examiner who replaced Menchi will certainly not give the same questions as Menchi. In this way, the test has a new turning point. Because the test questions have been changed at that time. This is the true intention of Ilmi. Kill the examiner and change the test questions. Hsoka obviously guessed this too, but he didn't immediately express his position, but was thinking about whether to implement this plan with Ilmi. "How about Hsoka?" Ilmi asked. "Not bad." Hsoka squinted and smiled. "So, who is responsible for the assassination?" Ilmi asked. "You are the proposer, so let's do it. Moreover, you are professional in assassination," Hsoka said. Ilmi shook his head, "No, I think Hsoka is more suitable for you to do this kind of thing." "Why?" Hsoka was puzzled. It is precisely because I am a professional killer. According to the rules of the industry, I can only assassinate others if I collect money from others. Unlike Hsoka, you can ignore any rules and kill anyone you want to kill. Moreover, the most important point is that you have had a precedent for killing the examiner before. In this regard, you are more experienced than me. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Faced with the brainwashing of IL fans, Hsoka shook his head decisively. No, I came to participate in the hunter test this time with a serious mind. If you kill the examiner, you will be eliminated. Didn't you say it? Just kill her without knowing it. Yil was confused. Hsoka shook his head and said, the other party is a hunter with 1 star, but it's not so easy to be dropped in seconds. Moreover, the chief examiner has a partner who wants to kill the opponent without knowing it. Basically it's impossible to do it. Then, let me take care of the other fat man. Illusion said. That's it. Hsoka seemed shaken. Seeing this situation, Allan sighed speechlessly. Indeed, if the two of them joined forces, it would not be impossible to kill Menchi and Boisper. But if Menchi and Boisa are really killed, the exam questions for this test will definitely be invalidated again. At that time, the new examiner will not know what questions will be asked. In other words, his advantage as a prophet, traverser, disappears. Thinking of this, Allan decided to stop these two goods. At this moment, 2 system options appeared in front of him. Ding! Please choose. 1. Prevent Ilmi and Hsoka from assassinating the examiner and let the test continue as normal. Reward, Naruto, Konoha Fluid Art. 2. Join the camp of Ilmi and Hsoka, and assassinate the examiner together. Reward, Pirate, SE Fist. This. Allan is really powerless to complain. The system even moved out the rewards for the SE boxing technique. I just don't know if it is Mr. Tu Feng Qili's SE boxing method or the Revolutionary Army Ivankov's SE boxing method. No matter who it is, ghosts have to choose the SE boxing method. This is the first time Allan feels disgusted with the rewards of the system. Very disgusted. However, even if the reward for the second option is not the reward for the SE boxing, Allan doesn't want to go with Ilfin and Hsoka to assassinate the examiner. The uncontrollable risk is too great. Therefore, he decisively chose the first option. I said you too, if you want to clear the customs, it's better not to say the kind of words that kill the examiner. Hearing Allan's words, the Ifran asked, why? Compared to assassinating the examiner, let the association change the test questions. Isn't it easier to cooperate with me? So, what do you mean by cooperation? Hsoka curiously asked. Allan glanced at the duo and said, I will tell you two how to make sushi, or I will help you two make a sushi myself. If you can pass the test, you two will owe me 1 favor. How about this deal? Sounds great. Hsoka squinted. Then what you said about favor is what we want us to do. Killing? Ilmi asked. Allan rolled his eyes, and the fellow Ifran seemed to do nothing but murder. But on second thought, this guy was born and assassinated a family, and thinking about it this way, he can understand why his mind is full of murder and murder. In this regard, Hsoka is different. He squinted his eyes and asked, so, what do you want us to do for you? Allan waved his hand and said, I don't use it for now. But if I have a chance in the future, I may need to trouble you. Anyway, you just remember to owe me a favor. That's it. Hsoka nodded. However, it sounds like we are at a loss. Illusion said. He is a killer and never makes a loss-making business. Because of this, he doesn't like to owe favors to others. Allan was worried that this guy would not cooperate and insisted on assassinating the examiner. He quickly reassured him, don't worry, I won't let you do too much. It must be within my power to ask you to help. And, if you don't want to help at that time, you can also refuse and leave it for next time. In short, everyone will cooperate sincerely and don't worry. Well, I agree. Fan thought for a while. If it's just a small favor, he can still accept it. That's it. Hsoka said more readily. In fact, he didn't want to assassinate the examiner with Ilmi, so he had no opinion on Allan's cooperation proposal. Seeing that they both agreed, Allan was relieved. He finally got the two guys done. He waved his hand and sent them away. Okay, then you should go back to the examination room first. I'll take care of your share. Don't we need to do it ourselves? Ilmi asked. Allan shook his head. No, even if you tell you how to make sushi, you have no experience in making sushi. Sushi made like that is definitely not good, and the taste is definitely not much better. Hearing that, both Hsoka and Yeer fans feel shocked, but they also admit that they don't know anything about cooking. Therefore, the two did not say much, they agreed to Allan's arrangement, and Allan took care of everything. They only needed to bring Allan's finished test product to the examiner Menchi to taste it. Ilmi waved his hand and said, then I will go back with Hsoka first. By the way, Kilawa must also pass. I came to participate in this test for him. If he fails, then everything is meaningless. Up. Allan made an okay gesture, and the weakness of fans was Kilawa. Kilawa is the key to deal with fans. Therefore, he will definitely help Kilawa handle this sushi cuisine. Of course, there is also Gon. Allan firmly believes that a good relationship with the protagonist is absolutely beneficial and harmless to his future development. This is also the far-sighted vision you need as a traverser. After all, the villain will be defeated by the protagonist of justice in the end. Soon after Ilmi and Hsoka left, Gon and Kilawa finally got out of the shallow lake. Both of them caught a lot of seafood. Allan snapped his fingers and greeted the two of them to take the seafood and rush back to the examination room to prepare seafood sushi. Asterisk. Chapter 52. On the way back to the venue, Allan deliberately walked behind Gon and Kilawa. Because just now, the Konoha fluid technique rewarded by the system has been issued. Konoha fluid technique includes Konoha whirlwind, kick in the upper part of the rotation. Konoha gale, swivel the next kick. Konoha cyclone, an advanced version of Konoha cyclone, with a larger attack range. Konoha rigid cyclone, the advanced version of Konoha cyclone, with more power and speed. Konoha rising wind, the upper kick in a high position can be used to kick the opponent's weapon. Remarks: the above versions are all from Konoha Shinobu Mati version. Oh, yes, there is another ultimate secret, Konoha esoteric body art. 1000-year kill, Kakashi version. The memories and experiences of these Konoha Ryu's moves seem to be imprinted in Allan's body, allowing him to directly omit the process of learning. It is equivalent to that, the system directly passed on Metkai's physical skills experience and Kakashi's physical skills, Millennium Kill, experience to Allan, allowing him to skip the learning process, and immediately advanced from the entry level to Allan. Master Class. Konoha Rigid Tornado. Suddenly, Allan kicked a big tree about 50 centimeters thick by the side of the road with an extremely sturdy round kick. Suddenly, the surging feet kicked the whole tree directly from the middle. Its strength is unparalleled. Allan was pleasantly surprised by the power of Konoha fluid technique. He has always been lacking in physical skills. At this moment, possessing Konoha fluid technique can be regarded as making up for one of his shortcomings. Next time, even if he meets an enhancer expert like Yuvajin, he is confident that he will not persuade each other in physical skills. When he returned to the venue, AILU discovered that many people were still staying in the venue. These people don't seem to know how to make sushi, and they look crazy. The examiner Menchi also looked like they were living or not, only reminding that the most basic ingredient needed to make sushi is rice. Other than that, there is no further hint. The appearance of Allan gave them a glimmer of hope. When they saw that Gon and Kilawa both came back with a lot of fish and shrimps, they immediately understood that besides rice, the ingredients needed to make sushi were fish. The rice is already ready, so they left the venue one after another to catch fish. However, they only saw the surface, but did not perceive the true core of sushi. Allan ignored them and told Gon and Kilawa to put all the fish and shrimp they caught in the sink on the kitchen counter. Gon asked, "Allan, what else can we help?" Allan waved his hand and said, "No. You just need to go back to your place and just leave it to me." Hearing that, Gon nodded obediently, and said to Kilawa on the side, "Okay, Kilawa, let's not disturb Allan." Kilawa nodded, and followed Gon back to their place temporarily. When Allan was about to start real production, the systematic multiple-choice questions appeared before his eyes again. 1. Create sushi dishes that the examiner Menchi admires. Reward, space storage ring. 2. Make sushi dishes that make examiner Menchi diarrhea. Reward, decapitate a broadsword. Although decapitation is good, Allan doesn't like the style of carrying a public sword. So obviously, Allan chose the first one. Of course, the main reason is that if the examiner Menchi eats food that will cause diarrhea, he will be eliminated properly and may even be retaliated. It is obviously not worthwhile to offend an examiner with a beheading knife. However, it is obviously not that easy to make sushi dishes that Menchi admires. Fortunately, Allan used to work part-time at a sushi restaurant and has a certain understanding of sushi. At least, he has a unique advantage compared to the more than 100 candidates present. Allan believes that if he can't even pass the level, then other people won't even want to pass the level. A kitchen counter for making sushi has been prepared for each candidate in the venue, and tools and basic materials for sushi are also provided on the counter. There are sinks, knives, and cooked rice, as well as soy sauce, wasabi, seaweed, cucumber, sushi vinegar, and so on. There are many types of sushi. Allan is preparing to make nigiri sushi. The ingredients required for nigiri sushi are very simple, roughly 3. Rice, sushi vinegar, fish fillet. Production steps. 1. Pinch the formed rice ball with your hands, and then press the rice ball on the cut fish fillet. Gently knead the shape from top to bottom until the rice and fish fillet are tightly combined. 2. Turn the sushi over and press it into a semicircle with your fingers from above to form a typical pillow shape. In this way, a nigiri sushi is complete. Allan calculated it. Besides his own one, he also needed to make one for Gon, Kilawa, Hsoka, and Ilmi. Therefore, Allan made 5 copies. It took about 40 minutes to make the preparation time plus the fish fillets in the early stage. To be safe, Allan decided to make another roe warship sushi. The ingredients required for roe warship sushi are rice, sushi vinegar, seaweed, and roe. Production steps. 1. Cut the seaweed slices into 3 cm wide strips, wrap them around the rice balls, and reserve an opening with a height of about 1 cm on the upper side. 2. Fold the downward seaweed sheet inward and stick the rice to form a cup shape. Fill the upper opening with roe. In this way, a piece of roe warship sushi is considered complete. After that, Allan made 4 more copies one after another, guaranteeing one for each. Asterisk. Chapter 53. The taste of sushi is actually the same, so the appearance is very important. The appearance of sushi must be standard, neat and clean, so that people have the appetite to swallow the stomach. Allan put the 5 pieces of nigiri sushi and 5 pieces of roe warship sushi together, and then called Gon and Kilawa over. When Gon and Kilawa saw the sushi made by Allan, they invariably wow and shouted at the same time, "It's amazing! Allan, is this sushi?" Gon asked with surprise on his face. Allan nodded and asked, "How's it going, how's it going?" "Well, it feels great." Gon nodded heavily. "What do you think of Kilawa?" Allan asked. "Although it is the first time I have seen sushi, it seems to be similar to what I expected. It should be no problem." Kilawa replied. The sushi that Allan made was surprisingly consistent with the sushi he had imagined, which made him feel very strange. In that case, you will serve a copy first. Upon hearing Allan's words, Gon and Kilawa nodded. Allan gave them a brief introduction to the types of sushi he made. After both of them remembered, they brought them to the chief examiner Menchi for evaluation. Menchi was sitting on a seat on the side of the venue, and was talking with Deputy Examiner Bushir about how many people would pass her cooking test in this level. The final conclusion is that there are 0 people. In the venue, examinees successively brought up the prepared sushi. What the hell, are these candidates all pigs? Redo. Redo. What kind of shit is this doing? Go back and redo it for my old lady. I saw that the so-called sushi that those test takers brought up was to put the whole fish directly in the rice, or to make it into bibimbap in fish soup. For Menchi, who is a food hunter, these candidates are simply insulting food. At this time, a bald youth appeared on the stage, and it was Hanzo. Haha, a bunch of scumbags, let's look at me. Now, I must be the first one to clear the level. With absolute confidence, Hanzo brought Kurapika and Leorio forward, and the 3 simultaneously lifted the lid of the dish and showed their sushi dishes in front of the examiner Menchi. Oh! Menchi, who hadn't had any expectations, lit up before his eyes and finally smiled a little. Well, finally there is a decent sushi. Hey, isn't it? I made this with great effort. Hanzo looked confident. When Kurapika and Leorio saw this, they couldn't help but feel confident. Both of them learned their sushi together with Hanzo, and they looked decent. In terms of appearance alone, they passed. Don't be too happy. Although it's good, I still have to taste it myself. With that said, Menchi picked up one and tried a bite. Then, I picked up Kurapika and Leorio's sushi in turn and tried a bite. No, the taste is too bad, take it back and redo it, the 3 of you are the same. Menchi treated it the same. Hanzo, who originally thought he had a winning ticket, heard the results of the evaluation. He was angry at the beginning and protested angrily, "Smelly woman, you are clearly making things difficult for us. Pinch the rice with your hands into a shape that can be eaten in one bite, and put it on top. Add sliced sashimi and Japanese wasabi or soy vinegar to taste. Isn't the taste of such a simple thing the same? Don't you still want to eat the delicacy of the mountain and sea?" Suddenly, all the candidates who were attracted by the noise heard Hanzo's words and understood how to make sushi. Hanzo's teeth trembled with anger. At this time, Menchi also exasperated, "What are you kidding me? You're bald, you just learn a little bit of fur and you think you are right. Are you an examiner or am I an examiner? Damn it!" Although he was very unconvinced, Hanzo still confessed and could only take Kurapika and Leorio back to remake. At this moment, Gon and Kilawa came to the examiner Menchi with the sushi that Allan personally made for them. Menchi was getting angry because of Hanzo. At this time, when he saw Gon and Kilawa, he said, "I said you 2 little ghosts. Didn't you see that bald head was sprayed back by me? If it was done with shit same, be careful I let you go around without eating. How about it, let the examiner have a look." Gon laughed. "Yes, as an examiner, don't vent your emotions on innocent people. Let's use cooking for everything." Kilawa said. "What, 2 stinky brats, dare to teach me?" Menchi curled his lips unhappily. Then, she was stunned. When Gon and Kilawa opened the sushi they served, Menchi was dumbfounded. "Oh? It's nigiri sushi and roe worship sushi. How is it?" Gon asked tentatively. "I said, did you 2 really do this?" Menchi took a deep breath and asked in disbelief. Because in terms of appearance alone, the sushi served by Gon and Kilawa is obviously higher than the sushi of Hanzo, Kurapika, and Leorio just now. Clean, neat and uniform in size. People have the appetite to eat them. The appearance is completely past, but I don't know how it tastes. With the mentality of trying, Menchi started the tasting test. Asterisk. Chapter 54. I said, "Is this really made by you?" After tasting the sushi served by Gon and Kilawa, Menchi was a little surprised. Not only does it look good, but even the taste is completely okay. This level of sushi makes it hard for her to believe that two little ghosts can make it. Because the preparation of sushi may seem simple, but in fact, it is difficult to achieve the level of presentation and taste without a certain amount of effort. Obviously, Gon and Kilawa don't seem to have this level. Actually. Gon has never been good at lying, and when Menchi repeatedly questioned him, he wanted to tell that the real sushi maker was Allan. Kilawa on the side had sharp eyes. Seeing this, he quickly covered his mouth and replied first, "Yes, this is what we did." With a flexible mind, he knew very well that if Gon revealed that the real maker of these sushi in their hands was Allan, then they would have a great probability of being severely criticized by the female examiner in front of him and then eliminated. After all, it is definitely an insult to a highly demanding gourmet hunter who is also an examiner and serves as an examiner. It not only insulted this cooking test, but also insulted the food. Its end is undoubtedly eliminated. What a venomous eyes! Menchi can't tell Kilawa is lying, but she didn't directly expose it, instead she questioned, "You two make exactly the same sushi, both a nigiri sushi and a roe worship sushi. Not only the appearance is the same, but the taste is also the same, and it all comes from the same person. That's because we have a good relationship, so of course we are doing the same. As for the taste, we are the same level, and of course the taste is almost the same." Kilawa defended. Gon just nodded, not daring to say more. "Since you are so sure that you did it yourself, you will make a new copy in front of me later. I want to see who is lying." Isn't it?" Gon and Kilawa said at the same time. Both of them looked dumbfounded, and they didn't expect Menchi to be so harsh. Menchi crossed his hips and said, "Why, worry about revealing the stuffing? Well, if I tell you the truth about who made the sushi for you now, I can forgive you once. After all, you are so cute, my sister will treat you relatively be looser." "Hey, you wait." Kilawa pulled Gon away. "I'm waiting for you." Menchi smiled. Behind the smile, there was a serious expression. "If you dare to deceive me, you two brats will definitely not be able to eat." After leaving the evaluation platform, Kilawa said with an unhappy expression, "Damn it, that stinky woman must have made things difficult for us on purpose." "What do you do now, Kilawa?" Gon asked. "I have no choice but to go back and ask Allan, let him teach us the steps of making sushi while Menchi is tasting the dishes made by others." Regarding Kilawa's proposal, Gon nodded and said, "Well, that can only be done. What's the matter with you? What's the result?" Seeing Gon and Kilawa coming back, Allan curiously asked. "Sorry, failed." Gon sighed. "Why?" Allan froze for a moment, and murmured, "I just tried it. The taste should be passable. If I can't even pass this level, then I can't help it." Kilawa shook his head and said, "No, we didn't mean the sushi failed. On the contrary, it was because the sushi you made was so good that we were suspected by the female examiner." Allan suddenly realized, that's how it is, so she asked you to come back and do it again, right? Kilawa nodded and said, "Yeah. Not only that, she will personally observe our sushi making process later." Hearing this, Allan frowned. "It's hard to do now. It's hard to do it, I can't just give up like that. Now I ask you to quickly tell us the steps and points of sushi making, and Gon and I will try our best to master it during this time." Ding! Please choose. 1. Agree to Kilawa and Gon's request, personally teach them to make their own sushi. Reward, physique increased by 100 points. 2. It is useless to refuse Gon and Kilawa's request, and to discourage their efforts, and persuade them to abandon this test. Reward, devil fruit. Animal system. Insect species. Insect fruit. Praying mantis form. Allan had planned to teach them both, so he would choose one regardless of whether he was rewarded or not. However, the rewards given by the system this time made him a little surprised, and even the devil fruit was produced. But for this insect fruit, mantis-shaped animal devil fruit, Allan has no impression at all, but from the name, it should be a kind of devil fruit that can turn the eater into the mantis form. Allan's impression of the insect creature, the praying mantis, is only speed agile, and perhaps the speed will skyrocket after eating it. Oh, yes, and the hook of a praying mantis seems to be like a sickle, so the attack power should be good. In a nutshell, the fruit of the animal line can give the eater the ability of certain animals and get a great strengthening effect. However, the appearance of the animal department is too ugly and totally unacceptable. If it's a natural or superhuman series, Allan might still be tempted by it. Therefore, the so-called choice is actually just to see whether the reward of the choice has enough value to make Allan's heart beat. Recovered, Allan said to the two of them, "Okay, hurry up, you follow me to clean the fish first, then slice it, and then start from the shape of the rice, let's make nigiri sushi." Understood. The two of Gon and Kilawa only looked forward to Allan, completely looking like students. Over there, Hsoka and Ifron have taken the sushi Allan made for them and went to the examiner Menchi for the evaluation. "I said you two, did you really make this yourself?" With his arms akimbo, Menchi tasted the sushi of Hsoka and Ilmi. Suddenly, she felt her IQ was insulted. Why? Because the sushi of Hsoka and Ilmi is exactly the same as the sushi served by Gon and Kilawa. It's not just the appearance, but also the taste. Therefore, judging by her years of experience, these sushi are all made by the same person. In other words, whether it is Gon, Kilawa, Hsoka, and Ilmi, the sushi that the four of them brought up for evaluation was not made by themselves, but by someone else. Who will this person be? Menchi was quite curious about this. After dismissing Hsoka and Ifron, Menchi's eyes began to wander around the examination room. After a while, her eyes locked on Allan. Chapter 55. After about an hour, under Allan's careful guidance, Gon and Kilawa finally mastered the basic method of making nigiri sushi. Allan gave a passing review after tasting the sushi dishes that the duo tried to cook. "Although I'm not sure whether I can pass the test requirements of the chief examiner Menchi, I think this is the best limit you can do. After all, time is limited. If you can't even pass this, then I can't help it." Gon and Kilawa nodded, they both understood this. It only takes an hour to learn sushi, which is already a reluctance in itself. Therefore, no matter whether they can pass this test or not, they can say that they have done their best. And when Gon and Kilawa went to Menchi for a retest, Hsoka and Ifron came to Allan. Both are in the same situation as Gon Kilawa. All were judged to be cheating by Menchi and required a retest. There was no way, Allan had to spend dozens of minutes teaching them. After all, they are still a cooperative relationship. Fortunately, the two learn quickly, and this is probably the talent of adults. Over there, Menchi has a panoramic view of everything. Ever since, Allan, who was supposed to be the fastest, became the last one. But there is no other way. After all, he spent a lot of time on Gon, Kilawa, Hsoka, and Ifron. Fortunately, the four of them brought good news one after another. All passed. Allan heaved a sigh of relief, not in vain for his efforts. At the same time, he was rewarded by the system, and his physique was increased by 100 points on the original basis. The enhancement of physique also means the overall improvement of all aspects of the body, including speed, strength, cellular immunity, central nervous system response of the brain, the five senses of the body, and so on. Half an hour later, when he came to Menchi with his remade sushi, all eyes fell on him and Menchi. Right now, he is the only one who hasn't been tested yet. In this cooking test, Menchi gave each candidate 2 opportunities, one for the first test and one for the second test. If the sushi made for the first time is judged to be unqualified, it will be required to remake it, and then have a retest. This is the second chance. If even the retest fails, it will be judged as eliminated. Menchi stared at Allan with interest, and said, I saw it all. It was you who helped the 4 cheats, Gon, Kilawa, Hsoka, and Jitarak, Illumizaldik, right? Allan was speechless for a moment to refute, although he had already guessed that he would be caught. Menchi said, for those who help others to cheat, I usually give them direct elimination. However, considering the fairness of the test, every candidate has 2 opportunities. So this is actually your second and last chance. I see. Allan nodded, then brought the sushi he made to Menchi. Please taste. This is. Seeing Allan's sushi in front of him, Menchi's eyes were a little surprised. Allan took her words and said, yes, all I make is box sushi. The so-called box sushi is to put various materials such as rice, sea bream, eel, shrimp, and so on in a wooden box, and then press it into a wooden mold. The cut sushi will turn into pieces. It is very compact and looks like a box, hence the name. This is the sushi that Allan has made in order to ensure that it can pass the test. Menchi picked up a piece and took a sip. The deputy examiner who was sitting behind her said loudly, it looks delicious. 1, 2, 3. After eating 3 boxes of sushi, Menchi realized that everyone was staring at her. Menchi blushed, glanced at Allan and said, well, although I don't want to admit it, the sushi you made is indeed the only one among the many candidates who can make me say, delicious. You, through. Thank you. Allan breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in his mind, ding. The sushi dish you made has been praised by the examiner Menchi, and has been rewarded, a space storage ring. The next second, Allan felt that there was something on the middle finger of his right hand. He raised his hand and saw that it was an obsidian ring. There is no doubt that this is the space ring rewarded by the system. This space ring has 10 cubic meters of storage space and can store anything but inanimate objects. Weapons, food, all kinds of materials, all can be stored. The storage method is, touch the ring to the item that needs to be saved, and the item can be instantly absorbed into the storage space. The method of taking out items from the storage space is even simpler. It only takes a mental thought to take out the items, which is very convenient. Allan was very satisfied with the reward of this space ring. As long as this ring is worn on the hand, it is equivalent to carrying a large mobile warehouse with you. And its own weight, less than 50 grams, is so light that it can be ignored. At this moment, both Gon and Kilawa came over. Gon said with sincere gratitude, Allan, this time thanks to you. Kilawa put his hands in his pockets and said with a cool expression, thanks. Allan waved his hand, indicating nothing. But in fact, he gained 2 more favors. Both Gon and Kilawa silently took Allan's help to heart. Arguably, it was Allan's stealthy investment in Gon and Kilawa. The future returns are definitely 10-fold, 100-fold. And absolutely zero risk. Then, Hsoka and Yirong's Ilmi came over and thanked Allan. I can't pass the level without you. Hsoka squinted and smiled. We all owe you a favor. IL lost. Allan smiled and said, just remember. As a result, a total of 55 candidates passed the second cooking exam this time. The rest are eliminated. Nearly half of the people were brushed directly. Among the 55 candidates who passed the assessment, in addition to Allan, Leorio, Kurapika, and Hanzo, they were all included. And Krollo's group, including Pikanotan and Yuvajin, also passed all 3. The characters Bakur and Peng Si, as well as other dragons that appeared in the original work, such as professional female gunslingers Shiba, Baldlo, and others, also passed smoothly. In fact, the sushi dishes they make are just below average. It's not that it doesn't look good, it's just that it tastes average. In this regard, the examiner Menchi also rarely relaxed the difficulty of the assessment, allowing them to pass by luck. The reason is very simple, if it is really judged according to her assessment standards. In fact, only a few people such as Allan and Kroo and Hanzo can really get the clearance. As for the others, it can be said that they are all dipped in the light of a few of them. Asterisk. Chapter 56. After completing the cooking test of the second level, a group of candidates boarded an airship prepared by the association in Biscayne Forest Park and flew towards the test venue of the third level. At this time, the night is dark. The ink is getting thicker. The airship flew slowly at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. In the airship, 55 candidates were arranged to rest in the cabin. At the same time, the association has also prepared a minimum amount of food for each person to ensure that each candidate does not go on an empty stomach. After a night of sailing, when the morning sun rose, the airship landed on the top of a tall tower, and a group of candidates stepped off the airship one after another. After that, an accompanying invigilator briefly explained the assessment content of the third level for the candidates. The assessment of the third pass was carried out within this high tower. The tower called Trap Tower is actually a prison cage, which holds hundreds of serious prisoners. In addition, there are a lot of traps. In this assessment, in the form of a group or individual, the customs clearance is deemed to be passed from the top of the tower to the ground within the limited 72 hours. It is worth mentioning that the route and the nature of the assessment are different for each candidate. There are 48 candidates participating this time. I wish you all a smooth pass, goodbye. After that, the invigilator got on the airship and left the top of the tower. Hey, wait! There are 55 people? Why are there only 48 people? Gon, Leorio and others looked blank. Not only them, but the other candidates present also showed their doubts. It was originally scheduled to pass 55 people, but now there are only 48 people, which is 7 people less, which is enough to attract everyone's attention. Among them, only a few people know the inside story. The 7 people who disappeared were actually killed when they were on the airship. In order not to cause panic, the accompanying examiner directly hid the matter of their killing, without even mentioning it. Kilawa put one hand in his trouser pocket and said coolly, "Gon, they have been killed. Isn't it?" Gon couldn't believe it. Kilawa looked at Allan on the side and said, "If you don't believe me, ask Allan, he also knows." Hearing this, Gon looked at Allan and asked, "Really, Allan? The 7 people who didn't come were really killed?" Allan nodded. Not only did he know that the 7 candidates who did not come were killed, but he also knew who the murderer was. Last night, on the airship, about midnight, about 12 o'clock. Allan saw that Hsoka killed 4 people in the bathroom. And those 4 people seemed to have accidentally blocked Hsoka's path. In fact, he was a rather dangerous person. All people are toys in his eyes. The remaining 3 people were killed by Yuvajin and Kroo in the aisle. The deaths of these 7 people were concealed by the examiner. Because there was no direct killer who killed them directly, so the examiner didn't let it go. After all, every year of the hunter test, candidates are secretly assassinated or disappeared. As long as the assailant does not kill in front of the examiner, it is not a violation. And Hsoka and the others know this truth well. So when they are killing people, they also deliberately choose a time period for everyone to rest, or places where there are few people. As for their purpose of killing, no purpose. It's just pure venting. This is where they are dangerous. Because even if you didn't offend him, you might be treated as a hunter. When dealing with them, you must always be vigilant. The 7 candidates who disappeared were quickly left behind by everyone, and the remaining 48 candidates began to focus on the things in front of them. The trap tower for the third level assessment is thousands of meters high, like a huge chimney, straight, steep, and almost straight into the clouds. The tower is made of some kind of square rock with tiny cracks on the surface. An examinee who is very confident in his skills intends to climb directly from the top of the tower to the ground along the cracks in the stone. However, he forgot that this tower is not an ordinary tower. When he climbed down more than 10 meters, it seemed that some kind of mechanism was triggered, and a warning sound was emitted from the cave. Immediately afterwards, a group of black strange birds flew from a distance, seeming to be attracted by the loud noise. The group of strange birds is huge, with sharp minions like beasts. They have a frightening title, Piranha. But in a blink of an eye, the candidate who climbed down from the top of the tower was suddenly grabbed by the piranha's shoulders, and was eaten and torn apart by the piranha's companion in mid-air. The end was tragic. The examinees standing on the top of the tower witnessed this scene, and they dispelled the idea of climbing down. At the same time, they are also secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, they have learned from the past, otherwise they will probably use the same method of climbing to reach the ground like the hapless candidate. It now appears that this method is clearly not feasible. However, just when they breathed a sigh of relief, they were horrified to find that the group of cannibals had been staring at them standing on the top of the tower after eating the hapless candidate. "Hey, isn't it? It's coming at us!" Leorio couldn't help but yelled, and at the same time took out the dagger he carried from his pocket. The group of cannibals is huge, and their sharp claws can easily tear a person's body. This has been witnessed by many candidates. Seeing the piranha attacking at this moment, everyone was on the spot alert and did not dare to slack off. However, the candidates who can come to this point are all capable individuals who stand out from the crowd. As long as they maintain sufficient composure, with their strength, it is not too difficult to deal with. But the piranha wins in large numbers, wave after wave. However, in just a few minutes, hundreds of them gathered from nearby. In the eyes of these cannibals, the 48 candidates on the top of the tower are all food in their bags. Asterisk. Chapter 57. Third, the assessment has clearly begun. At that moment trigger a trap bodies from a candidate who attracted eating birds, it has already begun. 47 candidates on the top of the tower, although not pushovers, but cannibalism wins in the large number of birds, plus they have air superiority, and they can only stand on top of the tower passive engaged, nowhere to hide, and in a very disadvantaged position geographically. Therefore, candidates are difficult to eliminate the group of people eating birds in a short time, we can only try to fight back in case of guarantee its own security. However, among the candidates, but some of these are extraordinary monster. Then there's so-called man-eating birds to be very terrible. Call out. The number of poker hands from Hsoka like darts are generally lasing spot will toward his two man-eating birds shot down at the same time. His sharp blade poker has as much unusual lethality, murderous cannibal as but a bird moves in his eyes target bail. Almost at the same time, standing fans also shot Il. He removes his face from two to read needle, jumped up, were tied in the two man-eating bird brain. As a first-class emitter who are able to read Doyle fans can not only take advantage of turning the needle, it can also be used to manipulate the target. Be red needle inserted in the man-eating birds, under his control, like a puppet general, even toward their fellow fury. And fierce abnormal state, soon prevailed, his companions chewing out. I thought you only read the needles used to insert people, do not think even the birds were not spared. IL capacity mini tie really is change it. Hsoka out of channels. Doyle fans turned away from his face and then removes a needle read, deadpan. Hsoka, to give you a thing for me to plug in control of your actions. I do not want it, so I'll be you play bad. Hsoka squinting laughed. If Ron. When Hsoka and Doyle fans philandering, Krollo performance there is also impressive, as the 1st Brigade Berserker Yuvajin face bashing attack from the cannibal bird, brazenly fired a direct blow. Bang! Overbearing power directly to the exquisite cannibal bird's boom became meat on the spot, turned into a shuiwu. Bang bang! Send Kenyo-tan is like a trained elite female agent, his hands clasped a pistol as a now long-range weapons, and those who have not yet rushed to the front, but who want to continue to wait for an opportunity to attack eating birds shot down. Call out. Bang. From instantiated pistol bullet fired is also a now read out the bomb, its speed and power fully as much as a real pistol, even worse, not only fast, but incredibly powerful, was hit Griffin will explode on the spot. The disadvantage is that you can only shot 6 rounds, 6 seconds after the cooling time required in order to continue loading launch. Forming each of a bullet need to waste a second time, 6 bullets is 6 seconds. Therefore, after finished shooting 6 bullets, Sent Kenyotan will count the time while avoiding Griffin attack while loading. Although she is not combatants, but also unusual skill as a trained senior agents. Also master close combat operation, grappling technique, and so on. Therefore, even if the encounter man-eating birds too late to avoid the melee, she can also use their fighting skills to kill the target. Less than 5 minutes, the scene has been nearly 50 birds were eating people kill them. Of which more than half are Hsoka, Doyle fans, Yuvajin Kenyotan and send their credit, and Kroo does, it just elegant wincing, pockets left hand, right hand holding the book, loaded to force a full look, do not be looked down on those man-eating birds. However, the sight also still nearly half of the man-eating birds not to be killed, is still cruel to them sprang. On the other side, Allan also played very intense here with man-eating birds. Look at my shadow shuriken. Hanzo 2 shuriken is throwing out, when he got a printing technique, Fiazi out of the hands of the sword and instantly turned into hundreds of pieces of shadow shuriken in mid-air lasing spot in the 3 attack range of man-eating birds shot down. And saw that the 3 man-eating birds' body was filled with sword in hand, simply be treated as a target hit into a hornet's nest. Not far away, a golden figure jumped up from the ground, hands severely pole inserted in the back of the air of a man-eating bird's wings, to kill. Well done, Kurapika! Below, Leorio exclaimed. I said Leorio ah, look behind you. Kurapika then let Leorio surprised not help, in the rear, a man-eating bird's already toward him, sharp hook claw hook it in his shoulders. Fortunately, Leorio wearing a suit, man-eating bird's claws just hook in his suit, and did not hurt his body. Nevertheless, let Leorio shocked. Seeing they have to be taken to high altitude, Leorio hands against man-eating birds caught in the buckle on his shoulders 2 feet, then riveting enough strength to toss up the body, a beautiful Daogwajingu, hard-wearing toe shoes hard kick to the man-eating bird's stomach. Cannibal bin hit birds on the spot issued a scream, let go Leorio. Leorio a butt drop back to the top of the tower, big mouth and breathing heavily. He was a medical student, is not good at fighting, just be able to do it step by a strong desire to survive until the body burst out of the limits of power. Well done ah, Leorio. Kurapika walked road. Leorio silent for a moment, these words he told Kurapika half a minute ago. The other hand, Allan, Gon, and Kilawa 3 of them will have to deal with the relatively easier. Kilawa use of a silver-haired family preaching the assassination cheats dark step, figure out quickly faint, continuous survived only a few man-eating bird attack, then appear on the side of those man-eating birds, waving his right hand to hand like a knife cut down. Coldness in flash, his fingernails significantly longer at that moment, and sharp. Under a blow, even unarmed Zhangxia a man-eating bird's head, the action crisp, quick, and decisive, indeed came from a family of professional killers assassinated. Asterisk. Chapter 58. Unlike Kilawa's bloody killing method, Gon's attack method appears to be more monotonous. Facing the piranha, he just raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and then punched the flying piranha. The small fist seemed to shine with pale golden light at that moment, bursting out with amazing power. The piranha that was hit flew upside down like a cannonball on the spot. Kilawa saw this, and sighed, Gon, your strength is so great. It looks like you can open the door of my house. The door to trial. Gon looked puzzled. Kilawa waved his hand and said, well, don't care. I mean you may be stronger than me. Gon touched the back of his head and smiled, although my strength is great, what I just used was not pure strength. Hearing this, Kilawa nodded as well, figured out his chin and said seriously, yet. I also felt that you didn't just use brute force to fly the pirate bird, but used some strange power. That kind of power is very strong, I have seen it in many people. For example, my brother. Or, Hsoka and Gitara bothered them. Furthermore, I have seen it in Allan. Come again, it's you. I think you should all use the same power, just different forms of performance. Gon was stunned when he heard it, then he reacted after a while and smiled, haha, Kilawa, I see, so you haven't learned to read yet. Read. Gon nodded and said, yet. It's Nian, that's the kind of power you said. I will tell you in detail after the game is over, let's solve the piranha first. And just when Gon and Kilawa were about to join forces for a big fight, the two suddenly felt an amazing force coming from behind them. That inexplicable power radiated from Allan. Almost everyone at the scene felt the power, and they all cast their eyes on Allan. There was uncertainty and fear in the eyes. Gon and Kilawa are the closest to Allan, so they feel that power most deeply. It was not a simple breath or aura, but a more exaggerated power. The proof is that all around them, the piranhas that were still attacking in the air, all fell down. It looked like it was suddenly received a strong shock wave, causing the body to lose its balance. Kilawa walked around the nearest piranha, kicked it, and raised her head and said, there is still a breath, but I have lost consciousness. Gon murmured, it's amazing, did Allan do it? Kilawa nodded, looked at Allan, and couldn't help asking, Allan, how did you do it? Allan glanced around and was surprised to see that all of the cannibals had lost consciousness. He muttered to himself, the domineering is stronger than before. It seems that my physique has increased, the domineering. The power has also increased. What domineering? Kilawa asked curiously. It's the kind of inexplicable power you feel, the power that makes those cannibals lose their consciousness in an instant, it's called domineering. Allan said. Overlord. Domineering. Kilawa murmured and repeated, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Coming from a family of killers, he can distinguish that domineering is not just a breath, it can directly affect the spiritual will of the target, thereby causing the target to lose consciousness. The murderous aura exuded by the top killers, such as my dad and grandfather, can't do this. At best, it can only make the target feel the fear of death. But Allan's domineering look directly makes the target lose consciousness. In a sense, it is even more terrifying than the murderous aura of grandpa and dad and their top killers. No, not only that, even I was affected just now. It's just because my mental will is strong enough that I didn't feel anything. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that the end has lost consciousness like those cannibals. Thinking of one thing, Kilawa couldn't help but feel embarrassed about the domineering look exuded by Allan. Just now, it was an indiscriminate attack, right? Kilawa asked suddenly. Allan didn't conceal anything, and nodded, I'm sorry, I can't control precisely yet, so everything around me will be impacted when I release it. But I know that that level of domineering doesn't affect it. As far as you are concerned, it's just the skill I use to clean up trash fish. Having said that, Allan believes that even Gon and Kilawa will feel even more oppressive if the Overlord's domineering advances to advanced levels. After cleaning up the piranhas, the examinees on the top of the tower began to look for ways to enter the tower. When the piranha attacked everyone, several people suddenly disappeared from the scene. This made everyone realize that there was a hidden grid on the top of the tower. Those candidates who disappeared fell in because they stepped on the hidden grid by mistake. And those hidden cells are undoubtedly the organs that enter the tower. Asterisk. Chapter 59. Soon, the secret grid of the organ on the top of the tower was discovered by a group of examinees. One candidate after another entered the tower from the secret grid, and the number of people staying on the top of the tower was gradually decreasing. Allan stepped on a floor tile. The floor tile was hollow underneath. It reverberated after 2 taps, indicating that there is a hidden mystery. There is no doubt that this is a secret compartment that can enter the tower. Most secret compartments only allow one person to enter, after which they will be automatically locked, and others can only find another secret compartment. But there are also a small number of secret cells that allow several people to enter. Although Allan knew that all of these hidden grids could enter the tower, he didn't know whether he was stepping on a single or multiple hidden grid. In the case of a single secret cell, only one person can enter. If it is a multi-person secret grid, you can enter more than 2 people, and the upper limit is unknown. However, this kind of thing doesn't matter. Because Allan has decided to go ahead alone. After saying hello to Gon and Kilawa, Allan opened the secret compartment he found and entered the tower first. The next moment, Allan appeared in a closed room. The room was almost empty except for a timer. In addition, there is a monitor and loudspeaker broadcasting in the upper left corner of the wall. Please wear a timer and start your challenge. You can successfully reach the ground within 72 hours, and you will be able to pass the 3rd level. It depends on your ability. A man's voice was heard from the radio. Allan knew that the person speaking was the examiner in the 3rd level of the field, and that guy seemed to be monitoring all the candidates entering the tower with a monitor. Ignoring how the examiner monitors, Allan put on the timer decisively and pressed the countdown button. At the same time, the closed door was automatically opened. Allan walked out of the room and crossed a corridor. What appeared in front of him were 2 passages on the left and right that didn't know where to lead. At this moment, there was a girl with a delicate face wearing a pink dress and a pink hat, wandering in front of the 2 passages, looking tangled. Candidate number 246, Peng Si. Allan's impression of her doesn't stop there. He knows that the girl's future fate will be eaten by a murderous creature named Chimera Ant. At this moment, Peng Si, who was wondering which way to go, finally found Allan standing behind her. "Ah, it's you!" she cried, her voice slightly flustered. "Do you know me?" Allan was slightly surprised. It was because it was the first time that he and Peng Si met. Although they had seen each other in the test before, they did not make eye contact. Right now, there are only 2 of him and Peng Si here. This is the real first meeting, and the first time the 2 have met each other. Peng Si avoided Allan's direct gaze, turned her back and said, "I mean, I know all candidates who can get to this level." Allan nodded, which sounded fine. He also likes to observe others, so in addition to plot characters like Peng Si and Baku Cure, he recognizes even the dragon sleeves that have not appeared in the original work. At this moment, the system that hadn't been seen for a long time went online again. Ding! It is detected that the host is encountering a plot character. Peng Si, please choose the following 3 development directions. 1. Ignore Peng Si, ignore it, refuse to intersect with the opponent. Reward, Great Sword X1. 2. Help Peng Si tide over the difficulties and have an intersection with the other party. Reward, Advanced Treasure Box X10. 3. Show your strength in front of Peng Si, lead him to pass the 3rd test, and develop into one of the harem heroines. Reward, Diamond Treasure Box X1. Note, please make a choice within 60 seconds, and will not wait for the expiration date. Hello, isn't it? This sudden system option made Allan look dazed. He looked up at Peng Si, and couldn't help feeling, she looks about the same age as Kurapika, and she is also beautiful. It would not be bad if she could be used as a harem. Among the 3 options, there is no doubt that the reward of the last option is the best. But at the same time, the difficulty to complete this option is also the most difficult. Allan is confident that he can lead Peng Si to pass the 3rd level, but he is not sure that Peng Si can like him and earn him into the harem. At this time, Peng Si also noticed Allan's abnormality, and turned her head and said, "Well, what's the matter with you?" Allan came back to his senses and shook his head quickly to indicate that it was okay, and at the same time asked, "By the way, candidate number 246, your name is Peng Si, right?" "Yeah." Peng Si nodded, somewhat surprised, "I didn't expect you to know my name." "Well, after all you look so cute, it's hard not to be noticeable." Allan's words made Peng Si's delicate little face a little blush. She lowered her head and said, "That, your name is Allan, right?" Seeing Peng Si's reaction, a strange light flashed in Allan's eyes. Since Peng Si even knows my name, it means that she still has a deep impression of me. And seeing her reaction, she shouldn't hate me. In this case, maybe there is something to play. With this in mind, Allan tried his best to behave normally. The most urgent task is to lead her through this passage first. By the way, express yourself, step by step, and win her favor step by step. In that way, it would not be impossible for Peng Si to become the heroine of the harem. At this time, Peng Si asked, "Allan, which channel do you want to go? I'm a bit entangled. I don't know which one to go. I want to hear your opinion." "The passage on the left looks unremarkable, there is nothing, and it looks safe on the surface. In the passage on the right, you can see the danger at a glance. In the wall of the passage, there are several flames spraying out from time to time, blocking people from moving forward. Will be sprayed by flames. Most people will definitely choose the one on the left, because it seems that there is nothing and it is safe." Hearing Allan's words, Peng Si also held the same view. Yes, it is true. But the safer the place seems, the hidden crisis is always felt. Allan glanced at her and said, "Then you want to go to the right?" Hearing this, Peng Si shook her head. "The passage on the right is in real danger, and it is not easy to pass through. If I am alone, I can't make it through." Allan couldn't help but glanced at her. This Nizai was very self-aware, knew that she was not good at it, and didn't dare to take the risk alone. But at the same time, he didn't dare to venture into the passage on the left that seemed safer. It can't be said to be timid. Choosing neither is the safest way. But in this way, time will be wasted on the spot. The assessment time is 72 hours. If it does not reach the ground within the time limit, it is equal to elimination. There is no doubt that the examiner deliberately will set up such a difficult-to-choose passage checkpoint. The purpose is to use the candidate's self-crisis to generate awareness and consume the candidate's time. Therefore, when encountering this two-choice checkpoint, the most correct choice must be made in the shortest time. "Allan, which one are you going?" Peng Si asked. "Most people will go to the left, but I am a minority, so I choose the right." "But, how to avoid those flamethrowers? If you get sprayed, it will be finished," Peng Si said. In fact, she also prefers to take the flame channel on the right. At least the danger is visible and can be avoided. But it requires a certain amount of skill and observation. Allan glanced at her and smiled, "If you want, Zhao, to follow me, I can guarantee that you are safe." "Really? Hey?" Peng Si was a little doubtful. "Probably." Allan smiled, not speaking too much. Peng Si hesitated for a while, nodded and said, "Well, then, I will follow you through the flame channel on the right." "Very good. You will be thankful that your choice is right." After all, Allan motioned to Yin Si to take a step back, and then walked to the flame tunnel. Frozen thousands of miles. A huge qi radiated from Allan. After the change in the nature of mind, the qi turned into a cold air and swept out into the flame channel in front, freezing it at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flamethrower hidden in the wall of the passage was also frozen and could not continue to spray flames. The surface of the entire passage was completely frozen as if it was suddenly encountered with ice, exuding deep coldness. "Okay, amazing." Seeing this scene, Peng Si's eyes were full of weirdness. Allan smiled and said, "Let's go, so you don't have to worry about being in danger." "Yeah." Peng Si nodded. The power that Allan showed left a deep impression on her heart. Chapter 60. 20 minutes later, Allan took Peng Si smoothly out of the flame channel. At the end of the passage, there were 3 forks leading to different directions in front of the 2. Shout, here again. At first, Allan felt that it would not take 72 hours to reach the ground, but now it seems that it is really not that easy to reach the ground. Allan, which side should I choose now? Peng Si asked, raising her head. She is a girl, so she wants to rely on the boy next to her. When she said this, she realized something was wrong, and said quickly, I'm sorry, you have already helped me once, I shouldn't trouble you anymore, please don't care about my words. Unexpectedly that Peng Si was so sensible, Allan was quite admired and waved his hand, it's okay. Since we have the destiny to meet in this tower, it means that we are destined. Peng Si gave an and said, which way do you think you should go now? I listen to you. Allan looked at the 3 forks and said in a deep voice, there should be quite a lot of forks like this in this tower. What kind of dangers will be encountered in each fork is unpredictable, and it takes time to think about which fork to enter. Maybe, after passing the fork in front of us, there will be other forks waiting for us. In this way, a lot of time will be consumed. Therefore, we must make the most correct choice in the shortest time and avoid wasting time. After hearing what Allan said, Peng Si deeply agreed. She thought for a while and said, then let me choose this time. I have a way. Allan nodded his head. Just now, he tried to perceive the situation of the openings of the 3 forks under -777 with the domineering look and feel. Unfortunately, nothing was achieved. After that, he tried it again with Yuan, but still did not detect any breath. For such a futile result, Allan had actually expected it a long time ago. Because, whether it is his domineering or roundness, he is not mature enough. His experience is domineering, and with his current strength, the radius of the aura that can be sensed is about 22 meters. And the detection range of a circle is about 30 meters in radius. This distance is obviously not enough, because the length of the passage openings is at least 2 kilometers, at least thousands of meters long. Therefore, using sight, hearing, color and circle to perceive and detect is of no avail. As for the method Peng Si thought of, Allan had guessed a little too. Come out, my darlings. While she was speaking, Peng Si raised her hand, and at the same time, a dozen yellow bees flew out of the pink hat on her head and gathered in her hand, like very inspired servants. These yellow fronts are slightly larger than normal bees and look more fierce. But at this time, in Peng Si's hands, they were not a bit fierce, and very well behaved. Should I use these bees to find the way? Allan asked. After reading the original book, he understands Peng Si's ability somewhat. Peng Si was a little surprised that Allan guessed her thoughts so quickly, and then looked at the dozen or so bees gathered in her hands with doting eyes. These peaks are the treasures I have raised for a long time, and they are my loyal servant. I can give them all kinds of orders, let me see you now. After speaking, Peng Si raised her hand and pointed to the 3 forks ahead, as if the queen gave an order, go. The bees that had only gathered in her hand for more than 10 years immediately turned into 3 groups and flew in towards the openings of the 3 fork roads. Allan opened his eyes and said, it's really obedient. It must have taken a lot of effort to raise these interpretations. Peng Si sighed, and seemed to think of the hard and happy days of training bees, and said, well, it's super difficult. I spent a lot of effort to cultivate each of them. So, in general. Next, I will not use these darlings because I am afraid of losing them. Hearing this, Allan apologized and said, I'm sorry. Peng Si smiled and said, it's nothing, you helped me just now, and I should give it back. Moreover, before we successfully reach the ground, we two are partners. We should help each other. In response, Allan nodded, but thought in his heart, this woman looks so innocent, and I can't bear to deceive her feelings. Forget it, let's take a step. Allan's idea is very simple. Although he has chosen the option given by the system, whether or not to complete this option is still his personal final choice. Therefore, even if Peng Si is not developed into a harem heroine, Allan will not be punished by the system, but there is no reward. Time passed. About 20 minutes later, 4 forwards flew back from the hole in the second fork. How is it? Allan asked. It's powder. Peng Si said. Powder. Well, these bees brought back the powder from the brick wall. Peng Si said. What do you mean? Allan was puzzled. Peng Si pondered for a while and said, I think there should be something like a brick wall in the second hole. That's it, Allan nodded thoughtfully. If this is the case, then the second hole may be a dead end. By the way, it's been 30 minutes. Why haven't the fronts of the first and third forks come back? I don't know. Peng Si shook her head in response to Allan's doubts, her expression inevitably worried. Upon seeing this, Allan couldn't ask too much. Those bees were cultivated by Peng Si for a long time, and they were worried that it was human nature. After that, another 10 minutes passed. Peng Si's expression at this time was already hopeless, and she said calmly, the bees sent to the first and 3 crossroads have not returned yet, indicating that something has happened. Let's take the second crossroad. What if those bees fly back? Allan asked a little concerned. Peng Si said, if they are still alive, as long as they are not too far away, they can find me with the smell of my body, don't worry. Allan nodded, in that case, let's go. At the moment, Allan and Peng Si walked in towards the second fork in the road. There may be unknown traps in the first fork and the third fork, so to be on the safe side, they chose to enter the second fork. The long and deep hole does not know where it leads to. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a tall brick wall appeared in front of the two of them. Ah, it really is a dead end, the powder of the brick wall brought back by my darlings is really buckled from this wall. Peng Si looked disappointed. This means that they have taken a trip in vain, and now they have to turn back and choose the first or third fork. Allan looked at the brick wall with sharp eyes and said solemnly, I think there should be a way behind this wall. Soft, really? Peng Si raised her head and looked at Allan in surprise. Allan pointed to the wall and said, look, the color of this wall is still very conspicuous. It should be a new brick. It means that it was recently up for the hunter test. The purpose is to create a dead end, deliberately making people think that there is no way. You can go, it consumes the time of our candidates staying in the tower. It turned out to be so. Peng Si suddenly realized. But it's useless even if we know this. The wall is so thick, we don't have tools like a hammer to go through it. Hearing this, Allan's mouth raised his mouth and said, then blow it up. What? Peng Si thought she had heard it wrong. At this time, Allan had already taken a step forward, raised his right hand, clenched into a fist shape, injected thought into his fist, and blasted his fist against the brick wall. Click! There was a loud noise, the bricks shattered, and the whole wall was shattered by Allan's punch. The dust dissipated, and there was a staircase that appeared in front of Allan and Peng Si. The stairs stretched down, not knowing where to lead. Upon seeing this, Allan greeted Peng Si and said, let's go, this may be the stairs leading to the ground, we have chosen the right way. Allan, you are amazing. Peng Si's expression of admiration was definitely an adoration of her strength. 30 minutes later, Allan and Peng Si reached the ground smoothly. There were 5 people who reached the ground faster than them. They are Hsoka, Ilmi, and Kroo, Parker-Nathan and Gongjin. Seeing Allan appear with Peng Si, the atmosphere suddenly became more subtle. Hsoka, Ifran, and Kroo all turned their attention to Allan. Chapter 61. Hey, these guys are faster than me. Glancing at Hsoka and Kroo, Allan took Pengxi and walked to the other side. He who has read the original works, but it is clear that whether it is Hsoka or an Ifran, they are inextricably related to the brigade and Krollo. Especially Hsoka, if I remember correctly, now he should be a member of the brigade number 4. In this hunter test, they obviously pretended not to know each other. Even now, there are no other people here, they are not talking, and they look like they don't know each other at all. But in fact, they knew each other well and were very familiar with each other. All in all, being in the same room with these 5 dangerous guys, Allan had to work hard to deal with it. Ah, they are here. Suddenly, Pengxi said. Allan turned to look and saw Ilmi and Hsoka walking towards him. Do not worry. Allan had a calm face. Although these 2 guys are dangerous people, after the second cooking test, they know each other, and they both owe him a favor, so Allan can be sure that they won't do it. However, neither Hsoka nor Ilmi are normal people and cannot be judged by normal thinking, so even if they suddenly attack, it is normal. Therefore, Allan was on guard. Coming to the front, Hsoka smiled and said, Allan, you are very fast, it seems that you have taken a shortcut. Hearing this, Allan said in a bad mood, what, you and Ilmi are faster than me? Originally, Allan thought he and Pengxi were fast enough, after all, it only took about 3 hours to get from the top of the tower to the ground. It should be the fastest, but I didn't expect Krollo and Hsoka to be faster. I really don't know how these guys do it, is there a faster way than going straight down the stairs? Allan was curious about this. Okay. At this moment, Allan suddenly smelled a faint smell of blood, and couldn't help but frown, looked at Hsoka, and said solemnly, are you injured? Ah, you were spotted. Hsoka was a little surprised. Allan nodded and said, you smell of blood, and it's not someone else's, it's your own. The nose is really good. Hsoka smiled. You are too close, stay away from me. Allan said disgustedly. Okay. Hsoka walked to the other side very obediently, and then sat down halfway against the pillar. By the way, how did you get hurt? Allan asked curiously. With Hsoka's strength, it is almost impossible for ordinary people to hurt him. And since Hsoka can come down from the top of the tower so quickly, something must have happened to him. Hsoka groaned for a while before saying, it was chopped off by a lunatic. Madman. It's not that the lunatic is hungry, but the examiner who was taught by Hsoka in the last session. He was planning to retaliate with Hsoka in the 3rd trap tower of this session, but was killed by Hsoka. Ilmi explained to the side. After hearing the words of IL fans, Allan also remembered. In the original book, in the 3rd level of 287, there was indeed a 286 hunter examiner who had a conflict with Hsoka, and was later severely injured by Hsoka. With a grudge, he was ready to initiate revenge in this period, but he was killed because of his lack of strength. Being able to hurt Hsoka means that the hunter examiner also has a bit of strength, but it's just that he has found the wrong target for revenge. Because Hsoka, sometimes in order to achieve a certain purpose, even if it is injured, it doesn't matter. That guy is such a perverted person. Hsoka squinted, glanced at Pengxi behind Allan, and asked with interest, Allan, by the way, who is the girl next to you, gone? Yeah, where's Kilawa? Aren't the 2 of them following you? Ilmi also asked. He actually noticed Pence next to Allan early in the morning. Candidate number 44, Hsoka. Candidate 301, Gitaracker, Illumi. Pengxi naturally recognizes them, and also knows that they are quite dangerous. This danger does not refer to how dangerous they look, but rather that they have a considerable degree of danger. At this moment, being targeted by the 2 of them verbally, Pengxi couldn't help getting nervous, and looked at Allan, with a signal for help. Allan also thought that these 2 guys would ask, but soon understood. Hsoka, he must be interested in Gon to ask this question, Gon is a fruit that exudes a human fragrance in his eyes. As for Ilmi, he only cared about chi in his eyes. Now, Gon and Kilawa, who were supposed to be behind his are not there, but there is a girl who looks quite beautiful beside him, which makes Hsoka and Ilmi feel strange. After pondering for a moment, Allan replied, "She was Peng Si, I met in the tower. As for Gon and Kilawa, they should still be tested in the tower. In other words, you have to take a step first, right?" Ilmi asked. Allan nodded, not denying it. It turns out to be more color than friends. Hsoka smiled. Hearing this, Allan was stunned and quickly glared at Hsoka and said, "I'm talking about you, don't talk nonsense." Yer said, "Take a beautiful girl a step ahead and leave your original companions behind. Isn't this a matter of emphasizing color and despising friends?" Hearing the two of them sing a harmony, Allan certainly knew that they were half joking, but they also half ridiculed him. His tone of voice couldn't help but become agitated. "You two, are you trying to provoke me and have a fight with me?" Seeing the deep chill radiating from Allan, Hsoka felt that he was playing hard, and said, "Allan, although I really want to fight you, but I am injured now, I will suffer a loss when I fight with you. Forget it this time." Allan looked at Fan again, and said with awe-inspiring aura, "Where are you?" Yer said, "My profession is a killer." Allan said, "Very well, then you just shut up and don't bother me. As for Gon and Kilawa, with their strengths, they will definitely be able to come down, just wait." 0. Look for flowers. Hearing that, Hsoka and fans are acquainted and no longer say anything. However, one wave just flattened out, and one wave started again. As soon as Hsoka and Ifron were dealt with, Kroo jumped out of a sturdy man with a rough face. It is the 11th member of the brigade who has had 2 conflicts with Allan before, Yuvajin. In the brigade, he was the number 1 soldier in charge of the charge. Except for physical training and defeating opponents, other people are not interested in things, and the goal is to use fists to hit the power of a nuclear bomb. Yuvajin stepped out and looked at Allan and said, "They don't want to fight you, I will fight you." They are naturally referring to Hsoka and Ilmi. Faced with the challenge of Yuvajin, Allan presented 2 system options. 1. Defeat or kill Yuvajin. Reward: Armed Color Intermediate Domineering X Animal Series. Cat Fruit, Leopard Form. 2. Ignore Yuvajin's provocation, and don't entangle with it. Reward: Advanced Treasure Box X1. If you choose to, Allan is very clear that with Gongjin's temperament, it is impossible to give up so obediently, and it is bound to be entangled with him, endless. Therefore, this battle is actually inevitable. Therefore, Allan decisively chose the one option to defeat or kill Yuvajin. If you can't, there is no reward. On the contrary, if Yuvajin is defeated or killed, he will get the armed domineering or cat fruit rewarded by the system, which will increase his strength. After the selection, Allan raised his head and said with awe-inspiring eyes, "Okay, I'll fight you. However, I have an agreement." Hearing this, Gongjin frowned and said, "What agreement?" 1. This is a battle between the two of us, and no one else can intervene. 2. This battle, whether it is life or death, is the last battle between the two of us. No matter who wins and who loses, who lives and who dies, we are not allowed to seek revenge afterwards, and the entanglement is endless. How about? No problem. Yuvajin graciously agreed, grinning, "This time, I will kill you here." As he spoke, the killing intent in his eyes was raging, obviously he was not joking. "I'll return this to you as it is." Allan's eyes were equally murderous. The declaration of death of the two before the war caught the attention of others present. Hsoka's expression doesn't matter to him, and said with a high-hanging expression, "There is a good show to watch now." Yer said, "They are really energetic." Kroo stared at Yuvajin and Allan speechlessly, not knowing what he was thinking. Parker Nyotan, who was standing beside him, couldn't help asking, "Head, Don't you stop Gongjin. Kroo glanced at her and asked, why stop it, do you think Yuvajin will lose? I don't know. Parkernaton shook his head, and said in a deep voice, Yuvajin has fought that Allan twice. Neither time has the upper hand. This is their last fight. Both sides will definitely use it. It's impossible to predict the outcome with all your strength. Kroo nodded, his eyes flickering with different light and said, then, I'll bet Yuvajin will win. Guang. Chapter 62. The first floor of the trap tower is an empty hall. At this time, the atmosphere in this hall is full of wind and rain. In the center, Allan and Yuvajin stood facing each other. The chi in the two of them continued to rise, and no one would let it go. When confronting Anan, they usually judge their approximate strength based on the aura emanating from the opponent. Gongjin, the brigade's #1 fighting maniac, is extremely powerful. His anger is full of frenzy, which makes people startling. And Allan, although his aura is not as full of aura as the opponent, but his aura is cold and stern, and he doesn't dare to approach easily. Suddenly, his stern breath fell sharply, turning into a deep chill, condensing the surrounding air into frost, and swept out toward Gongjin, like a blizzard in Zizhu. Fighting twice, Yuvajin already knew that Allan could cool the air and freeze things like ice. Upon seeing this, he immediately gave a cold snort, and the right straight fist surged out. With a powerful punch, all the chill that swept through was shattered like a block of ice. At this moment, Yuvajin's pupil shrank, and a figure suddenly rushed in front of him, and it was Allan. So fast! Gongjin was startled secretly, his body was too late to defend, and Allan suffered a heavy left uppercut on his right cheek. But he is worthy of being a first-class enhancer expert. With his strong physical qualities, he actually withstood the heavy blow and blasted his backhand. Allan had already used his knowledge to gain insight into this step of his movement, and immediately jumped alone, pulling away from him by 7 or 8 steps in an instant. Seeing Allan evade, Gongjin didn't chase down, but spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. At that time, he felt that half of his face was paralyzed, as if he was hit by hail. It took a while. I feel pain on my face. One punch can hurt me. Is his offensive power so powerful? Doubtful, Yuvajin couldn't help taking a look, and suddenly found that Allan's hands were covered with a layer of crystal-clear ice. The ice was completely hidden in his hand like a glove, turning his fist into a biting ice fist. He immediately understood that Allan had covered his fist with ice just now to increase his attack power. This is indeed the case. Allan knows very well that ordinary blows can hardly be effective against Yuvajin, who is physically strong, and will only waste strength. Using hardness to concentrate a little bit of strength to attack him will leave the rest of the body in a completely defenseless state, which is too risky. Therefore, he thought of transforming his temperament, forming a glove and covering his hand. It not only protects the finger joints effectively, but also improves attack power. Gongjin didn't get angry because of a punch, he grinned instead, who had always been mad. He was only interested in fighting throughout his life. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he became, and the higher his fighting spirit. Boom! I saw his whole body suddenly stepped out like a bullfight, rushing towards Allan with all his feet. The blue veins on his arms were prominent, and he rushed towards Allan with an amazing fist. Instant step. At almost the same moment, Allan's figure seemed to disappear suddenly in place. Gongjin's round of offensive failed, and immediately smashed Allan's original ground into a cracked pit, which showed the destructive power of his fist. But this punch also opened the empty door behind him. He felt bad at the same time, and he felt a sudden momentum approaching quickly. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that Allan had appeared behind him. Kana a rigid whirlwind. Allan hit Yuvajin's back door in a volley-kicking posture. When Yuvajin was caught off guard, he let out a cry of pain, and the whole person was kicked forward and hit the front like a cannonball. On a pillar. The huge impact smashed the stone pillar to pieces on the spot. It shows how powerful Allan's kick just now is. Woo! Allan exhaled a heavy breath, from Yuvajin's violent upsurge, and then when he knocked Yuvajin into the air, all of this actually happened in less than 2 seconds. While showing his domineering insight into Yuvajin's punching movements, he used Shunbu's ultra-high movement speed to dodge behind Yuvajin, poured his full strength under his feet, and used Metkai's Konoha rigid whirlwind to kick Yuvajin's back door. Even if Yuvajin has a strong body like an iron block, it is impossible to completely defend it if it is kicked hard by this force. Facts proved that he was right. After hitting the strong whirlwind, Gongjin seemed to be embarrassed a lot, and his aura disappeared. Of course, it is impossible to defeat or kill this guy just by relying on the strong whirlwind. Allan knows this very well. Rising from the stone pillar that had been smashed into pieces, Yuvajin stretched his arms and screamed with an ugly face. The kick Allan kicked on his back just now was like a big truck hitting him hard at a speed of 100 kilometers, making his back numb at this time. Fortunately, he had a hard defense, and his physical fitness was already comparable to an iron block, so he didn't suffer much damage. If it were replaced by someone else, the spine might have been kicked off on the spot with the foot just now. He stared sharply at Allan, and from the brief encounter just now, he understood one thing. The opponent is much stronger than the previous 2 times. This guy has a very keen insight. When I launched an attack, he understood my attack. Coupled with the almost teleporting speed of movement, even I can't match it. The last is the powerful kicking skill that doesn't lose my fist at all. The combination of these 3 abilities is simply hard to prevent. Knowing this, Yuvajin no longer makes reckless moves. Although he has never liked thinking about things with his brain, his mind also has very flexible thinking as soon as he enters a state of fighting. Allan's strength has exceeded his prediction, so ordinary combat methods can no longer cope. Therefore, Gongjin decisively changed the offensive. I saw him pick up a piece of gravel on the ground, and after throwing it twice in his hand, he hurled it at Allan. Using the technique of doubt, Allan penetrated the gravel with a layer of powerful thoughts at a glance. Obviously, he used the technique of Zhou to strengthen the power of the gravel, plus the amazing arm strength of Gongjin itself. The impact contained in this gravel can easily penetrate a building, and its power is comparable to a rocket launcher. Never resist. The thought flashed by, and when there was no room for it, Allan's figure flashed, decisively flashing past the gravel attack with a flash step. The wall behind him was pierced into a fist-sized hole with a bang on the spot. The crushed stone that was hit was unabated, and it continued to blast towards the outside of the tower. I don't know how far it took to lose its momentum. Haha, come again. Seeing that Allan didn't dare to pick up his gravel and throw it, Yuvajin immediately picked up a few egg-sized gravel from the ground and threw it twice in his hand, first wrapped the gravel with thoughts, and then threw it at high speed with amazing arm strength. Moreover, its gravel power is comparable to rockets, and even armored vehicles can penetrate it. Allan is not a master of enhancer. It is difficult to defend against such a powerful attack in haste. He can only evade by constantly using the prejudgment of seeing and hearing and the movement skills of instant step. Suddenly, in the hall, Allan's figure turned into an afterimage, and it was impossible to distinguish between the virtual and the real. Gongjin turned into a baseball pitcher, throwing gravel in his hands continuously at high speed, beating the wall behind Allan into a hornet's nest, making a series of broken explosions. Of course, Allan can't just sit and wait like this. The lobby space is limited, and the space that can be dodged is not long enough. After a long time, Yuvajin can observe the general position of each time he dodges and carry out fixed-point snipers. In that way, it would be difficult to react even if there is a flash step. At the same time, continuous dodge 5.4 with instant step also requires considerable physical energy. Therefore, while avoiding, Allan is constantly looking for opportunities to approach Yuvajin. To stop the enemy's long-range attacks, the most effective way is to strike at close quarters. In this way, the opponent can only give up long-range attacks and face close combat. Yuvajin's rich combat experience naturally saw through Allan's thoughts, so every time he threw, he deliberately kept his distance from Allan. Because only the distance is far enough, the thrown gravel can form a high-speed penetrating force. Once the distance is pulled in, the power effect of the gravel will be greatly reduced. Another point is that the force required to throw gravel is also quite high. Even if he is physically strong, it is difficult for him to support for a long time. Over time, his throwing strength will continue to decrease, and his power will relatively continue to decrease and weaken. Therefore, using the time when the remaining power was still sufficient, Yuvajin riveted enough strength to continuously hit the gravel, just like turning into an automatic turret, and high-speed artillery shells were continuously blasted out. Chapter 63. However, in just 2 minutes, Gongjin threw hundreds of rubble continuously with amazing arm strength. Each piece is enough to penetrate the armored vehicle. The wall behind Allan had already been pierced through, annihilated into powder. In this continuous throwing of rubble, Yuvajin's expression gradually became hideous and selfless, and the intense fighting instinct made him gradually ignore the things around him, just constant, aiming at Allan, holding the idea of killing him. Throwing out gravel constantly. In this way, after the 156th shot, Gongjin suddenly found that the ground was empty, and the gravel formed by the stone pillars that had been crushed by him had been exhausted by him. Ah, there are no more stones. He couldn't help but stunned. Allan had discovered this in advance. While evading the rubble, in addition to predicting Yuvajin's throwing trajectory, he was also observing the amount of rubble under his feet. At this point, his ability to observe in battle is obviously higher than that of Yuvajin. He decisively seized the opportunity and stepped forward. Kana a rigid whirlwind. When Gongjin was stunned, he immediately reattached a foot to his chest, and the whole person immediately flew out unbearably. Boom! The sturdy body touched the wall, and suddenly smashed the thick solid wall into a crack-like depression. Damn, it hurts, this guy. Rubbing his sore chest, Gongjin felt a little bit difficult. 05 I can believe that Allan's powerful kicking skills are also unbearable for his physical fitness. Being kicked, it was like being hit by a large truck at high speed. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and his breathing became rapid. Good chance. Allan attacked and rushed to Yuvajin, covered with ice in his hands, forming an ice fist like a pile driver, and continuously blasted down on him, as well as the cracked wall behind him. Bang 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 bang. In just 2 breaths, Yuvajin withstood dozens of punches abruptly. Even if he had a hard defense, under the continuous heavy blows of the ice fist, it was really unbearable for him, and his emotions gradually became ferocious and frenzied. Yes, damn. Binkin's attack is not only quite high, but the chill from the blow is also constantly invading my body, slowing the flow of qi in my body. In this way, there is no way to fight back. Yuvajin gritted his teeth, groaning secretly in his heart. With every punch, he tried his best to start with the purpose of killing the opponent. This is not only a pure power, but also a murderous infusion in it. If you don't defeat or kill him, the one who died is yourself. Allan knows this very well. Therefore, he did not show any mercy, and all the power emerged, continuously, and madly down. With a wow, Yuvajin's throat sweetened under Allan's gusty fist, and he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. This blood was hot, and aroused the violent fighting spirit on Gongjin's body in an instant. Suddenly, an extremely fierce qi erupted from him like a hurricane and swept all over him. This tyrannical force exudes a terrifying aura like a fierce beast. Seeing that the situation was not good, Allan turned over, and quickly moved 7 or 8 steps away from Yuvajin, concentrating on guard. He had just outputted his full strength in the first round, and his strength was also consumed, and he needed time to recover. Boom! At this moment, Yuvajin moved. His people shoot out like thunder. So fast! Allan was surprised secretly. There was no time to escape, but his reaction was not slow, and he put his arms in front of him for the first time, using the fierce punches from hard resistance Yuvajin. Boom! This overbearing punch instantly knocked Allan out, and the latter slammed into a stone pillar, and Long Ran broke the stone pillar in the middle. With a sound of wow, Allan's throat was sweet, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, looking at Gong Jin's eyes, with 3-point difference and 7-point dignity. This guy is really a monster. He clearly ate so many punches from me just now, and he can still punch such a powerful force. He is indeed the #1 berserker of the brigade. This is a courtesy exchange. Yuvajin grinned, his figure jumped, and his right straight fist filled with neon slammed into it again. After taking such a heavy punch just now, Allan didn't dare to put up a strong resistance, and hurriedly rolled sideways, pulling away from him, waiting for his physical strength to recover. Gong Jin seemed to have expected it long ago, but his punch failed, and he immediately turned around to chase after him, with his narrow belt Benlay fist trying to kill Allan on the scene. Instant step. Allan's figure disappeared in front of Gong Jin in a blink of an eye. Yuvajin's complexion changed slightly. With his rich combat experience, he quickly turned around and punched. At the same time, Allan had appeared behind him and kicked Yuvajin's back door. Leaf Force Whirlwind. Boom! A fist and a foot collided together, and a gust of wind erupted on the spot, causing the two to take a step back at the same time. Allan frowned, damn! I just used up a lot of strength, and my stamina hasn't fully recovered yet, and the Gang Force Whirlwind can't kick with all its strength. The same is true for Yuvajin. A high-intensity battle also consumed a lot of his strength. But as an enhancer, in terms of resilience, he is faster than Conjurer's Allan, which is the advantage of enhancer. Therefore, after more than 10 seconds, Yuvajin, who slowly turned around, immediately attacked Allan without giving him the slightest chance to breathe. Allan also recovered a bit, but it was not enough, so he did not collide with Gong Jin, but used his own advantages to dodge. As for Shunpo, this is a skill from the god of death, and it belongs to a high-level skill. Its ability to move at high speed originally requires a certain amount of physical support from the user, and depending on the length of the moving distance, it needs to consume corresponding physical strength. It is constantly being consumed. If it is used uncontrollably, it will drain his current physical strength within 20 minutes. Therefore, if it is not impossible to avoid it, he will try to use it with caution. Yuvajin threw 7 or 8 punches in a row and still couldn't hit Allan, and he couldn't help being annoyed. One punch, as long as you can hit him head-on with one punch. Gong Jin stared at Allan eagerly. Allan was inferior to him in terms of physical fitness and intensity of thoughts. If both of them are in a strong defense state, the defense value of the two can be compared with the numbers 190. Yuvajin is 100, Allan is 90. This difference of 10 values is not only reflected in the defense of Jian, but also can be seen as the difference in the strength of the two reading. Although this gap is not very large, there is a fairly obvious gap in combat. Therefore, even if Allan can barely block his fist with Ken, he will definitely suffer a lot. Injuries will reduce people's overall state, speed, strength, reflexes, and so on. If Allan gets hit hard, Yuvajin is confident he can deliver the fatal blow. It's a pity that, with the help of the domineering and domineering, it is difficult for him to make sure that 777 really hits Allan. In the face of Yuvajin's fierce pursuit, Allan ran his chi while dodging left and right. Suddenly, a layer of frosty chill swept out of his hands, and quickly condensed into a thick wall of ice in front of him. 2 meters high and 1 foot thick, the entire ice wall was cast in an instant, and it was crystal clear. It was clear that a rough big man with a fierce beast-like aura leaped forward and punched the ice wall. Wipe yesterday. The thick ice wall was also difficult to block his brazen fist. Although Shan Lunjian's defense is not as good as Yuvajin's, if he uses his chi effectively, for example, he creates an ice wall like this. Between Allan's waves, another ice wall condenses, although he is punched by Yuvajin again. Smashed, but at the same time, it also effectively blocked Yuvajin's fierce and outrageous punches. Because, compared to directly using Jian to defend, using Qi to create an ice wall consumes less power. Yuvajin is a very persistent person. He couldn't hit Allan even with his fierce attacks, which made him extremely uncomfortable. He only had one purpose in his eyes, and that was to kill Allan with his proud right straight punch. Under such continuous and repeated attacks, the speed of his punches has been significantly reduced, and the strength of his punches has also weakened. Allan captured this keenly, and a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. His stamina should be almost exhausted. It's time for me to fight back. Shunpo. Suddenly, his figure seemed to disappear in front of his eyes. Gongjin secretly said something was wrong, and hurriedly punched out. Too slow. A cold voice suddenly sounded behind him, and the next moment, his neck was hit hard. Chapter 64. The neck is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Once severely hit, it was paralyzed at the slightest level, and killed on the spot in the severe case. Wiped yesterday. A crisp bone cracking sounded clearly into the ears, even if it was as strong as Yuvajin, and the neck was kicked by a rigid whirlwind, it was unbearable. My neck. Yuvajin's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his face was so ugly that Allan nearly kicked his neck off with that kick. This time, it's awful. Although it did not cause too much damage, the subsequent actions were severely affected. The movement range was a little too large, and the severe pain like torn muscles and bones came from the neck, which was unbearable. In such a predicament, Yuvajin can only grit his teeth and try to move his neck in place, which requires a high level of skill and control of strength. If the strength is strong, not only can the neck be unable to move back to the original position smoothly, but it may cause the neck to shift twice. If the strength is small, it will make the body feel unbearable pain, which is very much tolerable. However, just as he tried to move the damaged neck back to its original position, a figure rushed in. It was Allan. Konoha Cyclone. Although this trick is slightly weaker than the strength of the whirlwind, it is also not a small country. Gongjin had no choice but to raise his arms to block, but this kick was not Allan's real intention to attack. There is a flaw. There was a sneer at the corner of Allan's mouth, and when Konoha's whirlwind was blocked, he immediately turned over and slapped it heavily. Unable to defend, Yuvajin immediately took a blow in the chest. At the same time, a feeling of coldness spread to Yuvajin's chest through Allan's palm. Yuvajin was taken aback. Allan's attacks were endless, and it was impossible to guard against. No, if it's frozen, it's over. The thought flashed past, and Yuvajin immediately stimulated the qi in his body. Drink! A fierce air erupted from him, dispelling the spreading coldness. Allan jumped up and jumped into the air with a moon step, his eyes swept down sharply, and between waves, the cold air around his body condensed and formed an icicle, and the narrow band of amazing aura suddenly blasted from the sky to Yuvajin below. Yuvajin injured his neck. As soon as he raised his head, his neck was immediately torn with severe pain. But at this time, he couldn't take care of the pain, and his aura rose again, pouring his mind into his right fist and greeted him straight up. With a loud bang of long, the icicle was crushed on the spot under this outrageous punch and turned into broken ice in the sky. Almost at the same time, Allan walked in the air and rushed down using the air as a stepping point, and raised his foot to Yuvajin's head. Yuvajin's neck is damaged and unable to perform vigorous exercises. At this time, if the head is hit hard, it will inevitably affect the neck injury. Therefore, Allan's move is harsh, and it hits Yuvajin's sore spot. Yuvajin gritted his teeth and roared, and could only endure the sharp pain in his neck. His right straight fist blasted upward again, and Allan slammed his head and kick. Boom! When the fist and foot collided, the ground on which Yuvajin was standing immediately made a muffled noise. At the same time, Allan rolled over and fell to the ground, without giving Yuvajin the slightest chance to breathe, transforming his temperament into a glove and covering his hands, blasting out wildly. The piercing ice fist made Yuvajin not dare to look down upon it, and he hurriedly lifted his fists and blasted out like a dragon like a tiger, and slammed Allan frontally. But his neck was damaged, and the repeated fierce fighting made him endure extremely severe pain. At this point in the battle, he has changed from a fierce lion to a wounded and embarrassed lion. On the other hand, Allan, although he was equally embarrassed, did not suffer much substantial damage. Compared with Gongjin, he was in better condition. Damn it! What a joke, Lao Tzu is the strongest. Under Allan's continuous pursuit and fierce attack, unable to tolerate this kind of stubborn Gongjin showing an extremely maddening hideous face, his aura suddenly soared, pouring all his energy into his right fist, and blasting down suddenly. Super Destruction Fist. In an instant, his straight right fist burst out a dazzling red light on the ground. There was a loud bang. This overbearing super destructive fist immediately blasted the ground to pieces, and it was extremely powerful. The entire lobby on the first floor was affected by this blow, and it shook for a while. In the hall, there was almost no complete place, it was completely destroyed, as if it had been cleaned by a missile. Yuvajin's goal is to punch his ultra-destructive punch with the power of a nuclear bomb. That is the power that is enough to destroy the entire city with one punch. Although it is still far away from this goal, his ultra-destructive punch already possesses a considerable degree of power. The inside of this trap tower is full of serious criminals, so both the foundation structure and the quality of the building are far beyond ordinary buildings. At this moment, the ground of the hall is super destructed, and the entire foundation shakes. After the smoke dissipated, a huge pothole with a radius of more than 10 meters wide appeared in the center of the hall. In the center of the giant pit, a rough man stood upright in it. Who? After using the super destructive fist, Yuvajin felt a sense of emptiness in his body and was breathing heavily for recovery. That guy, where did you go? Yuvajin did not relax, the whole person remained vigilant, and his eyes were sharply swept around. He knew very well that although the punch just now caused enough damage to the surface, it did not affect Allan. At this moment, he seemed to perceive a certain kind of crisis approaching quickly, and he resisted the severe pain caused by the damage to his neck, and suddenly looked up. I saw above the head, a huge cone of ice was rapidly descending. Not good. Gong Jindun felt bad, the super destructive fist just now emptied his power, and the power has not slowed down. But now he is inevitable and can only bite the bullet and blast out. There was a loud bang. The huge and sharp cone of ice directly smashed Yuvajin's whole person into the pit, before it broke apart. Oh! Inside the pit, a mouthful of blood was suddenly spit out from Yuvajin's throat. What? A figure appeared in front of him, and it was Allan. Thanks to Moonstep just now, he was able to stay away from the ground, dodge the amazing power of Yuvajin's super destructive fist, and then create a huge cone of ice in midair to counterattack. All this happened so quickly that Yuvajin was caught off guard. At this moment, he is no longer afraid. Allan is confident that he can be killed here. Oh shit! Seeing Allan's lofty expression, Gong Jin snorted uncomfortably, resisting the pain in his body, violent and violent, his right fist blasted out wildly. Court death! Allan snorted coldly, using the prejudice of seeing, hearing and color to easily avoid his fist, and at the same time, he moved his right foot and swept it out like a black newspaper, hitting his chest, and knocking him out. What? When Gong Jin flew upside down before falling to the ground, Allan appeared behind him with a faster figure, and raised his back door with one foot. Konoha Cyclone. Gong Jin's original posture of flying upside down, because the back door was hit hard, immediately turned into a forward posture. La! Allan's figure flashed, using instant steps high-speed movement skills, he appeared right in front of him again, slammed his waist and kicked him in the stomach, knocking him out. After repeating this way 5 or 6 times, Yuvajin's entire talent slammed into a stone pillar, smashing the stone pillar to pieces. After receiving such violent continuous blows, even though his body was as strong as steel, it was unbearable. A sweet throat and a mouth full of blood spewed out again, and his chest was dyed red on the spot. Seeing the spray of blood, he was already weak, his pupils suddenly enlarged and bloodshot, his expression was like a ghost, his throat made a low voice, and his momentum was rapidly rising like a tide. However, at this moment, Allan's figure came in a surprise attack, and there was a crystal-clear ice skate in his hand. Die! La! A cold light flashed. Allan clasped the ice skates in both hands and slashed at Gong Jin fiercely. This can be said to do everything possible, holding the heart of killing. Zhao Zhao Zhao, who had already exited the hall long ago, Kroo, Hsoka and Yeer fans watched this scene with their eyes wide open at this moment. Kroo resisted the urge to shoot, and could only stare at Allan with a stab at Yuvajin and his partner. The Jin that Jin maintained on the surface was ruthlessly broken, and its steel-like flesh could hardly withstand Allan's killing sword. Blood spattered, and a bloodstain nearly 30 centimeters long was chopped out on the spot. If it weren't for Yuvajin's body to be extremely powerful, the stab at it just now would have been enough to chop his whole person in half. But even so, the knife still left him with a wound up to 30 centimeters long. Yuvajin's pupils were as big as copper bells, and he looked down at the wound on his body with a face full of disbelief. After a while, the severe pain spread all over the body. Ah 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 ah! A terrible cry immediately came out from Yuvajin's throat, hoarse, like the roar of an evil spirit. Angry. Angry. Murderous look. Hatred. It came in and out in his eyes, turning into the power of anger. He stared at Allan, his teeth clenched, his fists clenched, and his body was full of blue veins. From his throat, he let out an almost hoarse growl, and his aura climbed to the peak in this low roar. Chapter 65. His long, hedgehog-like hair was windless, coupled with a blood stain on his chest, and the astonishing breath on his body, immediately rendered him a devil god. The eyes are red, and the madness is full. There is only anger in the eyes. That anger is not only pure killing intent, but also to completely defeat the person in his eyes. This guy. Allan furrowed his brows like heavy clouds, and his face was somber and solemn. Enhancer is really a special existence, and it will generate a powerful force due to the strong ups and downs of personal emotions. Originally, after repeated fighting and consumption, Yuvajin shouldn't have so much power. But because of the anger, power emerged again. But Allan knew that this aura was just the limit of the opponent's squeezing of the body. Squeeze and release all the forces that are not commonly used. In a short period of time, the state returned to its peak. However, this way. Afterwards, the body will suffer quite painful side effects. But right now, in order to be able to completely defeat himself, Gong Jin obviously didn't care about the side effects of his body afterwards, and completely liberated all his internal strength. This thought makes people feel shocked. So strong, so impressive. Even though he was standing 10 meters away, Allan still felt the breath astonishing, like a hot flame burning. Well, that is. Suddenly, Allan's face changed slightly. He looked intently and discovered that the bloodstain that was originally cut on Yuvajin's body as long as 30 centimeters was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the 6 major departments, Enhancer can not only strengthen the body greatly with Qi, but also accelerate the healing rate of the body when injured. As long as it is not fatally wounded, the Nen of Enhancer can slowly repair the injury of the body with its own Qi. And the first-class Enhancer expert like 777 Jin, his body's injury recovery ability is far superior to the average Enhancer Nen. Damn it! Allan said in a dark voice. If he was recovered from his injury, everything he had done before would be wasted. At this moment, it seemed that Allan was preparing to launch a surprise attack. Gong Jin resolutely gave up the healing of his injuries temporarily, turned into a crimson streamer, jumped up, locked Allan from mid-air, and immediately blasted him with a punch, as if a devil god had come. Shunpo. Seeing that the situation was not good, Allan's figure flashed in time and suddenly disappeared in place. In the next second, there was a loud bang from where he was. The surface, which had been damaged indefinitely, was immediately hit by a heavy hammer, and the ground was dented to a depth of half a meter. With such power in a casual punch, Allan couldn't help showing a different look. Although this punch does not have 10% power of the super destructive punch, it is also about 60%. If he is hit with a punch, the bone may be cracked, and he will be killed on the spot. Die to me! Yuvajin's madness was full, with full firepower, and the narrow belt thunder fist blasted out like a machine gun. Suddenly, there was a rumbling in the hall, like a thunder. After a while, the hall was dusty, and dozens of deep pits, large and small, were punched out of the entire ground. The largest is more than 10 meters wide and 4 to 5 meters deep, and the smallest is 2 to 3 meters wide and half a meter deep, which shows his destructive power. However, Gongjin's face was not half happy. He already had a hideous face, panting heavily, and his eyes swept around. Suddenly, his eyes caught a figure approaching him extremely quickly. With Moon Step's air superiority, Allan completely escaped Yuvajin's machine gun destruction punch. I saw that he was holding a crystal clear ice skate in both hands. Using the high-speed movement of the instant step, he slapped forward heavily. This knife smashed Gongjin's head straight. Although the last round of onslaught has consumed a lot of energy, Yuvajin's reaction is still not slow, and he flashes sideways quickly. The knife wiped his body, dangerous and dangerous. At the same time, he hit Allan with a backhand punch. Allan returned to the knife, but was still beaten back by Yuvajin with a fierce punch. The ice skate in his hand suddenly broke. Gongjin took advantage of the momentum, but rushed past with sufficient strength. Allan stood in shape, took a vertical step, jumped into the air, and distanced himself from Yuvajin. Bang bang! Yuvajin picked up 2 rebels on the ground and threw them at Allan, who was in the air. Allan used moonwalk to dodge, while looking for a gap to approach Yuvajin, saving energy and striving to give the opponent a heavy blow. His gaze was aimed at Yuvajin's head and neck, only hitting there can maximize the attack power. Gongjin's neck was hit hard by Allan's rigid whirlwind. At this moment, the continuous throwing movement caused severe pain, and his face was like steel. He couldn't help showing a trace of pain. Damn! My neck was hurt by a kick before, leaving it alone will only hurt more and more, and I can't perform large movements. I must first move the injured neck back to its original shape, otherwise my actions will only be restricted by the guy. In mid-air, seeing Gongjin suddenly stopping the offensive and twisting his neck, Allan launched an offensive decisively, kicking it down with a whirlwind in the air. The powerful kicking skills fell from the sky, and Yuvajin had no choice but to separate one hand to block. However, he really underestimated this foot, and almost knocked him to his knees with the heavy force. Allan turned over and kicked Yuvajin sharply. Gongjin couldn't defend himself and received a heavy blow on his face. The already damaged neck squeaked again immediately, and the intense pain instantly spread all over the body like an electric current. Gongjin's concentration was also unbearable, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing that the offensive worked, Allan knew that there was a rare opportunity, and immediately poured out the little power left in his body, using the Konoha fluid technique to blast up again and again, defeating Gongjin steadily. At this moment, Yuvajin, who was hit repeatedly, suddenly grabbed Allan's wrist, and then took a big breath. An unspeakable sense of crisis suddenly rose in Allan's heart. The follow-up to this action was that he was about to roar. He has read the original, but he is very clear about how loud Yuvajin's voice is. If he is unsuspectingly roared at close range, the eardrum will be deaf, and he will bleed on the spot. Oops, I can't hide. Seeing Yuvajin, Allan called for news, his brain turned rapidly, looking for ways to cope. Next second, Yuvajin opened his voice and roared like a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests, as if it turned into a substantial sound wave and spread out. This roar was so trembling that almost everyone in the tower could hear it. Gon, Kilawa, Karapika, Leorio, the test-takers who were still in the tower, and the prisoners imprisoned in the tower, all turned pale after hearing this sound. And at the same time this roar broke out, Allan's domineering look unreservedly broke out. When the wrist was hit, he actually used his Overlord color Yuvajin's shocking roar. Yuvajin received a strong mental impact from the Overlord's domineering on the spot, and the whole person's consciousness was vented. And Allan was also uncomfortable. Although he used his domineering color to withstand most of the sonic impact of riding gold in time, because the distance was too close, the eardrum was somewhat affected, and his head was buzzing. At this point in the battle, the two have consumed a lot of physical energy. For a time, the two of them just stared at each other with fixed eyes and didn't do anything. "You guy, every time is better than every time," Yuvajin suddenly said. After a fierce battle, Allan's strength greatly exceeded his imagination. Although he was an opponent, he couldn't help but feel amazed at Allan's progress. Allan yelled coldly, "So what?" "So, I'm very excited, come on, go on," Yuvajin said with a grim expression. Taking advantage of this period of time, he has already moved his damaged neck back to its original position. Although there is still pain, he can finally twist freely, which will greatly improve his mobility. In the face of Yuvajin, who is getting more and more courageous, Allan does not show any weakness. Although his physical strength has been basically consumed, he never shows the slightest retreat. Just as the two were about to continue the battle, when they died, a man with a male CK's head and glasses appeared between the two and stopped speaking. "Stop! Go away!" Gongjin said angrily, "No matter who the opponent is." Allan frowned and looked at the opponent, and quickly recognized that the male chicken man was the examiner of this level. "Are you the examiner here?" "Sure enough," the male chicken head said. "That's right. I am the chief examiner in charge of the third trap tower, Liber. Here, as the chief examiner, I warn you too. If you don't stop, you will be deemed to have violated the hunter test rules and eliminated." Hearing this, Allan frowned deeper. Gongjin had a disdainful expression, as if he didn't care if he would be eliminated. He only had Allan in his eyes, he just wanted to defeat Allan. Liber glanced at the two of them, and said solemnly, "You have to be clear, this is a testing ground, not for you to fight. If you have any grievances, you can wait to leave here before continuing. Moreover, the two of you have already destroyed my building completely. If you don't stop I am afraid that the entire trap tower will be demolished by you." Allan said coldly, "The big guy is to blame. He destroyed 80% of this place. It has nothing to do with me. I was just forced to defend." "What are you talking about?" Yuvajin glared at Allan. He didn't expect Allan to be so shameless. Although he did destroy most of this place, it was entirely caused by Allan's evasion. It's just that his eloquence is not as good as Allan, he can't argue, he can only stare at Allan bitterly. Allan looked back at him provocatively. When dealing with such a rude person like Yuvajin, he must not give in at all, otherwise he will think you are afraid of him. Chapter 66. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, the chief examiner Li Bo hurriedly stopped again. "Stop! Don't be too proud of you two, this is the territory of the Hunter Association." Yuvajin, who has always been irritable, immediately cursed, "Who cares about your shit association, can you stop us? Hurry up, or I will kill you as well." "He's right. Chief Examiner, please get out of the way," Allan said indifferently. Faced with the threat of the two, the examiner Li Bo pushed his glasses, glanced at Allan and Yuvajin and said, "It is undeniable that you are indeed very powerful Nenists, and I really can't stop you by myself. However, if you continue to fight here, I will ask the Hunter Association to take corresponding measures for both of you." When the time comes, it won't be as simple as weeding you out. No matter how good you are, facing the professional hunter crusade team sent by the Hunter Association, only one will end and be arrested and imprisoned. At that time, I can guarantee that the prison you are going to stay in will be the trap tower where you are now. Damn, are you threatening me? Yuvajin immediately angered. He has never liked being threatened. He speaks and does things straightforwardly, without fear of anyone. Even if he knows that the Hunter Association is an authoritative organization in the world today, he is not half afraid. No one, because he is a member of Phantom Troop. Just because he was named Yuvajin. From Meteor Street. Never know what is afraid of. Facing Yuvajin's arrogance, Liber pushed his glasses and said in deep thought, "It's not a threat, it's just a warning. Of course, if you think your strength is enough to fight the entire Hunter Association, then just try it. Even if you still have a backing behind, you can do it together. The Hunter Association is not afraid of any enemies." Yuvajin gritted his teeth, and the proud Phantom Troop was completely despised by the other party. Although the other party didn't know this, he was very upset to hear the proud gesture of the other party's words. What does Hunter Association are not afraid of any enemy means that Hunter Association is the strongest. Although Phantom Troop is in the name of a thief, from his personal point of view, he believes that the brigade is the strongest. This point cannot be despised or underestimated by others, even the Hunter Association. And just when he was about to make an attack with a fist, Allan, who was standing opposite, suddenly spoke to the chief examiner Li Bo, "I know, let's stop here." Gong Jin froze and said, "Hey, what do you mean?" Allan glanced at him and said coldly, "I'm not going to fight." "What did you say?" "I said, I won't fight you anymore." Hearing this, Yuvajin said angrily, "What are you kidding? Today, regardless of whether you win or lose, you will never give up. Stop it, idiot. We are here to participate in the hunter test. The purpose is nothing more than to get the hunter license. Now we have reached the 3rd level, and the 4th level is about to be reached. The hunter test can have up to 5 or 6 levels. Isn't it uneconomical to be eliminated here? So, I decided to give up. You too, be honest with me." Hearing Allan's words, Yuvajin said with disdain, "I don't need a shit license." After that, he looked at Liber and said, "Wait for me to get rid of the examiner who is in the way first, and then I will kill you. You will wait and see. I will not give up without a victory or defeat. I really want to attack me, this lunatic." Upon hearing Yuvajin's words, the examiner Li Bo became vigilant on the spot. He didn't expect that he had moved out of the Hunter Association mountain, but he still couldn't make the other party fear half a point. And Allan snorted coldly, stepped aside, and said, "It's up to you if you want to kill the examiner. Anyway, I won't fight you anymore, because instead of killing you, I get a hunter license. More important." In fact, Allan was eager for Yuvajin to take a shot against Liber. In this way, Yuvajin would be eliminated 100% by killing the examiner. In that way, the annoying flies are gone. Although Yuvajin had just gone through a fierce fight with Allan, which caused most of his stamina to be consumed, he was still quite confident that he could kill the chief examiner Li Bo. However, just as he was about to attack the chief examiner Li Bo, a flat voice sounded from behind him. "Yuvajin, stop!" Hearing this voice, Yujin was stunned, because the owner of this voice was Kroo. Kroo watched the game and saw that Yuvajin was about to take action against Liber. If so, Gong Jin continues to fight Allan, then he naturally has no reason to stop it. Because the two had already made a declaration of a one-on-one duel before. He could not intervene. But Yuvajin shot the examiner, then he can order Yuvajin to stop as the leader. And in this way, it can also prevent Yuvajin from continuing to conflict with Allan in a disguised form. Jin couldn't think of that far, he just looked at Kroo puzzled, "Head, why are you stopping me?" Kroo didn't explain too much, just said, isn't it enough? It won't be good for you, and it won't take any advantage. But Captain, I haven't decided the outcome with that guy yet. Yuvajin said uncomfortably, he was very concerned about the outcome with Allan. No, the winner has already been decided. Kroo said calmly. What? Gongjin looked stunned. When Allan heard Kroo's words, he was also a little confused. He and Gongjin played for almost 40 minutes. Although it was fierce, neither of them showed signs of defeat. How does Kroo judge the outcome of the two of them? Head, what do you mean by this? Gongjin frowned and asked. As a person who pursues battle, he also cares about the outcome of the victory. Kroo said, you have played for at least 30 minutes and have not yet decided the winner. The facts have shown that your strength is between the first and the second, which is equal to a tie. So, he and I have to fight until we can tell the outcome. Yuvajin clenched his fists and said with a high fighting spirit. Whether it is 1 hour, 2 hours, or 1 day, or 2 days. As long as there is no victory or defeat, they must continue to fight. This is Shujin's dedication to personal success and failure. 0. Look for flowers. Regarding this, Kroo sighed helplessly, anyway, I'll just leave it to me this time, that's it. Hearing Kroo's words, Yuvajin had a sullen face. After pondering for a moment, Yuvajin finally chose to compromise, obeying Kroo's order, and no longer entangled Allan. Of course, he will not take action against the chief examiner Li Bo. Liber breathed a sigh of relief. He just witnessed the battle between Yuvajin and Allan through the surveillance, and the hall on the first floor was completely destroyed. In fact, he was quite afraid of Yuvajin's strength in his heart. As for Allan, Allan looked at Kroo coldly. If Kroo does not intervene, Yuvajin will be eliminated because of his attack on the examiner. It's a pity, it's a bit short. However, Yuvajin also chose to give up because of this, which made him somewhat relieved. After all, after the previous fierce battle, he also understood that it is not so easy to completely kill Yuvajin. The power gained from the system and the thoughts he owns, at best, can only be evenly matched with him. Forget it, I'll wait until you get the hunter license. Allan leaned against the wall and thought to himself. At this time, Gongjin suddenly stepped up, and Allan immediately became vigilant, but after realizing that he had no intention of doing it, he asked, what are you doing? Do you want to fight? Yuvajin groaned, this duel hasn't been divided into winners or losers, so it's a pause in the middle. Let's continue next time. In response, Allan also responded face to face, bong to the end. The simple 4 words made Yuvajin's fighting spirit again, but he held back, looking forward to the next duel with Allan in his heart. And next time, it will also be the last duel between the two. At this time, there is still 67 hours before the 72-hour customs clearance time limit set by the third pass. In other words, they will have to stay here for at least 2.5 days before they can go to the assessment location of the 4th level. At present, the candidates who have cleared the customs are Allan, Pengxi, Hsoka, Ilmi, as well as Kroo, Parnotan, and Yuvajin, a total of 7 people. After the battle with Gongjin ended temporarily, because the ground of the lobby on the first floor was completely destroyed, the group of them could only leave the trap tower and wait outside the trap tower for the end of the assessment time. Are you all right, Allan? Pengxi walked over, her expression concerned. Although she didn't watch the battle between Allan and Gongjin up close, she saw the ground of the lobby on the first floor of the trap tower was completely destroyed, and she could also imagine how intense they were when they were fighting inside. Allan just waved his hand at this, saying it was okay. Really okay? Allan was taken aback by the suddenly thought of voice, and then he was shocked, and when he looked up, he saw Hsoka and Ilmi walking side by side. Seeing this, Pengxi couldn't help taking a step back. A woman's natural sixth sense makes her feel that these two people are quite dangerous. However, she really worried too much, because Hsoka and Ifron didn't even look at her at all, and their eyes only stayed on Allan. Wide. Chapter 67. Allan frowned and said, "What are you doing here?" Hsoka half smiled and said, "I just came to see you, there is no other meaning." Ifron said, "Awesome, you are really strong." Allan didn't want to pay too much attention to the two of them. After a few casual words, he took Peng Si to the central forest near the trap tower to hunt for food. The previous fierce fight with Gongjin consumed most of his physical energy. At this time, his physical strength was boring and he needed to replenish it urgently. The fastest way to replenish strength is to eat meat. Probably because this is the site of the Hunter Association, the forest on the island is rich in wild animal resources. Of course, in the process of searching for food, he did not forget to be vigilant around him. After all, it is difficult to guarantee that someone will take advantage of his weakness to take advantage of the opportunity. Fortunately, no one attacked him. After a full meal, Allan felt that the meat eaten into the body was being quickly absorbed by the body, turning into energy and flooding into the limbs, allowing him to quickly regain his strength. At this moment, Peng Si suddenly said, "Someone is coming over here." Before the incident, she released her own bee to be vigilant around, and when Feng found that a target was approaching, she would immediately return to the owner to inform the message. This kind of bee is called a sentry, and it is relatively slender. Regarding this point, Allan is puzzled. Since Peng Si keeps bees so powerful, why is the 7777 in the original work? In the NGL autonomous country, she did not release this kind of bee in advance to be alert to the surroundings. As a result, it should be possible to perceive the danger in advance, right? But now is not the time to doubt this, because Peng Si was right, he also noticed that there was a breath approaching. After seeing this person appear, Allan looked a little surprised. The person who came was actually Kroo. He immediately became vigilant. He, who had read the original, knew that Kroo had the ability to steal Nen from others and had to deal with it carefully. Compared with Gongjin's single and crude fighting style, Kroo is obviously more difficult to deal with. However, when he saw Kroo and only one person, he was slightly relieved. Neither Parker Norton nor Gongjin followed, which means that Kroo didn't come here to make trouble. After leaving Peng Si temporarily, Allan asked, "Okay, you can tell me, what are you looking for? Then I'll open the door and talk." Kroo said, "You know our details, don't you?" Allan didn't answer immediately. He didn't expect Kroo to ask that. After a moment of thought, he nodded, "That's right." Sure enough. Kroo heard Allan's answer and was not surprised, because Allan was abnormal when he tried Hunter for the first time, which made him feel that Allan recognized their identities. "Have you seen us before?" "No." "How did you recognize it?" "Secret." "Okay, all in all, besides confirming this, I have one more thing for you this time." "What's the matter?" Allan had guessed what Kroo was about to say, but he still asked. Kroo pondered for a moment, as Allan expected, "You are good at strength, and I want to invite you to join my organization." Hearing this, Allan smiled and said, "It is my honor to let the head of Phantom Troop personally invite him." Following that, he changed the conversation and said indifferently, "What if I refuse?" Kroo was stunned, but then smiled, "It's okay, you have the right to choose, I won't force it. Moreover, I also know that you cannot simply agree to join my organization. After all, for those who know what kind of organization Phantom Troop is, this is really not a good place to go." Allan frowned and said after a while, "If that's the case, why invite me?" "Because we are short of people now." Kroo replied simply and succinctly, without concealment. Allan is dubious about why Kroo pulled him into the group. The corner of Kroo's mouth raised slightly, "This time we are here to take the Hunter test. In addition to getting the Hunter license, we are also observing whether there is a suitable candidate among the candidates. And you, Allan, you are the suitable candidate for me. It turns out that so, it is really an honor. But let me refuse, I don't want to join your organization. Kroo had already guessed that Allan would refuse very simply, and smiled slightly, it's okay. But when you change your mind, you can contact me at any time. When he finished, Kroo from the suit pocket and pulled out a business card and said, there are my contact information above, you are welcome at any time to harass. After Kroo left, Allan picked up the business card and glanced at it, and couldn't help crying out coldly. Cut, what good is it for me to join the brigade? I don't want to be a wanted criminal offering a reward. However, at this moment, a system option suddenly appeared in front of Allan. Bite. Kroo accept the invitation, adding Phantom Troop. Bonus, Magma Fruit. This option appears only one. But that it does not necessarily have chosen appear. In other words, you can choose to accept the proposed system is selected, you can ignore this option. However, given the reward system is to let Allan quite moving. Magma Fruit, pirates known as the world's natural disasters like natural fruit based, with the strongest attack power. Eating this fruit can undoubtedly greatly enhance the strength. It is equivalent to turning into a magma demon. When the time comes, when the dog goes down, I am afraid that even Yuvajin, which is as strong as steel, will have to be knocked off half of his face. If you choose to join the brigade, you can immediately gain the strength of this rockberry. It can be said that the attraction is so great that it is almost irresistible. However, Allan has no intention of joining Phantom Troop at all. The reason is simple, he doesn't like Phantom Troop's style. If you become one of them, you are bound to be affected and forced to participate in things that go against your principles. So, after thinking about it again and again, Allan didn't make a choice right away. Rockberry is really amazing, but in terms of personal preference, Allan actually prefers the frozen fruit of the green pheasant and the shiny fruit of the yellow ape. On the one hand, frozen fruit fits with his current nin. If you eat frozen fruit, the power of frozen will be greatly enhanced, and you will become a real demon of ice. And the glittering fruit can make the body photon, and to a certain extent reach the speed of light. I am afraid that even Netero's Bei Guanyin will be inferior to it. In addition, the bear's Superman meatball fruit is also good. After eating it, it can bounce away all damage and fatigue, and it also has the ability to shoot people away. If you have this power, it's not too much for a person to single out the brigade. Big problem. If the rewards given by the system are these devil fruits, it is possible that Allan will join the brigade for this. Unfortunately, it is not. Of course, although Allan does not want to join Phantom Troop now, it does not mean that he will not change his mind in the future. Therefore, everything is unknown. Time flies, and in the remaining 67 assessment time limits, other candidates have passed the test in the tower and reached the ground of the trap tower one after another. However, Allan did not see Gon and Kilawa for a long time. This couldn't help making Allan feel a little puzzled. Could it be that the difficulty of this assessment is so high? With Gon and Kilawa's abilities, they couldn't pass it? Or is it that they were unlucky and encountered an unsolvable difficulty? Regarding this, even Hsoka and Mito have a trace of concern zero. Hsoka's concern is that if Gon is eliminated like this, it would be a shame. For him, the greatest joy of participating in the hunter test is to discover some interesting guys in the process, and then observe their growth. The hunter license is second. NIL fans, it is because of odd. As a younger brother, Chi didn't pass, then he, the elder brother, had no reason to continue participating. Fortunately, 1 minute before the end of the 72-hour time limit, Gon and Kilawa finally managed to get out of the tower. Leorio, Kurapika, Hanzo, and Backer came out at the same time. It turned out that in this assessment, Gon, Kilawa, Leorio, Kurapika, Hanzo, and Bakuko happened to be in the same group. It can be said that the 6 people have gone through many trials and difficulties and worked together to reach the ground from the top of the tower at the final time. During the period, because everyone disagrees, it is inevitable to have disputes, conflicts and other issues, so a lot of time is wasted. Otherwise, with the abilities of Gon and Kilawa, they can pass in at most 10 hours. And after this test, Gon, Leorio, Hanzo and the others did not know each other and became friends. For this situation, Allan was a little surprised. In the end, Gon and Kurapika became friends because of the hunter test. After the 72-hour assessment time limit was over, the chief examiner Li Bo appeared again. He gathered the crowd and announced. A total of 31 people passed the third test. 1 of them died. 2 of them were seriously injured and could not continue to participate in the next test. For the remaining 28 people, please board the airship prepared by the association and go to the 4th test location. Before that, please draw a card first. After all, Liber took out a box and placed it in front of everyone. Why draw cards? Gon asked, raising his hand, like a class student who was curious to ask questions. Uncle Li pushed his glasses and said, well, this one, can anyone guess it? 5.4 Allan, who knows about the development of the plot, said in a deep voice, it should be related to the theme to be tested in the next 4th level. Bingo, you are right. Liber glanced at Allan appreciatively, and explained to everyone, the assessment theme of the 4th level is Prey and Hunter. The 28 of you will decide to become Prey and Hunter by drawing cards. Hearing this, there was an uproar at the scene, and some candidates frowned, with a solemn expression. Although it is still impossible to know the content of the assessment in detail, from the perspective of the theme of Hunters and Prey, they somewhat guessed the content of the assessment. A few people, such as Hsoka and Gongjin, showed quite interesting expressions. Hunting has always been one of their favorite things for people with distorted personality. As for Allan, it was an expression of a soldier coming to cover the water. There are a total of 28 number plates in the box, and 28 candidates need to draw one each. The cards are drawn in the order, from the order of Hsoka, Ilmi, Krolo, Parnotan, Yuvajin, and others. Allan came in 6th place, Pence was 7th, and Gon and Kilawa were drawn last. The candidate number corresponding to the number plate drawn by each person is the prey. In other words, the 28 candidates present are both hunters and prey. Can hunt others and be hunted by others. Chapter 68. The numbers drawn from the camera obscura cannot be known by other candidates except the person himself. This is something that even Allan, who has seen the original, couldn't guess. For example, in the original game, Gon drew the number 44, which is Hsoka's number, so his target was Hsoka. Now, Allan can't confirm whether the number Gon will draw is Hsoka's number 44. That's the uncontrollable part of the plot. Everyone wants to draw numbers first, but they must come in the order of customs clearance. Although some people complained about something, they still lined up obediently in the end. After all, those who can get to this point are no ordinary characters. They know that if they violate the rules set by the association in the hunter test, they will be eliminated immediately. A minute later, the 28 people present had all drawn, and each one had drawn a number card from the box. And these number plates correspond to the numbers of the 28 candidates present. So everyone is a hunter and at the same time someone else's prey. Allan thought about it for a while, and as far as he knows the candidate numbers are, Hsoka 44, Ilmi 301, Kurapika 404, Hanzo 294, Leorio 403, Pensy 246, Kilawa 99, Bakura 53. As for Krolo, Pycnoton, and Yuvajin, they are number 33, number 18, and number 100. Like Hsoka, Krolo's 3 candidates have always worn 05 on their chest and never took them off. For them, it doesn't matter if someone knows the number. Because they have the confidence to keep their number plates from being taken away. This is the brigade's confidence in its own strength. For this, Allan is the same, he did not hide his number plate, so the 27 candidates present also know his number. The rules of the assessment are that if you grab the number plate belonging to the prey, you can get 3 points. And keep your number card until the end of the time limit, you can also get 3 points. If you get a number card on a non-target body, you will only get 1 point. The condition for clearance is that you need to get at least 6 points. Assuming that a candidate keeps his number card, he can get 3 points, and then he only needs to grab the corresponding number card on the target to get another 3 points. In this way, he is qualified for customs clearance. If you cannot grab the corresponding number card on the target, you need to grab 3 number cards that are not on the target. If 6 points are not accumulated within the specified time limit, it will be deemed eliminated. After the numbers were drawn, Allan and his group of 28 candidates boarded the airship prepared by the association and flew directly to their destination. The location for the assessment was on an isolated island. After nearly 3 hours of flight, Allan and the others finally approached their destination. Looking down from the sky, the shape of the island looks like a 3-point bikini, and the shape is quite funny. Therefore, this place was named Nafang Island, and 28 candidates were required to carry out a 1-week hunting test on this Nagi island. On the island, more than 2,000 small cameras were arranged in advance by the people of the association, in woods, bushes, stone crevices, caves, swamps, etc., in order to observe and supervise the examinees' every move on the island. Strictly speaking, there is only one rule that really restricts candidates. That is, candidates are allowed to use force to snatch their respective number plates, but they are not allowed to kill each other directly. If someone commits a foul and kills someone to grab a number plate, once detected by the camera, they will be considered eliminated. The most unpleasant thing about this strict prohibition on killing is Yuvajin. Originally, he wanted to have a big fight on the island, but as soon as this rule came out, it directly restricted his wanton thoughts. This is different for a few perverts like Hsoka, because they prefer to play with their opponents rather than kill them. Allan, what number is your target? Gon came to Allan before the airship landed on the island, and couldn't help asking curiously. Secret? Allan gave a mysterious smile. He also doesn't want to reveal his goals to anyone, including Gon. Hearing this, Gon couldn't help but be more curious about it, but since Allan said that it would be kept secret for the time being, he was embarrassed to ask, and muttered, "Then I won't say it." "Maybe, we may be each other's goals, maybe." Allan smiled upwards. Gon was stunned for a moment, then scratched the back of his head and said, "I don't know if Allan is your target or not. But I can confirm with you that my target is not Allan, you are late." Allan raised his brows slightly, "Really?" "Yeah, of course." Gon nodded heavily, pointing to the number plate Allan was wearing on his chest. "Allan, your candidate number is 123, right? The target number I drew in the box is not this, so you not my goal." "Okay, then I will also reveal a little bit, Gon, you are not my goal either." Hearing Allan say this, Gon seemed to heave a sigh of relief. "Great, I just saw Allan, your mysterious look, and I'm really worried that your target number is me. So, Gon, if my target is really you, what would you do? Obediently hand in your number to me, or resist it to the end?" Facing Allan's aggressive gaze, Gon thought for a while and said, "Well, it should be resistance to the end. Even if the opponent is Allan you, I don't want to give up easily." "I knew Gon you would say that." Allan smiled. He knew Gon's character well. He was a very stubborn type and would never give up easily. Then he changed his voice and suddenly asked, "Gon, I have a little question." "What's the problem?" Gon wondered. "Is your target number 44? Allan asked in a deep voice. Gon was about to answer, when Kilawa walked up with his hands in his pockets and said with a cool face, "What, Gon, your target is number 44? What a bad luck, number 44 is Hsoka. Seeing Kilawa's expression of sighing in silence for himself, Gon shook his head quickly and said, "No, my target is not 44. Really?" Allan on the side was a little suspicious. Kilawa blew a whistle and said, "It's not number 44, it's still worth playing. If it's number 44, then it's troublesome." Gon affirmed, "My goal is really not Hsoka number 44, so don't worry about me." Hearing this, Allan nodded and didn't say much. In the original game, Gon's goal is Hsoka number 44. However, even though it is the most dangerous Hsoka, he still managed to get Hsoka's number with his own efforts and Hsoka's release of water. And this time Gon's target is not Hsoka, so it means that whether he can get the target's number is still unknown. "By the way, Kilawa, what about you?" Gon asked. "Temporarily keep it secret." Chi smiled. Allan was a little speechless. These two guys really learned a lot. He suddenly regretted not sharing his target number, because now he was quite curious about who the target of Gon and Kilawa would be. But because of the reasons for the temporary confidentiality, he could not know in advance. "By the way, Allan, do you want to cooperate this time?" Gon asked suddenly. Allan shook his head, "No, let's move separately this time. After all, we are playing a hunting game. If we form a team at the beginning, then 777 will be meaningless." "Well, I think so too." Kilawa nodded, agreeing very much with Allan. Seeing that both Allan and Kilawa didn't want to team up, Gon was a little disappointed, but he adjusted his status quickly. This time, he has to rely on his own ability to get the target number plate to complete the 4th level of assessment. A few minutes later, the airship landed on a huge smooth reef off the outside of the island. The order of going to the island is the same as the order when drawing numbers. Hsoka, Irmi, and Kroo will go to the island first, followed by Parnotan and Yuvajin. It was Allan's turn again. Behind Allan is Peng Si like this. Gon and Kilawa are almost at the bottom. The interval for each person to go to the island is 10 minutes. 10 minutes after the current candidate enters the island, the next candidate will not be able to turn to the next candidate. This is repeated until the last candidate has landed on the island. The time to land on the island is also included in the time limit for the assessment. Ever since, the time spent on the island alone consumed 270 minutes of candidates. When it was Gon and Kilawa's turn to go to the island, it was almost dark. And somewhere in the forest on the island, Allan had found a camping spot near the lake and started to light a fire. Since it was the first day on the island, Allan was not in a hurry to find his target prey. Allan can't help thinking like this. Hsoka, Ilmi, Kroo, and even Gon, Kilawa and Kurapika all have the same idea. On the first day, almost everyone did not immediately start hunting for their respective targets, but first looked for a suitable camping site, stabilized, and then planned to start hunting. After all, the assessment time is a full week. For them, it is more than enough to hunt for the target within a week. Chapter 69. On the first day of landing on the island, all 26 candidates spent the first night peacefully. The next day, somewhere in the southern end of the island, in front of the lake, after a night of rest, Allan's physical strength has been fully recovered. Although the state is not optimal, it can be said to be full of energy. After washing his face by the lake, Allan planned to start a hunting operation. Number 18. This is the goal Allan draws. And the owner of this number, Allan already knows, it is Parker Nyotan. In the original game, Parker Nyotan's performance is quite satisfactory, and his strength is in the middle and lower reaches of the Phantom Troop. He is a non-combatant with a trait of Nin. The ability is to steal the memories of others. In the brigade, he belongs to the spy personnel responsible for collecting intelligence. Therefore, if she is her prey, Allan doesn't find it difficult. In a head-to-head confrontation, Allan believes that he will win more often than not. The reason why it is not 100% sure is because there are certain variables in the hunter world. It is not that the strength is stronger than the opponent, and it can occupy an absolute high position. In terms of combat, Parkernaton is inferior to him, but in some aspects, such as intelligence collection, he is worse than him. This is because each person is good at different fields, so it is impossible to say who must crush whom. In addition, the biggest problem is that Allan is not sure why he can take down Parkernaton. That is, Parkernaton did not act alone. There were two stab guys, Kroo and Gongjin, beside this woman. From the previous test situation, the three of them usually act as one. However, in view of the hunting mode of this level, Parkernaton may also temporarily separate from Kroo and Ryder for his own goals and act alone. Of course, this is just Allan's guess. If Parkernaton did not act alone, it would be much more difficult to successfully steal her number plate. That meant that while he was hunting Parkernaton, he had to deal with Kroo and Gongjin at the same time. Even if Allan had confidence in his own strength, he didn't think he could take away Parkernaton's number plate under theirs. Therefore, head-to-head confrontation can only be triggered based on whether Parkernaton is in a single circumstance. Otherwise, you have to find another way. The first step is to find Parkernaton, determine if she has acted with Kroo and Yuvajin, and determine the location of the number plate on her body. At this moment, Allan suddenly heard a ding in his mind, and the selection system went online again. 1. Grab the number plate on the target within the time limit of 1 week. Reward: increase the amount of thought by 2000 points. 2. Grab 5 points within the 1 week time limit. Reward: Fairy Bean X1. Allan's eyes lit up. The first is his established goal. Even if there is no reward, he will take action. Therefore, this option should choose the second one. Grab 5 points. Counting the 3 points from Parkernaton's number, just grab 2 more non-target number cards to accumulate to 5 points. In this way, both the set goals and the optional goals have been completed. Although the difficulty is quite high, the rewards are relatively satisfactory to Allan. Fairy beans, this thing is a rare item. As long as you take 1 pill, you can stay hungry for 10 days. If you take 1 pill when you are exhausted, you can instantly restore your physical strength and spirit, and adjust your body to the best condition. When Allan took action, the rest of the candidates on the island also started to take action. On the southeast side of the island, a hedgehog was leaning against the tree with his head back, his hands resting on the back of his head, thinking about the next action. At this moment, Gon's slightly immature face was carrying a frown. Because, although the target he won this time was not Hsoka number 44, he was a dangerous guy who was no less than Hsoka. Number 100, Yuvajin. My goal is number 100, that is, Yuvajin, the big guy who has clashed with Allan many times. I didn't expect it to be drawn. I was really unlucky. Thinking of this, Gon sighed. Although he has never played against Yuvajin, he also knows that Yuvajin is a strong nin. Therefore, when thinking about this matter, the expression of gloomy eyebrows appears. His strength is very strong, facing head-on, I can't be his opponent at all, so I have to think of other ways. Otherwise, it is impossible to grab the number plate on his body. Gon secretly thought. He tried to simulate the battle with Gongjin in the back of his head, but was directly hit by the opponent on the ground. In other words, when he met Gongjin head-on, Gon knew very well that he had no chance of winning at all. But even if he knew his prey was very strong, Gon didn't have the idea of just giving up. Although that guy is very strong, but I can't just give up so easily. In short, staying here is no way. Find his position first and then make a plan. Thinking of this, Gon jumped down from the tree, distinguished his lower position a little, and started to move. This island is a medium-sized island, divided into 3 areas. Even for the examinees, it takes 2 days to fully cover the entire island. Therefore, in order to find one's own target on the island of Normandy within a week, and successfully hunt the number plate in the opponent's hand. In addition to strength, it also requires a certain amount of luck. Once the target realizes that he is being hunted, or encounters some kind of crisis, and therefore hides, then the hunter wants to find the prey, but it is not that simple. At this time, in the southwest of the island, two men met in the jungle. The two people who meet are not enemies, but companions. They seem to be attracted by the smell of each other. The two of them are Kroo and Gongjin. "Head, who is your target?" Yuvajin asked carelessly when they met. In response, the corner of Kroo's mouth raised slightly. "It's number 246, a girl named Peng Si." "Peng Si? Lovely girl." Yuvajin looked dazed and shook his head. "Why don't I remember? It's the girl who stayed with Allan in the third level of Trap Tower." So it was her. Hearing what Kroo said, Gongjin quickly remembered. He smiled playfully. "I said the leader, I don't think you can't do it just because the other person is cute. If it's inconvenient for you, I can help you solve it by the way." Hearing this, Kroo shook his head. "No, I will do it myself." "Yuvajin, who is your goal?" Suddenly, Kroo asked. Gongjin answered truthfully, "It's number 404. "Commander, do you know who it is?" "Number 404. Hearing this number, Kroo frowned infrequently. Upon seeing this, Gongjin couldn't help but curiously asked, "Head, what's the matter?" Kroo groaned, "Yuvajin, number 404 is not an ordinary guy." Yuvajin was stunned. "Soft, who is it?" "It's not Hsoka guy? It's really troublesome." Kroo said, "Hsoka is number 44, not him." "So, it's Ifran, Zaldik." "No, Ilmi is number 301. "No way, is it Allan?" Kroo shook his head. "It's a pity that I got the wrong answer again. Allan is number 123. Hearing that, Yuvajin couldn't stand it anymore, and said anxiously, "I said the leader, don't sell it. Who is the 404 number?" Kroo thought for a while, then raised his head after hesitating for a moment. "Yuvajin, number 404 is a blonde. Do you have a memory?" Yuvajin tried hard to think about the candidates he had seen before, and then said for a while, "Blonde hair, I have a little impression, I remember it, it seems to be called Kara." Kroo nodded, "Yes, it's him, his companion seems to call him Kara Pika." Yuvajin gave a thumbs up and said, "Head, you really know everyone, I don't bother to remember so many people." Kroo said, "Gongjin, there is one more thing I want to tell you, you should still have an impression." "What's the matter?" Yuvajin was puzzled. Kroo said, "You may not recognize it, but the guy number 404 seems to be a survivor of the Koluda tribe." "Koluda?" Yuvajin frowned, looking for memory. A playful expression rose on Kroo's face and said, "Don't you remember it? It's a kind of red eyes that turn into red when irritated." Hearing what Kroo said, Yuvajin remembered it for a moment, and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, isn't it? 404 is really a member of the Red Eyes? Didn't they all have been wiped out by us a few years ago?" Kroo said in a deep voice, "Although I'm not sure if 404 is a survivor of the Koluda tribe, the iconic costume he wears is indeed very similar to that of the Red Eyes tribe, so it is inferred that it should be a survivor of the Koluda tribe. Maybe for some reason, he happened to be out of the clan back then, so he escaped." Chapter 70. After hearing Kroo's words, Gongjin grinned, with a hint of excitement on his face. "Speaking of, Commander, that mission was not easy. The guys from the Cave Luda tribe were quite tough." Kroo couldn't help but recalled, "Yes. Once they get angry, their eyes will turn into a very bright and beautiful fire red, and their strength will increase accordingly, which is really impressive." Yuvajin said, "But, with such beautiful eyes, you still sold them later, Commander." "Because I have got the things I have, I feel that there is no novelty. Humans are such a strange creature that loves the new and dislikes the old. Although I am a little sorry for the paying of those people. Krolo's expression was calm, as if to say something unrelated. Although I felt sorry for the serious crime committed by Zhengjin in killing the Koluda tribe, he actually didn't care or repent at all. It seems that it was only something committed by the past self, and has nothing to do with the present self. Yuvajin agrees with what Krolo calls freshness. Very curious and enthusiastic about something at a certain moment. But after that, I suddenly became indifferent, dull, and completely disinterested. He is also such a person. There was a time when he was quite interested in women, doing things with different women, completely immersed in it, like crazy. But after that, he still found it more interesting to fight with different people. Later he understood, only because he was tired of having fun, so he lost his freshness. However, 777 Yuvajin showed considerable interest in the survivors of the Koluda tribe, the descendants of the tribe who had been slaughtered by himself and others in the past. He asked. Head, when did you discover that number 404 is a survivor of the Koluda tribe? Krolo replied truthfully, when I saw him in the underground passage of the first level, I found out, because the clothes he wore were very eye-catching, so I remembered it all at once. He continued. I originally didn't intend to pay attention to that guy. After all, things have passed for several years. He was lucky to survive that catastrophe and become a survivor. However, destiny really loves to make fun of people. This level is actually a hunting game, and Yuvajin just happened to draw number 404. In this way, you can't ignore him. Gongjin, what are you going to do? It's just a matter of talking. Of course, I grabbed the guy's number, and killed him by the way, so that we won't get revenge on us in the future. Yuvajin's expression was eager to try, and he wished to kill Kurapika now. After hearing this, Krolo shook his head and said, in that case, you will be eliminated. Yuvajin nodded, I see, then take his number plate and break his limbs. Well, that's it, just scrap it. Krolo agreed. Yuvajin grinned, speaking of which, Commander, if you let him know that we are the murderers of their clan, what expression would you say he would have? Presumably, the eyes will instantly turn fiery red. Krolo said. It is not difficult to imagine how angry Kurapika's expression is when he sees the spider appearing before and after his eyes. Gongjin's face showed a hideous expression, that's really exciting, do you want to let him know? No, you can't do this. Krolo forbids. Why? Yuvajin was puzzled. Krolo said sharply, Yuvajin, you are doing this for your own pleasure. You want to see his angry and hateful expressions, right? But deliberately angering a person who is carrying a sea of blood and hatred, this move will only bring a factor of instability to the group. Although I don't think he can make waves just as a survivor, but deliberately revealing our identity will not do us any good. At least, wait until the hunter test is over. After that, you can do whatever you want. Hearing that, although Yuvajin was a little upset, he nodded and said, I understand, I won't be messing around. Then see you later, I'm going to find my target too. Krolo said. Aren't you acting together? Yuvajin was a little surprised, because Krolo had been acting with at least 2 members by his side since that incident. Just like this hunter test, in fact, only Krolo really wants to get a hunter license. He and Parker Noten just happened to have nothing special, so Krolo brought them over and accompanied him to participate in the hunter test. Krolo shook his head and said, no, it won't be too late to get the number to rendezvous. Also, if you come across Parker Noten on the road, take her to meet me. There is no communication on the island, so I don't know where she is yet, but I guess she should be hunting her target. By the way, what number is Parker Noten's goal? Yuvajin asked curiously. She told me it was number 99. Who is number 99? The silver-haired lady with the little hedgehog named Gon next to Allan seems strange. Kroo thought for a moment. Yuvajin said, it turned out to be him. That, kid doesn't seem to be an ordinary character, but Parker Noten should be able to handle it. Well, don't underestimate her. Kroo said. Then that's it, Commander, I'll go to solve number 404 first, his name is Kurapika, right? It looks like it is. Okay, then I'm leaving, see you later. After that, Gongjin jumped up and jumped onto a big tree, and he uttered a beast-like roar to the sky, number 404, wait for Lao Tzu. On the north side of the island, Kurapika, who was walking through the woods, suddenly stopped. He was sure that no one was following him. At least, he couldn't feel any hidden breath around him. The reason why I stopped suddenly was because of an unspeakable feeling in my heart. In addition, he just felt as if he heard something coming from a distance. But maybe because of the distance and the dense trees, when the sound reaches this side, it is not clear what it is saying. He didn't think too much, and continued to act. Although there is a full week, this island is not an ordinary island. It is conceivable how difficult it is to find a goal you are looking for on an island. Moreover, his target of hunting this time is still a very tricky guy. Number 44. This is what Kurapika wants to hunt. And the owner of this number is the magician Hsoka. Although Kurapika hasn't talked with Hsoka, he has observed the other person up close. According to his keen intuition, Hsoka is definitely a dangerous person. If possible, Kurapika really doesn't want to cause trouble like this. But there is no way, he just got the number 44 Hsoka. If you give up hunting Hsoka, it means that he has to hunt down 3 non-target numbers while keeping his own number. The degree of difficulty can be imagined. So, he decided to try hunting Hsoka first, and if it didn't work, he was changing the goal. Before this, you must first find Hsoka's location, then make a plan, and be careful of being hunted by others. Kurapika secretly thought. On the west side of the island, Hsoka is leaning against the shade of a tree to enjoy the cool. It is afternoon, and the sun shines on the ground through the mottled wine of the branches and leaves. Hsoka yawned with a sentimental expression. A few butterflies flew over from the bushes and circled around his shoulders. In the 3rd level of the trap tower, he was injured and a cut was made on his left shoulder. The wound was actually quite deep, but Hsoka didn't care much, he just handled it casually. He used his own ability to cover up the wound on his body with a flimsy illusion. Now, he removed the flimsy illusion from his shoulder, and he could see that the wound on it had healed a lot. But it hasn't healed completely, and there is still a little bloody smell from the wound, so it attracts nearby butterflies. Butterflies are not ordinary butterflies, but blood butterflies, which are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. Hsoka didn't mind the blood butterflies surrounding him, he stood up and walked towards somewhere. Now he is about to start hunting. Those blood butterflies surrounded him, making him look more like a god of death. Reaper who brings death to others. He jumped onto a tall tree and stood on the top of the tree, then raised his right hand and placed it in front of his eyes to act as a spectacle, and looked into the distance. Soon, through such a long-distance move, he found that he had a goal. Chapter 71. In the green woods, Allan was strolling. In this hunting game, he did not use these lush trees to deliberately hide his stature. Not only that, but he didn't even hide his number plate, but wore it on his chest to light it up. This made him look conspicuous, especially in this sparsely populated island forest, it was even more conspicuous. If anyone was looking for him, he would be found very quickly. If someone wants to take the number plate from him, it seems easy. He seemed to be exposing himself like this on purpose. This is indeed the case. This is done for 2 purposes. The first is to attract other hunters to hunt him, and then take the opportunity to kill the opponent and take away the opponent's number plate. As for the other reason, it was purely because Allan was too lazy to hide himself. Because he didn't feel the need to do that. Although he still doesn't know whose prey he is confident that he will keep his number plate when others come to hunt him. After walking forward for a while, suddenly, Allan heard a scream not far away. The screams rang out intermittently for about 8 times, each one being more tragic than the other. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of pain the owner of this cry is experiencing at this time. This could be a trap. Use the scream to attract the target to appear. Then hunt. But Allan didn't care. Even if it was a trap, he wanted to go and see it. Driven by this curiosity, he turned his direction slightly and walked towards the source of the sound. About a kilometer away, Allan saw a man lying on the ground. This person, Allan doesn't have much impression, after all, he can't even be counted as a trick, he only knows that he is also one of the 28 candidates, but he doesn't know his name. At that time, there were several playing cards on his body. These playing cards were very sharp and were inserted into the man's left and right legs like knives. As a result, the man lost his mobility and turned into a reptile. During the period, the man continued to scream a few times. Therefore, a total of 8 playing cards were inserted on his body. Except for the 2 on his legs, the remaining 6 were on his arms, waist, shoulders, and face. Each piece is inserted at least 3 points into the meat. Although it won't hurt his life at once, the pain of being tortured is unbearable. Through the playing cards on the man's body, Allan suddenly thought of a person. Obviously, this is Hsoka's masterpiece. At this moment, a playing card Allan flew towards him, and the speed was as fast as a flying knife. Allan seemed to have noticed it long ago, and his figure turned slightly to avoid the flying cards. Meanwhile, Hsoka came out from behind a tree. Hsoka, are you courting death? Seeing Hsoka appearing, Allan frowned, with a hint of displeasure and anger in his tone. If someone else was here just now, 9 times out of 10, they would have already been recruited. The reason is very simple. The playing cards thrown by Hsoka are not only sharp as a blade, but also extremely fast and silent, making it hard to prevent. A poker card is enough to take a person's life. If it wasn't for his arrogance, it would be hard to detect. For Allan's displeasure, Hsoka smiled and said, "Don't be angry, just say hello to you." Allan snorted coldly, "I don't like the way you greet me. If you try to attack me next time, I'll be rude to you." Hsoka smiled and changed the subject, "Allan, what number is your target?" Allan said coldly, "It's not you anyway." "Yeah, that's great, if your target is me, then I'm in danger," Hsoka said with a relieved look. Allan let out a cold cry, obviously not believing Hsoka's nonsense. If his target was really Hsoka, Hsoka would probably be excited. After all, this guy is a pervert. Allan pointed to the man lying on the ground covered in blood with playing cards. "Hsoka, who is he? Is he your target?" Hsoka shook his head and said, "He is number 118. I don't know his name, but I just happened to find him, not my target." Hearing this, Allan frowned. It seemed that Hsoka was following a random hunting route. In that case, he should also be his target now. Hsoka saw Allan's vigilant look, and said with a small smile, "Although I intend to find 3 random people to collect 3 points, but I don't intend to fight with you, it's not worth it." "What number did you draw?" Allan asked suddenly. Hsoka hummed and answered truthfully, "My target in the draw is number 80. "Number 80? Allan doubts it. "Do you know who number 80 is?" Hsoka asked. Allan said disapprovingly, "So what if I tell you? Anyway, you are hunting randomly, it doesn't matter if you are number 80 or not." Hsoka said, "No, I changed my mind, I want to hunt number 80 now." In this regard, Allan had to sigh. As expected of Conjurer, his personality is really capricious. "Allan, in exchange, you tell me the number 80, and I'll give you the number 118 I just got. How? This number card is worth 1 point. Seeing number 118 dangling in Hsoka's hand, Allan was moved, and he said with relief. Okay, let me tell you, listen carefully, for number 80, it should be Yuvajin. Hearing this, Hsoka looked blank, and said half-believingly, really? Seeing Hsoka's suspicious expression, Allan secretly smiled. It seems that Hsoka, who has always been confident in himself, is a little unwilling to provoke Yuvajin's thorn. After all, Yuvajin can be said to be the first combat vanguard of the brigade. If it really fought, Hsoka would certainly not be able to defeat Yuvajin. And, more importantly, Hsoka is also a member of Phantom Troop on the surface. If his goal is really Yuvajin, then this thing is really difficult to handle. Why, Hsoka, are you scared? Allan teased. No. It's just a bit troublesome. That madman can't deal with it. Hsoka had a rare headache. Seeing him like this, a wistful smile appeared at the corner of Allan's mouth. Okay. Hsoka keenly caught this, and stared at Allan sharply and said, You are lying to me? Number 80 is not Yuvajin, right? Allan knows that he can't deceive Hsoka anymore. Originally, he was only planning to fool Hsoka. If he really believed his words and went to hunt Yuvajin, then he could just sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Anyway, these two guys are nothing. Nice one. If he doesn't believe it, then he has to tell the truth. Okay, let's talk about it. Who the hell is No 80? Hsoka asked. Allan didn't talk to him anymore, and answered truthfully, Number 80 is actually a red-haired woman with sunglasses. The weapon is a sniper rifle. You should have the impression. As for the name, it seems to be Shiba. Hsoka thought for a while, then remembered and said, It turned out to be her, I know which one it is. After that, Hsoka also exchanged his promise and gave the 118 number he grabbed to Allan. In this way, Allan scored the first point. And Allan's goal is to get 4 points. These 4 points can be obtained from only 2 people. One is Parker Naughton. The number card on her body was the target number Allan had drawn. As long as she grabbed her hand, she would get 3 points. In this way, grab another number plate from any candidate, even if it is to complete the goal of 5 points. But it's easy to say, but not easy to do. So, Allan decided to get the second point first, and then go to Parnotan. This second point only needs the number on any one of the candidates. 0. Look for flowers. Allan raised his head, now putting a point in front of his eyes. Hsoka, who was about to leave, keenly felt Allan's gaze, and said, What's the matter? Are you still trying to take my own number? A sneer appeared at the corner of Allan's mouth. I do think so. But forget it, the reward is not proportional to the effort. After that, Allan waved his hand and said, I'm going one step first. Seeing Allan was leaving, Hsoka suddenly remembered something and asked, Speaking of which, you know the true identities of Kroo and the others, right? Including me and Ilmi. Allan nodded and said, Yes, I know the details of each of you, including the fact that you are a fake spider in the brigade. After all, Allan flashed and disappeared in place. He didn't want to be questioned by Hsoka, it was endless. When Hsoka saw Allan disappear suddenly, he jumped up his eyes and murmured, Even I am a fake spider, so he must know that I joined the brigade to single out Kroo. Who is this Allan? How many secrets does he know? It is really curious. After returning to his senses, Hsoka found out that he had become prosperous because of it. No one knows that I am a fake spider, except for IL fans. So, did Ilmi tell Allan? No, it should not be. Ilmi is not the kind of person with a big mouth. So, who told Allan? At this time, Hsoka suddenly thought of another terrible thing. If Allan told Kroo that I was a fake spider, what would Kroo look like? I really look forward to it. But then I will be in trouble. First of all, I will definitely be kicked out of the brigade immediately. Second, I might be hunted down by the entire brigade, including Kroo himself. Thinking of this, Hsoka felt that he was so excited that he couldn't hold it anymore. He squinted his eyes, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. It's not good, the guy Allan provoked my desire to kill. I must kill this quickly. The mind subsided. But, sweeping his eyes around, he at least found 2 cameras hidden behind the bushes. These cameras were prepared by the association to supervise the test takers on the island. At the same time, it is also to deter candidates from killing other candidates. There are cameras everywhere on this island. If I was filmed killing the candidates, then I would be eliminated from the game. However, my killing intent had already poured out, and my body was shaking uncontrollably. I must kill one. People can calm down. His eyes fell on the candidate number 118 on the ground. No, this person has been abolished by me. Even if I kill him now, I can't quell my killing intent. I must find another target. Unable to control this murderous desire, he finally set off. The whole person leaned forward and walked out step by step with a sickly appearance. At this moment, once he finds the target, even if the opponent does not resist, he will kill the opponent without hesitation. In that way, he can calm down the murderous intent provoked by Allan. On the other side, after leaving Hsoka, Allan suddenly felt a strong killing intent moving towards somewhere. This killing intent, isn't it Hsoka's? Did I just say that he was a fake spider, which provoked his desire to kill? Allan couldn't help thinking. To be on the safe side, he stopped and felt it carefully. This killing intent was the same as the aura on Hsoka's body, with the 3-point evil spirit, which was a very unique killing intent. Then, Allan realized that the strong killing intent was not coming towards him. Because that strong killing intent became weaker and weaker, indicating that Hsoka was moving in another direction. Just as Allan was feeling whether the strong killing intent was coming from Hsoka. In howdy, an arrow shot sharply from 30 meters behind him. Wide. Chapter 72. At the moment of death, Allan's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Yes, it looks like it disappeared suddenly. Of course, the arrow that missed the target was finally nailed to a tree in the distance. Then, Allan's disappeared figure reappeared in the tree in front of him. He reached out and drew the arrow from the tree. The arrow is about 30 centimeters long and slender, with a certain degree of flexibility, without barbs and lacking sufficient attack strength. Such an arrow is difficult to kill the target with a single blow, so the tip of the arrow may be coated with anesthetic. Therefore, the purpose of this arrow is not to kill the target, but to numb the target and make the target incapacitated. Allan thought for a while, except for himself, among the remaining 27 candidates, only one used arrows. That's candidate number 53 Booming Courier. At that time, behind a big tree not far away, Baku Cure was leaning back against the tree and did not dare to stick his head out. When a person concentrates on something, the body will subconsciously ignore the things around it, including the approaching danger. Therefore, when a person focuses on something, it is the best time to attack him. Before blasting the library, I had always thought of it as 7777. So when he saw Allan staying in place, focusing on feeling the strong killing intent that Hsoka radiated, he decisively launched a sneak attack from behind. However, he didn't expect that Allan could easily escape the arrow he shot. It's almost as if there are eyes on the back. At this moment, Baku Cure was leaning tightly with his back behind the big tree, not daring to stick out half of his head, for fear that he would be spotted. His chest was ups and downs violently, not because the arrow just emptied all his strength, but because the failure of the sneak attack made him feel a strong anxiety. Since the opponent can dodge the arrow I shot from behind, it's likely that the location here will also be discovered, right? Before it is exposed, leave here as soon as possible. While thinking like this, Baku-Kure took a deep breath and pressed down the undulating chest with his right hand to stabilize the nervous and uneasy mood, and then prepared to leave gently. Just as he had just started to jump out of the grass, a figure Shanran sounded behind him, "Here, you sneaky mouse." "What?" The cooker immediately reflexively took out the arrow from his back and put it on the bowstring to aim at the source of the sound. In front of him, Allan was staring sharply at him. When Allan focused on feeling Hsoka's strong killing intent, it was actually when he was most vigilant. However, what surprised him a little was that the person who attacked him was actually Boss Kure. The cooker looked at Allan with a strange expression at this time, looking a little at a loss. Obviously, such a thing happened for the first time. He has always been confident in his archery skills, and he is quite sure that he can hide his figure and hide his breath skills from being discovered. But today, he failed and was caught on the spot for the first time. So that he looked at Allan in disbelief and said, "You, how did you find out?" "It's very simple. From the trajectory of the arrow, you can basically tell where you are hiding," Allan said. "No, I mean, did you know that I was following you early in the morning?" asked Bakur. Allan shook his head, "That's not true." "What?" Bakur was a little weird. Allan saw his doubts and sneered, "If you don't sneak attack on me, I really haven't found anyone following me. But that doesn't mean I am defenseless. On the contrary, I was prepared to be followed and attacked at any time." Hearing this, Baku-Kure looked at Allan strangely. "In other words, you deliberately exposed your position to attract others to hunt you, right?" "Bingo, you are right, but there is no reward." Baku-Kure sighed and said, "No wonder. I wonder why you seem to be unguarded, because you are already ready to wait for someone to be hooked. So, are you ready?" Allan stepped forward and sneered. "You, what do you want?" Baku-Kure looked jealous. Although the arrow in his hand was aimed at Allan, he didn't dare to shoot it out anyway. Because he clearly knew that a head-on confrontation could not be Allan's opponent. Since the opponent can avoid the arrow's shot from behind without looking back, it is even easier to avoid the arrow's shot from the front. Allan said coldly, "Your hunting target is me, right?" The cooker nodded with an ugly expression. The target of his draw was number 123 Allan. When he first got this number plate, he only felt very unlucky because he passed the previous test and knew that Allan was a great character. Therefore, he did not choose to confront head-on, and adopted a sneak attack strategy. The result was still a failure, which hit him badly. At the same time, I also understand that the practice I have achieved is far from enough. Allan pointed to the number plate worn on his chest and said, "No, now, my number plate is here. Come and get it if you have the ability." The cooker hesitated. Allan's number plate was almost at his fingertips. However, when he was about to stretch out his hand, he suddenly realized that it was impossible to do it. "If you really stretch out your hand to take it, I am afraid that your arm will be cut off in an instant, right?" Although Allan didn't have a sharp weapon that could cut things off. But the feeling that he would be killed as soon as he stretched out his hand became stronger. He raised his head and looked at Allan fixedly. He felt the awe-inspiring murderous aura hidden in Allan's eyes with a smile. Sensen's cold sweat leaked from his forehead, and Kure hesitated for a while, put away the arrow, raised his hands and said, "I surrender." "Very well, you got your life back." Allan narrowed his eyes. If Kure really dared to take a step beyond the thunder pool just now, he would definitely slaughter this stupid thing without mercy. Fortunately, Bakur is a little self-aware at last. Hearing Allan's words, Baku-Kure felt even more frightened. Fortunately, he didn't have the urge to act stupidly just now. He barely squeezed a bitter smile on his face and said, "Allan, I will give you the number plate, even if this is over, how about it?" Allan sneered, "Of course I have to take your number plate. But about your sneak attack on me, I can't just let it go." Hearing this, Kure was shocked. "Then what do you want?" Is it possible that you want to kill me? I did attack you just now, but I didn't want you to die. The arrow was put on anesthesia. Medicine, my purpose is just to numb you and then take your number plate. I definitely didn't sneak attack you with the intention of killing you. Allan puckered out his ears and said, don't be nervous, of course I know that. Otherwise, why do you think you can still live to this day? At the level of Allan, it is very simple to feel whether there is murderous intent in other people's attacks. Bakukuer did not lie, the arrow that attacked him just now did not have the slightest murderous intent or killing intent. And because of this, he didn't kill Bakukuer. However, it is an indisputable fact that Bakukuer sneaked assault on him. Bakukuer breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, since you won't kill me, how can you let me go? It's very simple. You can find someone for me and let you go if you find it. Allan said. Bakuku immediately asked, who? On the 18th, a woman named Parker Nyotan. Allan said. Bakukuer thought for a while and said, number 18? Is that the blonde woman with a hooked nose in the uniform of the sluggish uniform? That's her. Allan nodded. I admired the fact that Bakukuer could suddenly think that he was talking about Parker Nyotan. So that's it, your target is her. Bakukuer said a little bit differently, and couldn't help but said in a deep voice, that woman is not easy to deal with, you want me to help you grab her number plate. Allan sneered and said sarcastically, it's okay to deal with ordinary people with your skill. Dealing with slightly more powerful characters is purely self-defeating. If you can't deal with a woman, I only need you to help me find her whereabouts. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to be ridiculed by Allan's lack of strength, Bakukuer had to admit that what Allan said was the truth. Allan said, I will give you 2 days. After I find it, I will go to the west of the island to find me, and then I will move there. After thinking about it, Allan added, if you can help me find her, I will consider returning your number plate to you. Hearing that, Baku's face couldn't hide his joy. Are you serious? Of course. Allan narrowed his eyes. Okay, I will try my best. Bakukuer patted his chest with a 5.4. Looking at the back of him leaving, a faint smile appeared in the corner of Allan's mouth. With the help of Bakukuer, the chance of finding Parker Nyotan is doubled. No, compared to finding someone, Allan thinks the guy should be better than him. It didn't take much effort to get both Bakukuer's number plate, and he could use Bakukuer as a free tool. Allan was quite satisfied with this. As for whether Bakukuer would run off halfway, Allan wasn't worried at all. Because, in order to get back his own number plate, Bakukuer will do his best to find Parker Nyotan for himself. This is the only chance he can get back the number plate from his hand by himself. Well, then, I just have to move to the west of the island. As he thought, Allan had already taken his steps to the west. In addition to his own number plate, he now has 2 number plates, the number 118 he got from Hsoka and the number 53 he got from Bakukuer just now. Next, just get number 18 on Parker Nyotan. You can get the required 5 points and get the reward of the system, 1 fairy bean. Chapter 73. On the 3rd day, in a jungle on the south side of the island, a very disparity hunting was being staged. 3 men in hats surrounded a silver-haired lady. No, it should be said that it was the silver-haired lady who stared at the 3 men too much, because his eyes on the 3 men were full of eyes that looked at prey, and there was a sneer at the corners of his mouth. The 3 men are candidate number 197 Amory, candidate number 198 Amori, and candidate number 199 Umarai. And that silver-haired lady was really the number 99 candidate, Kilawa. The 3 Amali were very upset. They were older than Kilawa. Kilawa was a kid in their eyes, and now they were spotted by such a kid, and anyone would be upset. The grumpy Umarai among the 3 glared at Kilawa and said, "Boy, why are you blocking our way?" "Because one of you is my target." Chi Sha replied with ease. His gaze fell on the candidate number 198 Emori next to Umarai. Although his target is only Emori, Emori does not act alone. He has been following behind the of his two brothers, Emori and Umarai, unmoving. Therefore, after confirming that they would not be alone, he had no patience and decided to take all three brothers as prey. Of the three brothers, Emori, who is the youngest and most afraid of death. But he never felt he was courageous, he just thought he was a cautious person. At this moment, as soon as he came into contact with Kilawa's gaze, Emori couldn't help but feel shocked. Because Chi Xiao looked at him as if he would attack him at any time. That look was full of offensiveness. The two elder brothers, Amali and Umarai, saw that their younger brother Emori looked nervous, and suddenly they hated iron and steel. He said angrily. "Hey, Emori, you're afraid of a ball, the opponent is just a kid with no fur." Immortal suddenly felt dull after being reprimanded by the two brothers. He rushed towards Kilawa, yelling, "Go to hell, kid!" Such words emboldened himself. Kilawa saw this and sighed, "Stupid guy." Emori rushed to Kilawa and threw a punch at Chi. But when his fist was about to touch Kilawa, Kilawa suddenly disappeared before his eyes. "What?" Emori was taken aback. "Behind, Emori!" The two brothers hurriedly called out, and at the same time rushed up to rescue Emori. Kilawa was one step faster than them. Before Emori came back to his senses, he appeared behind him, stunned Emori with a single-hand knife, and pointed his sharp nail at Emori's neck. Warned Amali and Umarai who charged up, "Don't act rashly, if you don't want him to die." "Damn it!" Umarai gritted his teeth. "What do you want?" Amarai, the eldest brother, frowned and asked. Kilawa's strength far exceeded their expectations. The younger brother Emori was captured alive, leaving them directly passive. At this time, he seemed to think of some counterattack point of view, and sneered, "By the way, this assessment has strict regulations. If the candidates kill the target in order to compete for the number plate, they will immediately lose the eligibility for elimination. There are many cameras on this island that are used by the association to supervise the assessment. If you dare to kill Emori here, just wait to be eliminated directly from the game. Yes, let Emori quickly. That way, the three of our brothers can do nothing, and you can leave here." Umarai also stood up and echoed his brother Amarai's words and pressured Kilawa. Kilawa narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Don't be too naive, do you think I care about the rules? I can kill him anytime I want, including you." The killing intent emanating from that moment made both Amarai and Umarai feel a strong crisis and anxiety. That is definitely not a bluff, but a killing intent that can only be emitted after experiencing the real Shuradeo. Both of them realized this, and felt a little at a loss for a while. "If you dare to threaten me or try to irritate me, not only Emori, you too will die here." The indifferent voice seemed to come from the mouth of death. Amarai and Umarai looked horrified, and they finally understood. Even if Kilawa didn't use Emori to help them, he could kill all three of them. And the words of the two of them just now obviously made him feel unhappy. Amarai took a deep breath, and pretended to be calm. "I see, you can take Emori's number plate, we will not pursue it." "No. Your number plates will also be handed over." Kilawa sneered, putting away the killing intent. Although his target is only Emori, in theory, as long as he gets Emori's number plate and talks to his own number plate, he will be eligible for 6-point clearance. But Amali and Umarai were not ashamed just now, so he decided to take away the number plates of the three brothers. Amali and Umarai seemed very upset when they heard Kilawa's words, but compared to the hunter test, their lives were obviously more important. "If you don't hand it over, not only will your younger brother Emori be killed, but even the two of them will be in danger." Therefore, the two of them hardly hesitated, and threw the number plate to Kilawa. Then, bye. After Kilawa successfully got the number plates of the three of them, his figure disappeared in front of the three of them. "Adding my own 3 points, this is 8 points. 2 points more than the 6 points required to clear the game. How can I use these 2 points? By the way, go to Gon. If he needs it, give him the extra points as a favor. Just as Kilawa was leaving for Gon, there was a bang in his ear. It was gunfire. Very close, very close. Kilawa felt a strong crisis approaching quickly. At that moment, his body reacted subconsciously, and his figure jumped up like a cheetah. A bullet whizzed past him, making a wow sound. Followed by the second and third sounds, one after another. Kilawa dodges again and again, his body is agile. The gunfire resumed, and bullets flew from the forest in the distance at high speed. Before he could see who the shot was, Kilawa quickly hid behind a nearby tree. After the gunshots, a tall woman with blonde hair and hooked nose came out of the forest. She held a delicate revolver in her right hand and pointed it at a tree in front of her. Behind the tree, Kilawa was leaning against it. A dignified look appeared on Qi Xiao's originally relaxed face at this time, showing how dangerous it was just now. Are you the 3 Amori brothers? No, it's not them. The 3 fools do not have this level, and their weapons are not guns. The accuracy of those bullets just now threatens me. The deviation is only less than 2 centimeters. The marksmanship is quite accurate. Who is shooting? Thinking of this, Kilawa jumped on his feet, and then jumped to the tree in 2s or 3s. Looking down from a height, Qi Xiao saw a blonde woman with a gun. So it was her. Kilawa was a little different. This blonde woman is really Parker Nyotan. It looks like I am her target. Qi Xiao thought secretly. At the same time, Parnotan also moved the muzzle up, aimed at Kilawa standing on the tree, and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang! 3 shots in a row. Kilawa avoided one by one again, his figure turned vigorously, and jumped behind another big tree. From the appearance of that pistol, the number of bullets that can be filled should be 15 rounds. As long as you dodge 15 rounds, take advantage of her change of magazines and rush up to kill her in one fell swoop. Kilawa secretly thought. Bang, bang, and a few more shots. Relying on the woods here as a shelter, Kilawa dodges Picnotan's attack while observing Picnot, waiting for opportunities at any time. 777. After the 13th shot, Parker Nyotan suspended shooting. Should I need to change the magazine if I fire 2 more shots? Kilawa was hesitating whether to wait for an opportunity to approach, and suddenly heard Parker Nyotan speak. Brother, don't hide. As long as you hand over the code on the number, my sister will immediately stop shooting you. Her voice has the unique charm of a mature woman. The average child can't refuse it at all. But Kilawa sneered when he heard it, and his voice came from behind the tree, okay sister. But you throw the gun over first, and I'll give you the number plate. Annoying kid. The answer to Kilawa was a gunshot made by Parker Nyotan when he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Kilawa was taken aback, because the bullet came from the side. It turned out that Parker Nyotan had already distinguished where he was hiding through his voice. Kilawa hurriedly turned over, eluding it. At the same time, there was a glance, and another bullet came. The gunfire stopped abruptly. Kilawa immediately turned around and ran towards Parker Nyotan. The shot just now was the 15th shot, and Kisha decisively chose to fight back. However, before he rushed to Parker Nyotan had aimed his gun at him. Then quickly pulled the trigger and fired the 16th shot. Oops, misjudgment. Kilawa's pupils dilated rapidly as he watched the bullets fire fast. Monument. Blood splashed out, and the bullet hit Kilawa's left shoulder. Hungry. Parker Nyotan was slightly startled, but he didn't expect Kilawa to be able to twist his body to avoid the shot at that distance. However, she was still behind, enduring the sharp pain in her left shoulder. Kilawa had rushed in front of her, and kicked off the grip of the gun in his hand. From launching a counterattack to being shot in the shoulder to kicking the pistol of Parker Nyotan, the whole process only took 2 seconds. Kilawa's movements were very fast. Chapter 74. Parker Nyotan didn't seem to have expected that a kid like Kilawa would have this amazing speed. When the gun in his hand was kicked away, Kilawa was hit hard in his abdomen. Maybe it's been too long since she was hit by someone like this, and she made a dull sound in her throat, A little blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. It can be seen that Kishao is not only extremely fast, but also powerful. Kilawa held back the gunshot wound on his left shoulder previously hit by a bullet, took advantage of the momentum, and slashed at Paknatan's shoulder with a sharp hand knife. As a killer, he knows very well that when facing a powerful enemy, he must kill with one blow. If you can't, then you must do more damage to the enemy while still having the upper hand, and then make a quick decision. Although this blow was not for the purpose of killing Parker Nyotan, as long as a blow was received, it was enough to cause people to lose their strength on the spot. Kilawa's purpose is naturally to make Parker Nyotan lose the ability to move. Although this woman hates her, she is not enough to let him kill her. Don't get too smug and forget about the kid. Parker Nyotan stabilized his figure, blocked Kilawa's hand knife attack with one hand, and directly buckled his wrist. Kilawa was caught with his right hand, and quickly stretched out the 5 fingers of his left hand together to form a hand knife again, and plunged straight into it. Born into a family of killers, he has received strict training since he was a child. Therefore, he can instantly increase the strength of a certain part of the body by changing the muscle structure of the body. Especially in the case of changing the arm muscles, he can make his 5-finger palms sharp like the minions of a beast, and can easily penetrate other people's bodies. Moreover, as long as he wants to, he can even take the enemy's heart out of his chest in an instant. When the enemy discovers that his heart has been stolen, his body and mind will die suddenly at that moment. It can be said that as a killer, he can already make perfect use of his physical advantages and exert his power beyond the limits of the human body. But Parker Nyotan is not a general. At the moment Kilawa's right hand was brought together and pierced in the past, when the sharp fingertips of claws were about to penetrate through the chest, she was actually caught Kilawa's hand knife by using her chest muscles. Kilawa's entire palm fell into it, clamped to the left and right by the muscles of his chest, unable to follow any further, and was firmly clamped. It's very dangerous, kid. I didn't expect that you could also change the muscle structure of your body to increase your strength. If I didn't use the wrap defense, even if I can use the muscle power of the chest, I might get injured. The deputy said with a sigh of relief. Damn it! I can't pull it out at all. I didn't expect that this woman could also change the structure of her body like me, and still use the muscle power of her chest. Isn't she a killer too? A kind of crisis came to Kilawa's head, making him feel bad. But he felt that there is a strange energy on the surface of Parker Nyotan's body, which is probably what this woman calls entanglement. It sounds like it uses some kind of power to wrap around or cover the surface of the body to strengthen the body. Defensive ability. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Gon had said. The human body possesses a kind of life energy called Nian. And the person who learns to manipulate this energy is called the Nin. Kilawa stared sharply at Parker Nyotan, this woman, who seemed to be also a Nin. Parker Nyotan said coldly. Little devil, now I'll give you a choice. 1. Hand over your number plate 99 obediently. 2. Die here. Damn it. Kishao tried to break free of Paknatan's restraint, but couldn't move at all under her restraint, and Paknatan's power completely exceeded his expectations. Moreover, as a killer, he can clearly feel that if he continues to resist, Parker Nyotan will definitely kill him without hesitation, and she also has the ability to do it. Don't struggle, kid, your future growth potential is very high, but you are not my opponent now. If you die here, it will be meaningless. Parker Nyotan reminded. At last. She added, my patience is limited, don't try to challenge my bottom line. Kilawa snorted coldly, like a child who lost his temper and was awkward. He curled his lips and said, I see, you let me go first. Good. Parker Naughton decisively released the restraint on Kilawa. Kilawa did not expect that the other party would let him go so readily. He couldn't help but raised his head and asked, "Aren't you afraid of me running away?" Parker Nyo said calmly, "You have a gunshot wound and you can't escape at all." It's also ... Singularity nodded. Indeed, as Parker Nyotan said, the left shoulder hit by the bullet has now oozes a lot of blood. If he does not stop the bleeding, even if he is physically better than ordinary people, he will be because of it. He lost too much blood and fell into a coma and even died. In this case, it is impossible to escape from someone who is stronger than him. Wanting to understand this, Kilawa readily took out his number plate. "Wait," he suddenly called as he handed out his number plate. Parker Nyotande frowned, "Want to regret it?" Kilawa shook his head and said, "Actually, I now have 4 number plates on me, one of which is mine, and the other 3 I got from the 3 brothers of Amarali. Although your goal is my number plate, I will give you the number plate of the 3 brothers of Amarai, which also counts as 3 points." Hearing that, Parker Nyotan didn't even think about it, and resolutely refused, "No, I just want your number." "Why?" Chi Xiao looked puzzled. Parker Nyotan said with a cold expression, "There is no reason, because you are my hunting target, and I am not interested in other people's." Damn it! Kilawa didn't expect Parker Nyotan to be such a difficult woman to deal with. In other words, she is such a principled woman. It is really uncomfortable that the number plate of the 3 brothers Ming Minjamori is also worth 3 points, but it is not his own number plate. However, unhappy, afraid of the opponent's strength, Kilawa honestly surrendered his number plate, number 99. Parker Nyotan stuffed the number plate into his chest in front of Kilawa, and said, "Boy, goodbye." When she left, she added, "Also, don't try to take the sign from me. Going back, your strength is far from enough. If I find out, I won't let you go anymore. You must remember this clearly." Damn it! Kilawa gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he watched Parnotan leave. As a professional killer, it was a shame for him to be robbed by a woman. But there is no way, the opponent's strength is stronger than him. As a killer, he knows a rule of survival: the weak will feed on the strong. The strong can take what they want from the weak, while the weak can only obey unconditionally. Just like the situation just now, if you don't give her the number plate, you will definitely be killed. It is really unnecessary to sacrifice one's life for a number plate. However, in order to save his life, he personally gave out his number plate, which is a naked insult to the self-esteem of a killer. Must get it back. Kilawa clenched his fists and thought to himself. But before that, Kilawa looked down at his left shoulder. Although the bullet didn't penetrate his shoulder, the bullet stayed inside, just under the collarbone. If left alone like this, even if his physical fitness is good, his life will be in danger due to excessive blood loss and wound infection. Fortunately, Kilawa has also received self-help training. As a killer, he is very familiar with his body structure. In less than 2 minutes, Kilawa managed to clamp out the bullet stuck under the collarbone with 2 fingers, and successfully stopped the bleeding. The bullet is round, so there is no penetrating effect on the body. It can be concluded that the opponent did not want to kill him from the beginning. In fact, Kilawa knew from the time the opponent attacked him that the opponent did not intend to kill him, because there was no murderous intent in the attack, and she herself did not have a special killing intent, just purely hunting. Damn it, that woman, do you despise me? Kilawa didn't thank Paknatan for his non-killing grace. Instead, he felt that he was underestimated by a woman. This made his killer's dignity very shocking and he must find it back. Lost face. I must take the sign back from the woman's hand, but I have to think carefully about how to do it. Kilawa vowed secretly. He calculated it. It was the 3rd day of the assessment. There were 4 days left before the 1-week deadline. There were 4.5 days left after counting today. Time was enough, but what was lacking was strength. Kilawa knows very well that even if he is not injured, he is not an opponent of Parnotan even if he is not injured. Although he is no less than the opponent in combat experience, he is still quite short in terms of the gap in his own strength. This section is obviously reading. What's more, he is still suffering from a gunshot wound. Although the bullet has been successfully taken out and the wound has successfully stopped bleeding, he only needs to wait for the wound to heal by itself. However, strenuous exercise must not be carried out in a short period of time, otherwise it will affect the recovery of the wound. According to Kilawa's judgment, it will take at least about a month to fully recover from the gunshot wound on the shoulder. In this way, relying on their own ability to snatch the number plate from Parker Nyotan is simply impossible. At this time, Kilawa suddenly thought of an important thing, speaking of which, who is Parker Nyotan's target? If I find that person, maybe I can cooperate with him, that may be the only one I can get back my number plate. Chance. But here is the problem. He still doesn't know whose target Parker Nyotan is, and it's not easy to find him. Another point is, does the opponent have a stronger strength than Parker Nyotan? The guy who is stronger than that woman, among the remaining 27 candidates, there are probably Hsoka, and the Gitaracker, Illumi, who is with Hsoka, and the other two partners of the woman, and finally Allan. Assume that among these 5 candidates, there is a hunter of Parnotan, so the only person who can cooperate with me is Allan. The woman's companion is obviously impossible to cooperate, and Hsoka and the Gitaracker, Illumi, are also mavericks and it is difficult to cooperate. Yes. The only person who might agree to work with me is Allan. However, I'm not sure if Allan's goal is Parker Nyotan. Thinking of this, Kilawa began to act. He didn't go to Allan, because he wasn't sure if Allan's target would be Parker Nyotan, if not, it would be useless to find him. So Kilawa thought about it and decided to follow Parker Nyotan, looking for a chance to start. Chapter 75. When Kilawa decided to follow Parker Nyotan in order to retrieve the number plate, Parker Nyotan, who had successfully obtained the Kilawa number plate, was ready to join Kroo and Jin. However, communication is blocked on this island, and communication equipment cannot be used to contact them, so it is not easy to find both of them. With the strength of the leader and Gongjin, it shouldn't be difficult to get the target number. They may have returned to the starting point before me and waited. With this idea in mind, Parker Nyotan looked around and decided to join Kroo and Yuvajin at the starting point when entering the island. However, after arriving at the starting point of entering the island, Parker Nyotan found that no one had come in advance except for her. The team leader and Yuvajin are not present, indicating that they have not received the target number. Of course, it does not rule out that they have already obtained the hand but are still staying on the island. After all, the guy Gongjin is a fanatic, and only the group leader can contain him. Should I stay here at the starting point and wait for them, or should I go to the island to find them? Parker Nyotan couldn't help frowning, looking a little entangled. There are still about 4 days before the end of the assessment time. If you stay in the forest on the island, it means you may be in danger, and this danger comes from other candidates, especially her hunters. Excluding the team leader and Gongjin, among the remaining 25 candidates, only 3 people can pose a threat to me: Hsoka, Gitaracker, Illumi, and Allan. If I were the target of one of the 3 of them, if I continue to act alone, I may be attacked by them at any time. Therefore, in order to ensure safety, it is necessary to join the team leader and Yuvajin. As long as the team leader or Gongjin meets, the risk can be minimized. As of 777, Parker Nyotan has not been attacked, but this does not mean that no one is hunting her. Therefore, staying on the island after scoring 6 points is quite risky. However, waiting at the starting point of entering the island is actually a risk. This place is a vacant lot waiting for the end of the assessment time. Here is tantamount to directly exposing yourself, and it is easy to be discovered. For example, just now, Parker Naughton felt that some kind of sight seemed to fall on her in the distant jungle. Although it is impossible to determine the specific location, based on her years of experience, she can indeed feel the sight of being stared at. That might be her hunter. Of course, other candidates are not excluded. Could it be that the silver-haired kid named Kilawa was following me? Parker Naughton couldn't help but think secretly, but quickly denied his suspicion. No, it's unlikely. That kid is a professional killer, he should be very clear about the gap between him and me. But it does not rule out that he will follow me, and then look for opportunities to start. All in all, if you stay at the starting point and wait for the end of the assessment time, it is easy to fall into a passive state. Thinking of this, Parker Naughton acted decisively and once again entered the forest on the island. In the jungle, Bokal squatted on a big tree, and with the help of the branches, he watched the moving figure of Parker Naughton in the distance. Sure enough, staying at the starting point of entering the island is the easiest way to find the target. The woman seems to have got her target number plate. At the starting point, she should be ready to wait until the end of the assessment time? But why did she stay there for a while? Will leave again? Could it be that the two companions who went to find her, met? Although Bakur is not very familiar with Parker Naughton, he also knows that Naughton is a group with Kroo and Yuvajin along the way. Because all three of them looked uncomfortable, he paid special attention to them. If this woman is allowed to join her two companions, then even Allan can't snatch the number plate from her, right? Forget it, it's none of my business, I just need to tell Allan her whereabouts. I hope he can keep his promise and return the number plate to me. Thinking of this, after confirming the direction of Pakonaughton's movement, Bokal moved towards the west of the island, which was the contact point Allan had agreed with him. After Bakur left Parnotan's tracking range, a silver-haired kid jumped down from a tree, and he chose to follow Parnotan's Kilawa after being taken away from the number plate. That guy is Bakur. Chi Xiao frowned as he watched Bakur's departure. Why did Bakur follow Parker Naughton? Is it the woman that he draws? Or he unlike me, Parker Naughton took away the number plate so I followed her. As for the second guess, Kilawa quickly ruled it out. Because he thought of it, Parker Naughton is a very principled woman, she doesn't seem to be interested in numbers other than the target. So it can be inferred that there should be no one else's number except his number. In other words, the most likely reason for Bakur's tracking of Parker Naughton is that the target he draws is Parker Naughton. In order to take away her number plate from Parker Naughton, she chose to track her, looking for the right opportunity to wait for the opportunity. This seems to be the most reasonable explanation. In a way, it is a purpose with Kilawa. However, Kilawa is not optimistic about the strength of Bakuko. Because although the strength of Bakuko is not too bad, facing the stronger Pakonaughton, at best, it is a rookie, and it can't help much at all. There is absolutely no point in cooperation. At this time, he saw that Bakur stopped following Parker Naughton halfway through, and moved to the west, which gave Chi Xiao a new suspicion. Is he helping other people to investigate the target? Is there someone else who is eyeing Parker Naughton? Chi Xiao couldn't help but have such a guess. Dusk. On the west side of the island, Allan was sitting cross-legged in front of the fire, roasting an unknown beast that was as big as a buffalo. It was Allan's kick to kill it. The scent of the meat was permeating, and the appetite was energized. Allan ate it immediately, regardless of the appearance. In the second-level cooking test, Allan obtained a trait system ability from the system, Nian Zibai. This ability is quite good. When the mind state is activated, the food that is eaten can be directly converted into the amount of thought. 1 kilogram of food can convert 10 points of thought, and the stomach strengthened by thought can consume up to 1 ton at a time. Heavy food, so its limit to withstand thoughts is 10,000 points. A beast weighing about 300 pounds was maimed by Allan in less than an hour and a half, leaving only a skeleton after eating. Although Allan's food intake is higher than that of ordinary people, it is only a few servings at most. The reason why he was able to eat nearly 300 pounds of food is because he activated the ability of thinking of buying after filling his stomach, and strengthened his stomach with thinking, making his appetite large, so that he can eat all such a huge amount of food. This meal not only fully restored his physical strength, but also allowed him to convert the excess food into nearly 300 mind points and store them. These stored thoughts will not increase to their own thoughts, but are equivalent to a storage tank. When Allan's own thoughts are not enough, they can use these to the thoughts stored in the stomach. I'm so laid back. If Boom Cure didn't find Parker Noten, it would be troublesome. I'll have to go out by myself. Allan lay on the lawn, looking at the evening sky with his legs raised. Although the sky is not yet completely dark, the stars and the moon are already poking out from the horizon. At night, a figure appeared in front of Allan. Come yet? Feeling the familiar breath, Allan sat up and looked at the Bakura who appeared in front of him. At this time, Baku's face was panting, obviously he had been running around for a day without much rest. Baku Cure saw the skeletons of the beasts that Allan had left over. There seemed to be a faint smell of meat remaining in the air, and his stomach grumbled immediately, dissatisfied, I'm looking for someone for you, you are fine. Lie down here and watch the stars and the moon to eat and drink. That's really hard for you. But, I shouldn't force you to find someone for me, am I? Didn't you volunteer to find someone for me in order to retrieve the number plate from me? After being eaten by Allan like this, Baku Cure couldn't refute it immediately. A smile appeared at the corner of Allan's mouth and said, looking at you like this, you should have found someone? Where is she? Going to the south of the island. Bokua replied truthfully. Is she alone? Yeah. Bokua nodded. Hearing this, Allan frowned. If what Bokua said is true, now is the best time to hunt Parnotan. Before she joined Krolo and Shujin, start a hunt for her. Upon seeing this, Baku Cure asked, Allan, I have told you her location. Can you return my number plate now? Hearing this, Allan smiled, shook his head and said, I'm sorry, it's not possible now. Baku Cure was surprised, why? Don't you want to regret it? I need you to lead me now, and then I will return the sign to you. Allan said. Baku Cure said solemnly, in other words, you don't believe me, do you? You think I'm lying to you? It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to confirm it. Allan smiled. Before he really saw Parker Nyotan, he would certainly not return the brand to Bakuer so easily. This is the most basic operation, not a question of whether or not to believe it. Okay, let's lead the way. Allan put out the fire pit and turned to blast Kroo. Although Bakuer was dissatisfied, in order to get back his number plate, he could only lead the way obediently. Allan's eyes were shining, and he was confident this time. If Parker Nyotan is willing to hand over the number plate obediently, then naturally nothing will happen. If she resists, then she can only use force. As for whether it will offend Phantom Troop, this is something to be considered later. Chapter 76. The night was dark and dark clouds shrouded the sky. At the southern end of the island, the strange hunter who has been tracking Parnotan is lying motionless on a tree trunk at this moment, like an owl coming out foraging, staring at a place dozens of meters away with his hidden sharp eyes. In front of the clearing surrounded by trees, Parker Nyotan was resting with his back leaning against a tree. Because the sky is already dark, if you drive through the forest on the dark island, it is really dangerous and unpredictable. So to be on the safe side, Parker Nyotan decided to camp overnight in this place temporarily, and wait until the daytime to find Krolo and Gongjin to join them. She leaned half of her body against the trees behind her, closed her eyes slightly, folded her hands on her chest, and stretched her slender white legs crossed and straightened out. The uniform on her body outlined her figure more perfectly, as if she was about to express herself. Generally, if a man with blood and energy sees this scene, he must be bloody and hard to control himself. But Kilawa, who was hiding in the distance, was different. He was a killer and had no emotions. One more thing, just like the three brothers said, although he is a killer, he is still a little devil with no hair. As a kid, he has no interest in women's bodies. No matter how sexy Parker Nyotan looks when he is resting, he only cares about how to grab his own number from the opponent. As a killer who had received superb training since he was a child, Kilawa remembered that when he was 8 years old, his father Silva wanted to see the son's abilities, so he gave him an assassination target. That goal alone was far beyond what Kilawa could handle in terms of strength. Using English letters to compare the strength levels of the two sides, the target's strength has reached the B level, while Kilawa's strength barely reached the C level. There is no chance of winning in a head-on fight. The only way to kill this powerful enemy is to assassinate. In response to his father's expectations, Kilawa took the leapfrog challenge. After that, in order to find a chance to assassinate this powerful enemy, he tried 3 days and 3 nights without rest. At that time, the entire eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, showing a state of congestion. However, he still stared at the target intently in an assassination posture, waiting for the other party to reveal its flaws. Finally, after a long wait, the target relaxed. Although there was only a short moment, he decisively chose to attack, and finally successfully picked the first level of the powerful enemy and responded to his father Silva. Expect. Therefore, as a killer, whether it is to assassinate or track a target, Kilawa already possesses quite professional qualities. In the face of the goal of his own strength, he can be forbearing for a long time. At this moment, he was crawling on the tree motionlessly. Although the sharpness was hidden in those eyes that looked towards Parnotan, they were not at all killing intent. This time his purpose was not to assassinate the opponent, but to find a chance to grab the number plate from the opponent, so he must not reveal the killing intent. What to do specifically depends on when the other party will reveal the flaws. However, the other party is not a general one. Even when she was resting at night, she seemed to be full of vigilance. This woman is really troublesome. Although Kilawa was very upset about Parkernatan's high alertness, he had to say that Parkernatan was the one he had encountered so far. The trickiest one is tracking the target. On the surface it looks like he is resting with his eyes closed, but a master like her will be noticed as long as there is a small voice or when he is close to her body. If you go out now, you will be found out in all likelihood. At that time, Kilawa couldn't guarantee that he could escape under her nose. At this moment, Kilawa suddenly noticed that Parker Nyotan opened his slightly closed eyes, and his eyes became sharp as sharp. Come out! Parker Nyotan suddenly said, his voice was cold, with a hint of displeasure. It seems that I am dissatisfied with being interrupted to rest. On a tree in the distance, Kilawa, who had been observing Parkernatan, was startled. Oops! Did you find her and me? Just as Kishao hesitated whether to run away immediately or show up, Kilawa suddenly noticed 2 auras coming from not far away. After that, he saw 2 figures coming out of the woods to the west and appearing in front of Parker Nyotan. And of these 2 people, one of them was a blast who discovered him earlier, and the other was Allan. That's the case. The reason why Bakuer followed Parker Nyotan before was because of Allan's instructions. So, Allan's target was Parker Nyotan. Kilawa saw Allan appear and the Bakuza next to him. When I was a child, I understood it all at once. This discovery made Kilawa a little excited, because it meant that he might take the opportunity to retrieve his number plate from Parker Nyotan. Parker Nyotan was also quite surprised by Allan's appearance. She originally thought that it should be Kilawa, who had previously stolen the number plate, or someone else who was following her. But I never thought that Allan would be here. She glanced at Bakuer next to Allan and quickly understood, that's it, the breath I felt before was you. Bakuer quickly apologized, sorry, Don't blame me, I'm just helping people run errands. Although Bokuer had never fought against Parker Noten, he knew that Parker Noten was not an easy woman with his eyesight. Parker Noten paid no attention to Kuer, her gaze returned to Allan. Your goal is me, she asked. Allan nodded, that's right. What do you want? She asked again in a deep voice. Allan smiled slightly, it's very simple, hand over your number plate and I will leave immediately. Hearing this, Paik Nyotan sneered, do you think it is possible? Allan whispered, I hope you're smarter. The meaning is already clear. I don't want to fight with you, don't force me. Allan repeated and added, you should know my strength very well, you are not an opponent. Paik Noten is not an obedient master. She snorted coldly, and a bright pistol appeared in her hand aimed at Allan. Give you 3 seconds to get out of here or I'll shoot. This is a kind of ultimatum, a warning to protect their rights and territories from being violated. If Allan dared to linger, Paik Noten would not hesitate to pull the trigger. If it was anyone else, he would have raised his hands and left obediently. However, Allan did not leave. Ding! Please choose. During this confrontation, 2 system options suddenly appeared in front of Allan. 1. Take a step forward, take away the number plate of Pyknoten, and you will be hated by Pyknoten, and there is a certain chance that you will provoke Phantom Troop. Reward, Black Knife Autumn Water. 2. Take a step back and let Paik Nyotan go, and he will be favored by Paik Nyotan. Reward, Hormone Fruit. 0. Ask for flowers. It is impossible to let go. Allan wasn't happy about being favored by a member of a criminal organization, even though the other party was beautiful, but it was a different matter. Besides, what the hell is a hormonal fruit reward? Allan doesn't like devil fruit that turns into a metamorphosis when eaten. In contrast, the first option was quite in line with his wishes. This time, he came here with the determination that he must get the number of Paik Noten. At this time, there is also a Black Knife Autumn Water as a reward. This move is inevitable. As for being hated by Paik Noten, or provoking Phantom Troop because of it, that's something to consider later. At this moment, in the face of Paik Noten's warning, Allan directly ignored it, instead of retreating but advancing. When he took the first step, Paik Noten knew that it was inevitable, so he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The bullet came in and out of the muzzle, carrying sparks, and shot at Allan with great speed. The bullet was fast, but Allan's moves were quicker. Because, bullets are dead, people are alive. Allan leaned on his side, easily dodging the bullet with minimal movement. Paik Noten knew that Allan would not be so easy to deal with, and the index finger pulled the trigger continuously, and several bullets were fired at high speed. With the ability to see and domineering, Allan completely predicted the trajectory of Paik Noten's bullet, dodging. His figure was very fast, like an afterimage. Paik Noten was very aware of Allan's speed, so while shooting, he kept moving and kept a certain distance from Allan. The speed at which she changed the clips was so proficient that she used her body to act subconsciously. The bullets continued to be fired, and in just 1 minute, nearly 50 bullets had been fired. Allan completely avoided all bullets by using the combination of Sensei and Shunpo. In fact, Allan had a way to stop Paik Noten's bullets even if he didn't dodge it. But he didn't think it was necessary, it would just waste the extra power. With hard, an of the level of Allan can completely defend against ordinary bullets. However, the shooter was not an ordinary person, but an like him. Therefore, if Paik Noten uses the Jo technique to wrap his mind on the bullet, it will make the bullet have considerable power. At that time, even if you can defend with hard, the place you are hit will probably be quite painful, which is not in line with Allan's fighting philosophy. Therefore, if you can hide, but if you can't hide, you choose to carry it hard. Besides, Allan can also use his mind to create an ice wall to block Paik Noten's bullets, which is much more efficient than using hard defense directly. When you see Allan continuous dodge their bullets, sent Kenyo Tan Lang hung soon as the other hand there was a spare white gun. Try this. Faction Kenyo Tan White pulled the trigger of the gun. Shot out into the bullet from the muzzle, as firebird carrying plume generally toward Allan. This is not ordinary bullets, but a now out of bullets. After the bullet is emitted, out of long tail flame would then burn rapidly to form a strong bird's ridden flame general picture. Just watch the fire torrents of power and influence, we know that power is very alarming. Allan also taken aback, the moment cannot trust big. A beat palms, dense cold spread out, the surrounding air condensation, the side wall of ice formed quickly in front of the block. Wide. Chapter 77. Call. Carrying a high-temperature flame bullet like a firebird hitting an iceberg at high speed, it quickly melted the ice wall erected in front of Allan. Power not bad. Allan's eyes narrowed, and he had to approve. As far as he knows, Parkernaton is a Traitonin. Its ability is to explore the memory of others. Its weapon is a gun. It can convert the explored memory into bullets and use a pistol to hit the companion's mind to realize memory sharing. It now appears that in addition to manifesting memory bullets, Parker Nyotan can also manifest other special bullets as a means of attack. For example, the blaze bomb she fired at the moment will turn into a burning firebird and rush towards the enemy with its wings spread. Its power is quite impressive. Although it lacks the penetrating power of ordinary bullets, the high temperature it carries can easily melt Allan's ice wall. If the opponent doesn't have Allan who can turn thoughts into ice, facing bullets that burn and change forms like this, it is really difficult for ordinary Nin to resist. The dark night became red with the advancing flames. While the ice wall was melting, the flames were also extinguished by the icy chill emanating from the ice block. It can be said that the two checks and balances and offset each other. Now Allan understands. It's no wonder that Parker Nyotan dared to shoot without hesitation. It turned out that with his 777 ability, he was confident that he could contend with his ice. On the tree trunk in the distance, Kilawa watched the battle between Allan and Piknaton like an eye-opener. Is this the battle between Nin? It's really interesting. There was a trace of yearning in Kishao's eyes, and he was attracted by the magic of Nin. The matter of becoming a Nin has become a goal in his heart. After the hunter test, he decided to learn to read, become a Nin, and step into the realm of mind. Unlike Kilawa, the Booker who retreated to the side was afraid of being involved in the battle between Allan and Pikanotan, so he stayed far away, with a look of uncertainty on his face. He was surprised how Allan made ice out of thin air. How did Parker Nyotan shoot bullets that would turn into flames? Everything stems from his unfamiliarity with Nian. Nian, he hasn't even heard of it. Therefore, for Nin, who is far beyond the understanding of ordinary people, he always holds a sense of awe and curiosity. Bang bang bang! This time, Parker Nyotan pulled the trigger and fired 3 flame bullets in a row. Once the bullet was shot through the muzzle, it dragged out a long tail flame, which turned into a 3-headed flaming flamingo in the dark night, carrying a heat wave toward Allan. Allan's gaze was erected, his palms shot forward, and the cold air was released from his palms, and a huge icicle was condensed out of thin air to greet the 3-headed flaming flamingo. The 3-headed flaming flamingo slammed into the huge icicle that was approaching, like a warrior. The high-temperature heat wave and the chill from the icicles stalemate each other, and eventually cancel each other out and turn into a cloud of steam. The flame grenades consume a lot of energy. After 3 consecutive flame grenades have been manifested to no avail, the glamorous face of Parker Nyotan has become more solemn. On the other hand, Allan is a relaxed posture. This shows that although her attack just now was fierce, it still couldn't threaten Allan. It is precisely because of this that Parker Nyotan is not firing flame bombs as a means of attack. A pointless attack will simply waste energy. In order to cause damage to a powerful enemy, a more powerful means of attack must be used. You can only use that trick. A ruthless look flashed across Parnotan's cold face. At the same time, the aura of Paknatan's entire body began to rise, a translucent aura radiated from her body, and the white spear in his hand exuded an inexplicable power, with a faint white graciousness on it. Seeing this, Allan immediately became alert. He could feel that the next wave of attacks would be a full blow from Parker Nyotan. He was curious about what kind of special bullets Parker Nyotan would shoot. What is certain is that it must be more powerful than the previous flame bullets. You will regret looking for me. Parker Nyotan let out a cold voice, and then squeezed the trigger of the white gun in his hand. This shot has really moved. Roar. When the bullet came in and out of the gun, it was accompanied by a deafening roar of tigers. The roar of huge beasts can be heard within a few kilometers, and suddenly in the dense forest, birds and beasts fled in a hurry. At the same time, an inexplicable coercion fell. The white tiger pill, the three characters Pikanotan, popped out from clenched teeth. Her expression tightened all over. It can be seen that this offensive not only consumed her huge thoughts, but also consumed her considerable energy. Accompanied by the roar of the beast, the white bullet turned into a fierce and unusually white eye-catching tiger and pounced on Allan. This white tiger is white all over, with a body length of 5 meters. The snow-white word king in the center of the forehead is very eye-catching. Its eyes are full of fierce eyes, and it carries a wave that is several times more terrifying than the king of beasts. Momentum. Mind beast? Seeing this scene, Allan couldn't help frowning. Unexpectedly, a neon bomb will turn into a white tiger. Does this belong to a manipulator or a transmuter? Or, both? Before he could react, the white tiger with hanging eyes had already rushed forward, and his huge size threw him to the ground in one fell swoop. This is one of the special bullets that Parker Nyotan uses its own gas compression to manifest in the gun, called Baehuan. After being shot through the muzzle, the neon bullet will become a white tiger with hanging eyes that reaches 5 meters in length. It is extremely ferocious and more than 10 times stronger than the real king of beasts. It belongs to the neon beast of transmuter. Therefore, one use of Baehuan needs to consume at least 20,000 chi points of the neon. Paknotan can only be used once a day, and more than once will put a considerable burden on the body, because Baehuan will consume the chi of the user as kinetic energy. Baehumaru let out a roar, opened his mouth and sharp teeth and blew towards Allan. When it was said that it was too late, Allan held the big mouth of the blood basin bitten by Baehuan with one hand, and at the same time, his knees pressed against his stomach. Baehuan immediately hurt after eating and let out an angry roar. Allan used his wrist to force his huge body to a side, and took the opportunity to stand up. The white tiger pill that was thrown off ate Allan on one knee, and rushed up angrily. Allan Shell jumped up, and Konoha's strong whirlwind kicked the white tiger with hanging eyes. The strong kicking skills are enough to kick off a tree trunk that is 50 centimeters thick. Impact force. Shiradamaru was kicked out several meters with sturdy foot on the spot, and Allan was also shocked 2 meters away by its thickness. What a fierce tiger! Allan stabilized his figure, amazed by the strength of Baehumaru. After this short fight, he could feel that Baehumaru was 10 times more ferocious than the real king of beasts. If it were an ordinary tiger, he would have kicked it flying. And this white tiger with hanging eyes can actually use its own claws to block his Konoha's rigid whirlwind. It is really a very powerful beast. Zero. He couldn't help but glanced at Parker Nyotan, who was standing behind Baehuan, and saw that her expression was serious, and the aura on her body was no longer as domineering as before. It was conceivable that Baehuan should be her trump card. However, if you want to defeat him with a mind beast, it is really a bit whimsical. Baehumaru jumped up in the posture of the tiger descends the mountain and pounced on Allan again. The sharp and thick front claws can easily tear the rock. If it is hit by a sharp claw, even with a hard defense, it is really good. There was no need to fight hard. Allan's figure flashed, using sight and hearing to avoid Baehumaru's sharp claws, using the Shan Tao high-speed movement to appear on the left side of Baehumaru, and Konoha whirlwind hit Baehumaru's waist and abdomen with a kick. Baihumaru was hit hard and his huge body was kicked out on the spot. But Baihumaru's resistance to play far exceeded Allan's imagination. Even if he received a strong kicking technique, he didn't seem to suffer much damage, and he quickly got up. Since ordinary attacks could not quickly kill this rough-skinned beast, Allan immediately changed his offensive. Seeing Baihuan pounced again, Allan used the moon step to examine the upper air. With both hands, the chill was released from the palm of his hand. In an instant, a 3-meter-long ice congealed and plunged into Baihu's pill from mid-air. Baihumaru's eyes were fierce and his teeth grinned. Seeing the ice shot again, it turned out to be a roar from the sky. A terrible coercion spread from its mouth. This shocking roar of the King of Beasts, as if it turned into a substantial shock wave, actually shattered the subducting ice abruptly. The power of Shirotamaru exceeded Allan's expectations, but this aroused Allan's ambition to win even more. He wants to subdue this white tiger with hanging eyes that is 10 times more ferocious than the King of Beasts. Yanka! Allan used an aerial walk to fly to an altitude of nearly 100 meters, and even Shirotamaru couldn't jump up at this distance. What is that guy planning to do? Below, Parker Nyotan's cold face showed a dignified look, and she could feel Allan was gaining momentum, and huge aura radiated from him. His practice has been very amazing. Above 100 meters in the sky, Allan raised his hands high, and the coldness radiated from him, and a huge cone of ice like a hill condensed on top of his head. 5.4. Allan wanted to see if it was his big ice cone or the thick skin of the white tiger pill. Smash it to me! The huge ice cone was pushed down by Allan's hands, descending from a height of 100 meters like a meteorite, and hit the Baihumaru below. Baihuan was not afraid of the slightest, and raised up to the sky and issued a beast roar, which turned into a substantial shock wave and shot at the huge cone of ice. However, the size of the ice cone is huge. The impact effect of the beast roar was not obvious, only causing the ice cone to appear a slight deceleration and surface cracks. Seeing that Baihuan was suffering from life and death, Parker Nyotan, who was standing behind Baihuan, bit his teeth, raised his white spear, and Byran buckled the class towards the white ice cone. Another 5-meter-long white tiger with hanging eyes jumped out and plunged straight into the huge cone of ice that was blasting down in midair. Combining the power of the 2 white tiger pills, they swung their claws and fought brazenly. Seeing this, Allan swooped down onto the descending cone of ice with a full moon step. With a strong kick, the giant cone of ice swooped down with a faster and more violent thrust, directly slamming the white tiger pills that came up at both ends into the ground. The next moment, there was a loud rumbling noise on the ground. The huge ice cone directly pressed the 2 white tiger pills down, and finally hit the ground fiercely. It took time, and the surface cracked and made a deafening noise. Chapter 78. The impact caused by the giant ice cone that fell from the sky like a meteorite directly blasted a huge crater with a radius of more than 10 meters from the surface, making a loud bang. In the dark forest on the island, it seems to be very ear-fried. In that huge pit, 2 huge snow-white tigers lay dying in it. No matter how fierce the claws Baihumaru is, how thick the body is, facing the giant cone of ice like a meteor from the sky, it can't resist it. Baihumaru Parker Nyotan saw this scene, with a touch of shock that could not be concealed on his glamorous face. Baihumaru is her trump card at the bottom of the box. The blood is thick and high defense, even rockets can't penetrate it, and the defense of armored vehicles is several times more terrifying. Even if the enhancer's Gongjin wants to kill Baihuan, unless she uses a super destructive fist, it will be difficult to break through Baihuan's defense, which is her strongest attack method. Seeing the 2 white tiger pills dying at this moment, Parker Nyotan realized that the impact of Allan's giant ice cone that fell from the sky just now had the power of a super destructive fist. At an altitude of more than 50 meters above the ground, Allan, who was walking in the air and staying in the air, saw the situation below, and his face showed a slight difference. He did not expect that Baihumaru was so resistant to fights, and the attack had not disappeared. It is enough to prove how thick this neon beast's blood is. However, from the breath point of view, the breath of Liang to Beihuan has obviously languished. Now only need to give them the last blow to end. Having created such a huge cone of ice, Allan has consumed a bit, but he still has more than 0.5 vigor. Sense and chill swept out, and in an instant, a crystal clear ice skate was condensed in Allan's hand. Ga. Using the air as a stepping point, Allan rushed down with the moon step, swiping the ice skates at a very fast speed, and slashed towards the first Shiradameru with a Morrigan sword. A cold light flashed by. The knife is cold. The blood coming out of the wine is hot. This sharp stab directly cut off the head of the white tiger pill. The white tiger's head was chopped off to the ground, but his eyes were still open with inexplicable coercion, and he deserved to be the king of beasts. With this heavy blow, the huge body of the white tiger pill disappeared with a bang. Although Beihumaru is 10 times more ferocious than a real tiger, it is not a real beast, but a mind beast that is realized through Paiknotan's mind. Once a fatal injury is suffered, it will turn into chi and disappear. After eliminating one white tiger pill, Allan took advantage of the situation and prepared to kill the second white tiger pill. The skates were held high, and Allan's eyes were not killing intent, but joy. He originally thought that it would not take him much effort to subdue non-combat members of a brigade such as Paiknotan, but the appearance of Shiradameru aroused his intent to fight and aroused his eagerness to win. Human beings have a natural subduing mentality to beasts. Killing the beast means that you can get a great sense of accomplishment from the bottom of your heart. But killing Beihuan will satisfy Allan's sense of accomplishment at the moment. Just when Allan was about to kill with a knife, a bullet was fired at Allan, and it was Parkernaton that shot. One white tiger pill has been killed, which is a great loss for her. If the other one is also killed, it means that she will be unable to resist Allan. So, whatever the powerlessness, she will stop Allan. Boom boom boom. In an instant, bullets flew out continuously. Allan snorted coldly and blocked it with his ice skates in time. In the blink of an eye that Parker Nyotan took to block, the dying white tiger pill had already recovered, jumped out of the huge pit, and waved at Allan's head. With the ice skate in his hand, Allan slashed forward boldly and collided with the sharp claws of Beihumaru. Hey! Allan said slightly differently. With this blow, he felt that this white tiger pill had recovered from its dying state. The continuous blessing of the power on the claws was actually a faint sign that the ice skates in his hand were broken. Beihumaru let out a roar, and the strength on its claws increased. The ice skate in Allan's hand shattered suddenly. The claws remained undiminished, and Allan waved towards him. Allan's figure flashed and fell sharply, tearing the ground into a long claw mark. Hey! Allan wiped off his sweat. It was really thrilling just now. He didn't expect that Beihumaru would recover from a dying state so quickly, which made him feel that Paiknotan's mind beast was not an ordinary mind beast. This mind beast is too strong. It's almost like fighting a beast-shaped Yuvajin. Generally speaking, Nan people of various lines can summon Nan beasts, but Nan beasts of different lines have very different characteristics. According to different abilities, the mind beasts summoned will be different and have different characteristics. Transmuter, emitter, and manipulator are the most used beasts. The appearance of the beast can be human, or it can be an animal, a monster, or a creature that does not exist in reality. The white tiger pill of Paiknotan obviously belongs to the animal form tiger, possessing the high resistance and fighting ability of wild beasts. But Beihuan's strength is far more than this. Not only is blood thick, high defense, but also has a great attack power. In terms of resilience, it is quite amazing, just like Warcraft. Therefore, Beihuan is actually a mixed breed ninja beast with both animal form and beast form. Mind beast is a product that reflects the heart of the Nin, and it can be said that it is the embodiment of the inner self and essence. Parker Nyotan is not good at fighting, so the neon beast Beihumaru she has emerged has quite strong fighting ability. Its main purpose is to replace her to fight against powerful enemies, and to protect her from harm. The next action confirmed Allan's guess. When he used the Shan-Tao high-speed movement technique to get around Beta-Umaru seemed to be in touch with the master, and immediately turned back to protect the master. However, Allan was the first to take the initiative. Beta-Umaru's speed was not as fast as Allan's instant step, and he appeared in front of Parnotan like a teleport, kicking Konoha's strong whirlwind at the top of Parnotan's fierce. In a hurry, Parker Nyotan could only put his hands in front of him, and forced Allan's kick. Boom! The impact of the powerful kicking skills immediately kicked Parker Nyotan a few meters away. At the same time, Baihumaru had pounced from behind and slapped Allan with a paw. Allan snorted coldly, blocked the sharp claws of Baihumaru, grabbed its huge body and threw it out. The nearly 5-meter-long body of Baihumaru weighed several tons, and Allan was able to fly its huge body, which was truly powerful. For this purpose, the Baihuan directly flew out a few meters. However, this brute force attack obviously did no harm to Baihumaru. With a roar of the beast, Baihumaru jumped up again, grinning glaringly at Allan. Allan also made a provocative move, hooking his index finger at it. But unexpectedly, Beta-Umaru did not pounce on Allan viciously as before. It turned out to be protecting the Lord. It feared that Allan would attack Paknatan again. Allan squinted, and saw Parker Nyotan, who was kicked and flew far away by him, got up from the ground, bruising his 2 slender arms. It can be seen how much effort he used with that kick just now. Even with a hard defense, it is difficult to resist. However, Allan could see very clearly that the reason Parkernaton couldn't even stop her kick was because she was far from insufficient for defense. Although the state of Ken is still maintained, the actual defense strength of Chi has dropped. On the other hand, Baihumaru, who had received so many attacks from him before, was still fierce and outrageous, and his recovery speed was too terrifying. There is only one reason for this change. Are you feeding it with mind? Allan asked suddenly. Because he discovered that the chi in Parkernaton was flowing continuously to Baihuan, and a thought transmission line was established between Baihuan and Baihuan. This point can be understood by just looking at it with suspicion a little bit. At this moment, Baihuan exudes an astonishing chi, but looking at her body, the chi is declining continuously. Stop, let's. Even if you transfer most of your chi to Nianman, it's not my opponent. Allan said. That's not necessarily. Parker Nyotan said solemnly, I look down upon a woman, but she doesn't have good fruit. Allan frowned. Because he suddenly discovered that as Baihuan's anger continued to increase to 777, its body was beginning to change. But between the two sucks, a pair of snow-white wings spread out from the back of Baihuan. Tianyi White Tiger Maru. The advanced form of Baihumaru. While the wings spread out, a gust of wind swept out to the surroundings, like a hurricane, with amazing pressure. Allan put his arms in front of him, resisting the violent wind that swept across. He stared at Baihuan stubbornly, and he didn't expect that Nian Beast could be upgraded. Looking at the pair of white wings, it was properly evolved from a landline creature to a flying beast. However, in contrast, although Baihuan has evolved, the chi in Parkernaton has been significantly reduced, and it looks like it has been overconsumed. After the violent wind swept through, all the surrounding trees were blown down, which shows how terrible the wind was just now. In this clearing, Allan was still strong. He glanced around at random. Although the forest was dark, his eyesight was not affected too much. You could see that the trees in the square were blown down by the strong wind. It was a tragic look after the typhoon passed. Just a sweep of the wings can cause such an exaggerated wind, and the power displayed by the evolution of Baihumaru makes Allan have to take it seriously. It would be no fun if you deal with it cautiously, in case the ship capsizes in the gutter. And he can feel that there is a connection between Baihumaru and Parker Notan. If Baihumaru is not resolved, he will not be able to subdue Parker Notan. Thinking of this, Allan squatted down, touching the ground with his hands. 3 feet in ice. Sensen chill was released from his palm, spreading forward at a speed visible to the naked eye, freezing all the touched ground into ice. The gas consumption of this trick depends on the area. It can be used in a large area or in a small area. If it is fully used, Allan can freeze nearly 2 kilometers at a time. At this time, Allan directly controlled the flow of qi, causing the changed Sen Hanbing Yi to attack Tianyi Beihuan in a straight line. This will consume less air, but the speed will be faster. It looked like an ice plank road appeared in front of Allan, freezing the road ahead. Chapter 79. Seeing the chill coming in a straight line, Tianyi Beihuan let out a beast roar, like a tiger roar shaking the forest, turning into a substantial sonic impact, dispelling and shattering the dense chill coming in a straight line along with the ice on the frozen surface. It's really violent. Upon seeing this, Allan stopped the ice invasion. This was originally a tentative method. Facts have proved that with his current ability, it is almost impossible to freeze Tianyi Beihuan. This guy has not only grown a pair of wings, but also raised a level of abilities in all aspects. It was like the strongest guardian beast created by Parker Nyotan in order to make up for his lack of combat effectiveness. At this moment, Tianyi Beihumaru moved, and accompanied by a violent wind swept across, its huge body unexpectedly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant and appeared in front of Allan. So fast! Rao, Allan, who possesses the high-speed movement technique of Shan Tao, couldn't help but be surprised. Its snow-white wings took another shot, and the violent hurricane blew Allan's eyes hard to open, and his figure was even harder to stabilize. At this moment, Allan's domineering appearance made him foresee a hint of crisis, and when he glanced up, he suddenly saw Beihumaru patted over. The sharp claws exudes the cold light like steel blades, and they are extremely sharp. Allan drew back quickly. Beihumaru jumped up, waved his claws again and again, making a whistling sound. So fast, so fast! Obviously the body is so huge, but the speed of swinging his paws is surprisingly fast. For a time, the scene was extremely dangerous. Allan relied on seeing, hearing, color and instant step to evade again and again. Once again, he dodged the sharp claws of Beihumaru with a flash step. Allan leaped up and kicked to the center of its forehead heavily. Beihumaru was immediately frustrated and let out an angry roar. The wings spread out, one shot forward, and the violent wind swept out, forming 2 huge wind blades to kill Allan in a cross-shaped trajectory. There was no way to hide. Allan stabilized his figure, and his coldness was released from his palm. An ice wall was erected, and the front blocked 2 huge wind blades coming in violently. With a bang, the ice wall shattered, and the wind blade was cancelled at the same time, but at the same time, the sharp claws of Beihumaru had already swung again, and the tips were only a centimeter away from Allan's forehead. In a thrilling moment, a terrifying coercion erupted from Allan. Domineering. Suddenly, Tianyi Beihuan appeared in a trance. The shape of his wielding claws couldn't help but vent his momentum. Allan immediately withdrew and retreated. The next second, Tianyi White Tiger came back to his senses and let out an angry beast roar. Sure enough, the domineering look of the Overlord can hardly affect this guy. Above the sky, Allan, who had already performed the moon step and stayed in the air, frowned while looking at the figure of Beihumaru below. With his current domineering look, it is almost impossible to have any influence on Beihuan. To make this product lose consciousness or be affected, at least it needs a high-level domineering look to be useful. That is to say, only the highest domineering kind mastered by Pluto Raleigh or the 4 Emperor red-haired Shanks in the pirates can bring this guy down. Do you want to kill this guy with an oversized ice cone again? Allan couldn't help but wondered about his chin. Ordinary attack methods are difficult to break through Beihumaru's defense, not to mention that it has now been advanced to Tianyi Beihumaru. Whether it is speed, defense, or attack power, all aspects of power have increased by a layer. If it wasn't a one-shot attack, it would not be a simple matter to solve this troublesome beast in a short time. Just as Allan was thinking about how to deal with Beidarumaru in one blow, he saw Beidarumaru's roar from below. In the next instant, Beidarumaru's snow-white wings were fully expanded, and the nearly 6 to 7 meter long wings suddenly slapped on the ground, curling up a fierce wind, and the huge body flew up on the wind. It is fast, with its wings flapping continuously, and every time it flaps, it will roll up a violent wind. With the wind, it will reach a height of 100 meters in a blink of an eye, swinging its blade like tiger paws towards Allan. Tigers don't show off their might, do you treat me as a sick cat? Allan snorted coldly, and a 7-foot-long ice skate appeared in his hand, brazenly responding. Broken pieces. In the pitch-black 100 meters high in the sky, Allan's figure holding ice skates and Tianyi Beidarumaru's huge body wielding sharp claws constantly collided fiercely. Kill kill kill! Zhan zhan zhan! Although Allan doesn't know any swordsmanship, he can perfectly predict the sharp claws of Tianyi Beidaruan by relying on the domineering, and then use ice skates to confront, block, and even leave wounds on it like a slash. At first, the claws of the ice skates and Beidarumaru hit hard, and they shattered almost in one blow. Not to mention being hard with tiger claws, even if an ordinary ice skate hits a white tiger pill from the front, it is difficult to break its physical defenses. The white fur on its body is as thick as armor. Later, Allan used the technique of Zhou to wrap a part of the chi on the ice skates, which greatly strengthened the ice skates and increased the offensive and defensive power of the ice skates. Faced with the steel blade-like tiger claws of Beidarumaru, it was not too much to give up. Not only that, relying on the dodge of seeing, hearing, and the flexibility of Yuebu, Allan left several wounds on Beidaruan's body. The knife is cold. The blood is hot. The injured Beidarumaru roared from a height of 100 meters. The snow-white wings of nearly 6 or 7 meters long spread out, and the snow-white feathers turned into flying arrow feathers and burst out. There is a great momentum to shoot Allan into a hornet's nest. Shoo! Allan didn't expect that Beidarumaru still had this kind of attack method. At the same time, he hurriedly waved his ice skates to resist, but nearly 100 feathers turned into a rain of arrows and shot in an instant. Fortunately, there is Jin defense. These feathers can only cause slight damage to his skin, and can't cause much damage to him. But after being attacked so intensively all at once, Allan was suffocated in his heart. Practice! An astonishing breath erupted from him and turned into a cold air. Hundreds of icy arrows shot out all over him, colliding fiercely with the bursting arrow feathers. In terms of speed and power, Frostbolt and feathers hardly want to go up and down. Therefore, the two sides are competing for quantity. Allan can create hundreds of ice arrows with his breath. Although Beidarumaru can shoot hundreds of arrow feathers in one breath, the number of feathers on it is limited. After several waves of fighting each other, Allan's Frostbolt was even better. He once again used his chi to create hundreds of icy arrows and lashed towards it, to shoot this beast into a hornet's nest. Upon seeing this, Beidarumaru slammed his wings and rolled up the violent wind, sweeping almost all the icy arrows that came in a sudden. But because it had fired several waves of arrow feathers just now, the feathers on its wings were reduced. Therefore, the squally wind that was rolled up was far less violent than before, and dozens of ice arrows were immediately inserted into the body. Although these ice arrows are less than 18 centimeters long, it is difficult to cause too much damage to Beidarumaru's huge body, but they accumulate to a large amount. The breath has obviously weakened. Take advantage of your illness and kill you. Allan once again condensed a hard ice skate in his hand, used the air walk to rush up, and slashed towards Beidarumaru. Beidarumaru swung its claws to attack, but its speed obviously couldn't keep up with Allan. In just 1 minute, Allan had cut several dozens of centimeters long scars on his body, and his snow-white fur was stained red with blood. Even its tiger claws and wings were scarred. Beidarumaru roared, ignoring his injuries, and rushed towards Allan. Its obsession is very strong, just to defeat the powerful enemy Allan. Allan drew back and rushed toward the higher air with an aerial walk. Beidarumaru chased him, and at the same time, the feathers on his body turned into arrow feathers and burst out. Allan flew up while blocking it with ice skates. When he came to an altitude of nearly 500 meters above the ground, he gave a sneer, suddenly braked, turned around and slashed at Baehumaru. Baehuan didn't react too slowly, opening his blood basin and mouthing. He actually used his fierce teeth to harden the ice skates cut by Allan. But this was just a false move by Allan. He slammed his foot on Baehumaru's mandible, followed by turning over and leaping, volleyed and kicked to Baehumaru's forehead. A powerful kick hit the center of Baehumaru's forehead and was hit hard. Its huge body suddenly fell to the ground from an altitude of 500 meters like a cannonball, with a loud bang, and dust everywhere. Almost at the same time, a figure quickly rushed out of the distant tree, and quickly approached Parker Nyotan. Surprisingly, it was the punishment that had been hiding on the tree trunk waiting for an opportunity. With the help of the dark night, he concealed his figure, restrained his breath, and approached quietly. Parker Nyotan has been paying attention to the fight between Baehuan and Allan. At this moment, seeing Baehuan being hit hard, the dignified and worried expression appeared on his cold face, and he seemed to be completely unaware of Kilawa's approach. When Kilawa approached from behind and was about to knock her out with a blow, the unavoidable aura exposed at that moment made the Notans instantly alert, and immediately turned around to block Kilawa's hand knife. Kilawa immediately exerted joint strength, got out of her backhand, and hit Parker Nyotan's chest with a heavy blow with the back of her hand at an extremely fast speed. Only a click was heard, which actually broke her rib. Parker Nyotan snorted and stared coldly at Kilawa, who withdrew to the distance. "Smelly boy, you are following me as expected. Give me back my brand." Qi Xiao said solemnly. "Here, I have the ability to come over and get it." Parker Nyotan reached out and pulled out the number plate hidden in his chest, shook it provocatively in front of Qi, and then stuffed it back. "Damn it!" Qi Xiao looked unhappy. He had been hiding in a distant tree just now, waiting for an opportunity. When he saw that Parker Nyotan had focused all of his attention on the white tiger pill that Allan had knocked down from the sky, he immediately launched a surprise attack, but he failed. However, it is not a complete failure. Although the surprise attack just now missed, it frustrated her a rib. Moreover, Kilawa could feel that the aura on Parker Nyotan had weakened a lot, and her state was far less than before. Parker Nyotan took out his own weapon and squeezed the trigger at Kilawa without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Kilawa immediately used the family's dark steps to dodge. His figure seemed to turn into an afterimage, avoiding several bullets in a row. Parker Nyotan kept the bullet he shot while keeping away from Qi. Most of the Qi in her body was conveyed to her own mind beast, and there were not many remnants, and it was almost impossible to easily subdue a little devil like Kilawa who has been trained in assassination. Originally, a white tiger pill needed to consume at least 20,000 points of her Qi. In order to deal with Allan, she even released two ends one after another. It is equivalent to directly consuming 40,000 points of Qi. Her own maximum total mental energy limit is only 70,000. The two white tiger pills that appeared, were beheaded by Allan, which was equivalent to directly causing her to lose 20,000 points of Qi. Then, in order to recover the only remaining white tiger pill, he delivered another 10,000 points of Qi at once. In addition, in order to advance that white tiger pill, it once again consumed nearly 10,000 points of aura. Before and after, the two white tigers consumed almost 60,000 of her Qi. Her aura now does not exceed 1,000 points, and it can be said that she is close to bankruptcy. In this state, she was unable to subdue Kilawa by her own skills alone. However, Kilawa is not much better. The gunshot wound he suffered before has not healed, and now he is still wounded. It was also quite difficult for him to take down Parker Nyotan. However, if the true character is used for the purpose of killing her, Kilawa thinks that he should be able to kill this woman. It's just that Kilawa didn't want to do that. If this woman is killed, he will feel very troublesome. So, as much as possible, just want to get back your own number plate from the opponent. Return the sign to me and I will leave immediately. Qi Xiao said solemnly. The response to Kilawa was a bullet shot by Parker Nyotan. There was no discussion at all. Zhao zhao zhao, Qi Xiang couldn't help screaming coldly, this is to force him to use his true style. However, just as Kilawa was about to grab his own number plate with his killing intent and use his true character, suddenly, a violent gust of wind came from behind him. In the next instant, a huge snow-white two-winged tiger appeared behind Kilawa and slapped him with one claw. With a bang, Kilawa didn't struggle, and the whole person was shot and flew out like a cannonball, knocking over several big trees along the way before stopping. Beihumaru. Seeing Tianyi Beihuan appeared at a critical moment, Parker Natan looked a little excited. However, when she saw that the white fur on Beihuan's body was stained red with a lot of blood, and her body was crisscrossed with dozens of wounds, her expression suddenly became cold. Beihumaru, you have tried your best to protect me. Parker Nyotan stretched out his hand and stroked Beihuan's head. Although it was just a Nianman made by herself, to her, Beihumaru was the knight who guarded her. Beihumaru had long lost its previous prestige, and his huge body was lying on the ground like a kitten, obediently letting Parnotan caress. At this moment, Parker Nyotan's expression suddenly changed, and a terrible killing intent had arrived. A figure swooped down from high altitude at a very fast speed, and it was Allan. I saw him clenching the ice knives in both hands, slashing at the head of the white tiger pill with the momentum of the god blocking the gods. Blood splashed out, the white tiger head rolled to the ground, and the huge body of Beihuan crashed to the ground. This knife directly cut off the head of Tianyi Beihuan. Standing in shape, Allan's eyes slanted and glanced at Parker Natan. I saw Parker Nyotan staring at Beihumaru's tiger head rolling down in front of her, his face extremely gloomy. Seeing Beihumaru's figure finally disappeared and turned into nothingness, Parker Natan raised his head and stared at Allan. You fellow, unforgivable. Chapter 80. Faced with Parker Nyotan, who was so angry that he was about to kill himself, Allan smiled slightly. Stop it, Miss Parker, you have already lost, and it won't do you any good to continue the fight. Give me to die. Facing Allan's advice, Parker Natan raised the gun in his hand and squeezed the trigger without hesitation, and fired an angry bullet at Allan. Hey, is this your answer? Allan sneered. Even Beihumaru was beheaded by him, and he didn't care about ordinary bullets at all. The figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Parker Natan, at an astonishing speed. Before Parker Natan could react, he had already shot and grabbed her right wrist holding the gun. This dangerous thing, I will temporarily seize it. Allan twisted hard, broke her wrist, and easily took off the gun in her hand. Although the action is a bit rude, there is no need to be too petty for a woman like Parker Nyotan. Parker Nyotan snorted and kicked it to Allan to boast, at a sharp angle. Hey, I said Miss Parker, this thing can't be kicked. When Allan saw this, it was a matter of the safety of the little brother, and he quickly clamped his legs and firmly clamped the left foot kicked by Parnotan. Allan's hands and feet were restrained almost at the same time. Parker Natan yelled coldly, and could only stare at Allan fiercely with his eyes. Let go of me. Allan glanced at her proud body recklessly, and smiled. It's okay to let go of you, but please hand over the number plate on your body. My goal is just this, and I won't do anything excessive to you. Yes. Although she is not sure where Parker Nyotan hid the brand, judging from the clothes she was wearing, Allan guessed that the most likely possibility was to hide it in Ope. After all, Yu Rong is a master. The Ope of the two-dimensional beauty is infinite. No matter what you can hold. Parker Nyotan turned his head proudly and said coldly, 777 give up, I won't give you the brand. Allan smiled without anger, it's not up to you. Seeing how Allan was about to do it, Parker Natan tried his best to break free from Allan's shackles, but her strength was far less than Allan's. Miss Parker's strength, where is the number one among the spiders? Feeling the strength of Parker Noten's struggle, although her current state is not good, after a period of exhaustion, there is not much left, but from this pure in terms of strength, I am afraid that it is the last existence in the brigade. Regarding Allan's tone that seemed to know a lot about spiders, Parker Noten was surprised, but at the same time he was determined to break free. However, Allan's strength far surpassed her, and easily suppressed her. But seeing this woman so ignorant, no matter how good her temper, Allan was a little annoyed. Miss Parker, that's the end of the needless struggle. If you dare to move a little bit, I'm going to be serious about you. After that, Allan stretched out his left hand, opened the tiger's mouth, grabbed Parker Noten's slender white neck, and lifted her up 4 or 5 centimeters above the ground. Parker Noten is nearly 1.75 meters tall, only half a head smaller than Allan. At this moment, Allan patted her neck and lifted her, looking like a weak woman with no resistance. After all, although she is a member of the notorious Phantom Troop, she is a member of the organization responsible for espionage. In terms of strength, it is far from Allan's current opponent. Allan didn't let go, he wanted to give this disobedient woman a sense of death crisis. Although this woman is not afraid of death. But it is not worthwhile to let her understand one thing more or less, just to die like this. Parker Noten quickly realized this, and being blocked by his neck meant that his life was threatened. Although she no longer tried to make senseless struggles, she still didn't plan to hand over the number plates obediently. She looked like she would rather die than surrender, which fits her character quite well. As a member of the Spider, her pride does not allow her to compromise with Allan. One more point is the most important point. As members of the notorious thieves organization, they have always been the only ones who plunder other people's things. How can they be allowed to be robbed by others? Therefore, she is unwilling to hand over her number plate anyway. That means compromise. It means the defeat of the thief organization Phantom Troop. Miss Parker, you are such a proud woman. Seeing her like this, the corners of Allan's mouth raised slightly, and he decided to completely crush the woman's arrogance. Parker Noten was pinched around her neck, completely speechless, and as Allan's hands grew harder, her face flushed even more. Miss Parker, how about letting you suffocate to death like this? Allan sneered, gradually hardening his hands. Parker Noten's eyes began to engorge, his brain became hypoxic, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Even if she is slapped on the neck for such a long time, within 10 minutes, there is a risk of death. The feeling of being unable to breathe made her feel for the first time that death is approaching bit by bit. This guy, are you really going to shoot me to death? Looking at Allan's slightly sneer expression, Parker Noten realized that Allan was really planning to kill her. Seeing Parker Noten's increasingly uncomfortable look, Allan said solemnly. Listen well, Miss Parker, I will give you one last chance. Although you are not afraid of death, I don't think you need to take your life for a mere number plate, right? Moreover, I can kill you and then snatch your number plate. In that case, the self-esteem you insist on, or some other things, including your death, is completely meaningless in the end. Hearing Allan's mouth bubble, Parker Noten looked shaken as expected. Indeed, just calm down a little bit. You can realize that it is really worthless to kill oneself just for a number plate worth only 3 points. Seeing her look a little shaken, Allan spoke again. Miss Parker, if you don't hand over the number plate honestly now, I might do something more uncomfortable than letting you die. For example. Allan sneered and let go of his hand that patted Parker Noten's neck. The liberated Parker Noten took a long time to relax. She raised her head and stared at Allan with cold eyes. What do you want to do, It's nothing, it's just a plan. If Miss Parker doesn't plan to hand over the number plate, then I will do something extraordinary to you. Although Parker Noten has not experienced that kind of thing, it is not a single-celled creature that knows nothing. Hearing Allan's threatening words at this moment, he said coldly, Dare you threaten me? Allan simply smiled and said, Yes, it's a threat. You should be very clear about your current situation. You have no choice. If you don't cooperate obediently, even if you are a member of the Spider, I will do it. Shame and anger. Parker Naughton glared at Allan. This was the first time she was threatened so severely. You dare to move me, I promise you will regret it. She fought back weakly. Allan sneered coldly, why, do you want Kroo to come out and press me? Or do you want all the brigade members to chase me down? Hearing Allan's tone that seemed to know the brigade very well, Parker Naughton couldn't help but frown, and asked in a deep voice, who are you? You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know. Don't think that you are a spider person. I dare not move. It annoys me. Be careful that I kill you all. Of course, this is bragging. If you want to clean up the brigade, unless the Zaldik family is dispatched or a monster like Netero takes action, it is basically impossible to destroy the brigade. So these words are just that Allan wants to tell Parker Naughton. He is not an easy person. He understands spiders, knows the composition of spiders, and knows the details and even weaknesses of spiders. Make her feel jealous, or crisis. In fact, Allan is also betting. A bet on whether Parker Naughton will be subdued. Facts proved that he was right. After indulging in a moment, Parker Naughton handed the number plate unconditionally to Allan. And not one, but two. One of them is Parker Naughton's number plate, number 18. The other is number 99. Allan frowned, because he remembered that number 99 seemed to be Kilawa's number. I got the number 99 from a silver-haired kid. Parker Naughton confessed honestly. Sure enough, it was Kilawa's. Allan asked immediately, he shouldn't hand over his brand to someone else so easily, how did you get it? Of course it was snatched by force. Do you think someone will hand over their brand to others? Parker Naughton said coldly, as if mocking Allan. Allan shrugged, and there was nothing wrong with that. It is normal for her to have such an unpleasant reaction. If it wasn't because she was stronger than her and strong enough to threaten her, then she would definitely not be able to hand over her brand. By the way, you didn't kill Kilawa, did you? Allan changed the subject. For him, the people of Phantom Troop are all demon who kills without blinking. As a member of this demon, it is difficult to guarantee that Phantom Troop will not take his life for grabbing a number card, although he does not believe that Kaihun will be like this. Just get killed easily. Chi is the name of that silver-haired kid. Parker Naughton let out a cold voice, and said. He tried to attack me just now to snatch the brand back, but it was shot flying by my neon beast Baehuan. Now it's unclear whether it's alive or dead. Hearing this, Allan couldn't help being surprised. He knows the power of Baehumaru the most. If he was shot head-on by that tiger paw, if Kilawa hadn't learned how to read it, even if his physical fitness was amazing, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. At this time, Parker Naughton said, listen well Allan, don't think that this is the case. You take my things and I will get them back. Before that, you give the number 18 brand I keep it well. In this regard, Allan responded readily, okay, I'm waiting for you. If you can grab it back, then just come. But... He changed the subject and sneered, if you fail, you have to do a good job of being enlightened by me to rectify the fa on the spot. Is fa rectification on the spot? Parker Naughton naturally understood what Allan meant, and he snorted and then walked into the dark forest. Although nothing can be seen from the surface, in fact her body has been seriously damaged. First, the battle with Allan consumed most of the chi in the body, and was attacked by Kilawa to break a rib. Then Allan broke his right wrist. Finally, Allan patted his neck and almost died. Therefore, before the hunter assessment of this level is over, she must find a place on the island to take a good rest. In the next few days, I am afraid that I will not be able to move freely. Chapter 81. Soon after Parker Naughton left, the voice of the system followed in Allan's mind. Ding! You attacked Phantom Troops Parker Nyotan and successfully grabbed her number plate. Reward, Black Knife Autumn Water. As the system sound fell, a black sword appeared in front of Allan out of thin air. Kyushui belongs to the series of black knives, one of the 21st tools of the big knives. The chaotic blade is big inverted T-shaped, the blade is black and purple, and the cloth has a red zigzag pattern. This knife is extremely tough, even if a dinosaur steps on it, it will not bend a millimeter, and it can withstand a heavy blow. When Allan stretched out his right hand and held it on Kyushui's knife handle, a strange sensation would spread throughout his body from the blade of the knife through the palm of his hand. The first feeling is heavy. But this does not mean the weight in the pure sense of the knife itself, but the weight it brings. Yes, Allan felt a weight when holding this knife. Without a certain strength or determination, it is absolutely impossible to master this black knife. The second feeling is breath. It's not the breath of the knife itself, but the existence of the knife. Allan could clearly feel that there was something stored in this blade. Is emitting a breath that does not belong to the knife itself. However, Chu Shui itself is not an ordinary sword. Even if there are things like sword spirit and sword soul stored in the blade, it is not uncommon. In other words, it is precisely because of this that Chu Shui is such a special knife. However, for Allan, although he has a famous sword in his hand, he has no swordsmanship to match it. To play the power of Kyushui, at least one needs to possess the swordsmanship of Loro Yasoron's steel-cutting realm. I have to say that this is a pity. Because Allan was not a swordsman in the first place, he didn't feel too strong about Kyushui. For him, the appearance of Kyushui was just an extra weapon or collection. With weapons, he can make ice skates at any time. Nonetheless, Allan tried to wave a few pretentiously. Sure enough, it was unrealistic to want to issue a flying slash like Soron. Come slowly. Allan could only comfort himself in this way. After all, it does not happen overnight to become a master of swordsmanship. Like Soron, he also started professional training in gyms since he was a child. So, should I try to follow the path of swordsman in the future? The appearance of Kyushui made Allan have to start thinking about this problem. If you want to become a swordsman, ordinary practice is definitely not enough. Then, as expected, you must first visit a master swordsman. Allan thought for a moment, based on his knowledge of Hunter's world. In this world with Nen as the mainstream stage, there are almost no figures who can be regarded as swordsmen. Not even many people use swords. Phantom Troops Nobunaga counts as one, and Phaeton counts as half if you come back. After all, he also has that weapon similar to a long sword. However, these two people are said to be swordsmen, but their duties are members of thieves who commit crimes. There is no real swordsman. After thinking about it, Allan decided to go with the flow. He doesn't need to deliberately take the path of swordsman. For him, Chu Shui was just a weapon to use against the enemy. It is no different from weapons such as guns, arrows, and axes. Thinking of this, Allan simply collected the autumn water. There are no enemies now, so there is no need to hold Kyushui in his hands all the time. He didn't want to use the sword around his waist like a samurai. So in the end, it was thrown into the space ring as a waste product. Use it when you need it. As soon as the autumn water was collected, another systematic voice rang in Allan's mind. Yes. You have scored 5 points within the prescribed time limit. Reward, Fairy Bean X1. Fairy Bean, Origin, Dragon Ball World. Efficacy, restore physical strength and heal injuries. Special reminder, when one is on the verge of death, it can be resurrected with full blood, and the maximum function of fairy beans can be exerted to the extreme. Seeing a green bean smaller than a pigeon egg appeared out of thin air in his hand, Allan looked closely. As the system says, although the abilities of fairy beans are simple, they are very powerful. As long as you don't die, you can resurrect with full blood after eating one pill. With fairy beans, in this way, it is equivalent to an extra blood tank. Even if you encounter a strong enemy, run out of energy, and are on the verge of serious injury, you can resurrect with full blood by eating fairy beans. Allan decided to cherish this fairy bean, because I don't know when the system will issue this kind of reward again, so this fairy bean can be said to be a whole card used to save life. If it is not a very critical situation, it will never be used. Thinking of this, Allan put the fairy beans in the space ring and stored them with him, and just took them out when needed. With autumn water, there is fairy bean. I have to say that this time is really rewarding, and Allan is naturally in a very good mood. Moreover, the score for clearance is enough. Now, Allan has 5 number plates in his hand. They are number 118 given by Hsoka before, and number 53 that he snatched from Bakuer, and then number 18 and number 99 he just got from Parker Noten, and his own number 123. Number 118, number 53 and number 99 are not designated numbers drawn by Allan, so they are worth 1 point each, while Parnotan's number 18 is his designated target number, worth 3 points. A total of 6 points. With his own number plate, it is worth 3 points, for a total of 9 points. Has been fully qualified for customs clearance. Next, you only need to wait patiently for 3 days, and wait until the end of the 4th round of assessment time, even if it is a successful promotion. That, Allan. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Allan turned his head and looked at it. It turned out to be Kuer. Why, so you are still here? Bokuer sneered, I want to go, but Allan, you seem to have something you haven't returned to me. Oh, you mean the number plate, right? Allan is not a habitual amnesior, and immediately understands what Bakuer is referring to. The reward was in hand, and the score was enough. It was useless for Allan to keep the extra number plate. He immediately fulfilled the promise and returned the number plate of Boom Kureir to him. After Bakuko thanked him, he hurriedly left. He had been hiding in the distance before. After seeing Allan's strength, he didn't want to provoke Allan at all, for fear that Allan would regret it and snatch his number plate back. After all, Allan's personality looks a bit erratic, and he will turn his face away when he is uncertain. By the way, I don't know what happened to Kilawa. Allan suddenly remembered that Parker Nyotan had said that Kilawa had been shot by Behumaru before. This means that Kilawa should be nearby now, right? Although he wasn't so friendly with Kilawa, he couldn't be ignored. After all, I might be in trouble in the future. Let's find it. After a glance around, Allan expanded his domineering vision. After walking around, Allan felt a breath. Although a little weak, it does exist. It should be the strange hunter. Allan thought secretly, walking in the direction where the breath came from. Soon, Kilawa was found not far away. I saw Chi Xiao lying on the ground with his feet upside down, vomiting blood in his mouth, and his body was very embarrassed. He was obviously injured. Fortunately, he recovered a small life. Allan also admired this guy is worthy of being one of the protagonists of the original, and his life is hard enough. Do you want me to help? No, I can handle this injury by myself. Allan nodded, he was just a courtesy anyway. 0. Look for flowers. And he also knew that Kilawa didn't want to trouble him because he didn't want to owe him favors. After all, the killer is the most taboo about things like human affection. By the way, where is that woman? Kilawa sat up and asked. It's already dead. What? Seeing Kilawa's surprised expression, Allan couldn't help but smile. Just kidding, I didn't kill her, I just wounded her. Hearing this, Kilawa asked, so, did you snatch her number plate? Yeah. Allan nodded, and threw a number plate to Kilawa. This is the number plate you snatched by her before. She also gave it to me, saying that it's useless to keep it. Chi Xiao said something strange, is it okay to just give it to me? Although it is my brand, but because of my lack of strength, I was snatched away by the woman. If you can snatch it back from that woman, it should belong to yours is right. No problem. Allan smiled, anyway, you are not my goal. Besides, I have already collected the points required to pass the level. The extra brand doesn't make much sense to me. It's better to sell my personal affection to you. Kilawa held his number plate in his palm, looked at Allan with a wry smile, and said, well, I've taken down this favor. This is a favor that has to be owed. Because, if it weren't for Allan, he wouldn't have the ability to grab his number card from Parnotan. So, when Allan returned the number plate to him, Kilawa knew he had to accept it. Remember, maybe I have business in the future and I will trouble you, a professional killer. Allan smiled. This time I snatched Parkernatan's things, and the other party had already made a ruthless statement. Therefore, Allan also had to be prepared to deal with it. At that time, if you encounter problems that can't be solved, then maybe you can ask Kilawa to help. Of course, what Allan is interested in is not Kishao's own abilities, but the family power behind him. The Zaldik family, the world's leading killer family. If Kilawa is there to help, if something really happens, then Kilawa's father or grandfather will be needed. Of course, for now, Allan is confident that he can deal with some troubles on his own. Moreover, from what Parker Nyotan said when he was leaving, Allan speculated that she should not involve other members of the brigade. In other words, the matter of snatching the number plate belongs to the grievances between the two of them. With Parker Nyotan's arrogant personality, Allan could also guess that she would not let other members of the brigade take revenge on herself. If this is the case, Allan feels he can breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't provoke all the members of the brigade, he is still safe at the moment. As for Parker Nyotan, it is impossible for him to come back and trouble him for a while. Therefore, the grievances between the two must be postponed to be resolved in the future. Thinking of this, Allan patted Kilawa on the shoulder and said, then, I'll go to Gon first. You can find a place to rest. I will go too. Kilawa said. Allan nodded and said, it's okay, but is your injury okay? It's just a small injury. Chi Shao smiled. But with Allan's eyesight, how could he fail to see that Kilawa was doing her best? Actually, your injury is quite serious, right? It's better to find a place to take a break. Gon sighed, I can go there by myself. Allan kindly asked with concern. Hearing that, Kilawa also realized his current difficulties, so he nodded and agreed to Allan's suggestion. At the time of parting, Kilawa took out 2 number plates from his body and gave them to Allan. I grabbed them from someone else before. It's useless to me. Give it to you. If Gon needs it, give it to Gon. Allan didn't shy away, accepting the 2 number plates given by Kilawa, and said, well, I will accept it first. I will tell Gon what you like. Guang. Chapter 82. The 2 number plates Kilawa handed Allan were 197 for Amerli and 199 for Umarai. Imori's number 198 was kept by Kilawa, because only 198 was the target number that Kilawa needed. Coupled with his own 99 number, it is just enough for the 6 points needed to clear the customs. However, less than 4 days have passed since the 1-week assessment time, and it will be over in 3.5 days. During this period, no one can guarantee that there will be no accidents. Coupled with the gunshot wound Kilawa received before, and the rib fracture caused by the blowing of the white tiger pill, he suffered quite serious injuries. Therefore, under Allan's suggestion, Kilawa found a relatively concealed place on the island to recuperate. Before the end of the assessment time, they will not reappear. On Allan's side, counting the 2 number cards presented by Kishao, he has accumulated 9 points, and he intends to give the extra 3 points to Gon unconditionally. The customs clearance condition of the assessment is 6 points. If you keep your number plate, you can get 3 points. If you take the opponent's number plate from the designated target, you will get 3 points. Strictly speaking, you only need to get 3 points from the target while keeping your number card. Although he doesn't know who Gon's target is, Allan 777 believes that with Gon's strength, even if he can't grab the target's number card, he should have the strength to keep his own number card. In this way, as long as you give him the extra 3 points, then Gon will be eligible for customs clearance. However, finding Gon on an island in Ryuudan is not easy to find. This kind of thing can only be luck. If you are lucky, you can find it in less than half a day. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to find it in 10 days and a half. After all, the chances of the two sides missing out on the island are much more than the chances of meeting. Hopefully I can find him before the assessment time ends, Allan thought to himself. The fourth level of the Hunter assessment, the 7th day. Island, Northwest. Today is the last day of the 4th level of the Hunter assessment, and there are less than 8 hours left in the allotted week. However, Allan wandered around the island for 3 days and still couldn't find Gon, which made him a little worried. Could it be that Gon has already suffered an accident? Although I do not believe this speculation, it cannot be completely denied. After all, Gon, who is separated from the original work, is equivalent to an additional uncertainty, and it is possible to hang up anytime. At that time, in a jungle more than 10 kilometers away from Allan, a man with a fierce aura was chasing a boy with short blonde hair covering his ears. The teenager is about 170 years old and about 17 years old. He is wearing ethnic-style clothing with a blue background, a pair of white trousers, and a pair of blue flat shoes on his feet. He ran fast in the forest, with agile figure and agile and brisk walking. But his face is not easy, and even has a dignified color. Without him, it was because the man behind him who was chasing him, no matter how fast he accelerated, was always chasing after him, closely following him at a distance of about 3 meters, like a beast of prey on his head. He is tall, rugged, and sturdy, about 260 centimeters, wearing a bearskin sweater and shoes, nearly 29 years old, dark complexion, and has a lion-like grey hedgehog with long hair. After a few minutes, the blonde boy stopped. Because, the spiky-headed man has caught up with him. I saw it as if it had fallen from the sky, jumped up directly from the back, crossed the top of his head, and blocked his path. The blonde boy shouted coldly, and looked gloomily at the man with the long hair of the hedgehog. Why are you attacking me for no reason? It goes without saying, of course I'm here to hunt you. By the way, I'm called Yuvajin. If I beg for mercy, I might let you go. The hedgehog-haired man, Yuvajin, said frantically. I'm not interested in knowing your name. The blonde boy said coldly. Gongjin sneered, before I officially hunt you down, I want to confirm that you are the number 404 candidate Kurapika, right? Although I don't know where the other party heard his name, but from the fact that the other party could find him and know his number plate, the blonde boy, that is, Kurapika, knew that even if he denied it, he could not avoid this trouble. Seeing Kurapika's silence, Yuvajin grinned and said, Hey, are you afraid? It's okay to be afraid. Damn! Kurapika clenched his fists and assumed a fighting stance. He didn't expect that he would be the hunting target of Yuvajin. This was the biggest trouble he encountered since he participated in the hunter test. At this moment, he has 2 number cards in his hand. One is his own number, 404. The other is the number he grabbed from a target called Hook 4 this morning, worth 3 points. If nothing else, he only needs to wait for a few hours before he can successfully advance. However, I did not expect to encounter gold at this moment. No, it should be said that Yuvajin suddenly jumped out of the way. Therefore, there is the previous scene. After seeing Yuvajin, he immediately ran away. There is no need to ask anything at all, as long as you see Gongjin's wild eyes and fierce aura, you know that this person is not annoying. However, he still underestimated Yuvajin's determination to hunt himself, and was eventually caught up. In the second level of Hunter's assessment, when he went to the wetland forest, Gongjin had a conflict with Allan. At that time, he was fortunate to witness the battle between Yuvajin and Allan. Therefore, he is very clear that Yuvajin's strength is not something he can contend. Nevertheless, when there is no way to escape, he can only choose a battle. However, Yuvajin did not immediately start, he suddenly spoke. So, as the sudden offense just now, I must have been shocked by you? My uncle, I am very compassionate and give you 10 seconds to escape. Involuntarily speaking, Yuvajin started counting right away. Although I don't know why Mayakan did this, Kurapika realized that this might be the only chance he could escape. Therefore, when Yuvajin began to count down dozens of seconds, he chose to escape without hesitation. Seeing Kurapika running away, Gongjin couldn't help frowning, touched the back of his head and muttered to himself, "What the hell, really ran away?" But he really didn't catch up immediately, but strictly abided by his promise, and counted down from 10 to 1 at a time. I remember that the Koluta people are not quite flat, this kid is unexpectedly a super timid and afraid of death. Regarding Kurapika's escape, Yuvajin was a bit disdainful. He remembered the time when Krolo led them to slaughter the Koluta a few years ago, when the Koluta people faced the overwhelmingly powerful phantom troop, but none of them escaped, all chose to stand firm and defend the tribe. Fight to the end. Although they were all killed in the end, the look of those Koluta tribes who fought bravely left a good impression on him. However, Kurapika did not hesitate to choose to escape when facing him just now, which made his impression of the bravery of the Koluta tribe people suddenly diminished. Even, he couldn't help but wonder, is the head of the group made a mistake? Is the kid really a survivor of the Koluta tribe? He doesn't carry any kind. Originally, according to his guess. When he told the other party 10 seconds to escape, the other party should feel humiliated, then get angry, rush up desperately, and finally get beaten to death by him. This is a process. As a result, Kurapika, a survivor of the Koluta tribe, ran away without any hesitation at all. Even so, Yuvajin has no plans to let Kurapika go just like that. On the contrary, this aroused his plan to torture Kurapika. When the call was over, Yuvajin directly ejected and started, rushing towards Kurapika's escape direction with a very fast figure. About 5 years ago, after the Koluta tribe was slaughtered, the only remaining Kurapika embarked on a road of revenge in order to avenge the tribe. He knows very well that the real murderer of the massacre is very powerful. Later, because of an opportunity, he learned that the murderer of the tribe was the work of a thieves' organization named Phantom Troop. At that time, a note left by the assailant was left at the scene. I couldn't resist everything, so I took a scent away from me. Although I don't know what this sentence means. But Kurapika began to train herself strictly in order to revenge against the Mirage Brigade. 5 years have passed, and now at the age of 17, he has already trained his abilities, and his slender body contains extraordinary strength 5.4. The 10-second escape time given by Gongjin caused Kurapika to rush out 500 meters away in one breath. This distance gave Kurapika a glimmer of hope in her heart. Very well, as long as the distance continues, the guy should not be able to catch up. Then, find a hidden place to hide, and wait until the end of the assessment time. Now there are less than a few hours before the end of the assessment. I must hold my number. Just as Kurapika was thinking about it. He suddenly noticed that a wild breath was approaching fast behind him. He couldn't help but glance back, his pupils suddenly shrank. I saw Yuvajin rushed up, no more than 20 meters away from him, and the distance between the two was gradually getting closer. Damn it! Kurapika was shocked, but had to speed up again. Don't think about everything, just hold on to the idea of escape, and run as hard as you can. It's pretty fast. Yuvajin, who was chasing behind, saw Kurapika's accelerated figure, showing a trace of excitement. In his eyes, Kurapika is a lamb to be slaughtered. When the lamb tried his best to escape and still couldn't use the hunter, that kind of despair was really great.